Chapter 1. The Beginning of the Ethereal Steps. Officer, if you could just release me, I am willing to do anything. In the Ming Dynasty, in Yuhang, within the town protector's office, in the Imperial prison, a captivatingly beautiful woman was bound to the torture rack. Her exquisite figure was accentuated by the chaotic bindings that ensnared her. With a voice that was both enchanting and sultry, she whispered words that reached Su Shan's ears across the room. 3 months prior, Su Shan, a distinguished VIP member of the Red Romance on Blue Star, had succumbed to exhaustion and passed away on the front lines of battle. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in this treacherous world of the High Martial Ming Dynasty, where chaos reigned, having taken the place of the original owner as a lieutenant in the town protector's office of Yuhang, that he also acquired the spirit communication and fulfillment system, which granted him rewards for fulfilling the last wishes of the deceased. His awakened talent, spirit communication, enabled him to recreate the final moments of the departed through maging. Utilizing this divine ability, Su Shan had resolved over a dozen long-standing cases in the past 3 months. However, due to the mediocre strength of the victims, the rewards he received were pitifully low. Just days ago, the heir of Dali, Duan Yu, who had been traveling incognito in Yuhang, met a gruesome demise on his bed. This incident not only stirred a tempest locally, but also incited the wrath of the Empress upon reaching the capital. She ordered the town protector's office to solve the case within a limited time frame and dispatched an Imperial envoy to Yuhang. Previously, as Su Shan began to make a name for himself, he was urgently summoned to the crime scene. With the aid of spirit communication, he identified the female criminal mastermind, Jinyiwei. Under the cover of secrecy, elite members of the Jinyiwei apprehended her in the early hours. Seizing the opportunity while his superiors were out to greet the Imperial envoy, Su Shan interrogated the sorceress. Ding dong. Time-limited mission, 15 minutes remaining. Task 1. Fulfill Duan Yu's last wish by asking Jinyiwei, "Did you ever love me?" Task reward, 20 years of cultivation. Task 2. Fulfill Duan Yu's last wish, regardless of Jinyiwei's response, to share a destiny together into the underworld. Task reward, ethereal steps. She has drained you of your essence using sorcery, and you still question her love? Goodness, a pure-hearted warrior. And what is this sharing a destiny into the underworld? Such romantic idealism. Each time he heard the system's prompts, Su Shan could not help but chuckle to himself. "Officer, I'm speaking to you." Seeing Su Shan lost in thought, Jinyiwei mistakenly believed her charms had captivated him. She leaned in closer, whispering tantalizingly into his ear while softly nibbling on his earlobe. This maneuver, honed over decades among the flowers, had never failed her. In her eyes, this young lad before her was utterly defenseless against her allure. Once she was freed from her bindings and pressure points, Jinyiwei was confident that with her innate second-tier power, she would find an opportunity to escape the Imperial prison. Suddenly, a sharp pain jolted Su Shan back to reality. As he beheld the enchanting and alluring Jinyiwei, whose eyes conveyed a silent message, Su Shan's countenance transformed into one of sternness. "Did you just whisper in my ear?" With that, Su Shan unleashed a series of resounding slaps across his own face. The forceful strikes left Jinyiwei in a state of bewilderment, while the 2 guards stationed outside the room were filled with trepidation. "No, this is not good. Brother Shan has relapsed. Quick, notify Captain Shan. He better not kill another prisoner." "Ah? Yes." The guards, their nerves frayed, understood all too well that this man before them had executed several notorious criminals within the past 3 months. Despite solving numerous cases, he had also imprisoned more than one individual in the dungeons. When he descended into madness, not even the captain could restrain him. "Have you ever loved Duan Yu?" The guards outside, too afraid to enter, were utterly dumbfounded when they heard Su Shan's inquiry as he tugged at Jinyiwei's hair. Was Brother Shan's logic truly this astonishing? Slap. "I'm asking you a question. Do you need me to resort to torture?" Jinyiwei, who had spent her days tormenting others, now glared at the man before her, who resembled a savage beast. Was he truly starved for affection? Why was he so ruthless? But upon seeing the searing iron in his hand, Jinyiwei, in an effort to placate him, reluctantly replied, "I have loved." Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for completing the time-limited task. 1. Reward, 20 years of cultivation. Host, please promptly complete time-limited task 2. Less than 10 minutes remain. Jinyiwei was indeed in peril. If she were to be slain, not only would she fail to appease the guards, but even the imminent envoy would not spare her. Yet the temptation of ethereal steps led Su Shan to unsheath his blade, lunging menacingly towards Jinyiwei. "What do you intend to do? Damn it, you loved me yet still act so mercilessly? You deserve to die." Thud thud. With several stabs inflicted upon her, Hua Jiyu widened her eyes in shock. I never loved, I never loved. Are you attempting to deceive me for your own gain? You deserve worse. To her last breath, Hua Jiyu was curious about the correct answer to this deadly question. Crash. The guard at the door, terrified, stumbled backward several paces. After scrambling to his feet, he fled towards the execution chamber. Meanwhile, Shan reveled in the joy of receiving his system rewards. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for completing time-limited task 2. Reward. Ethereal Steps, panel. Upon hearing this, Shan swiftly summoned his interface. In the next moment, his personal information materialized before him. Host, Shan. Realm, postnatal 3rd tier. Physique, innate pure yang body. Divine ability, spirit communication, S. The duration of spirit communication is the base value 5 multiplied by the realm 3. Cultivation techniques, basic swordsmanship grand completion, basic body techniques grand completion, ethereal steps not yet initiated. Available cultivation points, 20. In this world of martial prowess, the path of martial cultivation is divided into 3 principal realms: postnatal, innate, and master. Each of these major realms is further categorized into 9 grades, with 1 representing the base and 9 denoting the pinnacle. The martial arts techniques are classified into several tiers: common, inferior, superior, extraordinary, and supreme. Leveraging the cultivation value accumulated from previous case investigations, Shan has successfully extrapolated the common sword techniques and fundamental body techniques, taught by the local administration, to their ultimate perfection, elevating himself to the 3rd grade of the postnatal realm. Now, having acquired the extraordinary martial technique, the Lingbo Weibu, Shan is filled with anticipation regarding the heights he might reach. Channel all 20 years of cultivation into the Lingbo Weibu. With a swift command from Shan, as his cultivation value resets, the profound truths and mysteries of the Lingbo Weibu surge into his mind, akin to the precision of a chisel, carving stone. Chapter 2. He shares no peace with evil. Thus, the Lingbo Weibu is not merely a traditional technique of movement, but rather a practice of internal energy through dynamic skill. With each step traversing the 64 hexagrams, the internal energy naturally completes a full cycle. With every round, one's internal force experiences a subtle enhancement. As Shan slowly opens his eyes, he absorbs the transformative insights bestowed upon him. This solidifies the foundation for his forthcoming extrapolation. The Lingbo Weibu is based on the I Ching's 64 hexagrams, advancing in a specific sequence according to their orientations. This technique is divided into 5 forms: resting swiftly like a duck, elusive as a spirit, dusty socks, constant motion in stillness, coming and going, ding-dong, extrapolation in progress. In the first year of refining the Lingbo Weibu, with a commendable foundation in martial arts, you grasp the fundamental essence. Through diligent effort in the 5th year, you catch a glimpse of the first form, resting swiftly like a duck. Both your movement and internal energy achieve significant advancements. In the 10th year, having fully comprehended resting swiftly like a duck, you adeptly traverse the 64 hexagrams, stepping into the 2nd form, elusive as a spirit. 2 decades pass in the blink of an eye. With your movements now as elusive as a spirit, you have completely mastered the first 2 forms of the Lingbo Weibu. In an instant, the extrapolation transforms Shan, imbuing him with agility. The enhancement of his internal energy further elevates his physique and realm to unprecedented heights. Merely comprehending the first 2 forms of the Lingbo Weibu has propelled me to the 7th grade of the postnatal realm. If I were to extrapolate all 5 forms, would I not ascend to the innate realm? Accumulating cultivation value is of utmost priority now. As Shan regains his senses, he suddenly notices a thread of grass-green light emanating from the top of Hua Jiyu's head. This is reminiscent of the aura above Duan Yu's head, although this hue is deeper. Does she too possess an unfulfilled wish? As he speaks, Shan approaches her. At the moment of their physical contact, the system chimes once more. Ding dong. Task issued. Hua Jiyu's unfulfilled wish. 3 days hence, at the Golden Capital restaurant in Yuhang. Meet her husband, Lu Yaoji, and inform him of her demise, revealing that the perpetrator is the embroidered uniform. Guard, Shan. What? Upon reading this task, Shan finds himself utterly bewildered. In a brazen manner, he approached her husband, declaring, I have slain your wife, Hua Jiyu. How audacious! It is essential to acknowledge that Hua Jiyu possessed innate strength of the 2nd rank. How inferior could her husband possibly be? The task's reward was a staggering 25 years of cultivation and immunity to all poisons. Incredible! Such a reward was exceedingly difficult for Shan to resist. Indeed, the greater the strength of the deceased, the more abundant the rewards. Suddenly, the door to the interrogation room was forcefully kicked open by Su Shan's superior, Qin Changdong. As a colleague of Su Shan's father, who perished in the line of duty, Qin, having taken Su Shan under his wing, was known for his protective nature. Yet today, he roared with barely contained fury. Su Shan, who permitted you to take such lethal action against Huajiyu? You've gotten yourself into serious trouble. As he spoke, Qin Changdong stormed in, shoving Su Shan aside. Upon confirming Huajiyu's demise, his countenance turned ashen that moment. A woman clad in a crimson python robe, adorned with a brocade spring knife and an ivory plaque, entered with an air of icy determination. Accompanying her was Ji Gang, the chief officer of the Yuhang town garrison. This woman, who commanded such caution from a local authority, was none other than Shangwan Yin'er, an imperial envoy from the capital and a commanding officer of the garrison. Young yet formidable, she not only possessed the prowess of a second-rank grandmaster, but also hailed from the same school as the empress. Uncle Qin, during my interrogation of this vile woman, she not only exchanged flirtatious glances with me, but also audaciously whispered in my ear. Can I possibly endure such insolence? As Su Shan made this impassioned declaration, a nearly apoplectic Qin Changdong was on the verge of losing control. Qin, immediately incarcerate Su Shan in the dungeon. He is not to be released without my command. On the surface, Ji Gang appeared to be punishing Su Shan, yet in truth, he was covertly shielding him. Understood. With that, Qin Changdong ordered Su Shan to be escorted away. Meanwhile, Shangwan Yin'er had approached the lifeless form of Huajiyu, guardian of the Five Poison sect. Red Beauty Huajiyu? Indeed, it is she. The Five Poison sect, notorious as one of the three most wanted evil sects in the Ming dynasty, had its disciples notorious for their heinous deeds. The most reviled among them were the husband and wife duo of the two guardians, the white-hair husband, Lu Yaoji, and his wife, Huajiyu, the Red Beauty. Masters of a dual cultivation technique, they targeted disciples of various sects and noble families. Despite being pursued relentlessly by both the martial world and the imperial court for many years, they always managed to escape unscathed. Who could have imagined that they would be captured in Yuhang, with one of the Jinyiwei Weiss lieutenants bringing about her demise? Thanks to Lieutenant Su Shan's meticulous investigation and unraveling of the truth, we have managed to apprehend this sorceress. Ji Gang interjected, promptly defending Su Shan's actions. Su Shan? Yes, he is the lieutenant who just dealt the fatal blow to the sorceress. Oh? Does he have a grudge against Huajiyu? Shangwan Yin'er inquired, her curiosity piqued. Upon hearing this, Ji Gang, recalling Su Shan's habitual phrase, replied with a forced smile, he harbors an unquenchable hatred for evil. Without waiting for Shangwan Yin'er to regain her composure from her astonishment, the anxious Qin Changdong hastily added, Shangwan deputy, this child Su Shan is truly unfortunate. His father, originally a prestigious general, died in the line of duty, leaving behind a widow and an orphan. Benefiting from the care of Captain Ji, Su Shan inherited his father's position as a school officer in the Yuhang town garrison. Things were relatively normal until 3 months ago, when his betrothed, Jin Lian, chose to become a concubine for the esteemed Shiman rather than honor their engagement. Greatly affected by this betrayal, he attempted to take his own life by jumping into the river. After being rescued, he seemed transformed. Now, he immerses himself in solving cases, tirelessly working day and night, having resolved over a dozen cold cases in just 3 months. Yet, each time he acted too ruthlessly and was thrown into the dungeons. His deeds balanced out, and he even faced a reduction in his salary. However, this stubborn youth has only dug himself deeper into trouble. I implore you, Deputy Shangwan, considering his pursuit of the witch, grant this lad an opportunity for redemption. Ji Gang and Qin Changdong fervently defended Su Shan. However, before they could finish, Lu Feng, who had arrived from the capital, scoffed, a respectable Yuhang town garrison relying on a madman to solve cases? Is this not a source of ridicule? What? Is there no one else in the Yuhang town garrison? Before Ji Gang could retort, a piercing voice echoed from afar, growing nearer. What is it? Captain Ji, we have just received news that the Yuhang General Ma Xing and his concubine have been found dead in their home. Who? The Yuhang General? Upon hearing this news, Shangwan Yin'er turned sharply, her brows furrowed in alarm. She had come to Yuhang for 2 reasons: to oversee the investigation into the murder of the Dali heir and to investigate the illicit sale of military supplies and food by the Yuhang Armory, a matter reported anonymously by General Ma Xing himself. With their own informant dead upon their arrival, was this a warning to them? Let us proceed to the scene. Yes. As Shangwan Yin'er prepared to leave, she suddenly recalled, bring along that adept officer Su Shan as well. I shall provide him with an opportunity for atonement. On behalf of Su Shan, I express my gratitude to Deputy Shangwan, her subordinate replied. Chapter 3. There are indeed many talents here. Deputy Shangwan, Captain Ji, and that General Qin are clearly favoring Su Shan. To privately obstruct a case involving the court is a grave offense. We are new arrivals if we allow ourselves to be led by their whims. We shall be dragged along. Just out of the Imperial prison, Lu Feng, eager to impress Shangwan Yin'er, leaned in to whisper. MM? Hearing this, Shangwan Yin'er, her brows knitted tightly, turned to glare at him. Are you instructing me on how to proceed? I would not dare. I merely believe. This time, before Lu Feng could finish, Shangwan Yin'er interrupted. Refrain from your arrogance and discourtesy. Though the garrison may have its connections, it is still merit that holds the highest regard. Su Shan possesses the extraordinary ability to garner the unwavering support of the entire Yuhang Jinyiwei, which speaks volumes about his exceptional qualities. Lu Feng, your father holds the esteemed position of the fourth-ranked Deputy Minister of Rights. If the situation were to be reversed, what would your standing be? How many among the Zhenfu division truly have your back? Shangwan Yin'er's unrestrained remarks left Lu Feng utterly speechless, his countenance awash with embarrassment as he steeled himself while hastening to the scene of the incident, vowing to astonish everyone with his brilliance. In the dungeon, in his own designated cell within the prison, Su Shan had barely warmed the straw mat when the hurried Qin Changdong called him out. Su Shan, you've managed to get out rather swiftly this time, haven't you? My friends wagered that it would take you at least 3 to 5 days, someone chimed in. It's hardly been a quarter of an hour. Su Shan, take care on your way out. We bid farewell to Su Shan. As Su Shan emerged from his confinement, the numerous inmates within the dungeon respectfully called out to him. Being a frequent visitor here, Su Shan had forged a camaraderie with them all. Upon hearing these words, Qin Changdong's countenance darkened. You little rascal, you disregard your humanity outside, yet here you presume to be the leader? He chuckled bitterly. Uncle Qin, let me tell you, this place is brimming with talent. I can unlock any door in merely 3 breaths with a glance. I can ascertain whether the young ladies parading on the street are innocent or seasoned temptresses. Take for instance the pure and delicate Hua Jiu. It was precisely this discernment that led me to her. Hearing Su Shan's remarks, Qin Changdong raised his right hand in anger, only to let it fall back down. Reluctant to act upon his irritation, he grasped Su Shan's ear, stating, this time, Captain Ji himself interceded on your behalf, compelling Officer Shangwan to show leniency. You'd best demonstrate some genuine skill. What's the case? Su Shan inquired, bewildered. The general of Yuhang, Ma Xing, and his concubine, Zhang Yue, were found dead in their home. Ma Xing, if my memory serves me right, he possesses innate strength of the 5th rank, does he not? As he spoke, Su Shan's eyes sparkled with excitement. He understood that the greater the strength of the victim, the more substantial his gains would be. It was evident that the case involved further complexities, otherwise Officer Shangwan would not have mobilized such resources. Remember, your task is to investigate the case. Do not seek personal glory. To take down a 5th-rank innate expert is child's play for someone capable of such feats. Once Su Shan had absorbed this admonition, he merely curled his lips, refraining from any further defiance. When they arrived at the Ma residence, the Imperial Guard had already cordoned off the area, with Qin Changdong leading the way. Su Shan proceeded to request guidance from Officer Shangwan Yin'er, heading straight for the crime scene. Well, it must be said, the woman possesses an undeniable allure, though the cost remains a mystery. As Su Shan mused silently, he turned to approach the 2 lifeless bodies. At that moment, Lu Feng, who was investigating the crime scene, deliberately approached and coldly remarked, You are Su Shan, are you not? I trust he will live up to the unwavering support from the upper echelons of the Yuhang Town Prefectural Office. Do not become a laughingstock in the end. Taken aback by this unexpected taunt, Su Shan found himself momentarily bewildered. Not far away, Shangwan Yin'er and Ji Gang exchanged glances at the scene. Qin Changdong nudged Su Shan, signaling him to focus on his task and ignore the provocations. Uncle, those characters who thrive on sowing discord rarely survive beyond the prologue. Do you believe it? Get to work. With a shrug, Su Shan squatted beside Ma Xing's corpse. Upon entering the room, he immediately noticed the faint golden hue above the deceased's head. It is good to have a last wish, he muttered to himself while examining the body, simultaneously invoking his supernatural abilities. The imaging commenced, revealing a blue, high-definition vision. Still from Ma Xing's perspective. Hiss. Was it truly that shocking? No censorship at all? As the imagery began, a staggering Ma Xing retreated a few steps, barely managing to steady the frame against the wall. Almost immediately, Shan, through his perspective, beheld Jinyiwei-He, disheveled, standing across from him. Beside her stood a striking man with white hair. "You despicable couple! How lowly you are!" Shan exclaimed, aghast at their actions. "You have audaciously smeared the 10 fragrant soft muscle powder upon yourselves." With a mocking laugh, Jinyiwei-He posed provocatively. "Who can blame the master for favoring certain areas of my anatomy?" As she spoke, she gestured to her body, flaunting her curves. What a potent poison, Shan thought. Realizing they had surreptitiously drugged Ma Xing, exploiting the man's inherent weaknesses. This tactic is truly remarkable. General Ma, you are usually so cautious. How could I, as your protector, allow you to willingly succumb to poison without employing some stratagem? What does it matter if you are of the innate 5th rank? Tonight, you shall still perish at the hands of Lu Yaozi. Upon hearing this, Ma Xing was taken aback. The white-haired demon, Lu Yaozi? One-on-one, I will defeat you. Haha. Although my own power is merely that of the innate 3rd rank, I have indeed poisoned and killed the innate 5th rank General Ma, have I not? After uttering these words, Lu Yaozi let out a brazen, mocking laugh. Lu Lang, why waste so many words? Just kill him, and then take him away for a life of bliss. No sooner had Jinyiwei-He spoken than Lu Yaozi, wielding a serrated dagger, pierced through the back of her body. Lu Lang, I approached you solely to assist in eliminating General Ma. Did you truly believe I would take you away? Swoosh. With that, Lu Yaozi swiftly sheathed his blade. In an instant, the burdened Jinyiwei-He collapsed to the ground. After witnessing all this, Shan couldn't help but murmur to himself, "Damn, what a ruthless character. A true model for us." Clap, clap, clap. After dispatching Jinyiwei-He, Lu Yaozi swiftly advanced towards Ma Xing. Without hesitation, he drove his blade directly into Ma's heart. In his final moments, Ma Xing beheld Lu Yaozi's sinister visage. From his perspective, Shan could even see the mole on the back of Ma's neck with clarity. Ding dong. The task of avenging the deceased Ma Xing was announced. Task details: eliminate the white-haired Lu Yaozi. Task rewards: 30 years of cultivation and the reverse 2 instruments blade technique. My goodness. This task seems to align perfectly with the one involving Hua Jiu. Chapter 4. You are quite the talent. Once the system issued the task, Shan felt a surge of excitement. Hua Jiu's wish is to meet Lu Yaozi in 3 days at the Golden Capital Tavern. The opportunity has presented itself without any effort on my part, just as Shan reveled in his good fortune. The overly ambitious Lu Feng began to analyze the case publicly, speaking with great fervor. His earnest demeanor suggested he had reached a conclusive judgment. Minister Shangguan, from my observations, the strength of the perpetrator who silently eliminated General Ma and his concubine within the Ma residence must be at least at the innate 7th rank. Both victims were struck down with a single blow, showing no signs of struggle. The assailant first stabbed Jinyiwei-He from behind and then swiftly turned to eliminate General Ma. The entire process was seamless, a true mark of a master. As Lu Feng finished his remarks, a profound silence enveloped the scene. Is that all? Inquired Shangguan Yin'er, tilting her head. Currently, based on the on-site investigation, these are the only findings, and there are no further clues. As Lu Feng concluded his statements with unwavering conviction, Shan, who had been crouching beside the 2 victims, slowly rose to his full height. Towering over Lu Feng, he suddenly captured the attention of everyone present. Indeed, after examining the remnants of the 10 fragrant soft muscle powder on Jinyiwei-He, Shan murmured to himself, Lieutenant, have you made any discoveries? With Shangguan Yin'er's inquiry, Lu Feng abruptly turned his head, and all eyes converged on him. Lu Shibai, with an expression of disdain, was eager to hear Shan's grandiloquent assertions. He was murdered. Puff. When Shan unexpectedly uttered these words, Lu Feng burst into laughter. He was murdered? Even a fool can see that General Ma and his concubine were victims of foul play, not suicide. Lu Feng's retort was laced with a notably flippant tone. Is this what you call a case-solving expert? His biting sarcasm rendered Ji Gang's face exceedingly uncomfortable. However, out of respect for Shangguan Yin'er, he suppressed his anger and addressed Shan. Please elaborate. The murderer's capabilities should not surpass those of General Ma, Shan posited. Thus, they meticulously devised a scheme to poison him. Hesitant to name the culprit for fear of being perceived as a mere pawn, he treaded carefully. Yet, before he could finish, Lu Feng interrupted. Nonsense. Before your arrival, the steward of the estate mentioned that General Ma had been exceedingly cautious of late. Everything ingested was first tasted by servants to ensure its safety before he would partake. Moreover, What evidence of poisoning is present on his corpse? You assert that the murderer's prowess is inferior to General Ma's? To slay a fifth-tier innate master without alerting the estate's experts, how do you assess their capabilities? After vocally challenging the assertions, Lu Feng mockingly turned to Ji Gang. Are such imbeciles the ones solving cases in Yuhang? It seems that this time, Deputy Shangwan must carefully examine if there are any wrongful convictions in the area. With a sharp expression, Ji Gang's demeanor turned icy in response to Lu Feng's arrogance. Meanwhile, Su Shan, disinterested in further explanations, picked up a piece of pastry from the table and resumed his crouch beside Ma Xing's corpse. He then dipped the pastry in his saliva and the pooled blood before casually tossing it to a dog in the courtyard. Su Shan, Deputy Shangwan summoned you to redeem yourself through case solving, not to indulge in frivolities. Whimper. Just as Lu Feng's menacing roar echoed, the dog outside, drawn to the pastry, emitted a plaintive whine. As the crowd turned to investigate the commotion, they beheld the once vibrant family dog now staggering unsteadily on its feet. Shortly thereafter, it collapsed onto the ground, lying there in a state of utter helplessness. At that moment, Shangwan Wan'er, recalling something significant, once again examined the lifeless body of Ma Xing. Meanwhile, Su Shan cast a glance at Lu Feng, who still bore the expression of his recent roar, and abruptly questioned, Lu Shibai, why have you fallen silent? Have you grown weary of your incessant chatter? This time, before Lu Feng could utter a word, the coroner, Su Guanyiner, spoke up, colorless and odorless. With reversed meridians, this is the effect of the 10 fragrant softening powder. Upon hearing this, Su Shan couldn't help but flatter her, exclaiming, Su Guan, not only are you stunningly beautiful, but your knowledge is equally vast. Unlike some individuals who are all show and no substance, those who are less fortunate in appearance must read more. As Su Shan turned to Lu Feng after delivering his remark, he noticed the latter's clenched fists, trembling with barely contained rage. But how did the culprit manage to administer the 10 fragrant softening powder to General Ma? After all, everything ingested must have been tasted by someone first. As she spoke, Su Guanyin arose and directed her gaze towards Su Shan. Not only she, but everyone present focused their attention on him. His subordinate had already stated that she was the murderer. Pointing at Jinyiwei-He, Su Shan added, indeed, a conspiracy from within and without. With a sharp kick to Su Shan's rear, Ji Gang admonished him, stop with the suspense and share your findings. We need to convince Lu Shibai, or else it will be said that our Yuhang town's magistrate relies solely on incompetence. Having successfully garnered animosity towards himself, Lu Feng found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Su Shan, turning his head with disdain, approached the body of Jinyiwei-He. A homegrown thief is the hardest to guard against. Jinyiwei-He, misled, must have been an accomplice to the murderer. Only in this way could the perpetrator evade the guards in the courtyard and stealthily infiltrate the premises. How was the poison administered? As Su Shan knelt beside Jinyiwei-He's corpse, Su Guanyiner fixated her gaze intently on him. When a man is deeply infatuated, he may unwittingly engage in intimate gestures towards a woman, such as kissing here or there, or pressing close. Methodically, Su Shan traced a path from the top to the bottom of Jinyiwei-He's body. At this, someone in the room couldn't help but burst into laughter, especially upon seeing Su Guanyiner, renowned for her icy beauty. With her cheeks flushed, they struggled to contain their mirth. Is this amusing? We are conducting an investigation. Ji Gang scolded, attempting to suppress his laughter, and the scene returned to solemnity. Su Shan, still crouched, continued. The culprit merely needed to apply the 10 fragrant softening powder to Jinyiwei-He's body. General Ma must have been unable to resist extending his tongue. Otherwise, after half the night, how could mere saliva have led the family dog to be affected? This, then, is my subordinate's analysis of the entire case. When Su Shan concluded with utmost seriousness, even Ji Gang couldn't help but turn away, chuckling. Extending his tongue? You are quite the character. Chapter 5. Enjoying the night. Feigning ignorance, Shangwan Yinner slowly rose to her feet. At that moment, her gaze towards Su Shan was filled with admiration. No wonder the Yuhang Town Prefectural Office, from top to bottom, staunchly supported this individual. He truly possessed remarkable skills. Merely by examining the crime scene, he was able to unravel the intricate details of the perpetrator's actions. At this moment, the most awkward figure was Lu Feng, standing uneasily. Everything he had just proclaimed had now transformed into invisible slaps, striking his right cheek, then his left. The crowd, mindful of his status, refrained from further mocking him. Yet the derisive smiles rendered him utterly humiliated. Concurrently, he harbored a grudge against the instigator, Shan. Lieutenant Su, from your perspective, could you provide a profile of the perpetrator? As she spoke, Shangguan Yin'er took a pen and paper from her companion, Bai Hu Qingyao, adopting a demeanor of attentive listening. This greatly benefited Shan. Therefore, with an air of arrogance, he sauntered before Lu Feng, hands casually tucked behind his back, before finally speaking. The appearance of the perpetrator must be exceedingly handsome, skilled in seducing women of refined backgrounds. Proficient in the art of poisoning, he should possess at least innate strength, otherwise he could not execute such a flawless operation. A southpaw, his weapon's blade is sharp, with serrated edges. After articulating these details, Shan refrained from further elaboration. Indeed, the Yuhang town constabulary is truly a place where dragons lie concealed and tigers lurk, commented Secretary Li Yao approvingly. As long as we are not branded as useless drunks, the Yuhang town constabulary, shall be satisfied. After Jin Gang's profound remarks concluded, Lu Feng, who had been publicly reprimanded, found himself awkwardly fidgeting. On their way back to the constabulary, the usually reticent Qingyao spoke up. Secretary, I have a lingering suspicion that Shan is concealing something. I share your sentiment. He must have already identified the suspect. Let us assign someone to keep watch on him. Understood. Their conversation was overheard by Lu Feng. Upon returning to their temporary quarters, Lu Feng summoned 2 subordinates. Go, and before Qingyao can act, teach that Su a lesson he will never forget. Make him divulge the suspect he has pinpointed. Remember, change into plain clothes and leave behind anything that could reveal your identity, lest you provide others with leverage. Understood. The 2 accompanying subordinates possess strength at the 5th or 6th tier of postnatal cultivation. In Lu Feng's eyes, dealing with Shan was as simple as taking candy from a child. How dare he make me lose face? I'll make him regret it. After several days spent pursuing Hua Jiyu, Shan, having reported back, hurried home. Still without a means of transportation, he was left to walk. Upon crossing the main road and turning into the alleys, Shan keenly sensed that 2 figures had been trailing him all along. Having advanced to the 7th tier of postnatal cultivation, his perception was far superior to before. I wish to play with you, he mused. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, Shan's figure vanished at the alley's intersection. Pat, pat, pat. The 2 subordinates, sent by Lu Feng, hastily rushed over. After glancing around, they exchanged puzzled looks. Where did he go? Upon hearing his colleague Zhang Chong's inquiry, Wang Shun coldly replied, split up and search. Can a mere school officer match our speed? Very well. With that, the 2 set off, one to the left and the other to the right, pursuing deeper into the alleys. New to the area, Zhang Chong was unfamiliar with Yuhang's layout, let alone the alleys. As he turned into a dead end, he suddenly felt a presence materializing behind him. Looking for me? Swish. Upon hearing the sound, Zhang Chong abruptly turned around. There stood Shan. A cold smile etched upon his face. A reckless fool. Before the words could fully escape his lips, Zhang Chong, with his full agility, raised his fist, large as a sandbag, and struck towards Shan, who was but a short distance away. In his estimation, his strength at the 5th rank of the postnatal realm was more than sufficient to subdue his opponent. Yet, in the next moment, Shan remained motionless, effortlessly grasping Zhang Chong's fist with a single hand. Before Zhang Chong could articulate his thoughts, Shan exerted his strength, swiftly breaking the bones in Zhang Chong's wrist. Shan showed no restraint whatsoever. With a swift motion, he dismantled Zhang Chong's jawbone and delivered another punch to his cheek. Subsequently, the burdened Zhang Chong crashed against the wall like a kite severed from its string. As he fell to the ground, even his cries of despair were rendered feeble. The anguished cries drew Wang Shun's attention. Upon arriving at the scene, he found his colleague lying on the ground, bloodied and helpless. Zhang Chong, what happened to you? As Wang Shun supported him, the incapacitated Zhang Chong struggled to raise his right arm, pointing toward the front. Realizing something, Wang Shun instinctively turned his head. Before him stood Shan, executing the swift and elusive technique of flying duck, charging at him with lightning speed. With a thunderous impact, Wang Shun was sent flying several meters, letting out a piercing scream. Yet, before he could recover from the agony, the ethereal Shan appeared before him like a specter. You and I, we are from the capital. Suddenly, a brutal punch shattered Wang Shun's jaw, leaving him unable to utter a coherent word amidst his howls of pain. Shan, having previously encountered the 2 men, recognized their identities. However, since they had chosen to confront him in plain clothes, he decided to turn the tables. As an officer of the Jinyiwei, he commandeered their carriage. With the 2 men in tow, Shan flagged down a cargo cart on the road. After arriving at the prison, he forcefully yanked one of them by the hair and dragged him inside. What on earth is happening, Brother Shan? In the prison of Yuhang's local government, everyone knew of the genie bandit Shan. Witnessing him employ the same tactic to haul the two bloodied men in, the guards skillfully opened the dungeon door for him. Two thieves dared to rob me in broad daylight. I must teach them a lesson. Hearing this, the burly guard leading him into the dungeon couldn't help but chuckle. These two really are audacious. Are they looking for a death wish? With a hint of consciousness remaining, Zhang Chong and Wang Shun attempted to articulate their identities. But the bloodied fabric obstructed their speech. Brother Shan, have you brought in new goods again? What will you say this time? Can we entertain ourselves a bit? As Shan ushered them into the dungeon, several inmates chuckled and teased him. One cell each. Enjoy yourselves tonight. Don't kill them. I need to report back. At this, the prisoners erupted in a chorus of boisterous cheers. Rest assured, Brother Shan, we will leave them with a breath. Brother Shan is mighty. Haha. They pin one down. And I shall take the first turn. Chapter 6, Su Xiaowei, a hidden gem. On this night within the confines of the dungeon, the initial hours were filled with the anguished cries of Zhang Chong and Wang Shun, echoing like wails of lost souls. As the night progressed, the prisoners engaged in spirited exchanges, sharing their insights and experiences. Amidst their discussions, someone reignited the fervor, plunging once more into the fray. At the break of dawn, Shan, who had been seconded to headquarters, had just gathered with the other officers for roll call when the formidable Lu Feng stormed in with his entourage. Shan, get out here at once. Hearing this command, the members of the Jinyiwei instinctively turned to look. Even Su Guanyin and Ji Gang, who were inside, emerged to investigate the commotion. Ah, is that not Lu Shibai? Did you not sleep well last night? Your temper is quite foul this morning. Shan remarked with a cold smile, mocking Lu Feng openly. Let me ask you, Lu Feng retorted, where are those two guards I assigned to protect you last night? Zhang Chong and Wang Shun? They have not returned. Initially, Lu Feng presumed they had gone out to indulge in the vibrant nightlife of Yuhang after completing their task. Yet, as morning dawned, both remained unaccounted for, while Shan appeared unscathed within the town protector's office. This has already made him acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Thus, in a fit of rage, he stormed in with his men. Protect my two little flags? Lu, you are 100 households. One may indulge in casual dining, but one must not spew excrement indiscriminately. What merit do I possess as a centurion to warrant protection from two young banners from the capital? You, Lu Feng. Upon hearing this, an exasperated Lu Feng prepared to retaliate, but a chilling voice from Shangguan Yin'er compelled him to relent. Nevertheless, his gaze towards Shan was rife with malice. Deputy Shangguan, Captain Ji. After the crowd exchanged greetings, Shangguan Yin'er directly inquired, what on earth is happening? As soon as her words fell, Lu Feng interjected. In his account, he claimed to have dispatched two young flags to covertly protect Shan, fearing retaliation from the perpetrator. Yet now, those two young flags had seemingly vanished without a trace. Captain Lu, you assert they were providing covert protection. Given their impressive capabilities, where could they possibly have gone? Am I to know? Shan interjected with a cold smile. However, on my way home last night, I encountered two ruffians. Upon seeing me, they immediately attacked without hesitation. Their skills were woefully inadequate, and I subdued them easily. Captain Lu, are you not referring to them? Upon hearing this, Lu Feng, in a fit of rage, bellowed, Shan, how dare you assault a colleague? You speak utter nonsense. They were in plain clothes, wielding foreign blades, not embroidered spring knives. I searched them thoroughly and found no insignia to verify their identity. Who knows if they were enemies seeking revenge against me? Moreover, they struck first. Everyone present was astute. After Shan articulated his account, both Shangguan Yin'er and Captain Ji pieced together the sequence of events. It was highly likely that Lu Feng, having been humiliated at the Ma residence, had sent his subordinates disguised to teach Shan a lesson. Yet, who would have anticipated that two young flags would prove no match for a centurion? This is utterly humiliating. Where are they now? With a cold and stern expression, Shangguan Yin'er inquired of Shan, who stood not far off. Naturally, those whose identities were unclear had been thrown into the dungeon. As soon as Shan finished speaking, Ji Gang swiftly arranged for someone to rescue them. A few minutes later, the gruesome figures of Zhang Chong and Wang Shun were brought out on stretchers, causing an uproar among the gathered crowd. You tortured them? Lu Feng rushed forward, his voice filled with indignation. I struck his face. The rest is not my concern. Inside were merely rough men confined for too long. Who knows what might happen when they share a space? Su Shan replied with disdain, picking his nose. Su Shan, I swear I will end you, Lu Feng exclaimed, drawing his blade, only to be restrained by Ji Gang from a distance. Lu Shibai, do not compel this Qianhu to dig deeper. Otherwise, your esteemed father of the fourth rank may not be able to protect you. After Ji Gang finished speaking, an infuriated Lu Feng was about to retort when Shang Guanyin interjected, do you still seek to avoid shame? Is this not enough? Immediately get them to the physician. Swallowing his pride, Lu Feng clasped his fists and replied, yes, before hastening to escort them for medical attention. Turning away, Shang Guanyin fixed Su Shan with a piercing gaze and remarked, one at the fifth rank, the other at the sixth. Su Yue, you are quite the enigma. With that, she departed. Ji Gang approached Su Shan and said, how should I address you now? You handled this splendidly. As long as no one catches you by the tail, I will bear the weight of the heavens for you. In response, Su Shan clasped his fists and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Qianhu, for your support. As he turned, Ji Gang glanced at his brothers and remarked, I truly envy you for having such a protective superior as Qianhu. We also admire Qianhu for having such formidable subordinates. Remember this well. If you are bullied and dare not retaliate, do not come to me. I cannot bear that shame. If you risk everything yet suffer losses, I will ensure you reclaim your honor. After Ji Gang's speech, Su Shan, the conspicuous leader, shouted, Qianhu Ji, magnificent. Qianhu Ji, imposing. Qianhu Ji, defecates without passing gas. Get lost. For 2 consecutive days, Su Shan either immersed himself in the document room or scouted around the Jindu Tavern. His every move was reported back to Shang Guanyin by the Qingyao. Over these 2 days, Su Shan reviewed over 100 documents, many of which were misleading. But he truly concentrated on these few. Upon hearing this, Shang Guanyin accepted the documents handed to her by the Qingyao. White hair Lu Yaoji. He had indeed locked on to the suspect. Was this correct? Having eliminated Hua Jiyu led us to lose our trail on investigating Lu Yaoji. Had she spoken up at that moment, fearing possible repercussions afterwards? However, what was his purpose in researching the unique poison of the 5 poison sect, the Sanzinaosi Dan? The subordinate remains unclear. Who is tailing him? Lu Shiba, proactively requesting the mission. Rest assured, the necessary instructions have been duly conveyed to the subordinate. After Qingyu completed her report, a subtle smile crept upon Shang Guanyin's lips. Additionally, based on the clues provided by the late General Ma, we have pinpointed Daijin Shan, the head of the Yuhang Armory. Maintain close surveillance, deploying all elite troops to monitor him, ready to strike at any moment. Understood. A day later, at the Jindu Tavern, disguised in plain clothes, Su Shan arrived early, waiting for Lu Yaoji to make an appearance. Seated 2 tables away, Lu Feng lowered the brim of his hat. His gaze piercing, fixated on Su Shan's every move. Unperturbed, Su Shan had long sensed the lurking hound that had followed him for so many days. From that day forth, a self-serving scheme began to take shape in his mind. Lu Feng, today, if I don't cripple you, I shall share your surname. With a swift motion, Su Shan downed his drink, a peculiar smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 7, A Deadly Trap. Esteemed guest. What may I serve you? A pot of fine daughter's red and a pound of beef. Certainly, 1 pot of fine daughter's red and a pound of marinated beef. Within the bustling tavern, the arrival and order of a white-haired elder drew Su Shan's intense scrutiny, especially as the elder glanced around. Su Shan keenly noticed the mole on his neck. This is identical to the characteristics of Lu Yaoji observed through Ma Xing's perspective, a penchant for wine and a love for meat. This aligns perfectly with the records regarding Lu Yaoji. Additionally, Su Shan observed that although the other party had disguised themselves as an old man, the hand holding the wine cup was remarkably smooth. A natural-born strongman possesses the ability to rejuvenate. What can be altered is the entire body, not merely a single part. Considering the above, Su Shan was convinced that the individual was indeed Lu Yaoji, here to rendezvous with Hua Jiyu. With this thought in mind, Su Shan rose and approached with the wine jug in hand. As he stood, Lu Yaoji, ever vigilant, cast a wary glance in his direction. Not only he, but Lu Feng, alert as a police dog, straightened his posture, poised to investigate. A table for a showdown. Though it was an inquiry, Su Shan took a seat without hesitation. I apologize, but I am awaiting someone. This is reserved for an old friend, Lu Yaoji replied directly. It is Hua Hufa who summoned me. Upon hearing this, Lu Yaoji's hand, which held the wine cup, visibly faltered. The other hand, concealed beneath the table, tightly gripped the hilt of a knife. I am not acquainted with any Hua Hufa. You must be mistaken, Lu Yaoji managed to assert, feigning calmness. Just as he finished speaking, Shan rolled up his sleeve, revealing his arm. The dark line extending from his wrist to the inner elbow instantaneously captivated Lu Yaoji's attention. This peculiar condition arises from the consumption of the unique and clandestine elixir known as the Three Corpses Brain Corpse Pill, belonging to the Five Poisons sect. In the absence of an antidote, once the dark influence reaches the inner elbow, the afflicted individual will succumb to a gruesome fate, bleeding profusely from all 7 orifices before meeting an untimely demise. This is Shan, the fundamental reason for inquiring about the Sansi brain and the corpse pill. There is no more effective method to disarm Lu Yaoji's vigilance than to fall victim to this poison. Of course, all of this is merely a fade. Guardian Lu, I merely wish to survive. Guardian Hua proclaimed, as long as you convey her last words on my behalf, you shall allow me to live. With a sharp sound. Upon hearing the term last words, Lu Yaoji's expression instantly hardened. The wine cup she had lifted was brought down forcefully onto the table. Last words? You mean? Jieyu is dead. Hua Jieyu was killed by the Jinyiwei Shan. Ding. Congratulations, host, for fulfilling Hua Jieyu's final wish. System reward. 25 years of cultivation. Immunity to all poisons. Shan was secretly immersed in the joy of receiving the system's reward. Yet, across from him, Lu Yaoji was engulfed in profound sorrow. Although they often engaged in their own pursuits, whenever they were together, they epitomized the model couple in love. This time, sent to Yu Hang, one to kill Ma Xing, the other to entice Duan Yu. They had promised to return home and beat each other's little angels. But now, they are separated by the realms of life and death. How could this not cause him heartache? Shan of the Jinyiwei, where is the other party? Jiyu, how could you have been captured? Who are you? Upon hearing Lu Yaoji's rapid-fire questions, Shan, with tears streaming down his face, recounted the tale he had meticulously crafted. In his narrative, he portrayed himself as a captain in the Imperial prison, claiming that while guarding Hua Jiyu, he had succumbed to her enchantment and ingested the Three Corpses Brain Corpse Pill. He had initially intended to save her in order to preserve his own life. Yet, to his dismay, during the interrogation conducted by Shan of the Jinyiwei, he had inadvertently killed Hua Jiyu. This story, 7 parts truth and 3 parts fabrication, convinced Lu Yaoji of its veracity. Of course, it was the mention of the Three Corpses Brain Corpse Pill that truly assuaged his suspicions. This particular pill has an antidote only known to the protectors of the Five Poisons sect and above. Before her demise, the Protector Hua had entrusted me with 2 requests. It was said that upon their completion, Protector Lu would provide me with the antidote. The first was to relay the news of her death to you. The second was to bring the culprit Shan to this tavern, to exact her revenge. Upon hearing this, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in Lu Yaoji's eyes. What did you say? Shan is in the tavern? Do not turn around. At the 3rd table to the side, that is indeed Shan of the Jinyiwei. Once Shan had finished his account, Lu Yaoji astutely turned to the side, stealing a glance at Lu Feng at that table. Although he was dressed in plain clothes, the cloud-piercing boots, which could only be worn by those of the rank of 100 household or above, betrayed his identity. The message was delivered, and the person was brought forth. Protector Lu, what about the antidote? Upon hearing this, the coldly resolute Lu Yaoji replied, wait until I use the Jinyiwei identity to escort me out of the city, and the antidote shall naturally be given to you. Wait in the second alley. After I avenge Jieyu, I will seek you out. You may leave first. After Lu Yaoji finished speaking, Shan stood up, his expression conflicted. Protector Lu, you cannot deceive me again, can you? Leave. Reluctantly turning away, Shan hastily exited the tavern. However, as soon as he departed, Lu Feng, who had not followed closely behind, aggressively approached Lu Yaoji's table. With a loud thud, he slammed his weapon onto the table, exuding an air of arrogance. He then demanded with a fierce expression, what did that young man just tell you? Relate it truthfully. If you omit a single word, I will take your life. Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, Lu Yaoji, who had initially planned to wait before making a move, now bore a murderous intent in his eyes. I have yet to seek you out, and you dare to come over here acting as if you're the wolf in charge? Why are you staring? I'm asking you a question. As Lu Feng's words faded, Lu Yaoji swiftly drew her short blade and thrust it towards his chest. Yet, despite her full force strike, the blade failed to penetrate his body completely, merely slicing through his outer garment. It was only then that Lu Yaoji noticed he was clad in a golden soft armor. Golden silk armor? A treasure of Wei. Its resilience could indeed withstand a fatal blow from a master of innate realms. However, even if Lu Feng had narrowly escaped death thanks to this protective gear, the internal force clinging to the blade had inflicted severe damage upon his internal organs. With her initial strike unsuccessful, Lu Yaoji overturned the table and lunged once more at Lu Feng, who was now retreating in terror, his eyes wide with fear. Murder! Murder! The sudden scene sent the patrons of the tavern scattering like startled birds. The shrill cries echoed incessantly throughout the streets. At that moment, Shan had already exited the tavern, a wicked smile adorning his face. Lu Shibai, I hope you can hold on until reinforcements arrive. Just as he murmured these words, Lu Feng, who had been violently assaulted, fearfully triggered the distress signal. Chapter 8. The Killer, Shan of the Imperial Guard. A single distress signal summons countless brothers. The thunderous sound resonated throughout the entirety of eastern Yuhang, prompting the previously stationed Imperial Guards, arranged by Lu Feng, to rush towards the commotion. In response to the disturbance, the town's defense office dispatched elite troops to hasten towards the eastern city. Meanwhile, the concealed Shan blended into the crowd within the alleys, channeling his 25 years of cultivation into the elusive Lingbo Weibu technique. His postnatal 7th grade strength paled in comparison to Lu Yaoji. To seize the opportunity, he needed to swiftly elevate his realm. Upon Shan's command, the cultivation value of 25 rapidly reset to 0. The subsequent process of honing his skills felt like a divine revelation, enhancing his physique. After 21 years of refining Lingbo Weibu, he transcended the state of ethereal as a spirit, stepping into the realm of dust rising from silk stockings. In the 30th year of diligent effort, as the dust scattered beneath his feet, he moved with unrestrained grace. Time does not betray those who strive. In the 40th year of perfecting Lingbo Weibu, he finally entered the legendary state of now here, now there. The ocean of knowledge is boundless, and toil is the vessel, in the fleeting span of 45 years. He gained profound insights into now here, now there. He was but a step away from ultimate perfection. As he felt the enhancement in his physique after several cycles of internal energy circulation, Shan realized he was nearing completion. The 45 years dedicated to perfecting Lingbo Weibu had brought him closer to the pinnacle of mastery. Now as light as a swallow, he felt his internal strength surging. His movements delicate and swift. He even sensed the signs of the 3 flowers gathering at the crown, a precursor to achieving the innate realm. With elation, he opened his status panel. Postnatal 9th grade, great perfection. Just one step away from the innate realm. If he could fully comprehend Lingbo Weibu, he would undoubtedly enter the legendary innate level. It was no wonder that heroes of the martial world fervently competed for such an unparalleled skill. Mastering a technique like this could lead to the elusive innate realm. Meanwhile, just a street away, in the Jinyiwei tavern, Lu Feng was enduring the most brutal of beatings. Bang, clatter, thud, ack. Lu Feng, the 100 household, was forcefully hurled out of the 2nd floor of the tavern by Lu Yaoji, shattering the wooden window and crashing heavily onto the street below. His legs, now grotesquely contorted, expressed an agony so profound that he cried out in torment. Covered in blood, he emitted a sound of helpless whimpering. With a swift motion, Lu Yaoji descended from the 2nd floor, clearly intent on not letting her opponent escape. Shan, you worthless dog, come and face your death. Upon hearing these words, Lu Feng, struggling to lift himself, was left utterly bewildered. Shan? Who in the world is Shan? I am Lu Feng. At this moment, he had no time for explanations. Save me, save me. With a sudden rush, Lu Feng's subordinates momentarily halted Lu Yaoji's murderous advance. Yet, their attempts were futile, as they were no match for their adversary, serving merely to delay the inevitable. Die. With a fierce expression, Lu Yaoji swung her blade at Lu Feng, who lay like a dead dog. Just then, a spear hurtled toward them from afar. Sensing the terrifying power contained within its tip, Lu Yaoji instinctively staggered back several steps. In the next instant, a graceful figure seized the spear and boldly positioned herself before Lu Feng and his companions. It was none other than Qing Yao, the trusted guard of Shangwan Yener. The tyrant spear? What connection do you have with the renowned gun master Qing Long of the Jinyiwei? In merely a glance, Lu Yaoji, who felt the sting of her own blood from the impact, recognized the formidable skill being wielded against her. The 4 great leaders of the Jinyiwei, known as the 4 heavenly kings, Qing Long, Baihu, Zhu Ke, and Xuanwu. Qing Long, who once swept through the rivers and lakes of the Ming dynasty with the tyrant spear, had earned a fearsome reputation. Thus, when Qingyu executed this technique, Lu Yaoji instinctively felt a pang of trepidation. Without a word, Qingyu, fierce and resolute, did not engage in idle chatter with Lu Yaoji. With her spear striking like a dragon, she directly lunged at her opponent. Lu Yaoji, already at a disadvantage in strength, could only resist stubbornly. After taking several hits, her defeat became apparent. Meanwhile, reinforcements from the Jinyiwei had arrived in haste. Realizing that remaining could lead to encirclement, Lu Yaoji seized a poison gas grenade from her bosom. Following that, a loud bang echoed through the scene. The gas was toxic. Quickly, block your nostrils. The well-informed Qingyu shouted immediately. Just as her warning fell, Lu Yaoji's fierce voice rang out, drawing closer to the ears of the crowd. Shan, I swear I will take your life. Search. Seal the city gates and search every street. He is severely injured and cannot run far. Yes. Shan, who had been quietly observing the entire battle, quickly discerned the direction in which Lu Yaoji was fleeing and employed his swift movement technique to pursue her. Now, in terms of agility, even the likes of Qingyu could not keep pace with him. Lu Protector, I am here. In the narrow alley, Shan peeked out, waving at Lu Yaoji, who was staggering towards him, clutching his wounds from several gunshots. Now, utterly convinced of the current state of this lieutenant who had been pierced by the 3-corpse brain pill, Lu Yaoji hurried towards him, determined to find a place to tend to his injuries. Quick! As he spoke, he attempted to take the healing medicine into his mouth. Suddenly, before he could consume it, Lu Yaoji felt a searing pain as a knife pierced through his chest. In disbelief, he instinctively raised his head, only to see Shan, with a cold smile on his face, looking back at him. Lu Protector, weren't you always inquiring how Jinyiwei met her demise? Well, this is how she perished. With a swift thrust, Shan, who had previously lacked such strength, effortlessly penetrated the body of a third-tier innate expert. Now, empowered and no longer the underdog, his prowess was sufficient to claim a life at such close range. You are. Lu Yaoji, with eyes widening in shock, summoned every ounce of strength to utter these words. Shan, his smile unwavering, responded deliberately, Shan. Jinyiwei, Shan. With a decisive slash, he delivered the fatal blow, concluding the nefarious life of this notorious thief. Just as Lu Yaoji fell, a notification echoed in Shan's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for fulfilling Ma Xing's wish. System reward: 30 years of cultivation, reverse Tuyin sword technique. Chapter 9. Truly, this brings me honor. After receiving the reward, Shan expended another 10 years of cultivation to perfect the Lingbo Weibu technique. 3 flowers gather at the apex, unlocking the innate realm. At the moment he officially stepped into this realm, Shan felt his strength elevate by more than a single tier. Compared to his previous postnatal 9th rank, his power had doubled. In the Ming dynasty, the innate realm was indeed a mark of strength. Within the Jinfu division, there existed an unwritten rule. To be promoted to a small banner, one must at least possess a postnatal 5th rank to attain the title of general banner. A postnatal 8th rank was essential, regardless of one's merits. The standard for trial 100 households was the innate realm. Clearly, Shan's rank did not align with his newfound capabilities. With a foundation built over time, he remained patient. The reverse Tuyin sword technique. With 20 years of cultivation left, he would dedicate it all to mastering this technique. As Shan began his study, the essence and truths of the reverse Tuyin sword technique flooded into his mind like a chisel carving stone. The technique comprised 4 forms and 5 strikes. 1. The ruins of mountains and rivers. 2. The power that shakes the 8 desolations. 3. Wearing stars in the moon. 4. The blade divides yin and yang. Only after mastering all 4 forms to perfection and comprehending the intent of the blade could one hope to cultivate the 5th strike, the sun and moon without light. Having mastered the first 4 forms, this martial art can only be deemed as superior. However, upon advancing to the 5th strike, it shall be regarded as an unparalleled martial discipline. With your profound inner strength, during the first year of honing the 2 instruments blade technique, you have already grasped the ability to shatter mountains and rivers. Through unwavering perseverance in the 5th year, you have comprehended the power of the landscape, delivering a strike that reverberates across the vast expanse. In the 10th year, under the luminous stars of the galaxy, you have realized the essence of overcoming rigidity with flexibility, executing a strike beneath the celestial canopy that subtly embodies the spirit of the blade. In the relentless pursuit of knowledge during the 20th year, You have cleaved through the duality of yin and yang, reversing the two instruments, achieving mastery of the blade's intent that shakes the heavens and stirs the earth. With a swift and fluid motion, Shan, in the throes of blade intent, effortlessly severed a substantial portion of the wall within the alley. As he reveled in the profundity of his blade's essence, a grin spread across his face. Impressive. Have I directly attained the second tier of the innate realm? At this moment, Shan firmly believed that even when confronting Lu Yaoji and Hua Jiyu alone, he possessed the confidence to strike them down with a single blow. Regaining his composure, he began to search Lu Yaoji for possessions. Merely the silver notes alone amounted to thousands of taels. Truly, this was an extravagant display of wealth beyond reason. It is worth noting that his monthly salary as a lieutenant was merely 5 taels. The array of poisons he carried was equally astonishing. There were mesmerizing scents, alluring aphrodisiac powders, softening elixirs, heart-wrenching concoctions, and mind-altering pills. With such tools at his disposal, Shan felt empowered to contend with even more formidable martial practitioners. You still have a dying wish? You don't expect me to avenge you, do you? Observing the faint green aura atop Lu Yaoji's head, Shan instinctively reached out to touch it. Ding dong. The quest of the deceased, Lu Yaoji's dying wish, was announced. Quest details: administer the alluring aphrodisiac powder to Shi Minqing's concubine, Heir, causing her to descend into madness. Quest rewards: 20 years of cultivation, mastery of poison techniques. What in the world? Before his demise, did he still harbor thoughts of others' families? After administering poison, were there no further demands? Shi Minqing, was he not the one who usurped his fiancée, Jinyiwei? At that moment, while Shan was lost in thought, the sound of the crumbling wall in the alley drew the attention of the surrounding Jinyiwei officers. Inside the town protector's office, the grim-faced Ji gang coldly bellowed. Dig 3 feet into the ground. We must locate Lu Yaoji. Yes, such a ruckus had been stirred, if the murderer were not brought to justice. Where would the Jinyiwei's reputation stand? Just as Ji Gang's words fell, a small flag officer accompanying Lu Feng relayed the situation to Shangguan Yin'er, his disappointment palpable. Each one of them bore injuries, some even spoke with a quivering voice. Had it not been for Shan's silence, driven by fear of death, would we have suffered such losses? Indeed, even Lu Shibai's life hangs in the balance. You must advocate for us. As they spoke, several small flag officers and the chief flag officer directed their piercing gazes at Ji Gang in the distance. With their backgrounds, they were unafraid of a mere school officer. Yet the might of Yuhang loomed large. Though Ji Gang was merely a 1,000 household captain, he was renowned in the town protector's office for his prowess. Known as Southern Ji, Northern Zhua, he thrived in adversity. His strength was enigmatic. Even the influential Shangguan Yin'er had to show him some respect in Yuhang, let alone the lower-ranked officers. Where is Shan now? After a moment of silence, Shangguan Yin'er furrowed her brows and inquired. He fled. After instigating the trouble, he abandoned Lu Shibai at the Jindu Tavern and vanished like a rabbit, leaving no trace. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Yin'er turned to Ji Gang, asking, "What is your perspective on this matter, Captain Ji?" Without a hint of hesitation, Ji Gang responded, each word firm. "My soldiers do not cower. Report." Just as Ji Gang finished speaking, a subordinate rushed back in, excitement lacing his voice. "Captain Ji, we have captured Lu Yaoji." Where? Su, the school officer, is bringing his corpse to the entrance. As the small flag officers and the chief flag officer heard this, they were left speechless, particularly after Ji Gang cast a meaningful glance at them just before stepping out. The group could hardly suppress a deep swallow. In the Yuhang town protectorate, there were no soldiers who feared for their lives, nor were there any cowards who cried for their mothers after enduring a beating. As they walked out, Ji Gang spoke with fierce intent, each word a gem that left the small banners and the main flag utterly ashamed. After casting a sharp glare at them, Shangguan Yin'er also exited. Just beyond the door, they beheld Shan, drenched in blood, dragging the corpse of Lu Yaoji, advancing step by step towards them. During this moment, the crimson remnants of the setting sun illuminated him, accentuating his towering figure. "Old Ji, I need a raise. If next month's salary remains at 5 taels, even a dog wouldn't take this job." Shan's words elicited uncontrollable laughter from Ji Gang, who immediately rushed forward. Upon confirming Shan was unharmed, he shouted, "Absolutely. It must be increased. From this day forth, Shan shall be promoted to a small banner. Qin Changdong." Here, the equally excited Qin Changdong quickly stepped forward. "You'll be signing this under my authority." "Yes. You're really giving me face." Chapter 10. The Dandy and Brocade. What are you showing off for? Had it not been for Jinyiwei.He wounding Lu Yaoji, would you have had such an opportunity? The harmonious atmosphere was abruptly shattered by a sudden voice. Swish. The cold, piercing gazes of the Jinyiwei instantly focused on the speaker, the main flag. Ma Ming, a trusted confidant of Lu Feng and the superior of Zhang Chong and Wang Shan, emboldened by Shangguan Yin'er's presence nearby, could not resist mocking a few words. What are you looking at? Did I say something wrong? Given this chance, I could do it too. After he arrogantly concluded his statement, Shangguan Yin'er was about to reprimand him, but Su Shan interjected with a stern expression. Officer Shangguan, I recall that our protectorate has an unwritten rule. For a lieutenant to be promoted to a small banner, they must exchange at least 10 moves with a main flag heir. This rule cannot be broken. So I choose him. Su Shan raised his right arm, directly pointing at Ma Ming. I accept your challenge. Ma Ming, possessing strength close to the 9th grade of postnatal, replied directly. Please. Su Shan raised his right hand, gesturing towards an empty space nearby. With a cold smirk, Ma Ming added, remember, at least 10 moves. No calling for a halt. Nor can anyone interfere. As he spoke, Ma Ming cast a meaningful glance at Ji Gang and the others. It will determine both victory and life or death. Well, once Su Shan concluded his remarks, both Ji Gang and Qin Chandong, along with their companions, were left utterly astonished. Just as they prepared to voice their thoughts, Su Shan raised his hand to silence them. Gazing at Ji Qinhu, who adhered strictly to the rules, Ma Ming, standing in opposition to Su Shan, spoke with solemnity. In his estimation, victory was assured. 10 moves, only 10 moves. Within this limit, no one would dare intervene, concerned that she might be too extreme. Shangguan Yin'er decisively stated her intention to witness the full extent of Su Xiaowei's capabilities. Since Deputy Minister Shangguan had spoken, they would abide by this standard. In Ji Gang's view, Su Shan, who could defeat 2 5th and 6th rank small flags with his single prowess, should at least withstand 10 moves from the opponent. However, for those familiar with Ma Ming, they knew he was a disciple of Shaolin, having refined the formidable iron sand palm to mastery. When he truly exerted himself, he could contend with even a 9th rank opponent. Begin. At Ji Gang's command, Ma Ming sprang into action, launching himself directly at Su Shan. Iron sand palm. Employing his unique technique, he was determined to teach his rival a lesson within 10 moves. Observing this spectacle, Lu Feng's subordinates, who had met with misfortune that day, reveled in schadenfreude. Conversely, their colleagues from Yuhang, led by Qin Chandong, felt a surge of anxiety for Su Shan, especially when they noticed he did not budge an inch. Su Shan, be careful. Iron sand palm is a hard style. Do not engage in a direct confrontation. As he spoke, Qin Chandong gestured for the others to step back, granting Su Shan the space to evade. However, before they could retreat, Su Shan made no extravagant choices. He met Ma Ming head-on. At this, a fierce glint flashed across Ma Ming's face. An ant trying to shake a tree? Utterly deluded. Seeking death. The moment their fists collided, a jarring sound of breaking bones and Ma Ming's anguished scream echoed throughout the training grounds. In an instant, he was sent flying like a kite with its strings severed. Without waiting for him to touch the ground, Su Shan, employing the agile Lingbo Weibu, reappeared before his opponent in a flash. Witnessing this, Shangguan Yin'er and Ji Gang exclaimed in unison, such swift footwork. No sooner had they spoken than Su Shan's second strike landed on Ma Ming. Concurrently, he vented his frustrations at a group of incompetent allies. You lot, with your pretentious airs and official boots and embroidered spring blades, are just a step away from having Jinyiwei inscribed on your foreheads. The sounds of impact reverberated through the air. As the third strike landed, Ma Ming's wails, akin to a ghostly howl, nearly subsided. Bloodied and battered, his consciousness had grown increasingly hazy. Particularly with Lu Feng, the moment crack and snap echoed. I finally confirmed the identity of the disguised Lu Yaoji. I prepared to summon assistance, seeking a secluded spot to act. By the 5th strike, Ma Ming's body had been forcefully driven into the ground by Su Shan, creating a human-shaped indentation in what was once a flat surface. In a state of sheer desperation, he hastily resorted to violence, seemingly unconcerned about the repercussions. I momentarily refrained from questioning whether he possessed the strength to contend with his opponent. Even if he did, the Golden Capital Tavern was filled with common folk. If one were to be injured or several to perish, would they simply walk away unscathed while we, the locals, face the repercussions, enduring insults to our very lineage? With the 9th strike resonating, a cloud of dust enveloped the scene. accompanied by a gory splatter of blood. Cease. Unable to bear the sight, Shangwan Yin'er timely intervened. Upon hearing her plea, Su Shan slowly straightened his posture, a cold smile creeping across his face as he retorted. Madam Shangwan, this is merely the 9th move. Surely, we must complete 10. With a disdainful hun a spit, Su Shan, standing imposingly, discharged a mouthful of ancient phlegm upon his adversary. As he nonchalantly turned away, arms outstretched, he proclaimed, I had pinned up frustration seeking an outlet, and yet he foolishly delivered himself right to me. Old G. Did you not assert that the envoy sent to Yuhang consisted of elite forces? Is this truly elite? After Su Shan's brazen declaration, Ji Gang, regaining his composure, stood tall and declared, the unit led by Lu Shibai is from the Inspection Division, not directly under Madame Shangwan. Upon hearing Inspection Division, the crowd's expressions shifted to one of disdainful realization. The Inspection Division, one of the 10 divisions under the Jinfu Division, primarily functions in confiscation. Historically, confiscation has always been a lucrative endeavor. Rarely deployed to the front lines, they enjoy minimal risk and substantial rewards, making it an excellent venue for the scions of the capital to embellish their standing. However, to ascend to a commanding position, one must indeed possess genuine and formidable strength. This mountain, relying solely on brute force, shattered Ma Ming, who was nearing the pinnacle of the postnatal 9th rank, through sheer eruption of power. Thus, his strength must at least be at the consummate level of the postnatal 9th rank, or perhaps even within the realm of the innate. How terrifying indeed. The palpable impact of each strike has allowed the young nobles of the capital to truly appreciate the essence of what it means to be a dapper ruffian. I could do it too. Echoes the remnants of Ma Ming's earlier bravado, lingering in the air. Yet, upon reflection, it is steeped in irony, particularly when he was collectively yanked from the ground by the throng. This dismal scene instills a sense of dread. For Su Shan, however, he has fought, vented his frustrations, and cast aside his burdens. Perfect. Brother Shan, an incident has occurred. Chapter 11. Are you attempting to bully me? Just as Su Shan had changed his attire and was receiving congratulations from the crowd, a brawny gatekeeper rushed over in a flurry. What is it? A young girl has arrived outside, urgently requesting that I inform you that there is a significant issue at home and that you must return at once. Without hesitation, Su Shan dashed out, leaving those words behind him. At a distance, he spotted a thin girl standing there, visibly anxious. Little Dobao? The girl was none other than Su Shan's neighbor, his little sister. Brother Shan, you must hurry back. The Jin family, accompanied by the head of the guard at the west gate, has come to your home, banging drums and making a fuss to annul the engagement. Mother has fainted from anger. Upon hearing this, Su Shan's fury ignited, his expression transforming into one of cold severity and ferocity. The origin of all this turmoil lies with Su Shan's previous incarnation, a hopeless, infatuated soul. The Su and Jin families had exchanged formal betrothal gifts. 3 months prior, the Jin family, having ingratiated themselves with the Shimin clan, attempted to annul the engagement with the Su family, unable to bear the humiliation. The previous incarnation of Su Shan tragically ended his own life by leaping into the river. This incident stirred considerable commotion throughout the streets. Fearing public ridicule, the Jin family was unable to finalize the annulment. During these 3 months, Jin Lian, who had long since forsaken her dignity, had secretly engaged in a clandestine affair with Shimin Qing, even becoming pregnant. As a prominent family in Yuhang, the Shimin clan would undoubtedly refuse to accept a woman still bound by a marriage contract, even as a mere concubine that could not afford to bear such disgrace. Therefore, the duplicitous Jin Lian, wishing to maintain an appearance of respectability, orchestrated a grand spectacle today to formally return the marriage contract and dowry to the Su family. However, their actions amounted to a blatant affront, humiliating the Su family in the most degrading manner. With a swift motion, Su Shan seized the reins from a colleague and mounted his horse, galloping urgently towards his home. Inside the Su residence, Sumu Wu Su, barely revived from the grip of a neighbor, pointed a trembling arm towards Jin Lian's father, Jin Shan, not far off. You must not bully us too much, she implored. Jin Shan, with a disdainful smirk, retorted, Are we the ones being overly oppressive, or is it your family who is discarding Bai Lian? Spare me the pitiful act. It serves no purpose. This engagement shall be annulled, whether you like it or not. After Jin Shan's proclamation, an onlooker among the gathered crowd expressed indignation. Is it appropriate to make such a ruckus over an annulment? Is this not an insult to a widowed mother? At this, Hu Rui, The Shi Min family's chief instructor who accompanied Jin Shan rose abruptly, declaring, to insult him is to regard him with esteem. His fierce gaze swept over the curious neighbors, while the Shi Min retainers positioned themselves menacingly at the entrance, intimidating the onlookers into silence. With a swift motion, Hu Rui produced a silver ingot and, as he turned, tossed it at Wu Su's feet, stating, "You initially demanded 5 taels and betrothal gifts. Today, our young master from the Shi Min family offers you 50 taels in return. Sign this annulment document without further resistance." The pre-prepared letter of annulment has cast all the blame and disgrace upon the Su family. Once signed, their reputation will be irrevocably tarnished. Get lost. Just as Hu Ruigang uttered these words, Su Shan, who had hurried back, swiftly struck the servant blocking the door of the Shi Min family. Following this, he strode in with a commanding presence, his gaze piercing as he scanned the scene. Su Shan. The moment Shan'er saw Jin Shan, he instinctively shrank back behind Hu Ruigang, feeling a twinge of fear. After all, the opponent held an official position. However, the sneering coach Zhang deliberately raised his voice, proclaiming, "Young Master Jin, there is no need to fear this fellow. He is merely a lowly officer of the Jinyiwei. The godfather of the Shi Min young master is none other than the esteemed Gu Daong, one of the 8 tigers of the Eastern Factory." Are you aware of the Eastern Factory? It specifically oversees the Jinyiwei. This time, when the Shi Min young master takes a concubine, his elder will personally come to Hangzhou to offer congratulations. Even if this brat had 10 times the courage, he would not dare to act. It is precisely due to this gilded background that Hu Ruig, possessing the strength of an 8th-grade official, felt emboldened to swagger into the Su residence. In terms of connections, he is lacking. In terms of strength, he is utterly worthless. As these words were spoken, Su Shan directly approached his mother. In his previous life as an orphan, he had now fully experienced the warmth of maternal love in this life. For this reason alone, he would not allow her to suffer even the slightest grievance. "Mother, you go inside and rest. Leave the matters outside to Shan'er." Supporting Wu Su, Su Shan escorted her into the house. After offering her earnest reassurances, he firmly closed the door. It was indeed more fitting for the principal party to resolve this matter personally. "I warn you, do not resort to any tricks of crying, throwing tantrums, or threatening to hang yourself. You, Su Shan, will sign this letter of annulment today, even if it means your demise here." As Hu Ruig spoke with a playful expression, Su Shan, with an impassive demeanor, descended the steps. With a decisive kick, he sent the 50 taels of silver ingots flying before Hu Ruig, and added emphatically, "Swallow this." "What? Haha. I recently heard you've gone mad, and at first, I didn't believe it. But now it seems it's true. Who do you think you are to act so arrogantly before me?" In a flash, with the grace of the Lingbo Weibu technique, Su Shan dashed forward, and with a powerful punch, he struck Hu Ruig squarely on the side of the face. In an instant, Hu Ruig was sent flying, crashing against the surrounding wall before tumbling down. The sudden scene startled Jin Shan and his companions, who had been boasting moments before, prompting their terrified cries. Meanwhile, Su Shan, having picked up the silver ingot, strode boldly to Hu Rui and, in full view of the crowd, forcefully thrust it into his mouth before unleashing a barrage of punches. The sounds of bang, bang, bang echoed as Hu Rui's teeth, along with blood, splattered everywhere, until his head was brutally embedded into the ground, a grotesque mess of flesh and blood, with the ingots lodged deep in his mouth. The sight left the retinue of the Shi Min family, who had accompanied them, swallowing hard in fear. As Su Shan turned, they staggered back a few steps, none daring to show their teeth. They watched as he approached Jin Shan, who, with no avenue of escape, collapsed against the wall. Trembling as he looked up at Su Shan, his satin pants soaked through. Chapter 12. The Massacre. Su Shan, you and I." Jin Shan stammered incoherently, unable to utter a complete sentence. Su Shan, standing before him, pointed at the returned betrothal gifts and commanded, "Consume them. With this, the Jin and Su families shall have no further entanglements." The silence in the courtyard was broken by the sound of collective gulps as the onlookers grasped the gravity of the word "consume," thanks to Hu Rui's grim fate. Just then, a member of the Jin family attempted to make a hasty exit, but Su Shan swiftly blocked the door, his face contorting in terror. "Shan, I'm just here to make up the numbers. Before he could finish, Su Shan crushed the man's legs with a brutal stomp, eliciting a piercing scream that reverberated throughout the space. "Eat whatever you brought, consume it all, and lick clean the spittle you just spat in this yard." In a state of despair, the crowd dared not resist any longer. Those quick to act grabbed satin and raw meat, while the slower ones ended up with jade bracelets and porcelain. The sound of crunching porcelain filled the air as Shan and the others, with their mouths stuffed with shards, bled from the corners of their lips. Ugh! The individuals with raw meat and satin could not suppress their retching. Once the scene was nearly cleared, Shan finally stepped aside from the doorway and remarked, "Why did you come here with such fanfare? Just like lousy. How can I strike the gongs and drums to return if I discover anyone daring to feign compliance while harboring ulterior motives? The Shiman family will not be able to protect you. This is what Shan vows." Indeed, indeed. Clatter, clatter. After uttering these words, Shiman and the Jin family hastily retreated. The jarring sound of gongs and drums reverberated once more. However, in stark contrast to their earlier imposing demeanor, they returned as if mourning a death. Within the Shiman residence, bang, crash, Shiman Qing, who had just shattered a Zisha teapot in his hand, seethed, "Shan, you wretched dog. I swear, this grudge shall not go unavenged." Beside him, the weeping Heir added fuel to the fire. "Master, you must ensure they suffer dearly. My poor brother Rue may not survive. Fear not, Heir. Tomorrow morning, my godfather will arrive in Yuhang, and then I shall make him wish for death." That night, after soothing his mother, Shan vanished into the darkness under the pretense of duty. When he re-emerged, he had stealthily infiltrated the Shiman family's rear courtyard. For Shan, the notion of a gentleman seeking revenge after a decade is nonsense. The path to survival lies in nipping all dangers in the bud. Of course, in order to fulfill Liu Yaoji's dying wish and attain 20 years of cultivation, Shan was prepared to employ even more nefarious methods. Under the cover of the ethereal Lingbo Weibu, Shan seamlessly merged into the deserted surroundings of the Shiman estate, lurking before Heir's chamber. He overheard that Shiman Qing would grace her with his presence that evening. After the servants departed, he utilized a mesmerizing fragrance to render her unconscious within the room. With utmost care, he entered, administering a dose of Huan powder to her. Following that, he emulated Liu Yaoji, applying the Chihuan Duanchang powder onto her. Once all was accomplished, he quietly exited the room and slipped away from the Shiman residence. He headed to a tavern where he procured some spirits and braised beef, then made his way directly to the 6th Division of the Jinyiwei, where he was on duty. Meanwhile, as he reveled in the prospect of promotion, treating his comrades to meat and drink, Heir, gradually regaining consciousness, felt an increasing restlessness within her. Just then, the late-arriving Shiman Qing pushed open the door with a creak. "Meyer, your young master has arrived." Slap. No sooner had Shiman Qing spoken than the drug-affected Heir lunged at him. Faced with such an uninhibited concubine, Shiman Qing smirked. "What this? Are you afraid that I shall marry Jin Lian and neglect you? Rest assured, I shall be generous to both." After speaking, he immediately pounced upon the woman before him. Minutes later, Shimin de Guanrun, his tongue turning purple and lips pale, grasped his own neck, his bloodshot eyes pushing away the woman beside him. This is poisonous. You, Mayor." Before he could finish his words, Shimin Qing collapsed lifelessly onto the ground. At this moment, Heir, under the full effects of the drug, fell into a frenzy. With a loud crash, she staggered out of the room, desperately searching for an antidote. Was it Shimin Qing? "Come, I have something to discuss with you." Just as the elder Shiman, carrying a lantern and preparing to have a private conversation with his son, emerged at this critical juncture. "Master, save me." With disheveled clothes, Heir immediately lunged forward. The elder Shiman, already coveting his son's concubine, could not withstand such temptation. Once she pressed close, he completely forgot everything. However, such exhilaration lasted for less than 2 minutes. Suddenly, his body convulsed, racked with pain, and he widened his eyes, struggling to say, It is poisonous." The first-time poisoner, Shan, had chosen to err on the side of caution, using a dosage that was more than sufficient to prevent any mishaps. This also led to Heir, who failed to find solace from the cool demeanor of the Shiman family, frantically searching for her next target. The strange sounds from the backyard caught the attention of the guards. "Young mistress, what are you doing?" When they saw Heir, disheveled and rushing towards them, the servants who had been clandestinely communicating with her no longer pretended. Each displayed their own unique talents. However, mere minutes later, someone was violently ill, meeting their demise. Another was bleeding from all orifices, racked with unbearable pain. Woof woof. The vicious dog tethered nearby, which usually consumed even the most repugnant things. In the next moment, a chilling background melody abruptly played. Su Shan himself did not anticipate that a revenge scheme solely aimed at the young master of the Shiman family would nearly culminate in a massacre. Meanwhile, Su Shaoqi was in Qin Changdong's office, exchanging pleasantries over drinks. A sudden system notification caused him to smile. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for fulfilling Lu Yaoji's last wish. Task reward: 20 years of cultivation and mastery of poison techniques. It was accomplished. One could only wonder how frenzied Hu Meyer would be tonight. Chapter 13. There is much depth within. Bang. Qin Changdong set down his wine bowl, wiped the corner of his mouth, and casually stuffed a piece of sauced beef into his mouth. Chewing, he spoke to Su Shan beside him. Today, I heard about the incident at your home. Well done. It's just like courting a woman. When it's time to be firm, one must not be soft. Otherwise, one will only be ridiculed as a coward. Hearing this, Su Shan smiled and replied, Thank you, Uncle Qin, for your guidance. Bang. After saying this, he proactively raised a cup. But Uncle Qin, does the Shiman family truly have the backing of Gu Deong, one of the 8 tigers of the Eastern Depot? Even if he has the support of the Eastern Depot's commissioner, we are not afraid of him. Uncle Qin, before drinking, you say I am from Yuhang, but after drinking, it's Yuhang is mine? Isn't the Eastern Depot under the jurisdiction of the town suppression office? That was in the past, not now. Oh, is there a story behind this? After Su Shan finished speaking, fueled by the alcohol, Qin Changdong remarked, Currently, the inspector of the Eastern and Western depots, Chao Zhengchun, has emerged from Yongshou Palace. From the Lin family of Yongshou Palace? The late emperor was infatuated with immortality and neglected state affairs. Consequently, imperial power fell into the hands of the external Lin family in the capital. Especially after the sudden demise of the late emperor, the Lin family dominated, with Empress Lin exercising power behind the curtain for nearly a decade. Her brother, Lin Ruopu, was even revered as the prime minister. It was not until a few years ago that Empress Zhu Yue awakened her ancestral lineage, manifesting a celestial phenomenon with a golden dragon encircling a pillar, that Empress Lin was compelled to return power to the ruler. However, the power within the court remains largely under Lin's control. The feudal lords stationed abroad, in conjunction with local factions, also heed the edicts selectively, apart from a few thousand elite troops. The only authority the Empress possesses is the pacification office overseen by the imperial master, for the sake of vying for power on behalf of their sovereign. The Eastern and Western factories have engaged in both overt and covert struggles against the pacification office for many years. To illustrate, take the case of Duan Yu, the son of the Dali kingdom, who first expressed his allegiance to the Empress only to meet his demise in Yuhang shortly thereafter. The pacification office was unaware of his incognito visit. How did the Wadujio from the distant Miao territory learn of it? Furthermore, there is General Ma, who covertly reported the illicit trade of military supplies and provisions. As soon as Deputy Minister Shang Wan arrived, he vanished. Qin Changdong, who speaks only briefly, adds, The depths of this matter are profound. One thing, however, is certain. As long as we remain unscathed, the eunuchs of the Eastern factory cannot touch our Jinyiwei. Previously, as a school lieutenant, many matters did not concern you. Now that you have attained the rank of a minor banner officer, with vast prospects ahead, it is essential to be aware of certain truths. Qin Changdong's heartfelt words provided Su Shan with a clearer understanding of the current situation. Su Shan, are you present? Where's Lao Qin? Just then, a resounding voice echoed from outside the door. Instinctively, Su Shan turned and opened the door, and upon recognizing the visitor's appearance, he smiled and said, Uncle Li, you are indeed at the office. It seems that matter has nothing to do with you. The visitor was none other than the head of the 6th Division, Shiba, Hu Li Ziki. Su Shan's father had been his superior during his lifetime. Although Li Ziki did not attend to Su Shan with the same meticulous care as Qin Changdong, he nonetheless provided ample support. What matters concern Su Shan? Qin Changdong asked instinctively, rising as well. The Shiman family nearly faced extermination. Extermination? The mere mention of these words shocked even Su Shan. He had only targeted Shiman Qing. How could it lead to a massacre? Shiman Qing's concubine had been poisoned with Huan powder, and toxic substances were applied to her skin. From the elder Shiman to the young master and the household servants below, all succumbed to the poison. Even the family dog was not spared. After Li Ziki succinctly conveyed this information, Su Shan and Qin Changdong could not contain their laughter. The gravity of the revelation was overwhelming. Oh, by the way, Su Shan, Tang Shiba from the 9th Division specifically requested your assistance in investigating a case. The horses are ready for you at the entrance. Upon hearing this, Shan expressed his surprise. The Ninth Division? The jurisdiction of the Ninth Division encompasses the ferry crossings of the Grand Canal. It is a place rife with chaos and numerous gangs. Is it yet another gang conflict? If it were a gang brawl, there would be no need for your esteemed presence. Li Ziqi's jest prompted Shan to hastily wave his hand in flattery. A dozen porters have perished. The furious Ji Qian who ordered Old Tang to solve the case within a specified time frame. A dozen, you say? This incident undoubtedly constitutes a major case in Yuhang. Without pretense, Shan and the small flag from the Ninth Division hastened towards the scene of the crime. Along the way, they gleaned some understanding of the situation. A dozen laborers had been bound to stone pillars and submerged in the river. The upstream gate had been opened, washing them from the riverbed. Initially, only one corpse was recovered, but as the retrieval continued, the count rose to 12. Their identities were largely confirmed. All were laborers who had long frequented the ferry. Upon hearing this, Shan furrowed his brow and remarked, "Did their families not report their disappearance? Some employers require laborers to accompany the boats, and when they leave for 3 to 5 days, few notice their absence. However, it is certain that they were called away urgently 3 nights prior. The foreman who summoned them is also among the victims." As they spoke, Shan and his companion arrived at the scene. After exchanging pleasantries with Tang Shibai from the Ninth Division, Shan approached the corpses. All had been killed instantly. He found it hard to fathom how a group of laborers could harbor such deep-seated enmity that led to their murder and subsequent concealment in the river. When Tang Shibai made this observation, Shan, under the guise of inspecting the wounds, utilized his clairvoyant abilities to reconstruct the final moments of the deceased. "Please, don't kill us. We saw nothing." The scene began with the laborers pleading for their lives, yet the assailant showed no hesitation in striking. As a fourth-tier innate practitioner, Shan was capable of deducing the last 60 minutes of the deceased's lives, skipping over irrelevant moments. He finally identified the crux of the matter in the 30-something minute mark. With a loud crash, 2 laborers, struggling with a heavy wooden crate, slipped and fell. The contents of the crate spilled across the ground. What? This isn't filled with silk and porcelain. What lay beneath were weapons. No. The markings on them were familiar. Were they not the armaments of the Armory Division? This was a crime punishable by death. The dialogue between the 2 laborers heightened Shan's tension. Even more infuriating was a middle-aged man, who, upon witnessing this, exclaimed, "What the hell?" In that instant, the fury inherited through 2 lifetimes surged within Shan. Those damn devils? Chapter 14. Children make choices, adults take everything. With a flurry of blows, a soldier charged at the laborers, delivering punches and kicks while hurling verbal insults without pause. Fortunately, the foreman, Wang Defa, rushed forward to shield them. However, their submissiveness did not elicit any sympathy from the other party. Instead, after the cargo was loaded, a massacre commenced. Master Chong, we are merely laborers. Absolutely not prone to falsehoods. Spare our lives, please. Zila, only the dead can keep secrets. Master Chong, in the pitch-black surroundings, Shan, through Wang Defa's perspective, could not discern the other's face. Yet, the fact that the foreman recognized him indicated that he was an old patron, having attempted to communicate with several porters. Shan sought clues, but the results were far from satisfactory. Until, in the penultimate moment, the porters, struck by a blade that pierced through his body, did not succumb to death immediately. He faintly overheard a conversation that allowed Shan to capture something keenly. "Mr. Yamamoto, this batch of goods will not set sail for another 3 days. During this time, I kindly ask you to rest at the Miaoying Pavilion. The courtesan Anxiang will ensure your stay is most comfortable." "Oh, I favor Anxiang. I can hardly contain my eagerness. Haha. It is merely a stick of incense's duration from the Sisui ferry to the Miaoying Pavilion. Shall I send someone to escort you? Very well. There is still one alive. Finish him off." With the concluding thrust, Shan's spiritual connection abruptly ceased. Ding. Sensing the awakening of the host's patriotic bloodline, the system issued a red time-limited mission, the porter's last wishes. Task details. Identify the traitor responsible for the massacre at the ferry and exact vengeance. Task progress. 08. Task reward. 20 years of cultivation, Golden Bell Shield. Ding. Red Mission 2. Awakening of the National Bloodline. Task details. Expose the enemy hiding within the Miaoying Pavilion and subject them to extreme punishment. Task progress. 03. Task reward. 30 years of cultivation, Shali Feidao. Countdown for both missions, 24 hours. With a sigh of relief, Shan gradually rose to his feet. Tang Shibai, accompanying him, promptly approached and inquired, "How is it? Any discoveries? You should also provide some profiling for the elder brother. Outline a rough range." Shan's impressive performance in the Ma Xing case had earned him the admiration of the officials at the town supervisory office regarding his capabilities. Unable to disclose the results directly, Shan could only guide them step by step based on the clues. He directed them to investigate the traitors collaborating with the enemy while he sought to uncover the more evident clues regarding the foe. The fact that the foreman was summoned to instruct the porters to move goods at such an hour indicated that the opposing party was an established player. Foreman Wang Defa could send someone to dig deeper. Understood. The need for such a large number of porters suggests a considerable cargo load. The vessel must be sizable, and the ferry's draft must be deep. The bodies were also washed down from upstream, fitting these characteristics. Before Shan could finish, Tang Shibai interjected, "Sisui." "Correct. Furthermore, the weapon employed by the enemy has a broad blade and a slender body." Upon Shan's detailed description, Tang Shibai's eyes widened as he added, "Isn't this the official Baidao?" Congratulations to Tang Shibai, for he might just land a big catch this time. Hearing this, Tang Shibai chuckled, "Once the case is solved, brother, I invite you to the Miaoying Pavilion for some company. We really ought to investigate the Miaoying Pavilion." Investigate what? "Oh, nothing. Just checking if I still have any interest in women." "Come on, doing this makes the brothers uneasy." Haha. After leaving the scene of the incident, Shan first changed his attire. Subsequently, he channeled all the 20 years of cultivation rewarded for the previous task, involving Lu Yaoji into the reverse two instruments sword technique. In the 21st year of refining this technique, with the sword intent reaching its zenith, you have mastered it to perfection. Patient and unhurried, you have spent 30 years honing this sword technique. Gradually advancing, you have derived the fifth move, sun and moon without light, from the four forms of the technique. For 40 years, you have remained diligent, and your sword intent has become a natural extension of your being. With the completion of this derivation, the reverse two-instrument sword technique, after 4 decades of cultivation, has finally achieved consummation. A surging inner strength blossoms within Shan, unrestrained and exuberant. Especially at the moment of grasping the sword, he distinctly perceives an earth-shattering sword intent. With innate 4th-grade mastery and perfected sword intent, he mutters, "Those cursed devils better not let me find you tonight." After uttering these words, Shan, with silver notes in hand, strides toward the Miaoying Pavilion. "Oh, this young master looks unfamiliar. Is this your first visit to the Miaoying Pavilion?" As Shan, clad in luxurious silks, steps into the establishment, an affable matron in her 30s approaches him with familiarity. Originally a pure-hearted warrior, she had maintained her virtue for the sake of her golden lotus. As for Shan, in his past life, though he was a renowned slayer of thousands, he had been preoccupied with cases since arriving here and had yet to indulge in the services offered. With a flourish, Shan generously produced a 50-tael silver note and slipped it into the matron's collar. Seizing the opportunity, he skillfully took a moment to appreciate the experience. "Damn it, this is a collapse of propriety. Money is no object for me. Find me a decent private room and a lady. Of course, that is a must." True. Let us have the girls come out to entertain." With the 50-tael tip secured, the matroness voice grew a bit louder. Meanwhile, within a private room of the Miaoying Pavilion, a figure glanced warily toward the hall. Upon spotting Shan, her brows furrowed in concern. "Young master, a familiar face has arrived." Hearing this, the cross-dressing Shang Guanyin stood up to look. "Shan? What brings him here? That foul man. What could he possibly want here?" Interjected the accompanying Jinyiwei with a venomous tone. The reports indicated he was troubled by unrequited love. "It seems only He can be said now." As Jinyiwei spoke, 2 flamboyantly dressed women approached Shan. The matron, with an ingratiating tone, inquired, "Young master, which one has caught your eye? Children make choices, adults desire them all." As he spoke, Shan wrapped an arm around one of the ladies and proceeded toward the loft. His deft and disreputable demeanor made it evident that he was a wealthy young master accustomed to frequenting such establishments. Truly, one cannot judge a book by its cover. Clearly, Shan's impression had plummeted to rock bottom. As the bluebird coldly remarked, "Let us not concern ourselves with him. We shall focus on our own affairs." The steward of Shan, named Chong Wei, had secured a long private room at the Miaoying Pavilion. The individuals residing within appeared to be rather suspicious. Through her investigation into Shan, Shang Guanyin had traced them to this location eager to uncover the truth. At this moment, Shan, accompanied by two lovely companions, entered the private room, reveling in sheer delight. After a few rounds of drinks, he further amused them, eliciting peals of laughter. Sensing the opportune moment, he subtly steered the conversation towards the courtesan Anxiang. Sister Anxiang, I fear you have no time to entertain the young master tonight. She is, after all, wholeheartedly attending to others in the small courtyard behind the loft. Following Jinji's guidance, Shan confirmed Anxiang's location in the secluded courtyard through the open wooden window. Chapter 15. Exemplary Character. Outside the private room, the matron who had just received Shan was attentively listening to the report from a young attendant. The unfamiliar young master posed no threat whatsoever. Jinjin was truly becoming overwhelmed by the demands of her craft. However, his generosity was notable. Upon hearing this, the matron nodded thoughtfully. She harbored little doubt regarding Shan. After all, his demeanor clearly indicated that he was a regular patron. In contrast, the two young masters in the adjacent room merely listened to the music, disregarding the girls nearby. As the attendant spoke, he gestured towards Shangguan Yin'er in the Bluebird's private room. Order the old ghost to keep a close watch on those two. The third master has instructed that the occupants of the long room must not be discovered. There can be no mistakes. Understood. In Shan's philosophy, having spent money, one ought to receive exceptional value in return. Why not indulge in both entertainment and investigation? Casually, he lifted the two unconscious women onto the bed and, taking advantage of the night, slipped out through the wooden window. Meanwhile, the Bluebird, also intent on seizing the opportunity, roamed about only to realize she was being watched wherever she went. Returning to her side, she whispered to Shangguan Yin'er, "We are being observed from outside." What? Have we been exposed? This was entirely unexpected for Shangguan Yin'er. Both women could be regarded as the favored daughters of the Ming dynasty, possessing exceptional talents at a tender age and holding significant power and status. However, their experiences of life at the grassroots level were severely lacking. Arriving at Miaoying Workshop, do you pose as a sage? This is rather an affront to one's intelligence. The situation has escalated. Just as the two women were privately deliberating on how to resolve the impasse, a piercing scream reverberated throughout the entire establishment. Upon hearing the commotion, Shangguan Yin'er and Qingyao instinctively pushed open the wooden window. Gazing at the billowing smoke, which emanated from the very courtyard they intended to investigate, they prepared to delve deeper into the matter. However, just as they leapt from the window, dozens of shadowy figures suddenly appeared outside the alley. Leading the pack was the matron, hands on her hips and a stern expression fixed upon her face, demanding, "Where do you two think you're going? Do you dare to stir trouble in the Miaoying Pavilion? It's like searching for excrement with a lantern in a latrine. Seize them and interrogate them severely." "Yes, ma'am." The sounds of chaos erupted. Bang, crackle, clatter. What may seem like a fleeting thrill could lead to a family funeral pyre. In the midst of the throng, a mere fleeting encounter was sufficient for Shangguan Yin'er to dispatch them all to the ground. At that moment, the azure bird had rushed into the courtyard, returning with the courtesan Anxiang in tow. "And what of those individuals you were attending to?" The words escaped in a gasp as Anxiang, upon witnessing the formidable masters of Miaoying Pavilion sprawled in disarray upon the ground, turned pale with alarm. Shangguan Yin'er, upon hearing this, felt her countenance darken. The lack of clarity regarding the assailants' appearances, coupled with the chaos of the fire, sent the residents and patrons of Shihu Alley into a frenzied flight, akin to startled birds. This left Shangguan Yin'er and Qingyao, possessing remarkable skills, at a loss as to where to pursue their quarry. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed as the Jinyiwei, led by Ji Gang, arrived on the scene. This evening, the Zhenfu division was divided into two factions. One, under Ji Gang's command, was tasked with apprehending the armory officer Dai Zhentian, while the other, comprised of Shangguan Yin'er and Qingyao, was covertly investigating several suspicious individuals. While Ji Gang's side had successfully closed in on their target, they found themselves at a dead end. This indeed left Shangguan Yin'er with a profound sense of frustration. It is no wonder that when her master assigned her to investigate this case in Yuhang, he earnestly urged her to immerse herself in learning from Ji Gang and the frontline Imperial guards, asking questions at every opportunity. Extraordinary talent and formidable strength do not guarantee a secure position as the deputy director of the pacification office. Shangguan, the deputy, and Ji, the captain, confirmed that this devastating fire was of human origin. The Imperial guards who inspected the scene promptly reported their findings to Shangguan Yin'er and Ji Gang. Was this caused by an enemy or a friend? Was it a deliberate act to create a spectacle, allowing them to escape, or was there another motive at play? As Ji Gang spoke, A sudden thought struck Jinyiwei, who interjected, Su Shaoqi has also come to Miaoyinfang today. Who? Su Shan? What business does he have here? Upon hearing the name, the mid-level guards present were taken aback. Previously, I assumed he was merely seeking pleasure. Before Jinyiwei could finish, Ji Gang interjected. Go immediately to his private room and check. Yes. Deputy Shangguan, Jinyiwei, you may question Su Shan's temperament, but in this regard, he is a person of integrity you can wholly trust. His presence here is certainly not for frivolous amusement. After Ji Gang made this statement, the other mid-level officials of the pacification office nodded in agreement. There was no denying Su Shan's exemplary character in the past. Suddenly recalling something, Tang Chung from the 9th Division hastily brought up the Porter massacre case. We can pinpoint the steward Chong Wei of the armory's head, Dai Zhentian, thanks to the profiling provided by Su Shaoqi's arrival. Just before he left, he inexplicably remarked, I really should check out Miaoyinfang. No sooner had Tang Chung finished speaking than a returning subordinate reported, Report. I checked Su Shaoqi's private booth. The two girls he sought were found unconscious on the bed. There was no sign of Su Shaoqi. Hearing this, Shangguan Yin'er and Jinyiwei exchanged glances, while Ji Gang smirked, saying, that little rascal must have uncovered some uncertain clues regarding the Porter massacre and come here to verify them. Report. Deputy Shangguan, Captain Ji. In the direction from Shihu Alley to Shikumen, there are clandestine marks left by our own brothers. Indeed, it was that rascal. Pursue. Yes. A great fire. Deliberately set to startle the snake and draw out the wicked, while urgently seeking assistance, also ensured that the surrounding citizens remained unharmed. This lad is becoming increasingly accomplished. The contrast is stark. Su Shan's meticulousness left Shangguan Yin'er and Jinyiwei feeling utterly ashamed. Deputy Shangguan, during our time in Yuhang, my subordinates wished to follow Su Shaoqi to learn diligently. Jinyiwei proactively suggested to Shangguan Yin'er as they followed the clandestine marks in pursuit. Indeed, Su Shan is truly a talented individual. Though his words may be slick, his character is unimpeachable. Chapter 16, Slaying the Woku and Rising to Command unbeknownst to him. Su Shan's image had ascended to a new dimension in the hearts of the two women. At this moment, he stood resolutely at the end of a narrow alley beside the Shikumen. Before him, Yamamoto Juro and his two ninja companions emerged from the fragrant courtyard, scrutinizing the man before them under the moonlight. With a less than fluent command of the Chinese language, he coldly uttered, there is an ancient saying in the Ming, a good dog does not obstruct the path. Depart. With a swift motion, Su Shan unsheathed his blade without further ado, launching an immediate attack. Kill him, Yamamoto Juro shouted as he stepped back a few paces. The accompanying ninjas drew their katanas, charging forward to engage Su Shan, who remained silent and resolute in his assault. In the land of the rising sun, the martial arts were similarly categorized into three significant ranks, lower ninjas, upper ninjas, and elite ninjas, corresponding to the levels of the Ming, postnatal, innate, and master. The two ninjas before Su Shan were both early-stage upper ninjas of the East. Such prowess, when placed in Yuhang, can indeed be deemed as formidable. Consequently, upon witnessing Su Shan single-handedly obstructing the path, Yamamoto Shijuro's immediate thought was not to flee, but rather to resolve this predicament. However, he overestimated the capabilities of his subordinate and underestimated the explosive power awakened by Su Shan's national heritage. The world trembled. With a resounding clang, devoid of any ostentatious maneuvers, Su Shan, facing the elite ninja, wielded his dual blades and unleashed an astonishing force. The internal energy surging along the blade transformed the seemingly unremarkable Shochuan knife into a devastating weapon, cleaving through the opponent's katana with an overwhelming might at the moment of collision. The momentum did not wane. Instead, fueled by the intent to kill, the blade's ferocity intensified. In a flash, as swift as lightning, shadows danced and figures intertwined. In the next heartbeat, the elite ninja's head and the katana in his grasp were simultaneously severed by Su Shan. The sudden turn of events ignited a furious rage in the ninja ambushing Su Shan from the opposite side. Baka, he shouted, brandishing his katana as he lunged towards Su Shan from the flank. Yet, curiously, his blade struck nothing but air. Dechangin, be careful, Yamamoto Shirlu cried out, his voice filled with desperation as he utilized his ghostly agility to flash behind his companion. However, his warning fell silent as Su Shan's weapon descended. With unparalleled might, the Su Chun blade, piercing from above, cleaved the last elite ninja in two, splattering blood across the scene. The chaotic eruption left Yamamoto Shirlu, who had just a minute prior attempted to issue a warning in broken Mandarin, paralyzed with fear, stumbling back several paces before collapsing onto the ground. Click, click. Shan approached, the bloody blade in hand. Each step echoed in Yamamoto Shirlu's ears like a death knell. What do you intend to do? I warn you. I am well acquainted with many officials and influential figures in Yuhang. If you dare to harm me today, SCZ. Before Yamamoto could finish his sentence, Shan severed his pointing hand with brutal precision. A piercing scream erupted, reverberating throughout the Shikomen. Yamit, Yamit. As Shan raised his blade once more, Yamamoto Shirlu pleaded in his native tongue. This only fueled Shan's fervor. I understood that. In the films he had seen, such a phrase signified a command to persist. Thwack. With that, Shan swiftly severed Yamamoto's other hand. In the next moment, treating his adversary as a living target, Shan mercilessly wielded his blade, dismembering the wretched figure before him until he had extracted all the information he sought. Finally, with a decisive strike, he ended Yamamoto's life. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have completed Red Mission 2. Mission rewards: 30 years of cultivation, Shao Li Fei Dao. Click, click. Engrossed in the ecstasy of the system's rewards, Shan instinctively lifted his head upon hearing the sound of hooves. At that moment, a multitude of Imperial guards, led by Ji Gang and Shangwan Yin'er, had already pursued him, following the covert markings he had left behind. When they arrived, brandishing torches, many were taken aback by the gruesome scene before them. Particularly, the two elite ninjas, one cleaved horizontally, the other vertically, coupled with the horrifying sight of Yamamoto Shijuro, painted the entire scene in crimson. How ruthless! Are you not afraid of nightmares upon your return? Tangshan jested, addressing Shan. These are pirates. To vanquish them is a matter of great honor. The county records should at least dedicate a page to this, if not a preface. The rampage of the pirates along the southern coastal regions of the Ming dynasty has persisted for years. Wherever they tread, they implement a policy of burning, killing, and looting, resulting in the slaughter of entire fishing villages. Consequently, the Ming issued the order to slay pirates. However, it is evident that in this case, there are those who, driven by greed, conspire with the tiger. Deputy Shangwan, these two are elite ninjas from the Eastern Isles. Based on the residual energy they exude, Qingniao has discerned their former ranks. Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze shifted back to Shan. Throughout the entire Yuhang Town Prefecture, there are no more than 20 individuals capable of single-handedly confronting two elite ninjas and emerging victorious. Even the trial of 100 households would undoubtedly be a fierce battle. Yet Shan, he handled it with ease. Your growth rate has transcended my comprehension. I have high hopes for you. Ji Gang unabashedly expressed his admiration for Shan. Old Ji, don't just paint a rosy picture. Let's have something substantial. You'll reimburse the several hundred taels I spent on the undercover investigation at Miaoying Fong, right? Several hundred taels? What were you doing? Upon hearing this, Shan shyly replied, let them experience my masculine charm up close. Get lost. At this moment, Shangwan Yin'er, who also harbored intentions of recruiting talent, spoke up. Ji Qianhu, given Shan's prowess, assigning him merely as a small banner commander seems rather underwhelming, does it not? Before our arrival, His Majesty decreed, do not be bound by convention in recruiting talent. Have you invoked His Majesty already? Naturally, Ji Gang was more than willing to oblige this favor. Therefore, Deputy Shangwan's implication is to promote him to Chief Banner and integrate him into the Special Investigation Team. Once the case is resolved, I shall personally commend him. Positions of trial 100 households and above must be archived in the capital. The highest authority for local appointments is that of Chief Banner. However, with Shangwan Yin'er's words, coupled with Shan's demonstrated strength, it was all but assured that the position of trial 100 households was a certainty. Shouldn't you express your gratitude for Deputy Shangwan's elevation? Thank you for the generous favor of Chief Officer Xie. In return, I can only pledge my life. Chapter 17. I shall take your life. Not even Jesus can save you. Upon hearing the phrase pledge my life, Ji Gang instinctively felt a tightening in his nerves. You dare to harbor inappropriate thoughts about Officer Shangwan Yin'er? How many lives do you possess? Ah, few. I misspoke, inadvertently revealing my true thoughts. In return, I can only dedicate my life to the nation. Shan, whose explanations were tantamount to none, left his colleagues apprehensive for him. It was only after witnessing Officer Shangwan Yin'er coldly assigning this fellow to work with Qingniao that they finally breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, Chief Officer Shangwan, Captain Ji has just extracted some intelligence during his interrogation. The person he was dealing with is Dai Jintian, the head of the armory department. 3 days ago, a shipment of military supplies set sail. If we urgently notify the Jiangnan Navy, we might still be able to intercept it. Haha. After Su Shan finished his words, Ji Gang laughed heartily. Before Chief Officer Shangguan arrived in Yuhang, he had already ordered the sealing of the sea exit and conducted inspections along the way. This batch of military supplies cannot escape Yuhang. As for Dai Jintian and the principal perpetrator of the murder of the porters, Chang Wei, they are currently imprisoned in the Imperial prison. Upon hearing this, Su Shan's eyes brightened. He still had an unfinished task. Soon, he must thoroughly interrogate those traitors. Moreover, according to Yamamoto Juro, they all belong to an organization from the East known as the Black Dragon Society. The Black Dragon Society? At the mention of those 3 words, even Ji Gang's previously cheerful demeanor turned stern. The gaze of the high-ranking officials towards Su Shan also shifted slightly. As an espionage organization infiltrating numerous coastal cities of the Ming dynasty, the Black Dragon Society has long been a target for the Jinyiwei to eliminate. It is their bribery and subversion of Ming officials, combined with the collusion with Japanese pirates, that has led to numerous horrifying massacres of villages. Did he reveal any information about the Black Dragon Society members lurking in Yuhang? No. Yamamoto Juro was directly dispatched from the headquarters in the east and had no contact with the infiltrators. Just as Su Shan finished speaking, Shangguan Yin'er interjected. This is characteristic of the Black Dragon Society. The operators and intermediaries are unaware of each other's identities. Even if one party is captured, the other will not be exposed. Otherwise, these Japanese marauders would not have entrusted Dai Jintian with their arrangements. But even the most meticulous plans have their oversights. They have just arrived from the east, yet how did they manage to connect directly with Dai Jintian? Investigate. Yes. Upon returning to the town's pacification office, the typically reticent Shangguan Yin'er unexpectedly inquired of Ji Gang, Captain Ji, when discussing the Black Dragon Society, I noticed the peculiar glances exchanged among you regarding Su Shan. In response to her observation, Ji Gang, after a moment of contemplation, replied, Su Shan's father was killed in action during the crackdown on the Black Dragon Society. Previously, due to his limited capabilities and his steadfast nature, I refrained from divulging this information to him, fearing for his safety. After Ji Gang elucidated this matter, Shangguan Yin'er's perception of Su Shan became more nuanced. He was not only the descendant of a martyr with an unblemished lineage, but also possessed exceptional talent and formidable strength, coupled with a remarkable proficiency in his duties and a fervent disdain for evil. Isn't this precisely the talent that the Empress seeks to cultivate with great vigor? At this moment, Su Shan sits alone in his chamber, preparing to deduce the newly acquired technique of the little leaf flying dagger. He intends to channel 30 years of cultivation into mastering this skill. With a decisive command, all knowledge pertaining to the little leaf flying dagger floods into his mind. This esteemed technique is divided into 4 forms: the exquisite precision, the heart-seeking strike, the unerring shot, and the 1,000 daggers piercing the heart. During the first year of his arduous practice, possessing a century's worth of cultivation, you find that your efforts yield remarkable results. Within this year, you have mastered the exquisite precision. As time flows swiftly by, a decade passes, with a keen perception that allows you to detect minute details from 1,000 meters away. Your inaugural strike embodies the essence of the heart-seeking strike. In your diligent 20th year, building upon the foundation of the heart-seeking strike, you achieve the prowess of the unerring shot. No longer confined to a single dagger, you begin to experiment with multiple blades. By the 30th year, having thoroughly mastered the 1,000 daggers piercing the heart, you can strike with each dagger hitting the mark with pinpoint accuracy. Coming back to reality from his reverie, Su Shan realizes that even in the depths of night, he can discern the rustling leaves 100 meters away with crystal clarity. Whoosh! With a swift motion, he picks up a stone and tosses it effortlessly. Not only does the targeted leaf get pierced, but the residual internal force also snaps a slender branch with the girth of an infant's arm. How formidable! After 30 years of cultivation, I have only advanced 1 level, achieving the innate 5th tier? No wonder it is said that ascending through the ranks after entering the innate realm is akin to climbing a mountain. Yet, how have the likes of Shangguan Yin'er and Qing Niao, at such a young age, attained such formidable strength? It was only after humbly seeking guidance that Su Shan learned of their extraordinary talents, while he himself had relied solely on relentless diligence. Learning mathematics is akin to a journey. Some individuals grasp its intricacies with ease, while others require the rigorous approach of relentless practice to achieve a certain level of proficiency. In this regard, Shan undoubtedly falls into the latter category. However, the advantage lies in the profound solidity of his internal skills and techniques, which are unparalleled in both mastery and potency. Having regained his composure, Shan made his way to the artisan's workshop of the town's punitive office, specifically commissioning the crafting of several dozen throwing knives. Once this task was accomplished, he proceeded directly to the Imperial prison to interrogate Chang Wei and his associates. Under the brutal duress of Shan's violent methods, no secrets could be concealed. Aside from Yu Fu, did the Chao Gang's third master, Zhou Bao, also command the slaughter of those porters? Chang Wei, reduced to a state of agony, nodded with a tremulous voice. It was he who ordered the massacre to prevent any leaks of information. Moreover, the cargo ship was escorted by the Chao Gang all the way to the sea. Please, grant me a swift end. With a resounding crack, Shan unleashed his power, bringing Chang Wei's wretched life to a close. A chime echoed, heralding the completion of a red mission, the porter's last wish. Mission details: identify the traitor responsible for the massacre of compatriots at the ferry and exact revenge. Mission progress, 48. Mission reward, 20 years of cultivation, golden bell shield. Mission countdown, 18 hours. Chao Gang's third master, Zhou Bao? Are the remaining 3 still your subordinates? Why abandon the path of righteousness to serve as dogs for the invaders? Your life is forfeit. Even divine protection cannot save you. Chapter 18. Visitors from the Eastern Depot? Have they never faced death? As Shan emerged from the interrogation room, wiping the blood from his hands, he addressed Ji Gang, who had coldly observed the proceedings. You've heard it all, the Chao Gang. As far as I know, the Chao Gang has connections to Lin Shofu's disciples, notably Wu Jingxing, the governor of Yuhang. Furthermore, several prominent families in Jiang and seem to have intricate ties with the Chao Gang. Uncle Qin had just enlightened me that these individuals are collectively referred to as the Eastern Forest Party in the political arena, correct? Old Ji, if we delve deeper into this case, will it not reach the heavens? Before the decline of imperial authority, did the emperor's personal guards, the Jinyiwei, ever show deference? However, the circumstances have changed. With the power now in the hands of external relatives and the wealthy Eastern Forest Party, coupled with the constraints imposed by the Eastern Depot, handling such a case has rendered the punitive office impotent. As soon as Shan finished speaking, the door to the interrogation room, housing Dai Jintian, creaked open. Emerging from within were Shangwan Yin'er and Qing Niao, both bearing expressions of stern resolve. The arsenal aboard that ship is likely hidden by the Chao Gang. Dai Jintian himself is unaware of its precise location. Their collusion with the Japanese pirates was indeed facilitated by the Chao Gang, acting as intermediaries. As she spoke, a flicker of cold severity crossed Shangwan Yin'er's face. She could scarcely believe that a mere overseer of the arsenal would dare to engage in such a grand undertaking, even enlisting the infamous Five Poisons sect to assassinate General Ma Xing of Yuhang. Despite the use of torture, the adversary remained obstinately silent. The puppet master behind this scheme was evidently no ordinary figure. Since the blame had been directed toward the Chao Gang, it was time to confront this formidable opponent head-on. With unwavering decisiveness, Ji Gang made his pronouncement. Old Ji, allow me to handle this matter. Capturing the criminals and their loot will be your triumph. Should the heavens fall, I shall bear the burden. As Shan finished speaking, Ji Gang delivered a sharp kick to his rear. Oh, look at your eagerness. When the sky falls, we all bear the weight. It is not your place to take charge. After Ji Gang completed his remarks, Shangwan Yin'er, rarely seen smiling, quipped, Captain Ji, are you directing that at me? I would not dare presume. Ji Gang replied with a smile. With such a commotion tonight, regardless of who this case may involve, they should now be in hiding. Since we have resolved to confront the Chao Gang, we shall do so openly. Qing Niao, present. At dawn, you and Su Zongqi will proceed with this case. Should any trouble arise, I shall take full responsibility. They are merely a gang, regardless of who stands behind them. Even if we err, they can only accept their fate. Shan's eyes widened at these words. This woman exudes an impressive aura. If she were to don 2 ponytails, I could gallantly ride in from behind. Would that not be akin to a little cow crossing the river with remarkable finesse? Esteemed General Su, I hope to receive your guidance in the future. Suddenly interjecting, the blue bird brought Shan back to reality. Faced with her courteous remarks, the distinguished official Su felt a tinge of embarrassment. Bluebird, you are too polite. It is not your name that is the issue, but rather its tongue-twisting nature. May I inquire about your given name? Shan. Huh. Upon hearing this name, Su Shan's eyes nearly bulged out. What's the matter, General Su? Is there an issue? No. It seems we have quite the connection. Oh, what leads you to say that? Not only Bluebird, but even Ji Gang and Shang Wanyin beside them looked at Su Shan in astonishment. My mother is a devout Buddhist, constantly reminding me, Shanzi, you must perform a good deed each day. When I was younger, I did not grasp the profundity of this wisdom. Today, it has suddenly dawned upon me. Uft. Ji Gang, instantly comprehending, burst into laughter. Smack. He then playfully kicked Su Shan and, stifling his laughter, said, Get lost. Go back to the office and rest well. See to it that you handle the matters beautifully by dawn. Yes. See you tomorrow, Officer Shing. Until Su Shan's figure faded from view, Bluebird stood there, still astonished, and remarked, Ji Qianhu, what was so amusing? Oh, nothing at all. Ji Gang hastily deflected the topic. As he turned, he muttered, Performing a good deed each day, Xing. Her father, the Green Dragon, won't he break your third leg? The news of Su Shan's promotion had already reached the 6th Division. Upon his return, he could not resist indulging in a few cups of wine with his comrades. Having procured some the previous night, it wasn't until the break of dawn that he finally succumbed to sleep. Pat, pat, pat. It felt as if Su Shan had just closed his eyes when he was abruptly awakened by a flurry of hurried footsteps. Brother Shan. What's the matter? Su Shan propped himself up and inquired. A group of Eastern Depot officials have stormed into our 6th Division. The chief eunuch has specifically requested to see you. They seem quite formidable. Upon hearing this, all remnants of sleep vanished from Su Shan, and he swiftly leapt from his bed. When he arrived at the front hall, he saw a middle-aged eunuch clad in a brocade uniform, standing there with his hands clasped behind him. Beside him, several guards stood at attention with their swords drawn. This early in the morning, esteemed eunuchs have graced the 6th Division. I wonder what business brings you to seek me, Su Shan. Hearing Su Shan's words, the chief eunuch of the Eastern Depot, Li Lianying, turned to face him. Narrowing his eyes, he replied in a croaky voice, Are you Su Shan? By order of the Master of the Valley, you are to be arrested as a suspect. Anyone who dares to obstruct this will be treated as an accomplice. Clatter. After Li Lianying arrogantly finished his remarks, a piercing commotion erupted throughout the 6th Division. When did you become a suspect, Shan? Has the Eastern Depot made a mistake? Upon hearing these questions, Li Lianying coldly retorted, What chaos is this? Su Shan clashed with the adopted son of Master Gu, Shimin Qing, yesterday. That very night, the Shimin household was nearly annihilated. Is he not the prime suspect? Upon hearing this, Su Shan chuckled and nodded. Indeed, what Lord Li says is correct. But what of the evidence? Evidence? Ha. As soon as Su Shan spoke, Li Lianying and his entourage erupted into raucous laughter. A guard, approaching Su Shan, pointed at him and declared, The Eastern Depot does not require evidence to apprehend someone. If we say you are guilty, then you are. Seize him. Slap. Just as the guard finished his sentence, Su Shan forcefully struck him down to the ground. Thud. The furious slap rendered the 5th-grade guard unconscious. You dare to lay a hand on someone from the Eastern Depot? Crash. Without uttering another word, Su Shan responded with decisive action. Scoundrel. You wretched dog, you deserve to die. Whoosh. Enraged at seeing his subordinate incapacitated by Su Shan, Li Lianying took immediate action. As the chief of the Eastern Depot, his position was akin to that of a local magistrate. To attain such a rank, one must possess innate strength. He believed capturing a Jinyiwei lieutenant would be a simple task, yet, in the moment of confrontation, he realized how gravely mistaken he was, especially when Su Shan unsheathed his embroidered spring knife. The terrifying intent of the blade, infused with murderous intent, cleaved down towards him. The mountains and rivers shatter. Crash. Splat. In just a single exchange, the blade in Li Lianying's hand was cleaved in two. Even his arm, which wielded the knife, was severed from its body. In excruciating pain, he let out a piercing scream. Bang! In a flash, Su Shan lunged at him and swiftly broke the knees of the castrated guard. As he crumpled to the ground, a twisted expression on his face, Li Lianying howled in desperation. The person you seek is Master Gu in Yuhang. I will not let you, you filthy dog, escape. Crack. Su Shan, stepping on the shattered jaw of his opponent, coldly retorted, Send them to the dungeon. Inform the inmates. New arrivals are to be toyed with at will. Yes. Chapter 19. Drop a hair from a horse, and I shall pierce your skull. Amidst the endless wails of despair, Li Lianying and a few guards were forcibly dragged into the dungeon by the Jinyiwei. New arrivals had come, perhaps more eunuchs? This has certainly delighted the individuals within. Coupled with Su Shan's covert directives, they have taken their antics to unprecedented heights. Commander Su, your flying fish attire has been prepared by your subordinates overnight. Should it not fit, do not hesitate to inform us. Commander Su, this is a beautifully embroidered spring knife personally tailored for you by Ji Qianhu, crafted from dark iron. Upon returning to the headquarters, the two junior flags from the laundry and crafts workshops personally delivered the attire to Su Shan. A person is indeed defined by their attire, just as a horse is by its saddle. Su Shan, already possessing a formidable stature, appeared strikingly gallant in the black flying fish outfit, with the embroidered spring knife hanging at his waist. Even the Qingniao, upon reuniting with him, could not help but steal a few glances. Commander Su, upon your arrival, Deputy Minister Shangguan expressly instructed that today's operations will be entirely under your command, from top to bottom, including myself. Hearing this from Qingniao, Su Shan graciously accepted the responsibility without any reluctance. After a brief exchange, they headed straight for the ferry of the Chao Gang. As soon as they entered the territory of the Chao Gang, urgent reports were relayed to Zhou Hu, the second-in-command of the Chao Gang. First, they sealed my meowing workshop, and now they have murdered my patron. These court hounds come with ill intent. After muttering this, Zhou Hu coldly commanded, have the brothers wait outside for our esteemed guests. Yes, with Zhou Hu's command, hundreds of Chao Gang enforcers aggressively blocked the riverside. Still somewhat uneasy, Zhou Hu promptly instructed a trusted aide, go to Qianshan Lake and inform the third-in-command. The Jinyiwei have discovered the Chao Gang. Tell him to conceal the cargo boats stationed there. Understood. After the subordinate departed, the scribe cautiously reminded, second-in-command, Governor Wu has sent word that things have been unsettled in Yuhang recently. A special envoy has also arrived, advising us to avoid drawing attention. Haha. Zhou Hu laughed boisterously at this remark. As long as the third-in-command remains hidden, the Jinyiwei will not be able to touch the Chao Gang. Just as Zhou Hu finished speaking, the sharp sound of galloping hooves echoed from the riverside, reaching his ears. Originally seated in the cabin, enjoying his morning drink, Zhou Hu instinctively glanced towards the wooden window. He beheld a dozen Jinyiwei, led by Su Shan and Qingniao, riding forth. Whoosh! Clatter! Zhou Hu, who had just thrown a wine cup to the shore, coldly declared, on my territory, no one is allowed to flaunt their finery and gallantry. Understood, second-in-command. The newcomers swiftly blocked the ferry with barriers. Yes. Witnessing this, Zhou Hu smirked as he closed the wooden window. In the territory of the Chao Gang, I shall not allow anyone to be more arrogant than myself. As one approaches the distant shores, the sight of the members of the ferry gang at the dock becomes apparent. Their makeshift wooden barricades erected defiantly in front. This barrier, towering over half a meter, clearly serves to compel them to dismount collectively. If one lacks courage, merely traversing the path to the boat amidst the presence of several hundred fearsome brutes would be enough to instill trepidation. A show of force? A blade array? Have you truly overstepped your bounds? Master Su, what should we do now? The coldly composed Qingniao inquired, discerning the intentions of the adversaries. Hearing this, Su Shan turned to the Jinyiwei behind him and declared, listen closely. As long as I do not call for a halt, ahead lies a treacherous path of swords and flames, and we shall charge forth. Yes, with a resounding command. Su Shan not only maintained his speed, but urged his steed onward with fervor. Qingniao and the Jinyiwei followed suit, none faltering in their resolve. Though they numbered merely a handful, the thunderous resonance of their horses' hooves created an overwhelming pressure upon their foes. Dismount. Immediately dismount. Our second-in-command has decreed that no one is permitted to ride in the territory of the ferry gang. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. As these words were uttered, arrows were already drawn taut. Consequences? Who grants you the audacity to speak thus? During this exchange, Su Shan swiftly unsheathed his sword, cleaving through the air toward his opponents. The blade's intent surged forth with ferocity. In that instant, even Qingniao and the Jinyiwei, who charged alongside him, were taken aback by this formidable aura. A typical innate realm martial artist could never wield such power. With a resounding crash, the air erupted with the sounds of destruction and anguished cries, prompting the ship's occupant, Zhou Hu, to instinctively push open the window. Peering outside, he beheld the once erected wooden barricade reduced to splinters. Several disciples of the ferry gang, positioned before the barricade, were now dismembered from afar. Blood sprayed across the shore, the vessel, and the faces of the surviving disciples. The chilling wails contrasted sharply with the boisterous bravado of mere moments prior. What struck terror into the hearts of those present was the deep, jagged fissure etched into the stone-paved dock, a stark and menacing line. This is the trajectory following a display of unrestrained blade prowess, a testament to the consummate mastery of swordsmanship. As the onlookers, including Zhou Hu and the disciples of the Chao gang, stood in astonishment, Shan boldly charged forth on horseback. The Jinyiwei are here to investigate anyone daring to obstruct us. No sooner had Shan uttered these words than the accompanying Qingmiao and Jinyiwei echoed with fervor, "Kill without mercy." A deafening boom reverberated, leaving the Chao gang disciples' heads ringing. "Quick, step aside." In an instant, many disciples could no longer bear the pressure and hastily retreated. Just moments ago, their meticulously organized formation had crumbled into chaos. Zhou Hu, intending to instill fear in the Jinyiwei, found that his efforts had instead provided them with a moment of glory. Only upon reaching the vessel where Zhou Hu stood did Shan rein in his horse. With a commanding gesture, the Qingmiao and the Jinyiwei behind him executed their movements with precision, exuding an aura of authority that made everyone present regard this formidable group with awe. With a swift dismount, Shan extended his right arm and seized a Chao gang disciple, delivering a cold smirk as he handed over the reins, saying, "Take care of my horse. If a single hair is lost, I shall pierce your skull." As he spoke, Shan struck the disciple's cheek with force. The already panicked disciple nodded anxiously in terror. At that moment, Zhou Hu emerged from the cabin, furious. Who dares to intrude upon the territory of the Chao gang? Before he could finish, the fierce Shan charged at him without hesitation. Chapter 20. The Jinyiwei can act with impunity. Zhou Hu could never have anticipated that this Jinyiwei would respond to a mere disagreement with violence. Did he not comprehend the Chao gang's background? Was he unaware that, with the Eastland faction quietly stirring the waters, the inspector had dispatched personnel from the Eastern Depot to oversee matters in Yuhang? Was he not concerned that such reckless pursuit of a case might lead to the ruin of his family should he lose his official position? As these doubts fleetingly crossed Zhou Hu's mind, Shan, with a swift motion, surged forward. The Zhou brothers, having been chosen by those in power to command such a substantial enterprise as the Cambang, were far from ordinary individuals. Zhou Hu, whose own prowess had nearly reached the second tier of innate mastery, did not retreat in the face of Shan's assault. Rather, he charged forward with determination. "Today, you have sought your own demise." With a swift motion, he unleashed his tiger crane double-form fist. His internal energy surged outward. The force of his punch aimed directly at Shan. The flamboyant display culminated in a resounding impact. However, Shan, possessing overwhelming strength on paper, had no need to showcase his extraordinary skills against Zhou Hu. At the moment of collision, the sheer explosive force of Zhou Hu's strike shattered the bones in his opponent's hand. Overwhelmed, Zhou Hu staggered back several paces, racked with pain and instinctively seeking distance from Shan. Yet, bolstered by the ethereal steps of Lingbo, Shan was upon him in an instant, striking with lethal precision. The newly forged throwing knife, crafted in the early hours, pierced Zhou Hu with the force of a steel nail, embedding itself in his lower dantian. This time, a piercing scream erupted from Zhou Hu's mouth. Second in command. With that exclamation, the onlooking members of the Chao gang prepared to advance. Simultaneously, the more than 10 Imperial guards led by Qingmiao drew their blades in an instant. Likewise, Shan, with his gaze fixed on the grimacing Zhou Hu, positioned his blade against the neck of a nearby Chao gang expert without even turning his head. His voice rang coldly, "Qingmiao, draw a red line for them. Anyone who crosses it shall perish." Understood. With a swift movement, Qingmiao's embroidered spring knife left a fiery mark in the air as it sliced through. "You bastard. You have destroyed my dantians." Zhou Hu roared, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth, summoning every ounce of strength to protest. Crack. Thud. But before he could finish, Shan delivered a crushing kick to his knees. In an instant, the second in command of the Chao gang, who had barely managed to stand, was now bloodily kneeling before Shan. "Since you do not wish to speak with the leader while standing, then let us converse while you kneel. How dare a sect in the martial world challenge the Emperor's elite guards? Is old Tang's 9 schools so irrelevant at the ferry?" Gulp. Shan's words made Zhou Hu's advisor, who stood nearby, suppress a laugh and swallow hard. Though not a martial practitioner himself, he understood the significance of the 3 dantians within the human body, upper, middle, and lower. Opening the first grants entrance to the postnatal realm. When the 3 flowers gather at the crown, opening the second leads to the innate realm. When the purple energy flows from the east, Opening the third dantian signifies entry into mastery. Su Shan's 2 strikes had precisely and mercilessly penetrated Zhou Hu's upper and lower dantians. This also signifies that one's second-in-command, even if he survives, has been reduced to a mere shell of a man. Such ruthless tactics. The Jinyiwei can act with impunity, can they? We must demand an explanation for this matter. Aware of his current inadequacy, the advisor began to subtly invoke his connections. Upon hearing the adversary's words, Su Shan chuckled, his grin appearing grotesque in the eyes of the members of the Chaobang. Indeed, you speak the truth. The Jinyiwei can indeed do as they please. Is there a problem with that? Slap. With that declaration, Su Shan forcefully slammed a bounty notice onto the advisor's face. He then addressed the crowd, proclaiming, the Jinyiwei is mandated to apprehend the treasonous traitor Zhou Bao. Those who refuse to cooperate will be treated as accomplices. He continued, now I will ask, and you will answer, where is Zhou Bao? Su Shan glared intently at Zhou Long, articulating each word with precision. No, I don't know. Shu. As soon as the words left his mouth, the Chaobang high-ranking member, with a knife pressed to his throat, was abruptly silenced. A master of the 9th rank, just like that, had his throat slit with casual ease. Swish, before the stunned crowd could regain their composure. Su Shan had already placed the blade against another's neck. He then smiled at Zhou Long, asking, where is the cache of weapons you have been concealing? You scoundrel. You, Shu. Zhou Long's scream was abruptly cut short as Su Shan executed yet another. The bloodthirsty and grotesque scene caused both the Bluebird and the accompanying Imperial guards to furrow their brows in distress. Such methods of investigation were unheard of. I possess little patience. With a resounding splash, just as Su Shan prepared to direct his blade at the 3rd high-ranking member of the Song gang, the man abruptly turned and leaped into the river. Whoosh. Plop. The flying dagger was launched, piercing the depths of the water. Glub, glub. In the next moment, blood began to surface, followed closely by a corpse rising to the surface. Hiss, hiss. The unfolding events rendered the vast dock silent, save for the collective gasps of the Song gang disciples. Even the Bluebird widened her bright eyes in astonishment. You are the last. Can you answer my previous 2 questions? With the blade pressed against the neck of the scribe, Su Shan exerted minimal force, compelling the man to kneel. The sharp edge grazed his skin's surface. The bloodthirsty precedent instilled a cold sweat upon his brow. 3 breaths. Speak or die. Upon hearing Su Shan's words, the increasingly panicked scribe trembled uncontrollably. Sensing his wavering resolve, Zhou Hu nearly roared. Do you dare claim that my brother Zhou Long will annihilate your entire family? Swish. No sooner had the words left his lips than Su Shan, with a swift motion, severed Zhou Hu's head from his body. Splash. The decapitated head crashed heavily onto the dock, rolling towards the crowd. The terrified disciples of the Song gang recoiled in horror. At that moment, Su Shan knelt beside the headless corpse of Zhou Hu, resting a hand upon it, yet his gaze remained fixed on the kneeling scribe before him. Now that no one threatens you, can you speak? Su Shan's voice was soft, yet it bore a weighty gravity in the scribe's ears. I truly know nothing, I swear. The scribe cried, tears streaming down his face. Aha. Upon hearing this, Su Shan rose in laughter. Observing his peculiar demeanor, the Bluebird hesitated several times, wanting to speak but holding her tongue. Chief Officer, this is your first visit to Yuhang, is it not? Yes. Today. I shall take you on a scenic boat ride. What? After Su Shan uttered these words, not only the other Imperial guards, but even the Bluebird felt he had lost his mind. After mercilessly slaughtering so many, he concluded with a casual remark about a scenic boat ride. Chapter 21. Under currents rising, a storm approaches. As Su Shan truly led the Bluebird and her entourage away from the dock by boat, the fear that had engulfed the disciples of the Song gang began to wane. However, Zhou Long's severed head and the stark crimson stains on the ground served as haunting reminders of the recent events. Why are you all just standing there in a daze? With the absence of the chief, it is imperative to promptly report this matter to Governor Wu. We cannot allow the sacrifice of our second-in-command to be in vain. Indeed, accompanied by the reminder from the leader of the Grain Guild, a nimble individual hastily mounted his horse and galloped towards the yamen. Unfortunately, at that very moment, the governor of Yuhang, Wu Jingsheng, was mourning the recently deceased Lord Shimin and Shimin Qing in the company of Gu Daong, one of the 8 tigers of the East Factory. Gu Daong had originally come under the pretense of celebrating his godson's wedding, but fate had twisted the occasion into a funeral. Although there was no evidence linking the massacre of the Shimin family to the conflict with the captain of the Imperial Guard, Su Shan, Gu Daiyong's intentions for visiting Yuhang were clear. He sought to seize opportunities from the town pacification office. Thus, he decided to amplify the situation, starting with this captain. What he had presumed to be a straightforward matter turned into a debacle. As news reached him that the dispatch Li Lianying and others had not only been beaten but also imprisoned in the dungeons of the town pacification office. Gu Daiyong. It seems Shan has clearly disregarded your authority. Yesterday, while he was assaulting the Shimin family, we proclaimed your name to him. Yet he audaciously declared in public, "What is the East Factory worth?" The Shimin family, having suffered such a calamity, desperately needed to restore their reputation. Gu Daiyong's arrival instilled hope in the First Lady, Su Yuanmei. Regardless of whether Su Shan was indeed the perpetrator, taking him down would restore the Shimin family's honor. For a considerable time thereafter, no one would dare to humiliate the widowed and orphaned. Bang! Crash! With his long, sharp nails, Gu Daiyong crushed the teacup in his hand. His expression darkened as he muttered, "Who dares to harm our people? Even if Su Shan is favored by others, we shall make him pay in blood for his debts." Just as Wu Jingsheng had echoed a few words of agreement, the sound of hurried footsteps approached rapidly. Governor Wu, the Grain Guild has urgently reported that the Imperial Guard, under the pretext of capturing Zhou Bao, has stormed the Grain Guild's dock. They are killing indiscriminately, and even our second-in-command, Zhou Hu, has fallen victim. Upon hearing this, Wu Jingsheng turned in shock. Have they captured Zhou Bao? No. It is precisely because they have not that the Imperial Guard, led by Su Shan, has unleashed a massacre, forcing the disciples of the Grain Guild to reveal Zhou Bao's hiding place. Yet, not a single disciple spoke, leading to an unspeakable tragedy. Who? Su Shan. At the mention of this name, both Wu Jingsheng and Gu Daiyong exclaimed in unison with a tremor in their voices. Indeed, he is the newly appointed chief of the town pacification office. Accompanying him are the Imperial Guards from the capital. No wonder he shows such disdain for our East Factory. He has attached himself to the leg of the Imperial envoy. Where is Su Shan now? Furious, Gu Daiyong immediately demanded an explanation. The 100 household officials he brought from the capital had gone boating to enjoy the scenery. How audacious! After committing murder, they dared to nonchalantly indulge in such leisure? Governor Wu, accompany me to the scene to gather evidence. Once we have irrefutable proof, even Shangguan Yin'er will be unable to save his life. I, Gu Daiyong, declare this. Yes. Assemble. Let us proceed to the ferry. With a commanding shout from Wu Jingsheng, the officials swiftly gathered, joining Gu Daiyong and the Eastern Depot guards as they marched resolutely towards the ferry. Simultaneously, upon receiving news of the ferry, Ji Gang abruptly stood up and exclaimed, "This rascal, has he succumbed to madness again? Or is this his deliberate ploy?" Hearing this, Shangguan Yin'er, who had maintained a stern expression, interjected, "Regardless of the reasons, the order was issued by this assistant magistrate. No matter how grave the blunder, it is not for the officials or the Eastern Depot guards to critique. Assemble, let us go to the ferry." Yes. What began as an unremarkable day had drawn the attention of various factions due to Su Shan's indiscriminate slaughter. They each dispatched individuals to the dock to investigate and uncover the truth. Yet, as the instigator of the entire incident, Su Shan, with keen interest, was introducing the picturesque views to Qingyao. Beside them was the still-dazed steward, Zhang Chong. "Captain Su, although Assistant Magistrate Shangguan has instructed us to follow your lead. What does this signify? A person has been killed, and a crisis has erupted, yet we are here leisurely boating?" Unable to contain herself, Qingyao posed the question. Su Shan, however, did not respond directly. Instead, he squatted beside Zhang Chong, who was still stained with the fresh blood of Zhou Hu. "Steward Zhang, are you familiar with this stretch of water?" "Huh." Upon hearing Su Shan's inquiry, Zhang Chong finally lifted his head and glanced around before mechanically nodding. "Oh, at the upcoming fork, which path leads to Qianshan Lake?" Zhang Chang's pupils widened as he gazed at the man before him, his body trembling slightly, which did not go unnoticed by Qingmiu and the others. The waters of Qianshan Lake were relatively complex, making Zhou Bao and the cargo ship laden with weaponry difficult to detect. "How do you know this?" "I didn't say anything." Mumbling incoherently, Zhang Chang's words elicited a cold smirk from Su Shan. "You didn't say, yet I am aware. But will the members of the Tsonggong think the same? In their eyes, my knowledge must stem from your full disclosure, Steward Zhang, when the time comes to avenge you as the traitor. Do you think they will hesitate to enact vengeance upon your entire family?" After Su Shan finished speaking, Zhang Chong, pale and weak, collapsed to the ground. You need only to inform me of which branch of the local government at the Three Forks of Qinshan Lake houses Zhou Bao and that cargo ship. They will not only protect your family, but also grant you a new name and send you to an unfamiliar city for a fresh start. With a sharp clap on Zhang's shoulder, Su Shan added, your time is running out. If I have to take an alternate route, the promises made earlier will become void. Gazing at the nearby fork, Zhang Chong, unable to contain his emotions, replied with a quivering voice, Sanlinku, Sandajia, and that cargo ship are at Sanlinku. As they continued along the path, Zhang questioned, there must be numerous hidden sentinels from the Songbong along the way, right? It is only right to see it through to the end. After a moment of hesitation, he nodded earnestly, having completely shattered his mental defenses. Inside the cabin, several individuals in plain clothes were present. You all will accompany me for the exchange. The rest should remain hidden within the cabin. Upon hearing Su Shan's arrangement, Qing Yao, who had previously harbored some misunderstandings about him, quietly inquired, President Su, did you already know about Zhou Bao and the cargo ship laden with arms at Qinshan Lake? It wasn't until after Zhou Hu's death that I became aware, Su Shan replied. It's a matter of intuition. This is Su Shan's most formidable weapon. Before his demise, Zhou Hu instructed his subordinates to inform Zhou Bao, inadvertently revealing their location. Chapter 22. The blade divides yin and yang, slaying Zhou Bao. Su Shan's response astonished Qing Yao. Before she could delve deeper, she glanced back at the harbor, where the esteemed official Su murmured, the harbor must be bustling with activity now, wouldn't it? All manner of underworld figures should be there to seek retribution. Upon hearing this, Qing Yao furrowed her brows as she looked at the handsome man beside her. Now you fear the consequences? After causing such a commotion, let us see how you resolve this. After she finished her words, Su Shan burst into laughter, exclaiming, how will it conclude? Aha, Xiabai-hu, do you understand? The greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. The livelier the dock, the more explosive the results of capturing both the man and the evidence. Following his train of thought, Qing Yao, now grasping the situation, murmured, you mean to say that the Donglin faction has been doing everything possible to suppress this case, not wishing for it to erupt completely. But now, the situation is different. The second-in-command of the Chaobang has perished at the hands of the Jinyiwei in broad daylight. Whether in the martial world or the court, all eyes are now focused on the harbor. You suggest that at this moment, if we substantiate the accusations of the Chaobang conspiring against the nation and illegally selling military arms, can the Donglin faction still cover it up? Upon hearing these words from Su Shan, Qing Yao, wide-eyed, fell into a contemplative silence. The slaying of Zhou Hu was merely the prologue. The main performance had only just begun. Sanlinku, while not the most intricate area within the 1,000 mountains and lakes, possesses a naturally advantageous terrain, making it easy to defend yet difficult to attack. The narrow inlet allows the Chaobang disciples stationed there to be alerted at the slightest sign of trouble. Therefore, without Zhang Chang's cooperation, even if Su Shan led his team here, the vigilant Zhou Bao would have swiftly escaped. Third Master, the second-in-command's boat has entered the stronghold. According to Master Zhang at the bow, the second-in-command was somewhat uneasy about this place and had come personally to inspect. Upon hearing this, Zhou Bao, who was indulging in copious amounts of meat and wine in the water stronghold, quickly rose and said, my dear second brother, when did you become so fussy? What is there to worry about? I have merely informed the Jinyiwei that the weapons are hidden here. Can they truly breach our defenses? Despite this, Zhou Bao took the initiative to lead a group out to greet them. As the vessel had yet to dock, Su Shan, standing on the deck, caught sight of several familiar yet unfamiliar faces, led by Zhou Bao, hastily approaching the shore. The familiarity stemmed from Su Shan having encountered them while communicating with the porters. However, it was indeed a novel experience, as it marked the first time both parties met in reality. Zhou Bao seemed to sense Su Shan's piercing gaze, and standing at the shore, he furrowed his brow and remarked, Master Zhang, this young man beside you appears quite unfamiliar. Who is he? In response to Zhou Bao's inquiry, the anxious Zhang Chong appeared flustered. Conversely, Su Shan, with a calm smile, introduced himself. Allow me to introduce myself. Third Master. I am Su Shan, the chief of the Jinyiwei. Jinyiwei? Zhou Bao and his companions were still reeling from the shock when Su Shan, like a ravenous wolf pouncing on its prey, lunged towards them. In that fleeting moment of airborne action, several throwing knives shot forth like bullets, aimed directly at Zhou Bao and his entourage. Now, with his mastery of the literally flying dagger, Su Shan could unleash multiple knives simultaneously, each one striking true. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! It's the Jinyiwei. One of Zhou Bao's companions shouted just before a knife pierced his throat with chilling precision. Not only he, but several lower-ranked disciples of the Zhang gang also fell victim to the onslaught. Only Zhou Bao, who had attained the innate realm, managed to evade in a disheveled manner, though a blade still left a crimson mark on his left shoulder. Old Fei, one Shan. Zhou Bao, rolling on the ground, howled in despair upon witnessing his guard's fall. Yet, scarcely had he finished his lament when Su Shan, like a shadow, charged towards him with a blade in hand. Do you still have time to worry about others? Perhaps you should first consider how to save yourself. Blade divides yin and yang, with a resounding thud, as Su Shan landed. Zhou Bao stood before him in an odd posture, his weapon split in two. The broken blade clattered to the ground. Zhou Bao, his eyes wide with disbelief, stared at the young man before him. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the red time-limited task, the porter's wishes. The system rewards you with 20 years of cultivation and the Golden Bell Shield. As the system notification echoed within Su Shan's mind, Zhou Bao, whose pupils had glazed over, suddenly felt a new wound open on his forehead. In the next instant, the injury erupted violently, and his body split apart like the shattered blade he once wielded. Third Master. On the shore, the disciples of the Chaobang, who were desperately resisting, emitted cries of despair upon witnessing their third-in-command being slain by Su Shan's blade. At this moment, the elite Jinyiwei, led by Qingyao, had already breached half of the water fortress. The overwhelming force caused the Chaobang disciples, now leaderless, to scatter in panic. Within a mere incense stick's burning time, the entire water stronghold had been decimated, save for those who surrendered. All the weaponry is here. Upon hearing a Jinyiwei shout, Su Shan and Qingyao hurried over. They discovered wooden crates from which military arms, wrapped in satin, lay strewn across the ground. After picking up a steel dagger and examining it closely, Su Shan remarked with fierce indignation, "No wonder the coastal garrison suffers continuous defeats. Our troops are equipped with weapons from years past, while the most advanced steel swords have been sold off to pirates by these avaricious officials. Can they still bear the weight of their ancestors' coffins?" Su Shan's words resonated deeply with Qingyao and the Jinyiwei. "Send all the captives onto the ship. We have witnesses and evidence. This time, I shall see how those beasts in human clothing can evade justice." Just as Su Shan and his men were making their way back, the heads of Zhou Hu and several high-ranking Chaobang members were displayed before Shangwan Yin'er and Ji Gang. Facing them were hundreds of Chaobang disciples, who, under the covert encouragement of Wu Jingsheng and Gu Daong, shouted in unison, "Severely punish the murderer, show no mercy. Failing to kill Su Shan will not quell the people's wrath." The uproar was deafening, attracting many bewildered civilians and spies from various factions, including those from Yuhang. They were all eager to witness how the Imperial envoy and the Emperor's guards from the capital would respond in such a dire situation. Chapter 23. Confrontation at the Dock. Bracing against the turbulence. Vice Minister Shangguan, as an Imperial envoy, you must not condone the wanton slaughter of innocents. Initially, Lin Shoufu and the other ministers harbored considerable grievances against the Jinyiwei's arrogance. If word of this reached the capital, it would likely lead to disastrous consequences. Gu Daong, feigning concern for the Chaobang disciples' feelings, turned to Shangwan Yin'er with a sarcastic tone. Upon hearing this, Shangwan Yin'er, with a cold smile, retorted, "How the situation unfolds is my concern, not for the Eastern Depot to dictate." Very well, very well. Vice Minister Shangguan, should a civil upheaval arise, you shall bear the consequences alone. Gu Daiyong's demeanor shifted dramatically as he shouted. Uft. At this, Ji Gang couldn't help but burst into laughter. With such a small number of Chaobang disciples, the Jinyiwei's blades will cleanse them thoroughly. As Ji Gang concluded his remarks, Wu Jingsheng, whose official rank was equal to his adversaries, promptly interjected, "As the magistrate of Yuhang, I cannot permit the Jinyiwei to indiscriminately slaughter innocents in this locale. Moreover, your allegations regarding the Tsang gang's illicit arms trafficking, treason, and obstruction of justice are solely the assertions of the Jinfu division. What if these accusations are fabricated? Therefore, I have allied with numerous dignitaries from Jiangnan Prefecture and have petitioned the capital to intervene in this matter. Until there is tangible evidence or a response, I advise you, Ji Qianhu, to sheathe your embroidered spring blade." As a protege of Lin Ruopu and a representative of the Donglin faction in Yuhang, Wu Jingsheng possessed the audacity to voice such sentiments. With no intention of yielding, Ji Gang swiftly drew his blade. Instantly, the accompanying Jinyiwei followed suit. It is a principle among us Jinyiwei that once a blade is drawn, it shall not be sheathed again. Witnessing this scene, the officials and guards accompanying Wu Jingxing were equally poised for confrontation. In an instant, the expansive ferry terminal was fraught with tension. Suddenly, a piercing sound of a blade slicing through the air resonated from the river. The seasoned warriors felt an overwhelming surge of sword intent and instinctively turned their heads. In the next moment, a spring blade forged from dark iron impaled through the head of Zhou Hu, embedding itself into the ground, with a severed head dangling from its blade. The third master? Upon recognizing the gruesome visage, several disciples of the Tsang gang gasped and uttered the name of the fallen. A thunderous uproar erupted at this revelation. The spring blade, still quivering from its violent act, swayed ominously as it remained lodged within the brothers' heads. Above the hilt, the name stamped by the craftsman was starkly illuminated before the onlookers, Shan. As the individuals at the forefront beheld the name, they instinctively exclaimed. Just as his words fell, a cargo ship hastily approached the shore, where Shan's voice resonated like a thunderous bell. The Tsang gang has engaged in arms trafficking, obstructed law enforcement, and committed treason. We possess both witnesses and evidence. Shan, the chief flag officer of the Jinyiwei, implored the magistrate, Ji Qianhu, to immediately dispatch troops to quell the rebellion. With a resounding thud, he hurled a crate onto the ferry. As it shattered, not only did silks and ceramics spill forth, but also weapons imprinted with the Ministry of War seal. In that fleeting moment, Wu Jingxing and Gu Daong, their pupils widening in astonishment, exchanged bewildered glances. Subsequently, they inhaled sharply, taken aback by the revelation before them. Adding to their humiliation, the poised Shangwan Yin'er, standing resolutely, issued her command without the slightest hesitation. All Imperial Guards. Yes, resounded the collective reply of the Imperial Guards, their voices echoing throughout the entire ferry terminal. This was even more deafening than the lamentations of the disciples of the Chaobang. Immediately seize all properties under the name of the Chaobang. Those who dare to resist shall be executed. Those who dare to obstruct the enforcers shall be executed. Those who dare to raise arms shall be executed. With the issuance of the 7-kill order by Shangwan Yin'er, the previously restrained Imperial Guards, filled with fervor, responded in unison, "We shall obey the sacred decree." As the words fell, they pounced upon the Chaobang disciples, who had just been baring their teeth at them with ferocity. Whoosh! Bang! Accompanied by the resounding blasts of the projectile weapons. The Imperial Guards stationed throughout the various regions of Yuhang advanced with their blades drawn. Do you dare to glare at me? Is this a sign of contempt? Kill. Trying to flee, are you? Kill. Did you just step on my foot? Resisting to the end? Kill. The few Chaobang disciples who had instigated the ruckus were swiftly executed before Wu Jingxing and Gu Daong. Their throats slit before their eyes. Yet, at that moment, both men, along with the accompanying officials and guards, stood frozen in place, unable to voice their anger. In the Ming dynasty, let alone treason, even the mere possession of military arms was enough to warrant the annihilation of 3 clans. Anyone who dared to associate with them would find themselves inescapably doomed. They had witnesses and material evidence, and it seemed they had even caught someone in the act. At this moment, despite the backing of Lin Shoufu and Xiao Dujing, Wu Jingxing and Gu Daong dared not act recklessly. "Governor Wu, please save us," Zhang Butu implored. "We have always regarded each other as brothers." However, Niu Fui remained indifferent to the desperate cries of the members of the Chao gang, as if he and his companions were oblivious to their plight. "It seems the officials have a cordial relationship with the Chao gang. We must ensure that the Jinfu division does not uncover anything untoward. In my eyes, there is no room for even a grain of sand." The calculating Ji gang appears ready to unleash his wrath. While Wu Jingxing and Gu Daong may have support, their subordinates seem to be in a state of utter disarray. This is precisely the outcome orchestrated by Shan, designed to throw these individuals into disarray. With a resounding bang, as the cargo ship docked, Shan and his companions from the Qingyao swiftly disembarked. His subordinates, Shan and Qingyao, respectfully greeted the official Shangwan Qianshi and the captain Ji Chong, who, without waiting for them to bow, were in high spirits, each buoying their trusted aides. "Well done, young scamps. This case has been handled splendidly. However, there is a matter that requires your personal oversight." Upon hearing Ji Chong's words, Shan instinctively raised his head to regard him. "What, do you intend to treat me like a beast of burden, not even granting me a moment to breathe?" Yet, in the presence of others, he clasped his hands in salute, declaring, I am at your service, to the death. That is not necessary, Ji Chong replied, as he received several case files from his aide behind him. The Shiman family, known for their bullying and extortion, poses a significant threat to the community. And the evidence is irrefutable. You are to take your men and conduct a search of their residence immediately. Remember, raise the banner of the town constabulary. Anyone who dares utter a word of dissent shall be treated as an accomplice. A murmur of shock rippled through the crowd as Ji Chong's words concluded. Meanwhile, Gu Deong, his face already ashen, trembled with rage. Chapter 24. Raiding the residence, slapping faces, Su Shan displays his might. Ji Chong, has your town constabulary overreached its bounds? Even if the Shiman family engages in extortion, it falls under the jurisdiction of the government, does it not? It should not be the duty of your Jinyiwei to intervene. Gu Deong exclaimed, his voice strained. As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Chong, showing no leniency, retorted sharply, what the government can manage, our town constabulary shall oversee. What the government cannot manage, our town constabulary shall also take charge. You, Gu Deong, now exasperated, struggled to complete his sentence before Ji Chong interjected. Damn it. The Eastern Depot has already arrested individuals without any evidence. I have gone through the trouble of ensuring the facade is maintained. You've been given ample consideration, Gu Deong. Su Shan, here, get to work. Yes. Moreover, ensure that the several guards detained in the dungeon are securely watched. The Eastern Depot has provided us no reasonable justification regarding this matter. Even the head of the Eastern Depot has not released them. Understood. After collecting the case files, Su Shan turned and waved his hand, preparing to head towards the East City. As he brushed past Gu Deong, who had never endured such humiliation, he coldly remarked, Young man, let me remind you that one must possess self-awareness. Do not bring disaster upon yourself. With a soft thud, the weight of his words lingered in the air. After the furious words were spoken, Su Shan paused and glanced at the other party, saying, Master Gu, allow me to offer a word of advice. The next time the Eastern Depot sends people to the town protectorate, please ensure they cleanse themselves and burn incense. The stench is unbearable. Su Shan's words elicited a hearty laugh from Ji Gang. Meanwhile, Gu Deong clenched his fists in anger, yet felt powerless. This matter is far from over. Knowing that remaining here would only subject him to humiliation, Gu Deong bellowed fiercely before turning to leave. Master Gu, please temper your anger. Wu Jingxing quickly interjected after they exited the dock. Temper my anger? Didn't your people assure us of complete success? How could such a blunder occur? Before our arrival, the Empress specifically instructed us, if Governor Wu fails to cleanse the stain of Yuhang, we shall have to erase you. Upon hearing this, Wu Jingxing broke out in a cold sweat, hastily offering his apologies. Master Gu, my subordinates will not cause any further issues. The only variable is Shan, who has been captured by the Jinyiwei and imprisoned in the Zhaoyuan. I truly feel powerless. After finishing his statement, Gu Deong, with a fierce expression, declared, We are prepared. We will resolve the issue of Shan. But before that, you must command your people to handle a task. After saying this, he whispered several instructions. Understood. I will have my trusted confidant personally oversee the matter to ensure there are no mistakes. Nodding in agreement, Gu Deong, after watching Su Shan and his men depart, coldly remarked, that scoundrel must die, but we must not allow the town protectorate to find any incriminating evidence. Yes. Furthermore, have you prepared the furnace cauldrons we requested? I have gathered some, but your requirements are rather stringent, and currently, the quantity is insufficient. However, rest assured, I have already ordered a citywide search. Good. Once our skills are perfected, I shall tear Ji Gang's facade apart. As he spoke, Gu Deong revealed his sharp claws. After escorting Gu Deong to a secret chamber for training, Wu Jingxing summoned his trusted aide, Tian Boshang, to his side. Through the dead letter box, relay a message to the Black Dragon Society. Eliminate Su Shan of the Jinyiwei. Include his information as well. Understood. You will personally lead your men to execute Master Gu's instructions. It is imperative that we strike true. Confidently, Tian Boshang replied, Rest assured, my lord. As long as it is not under the direct watch of a deputy commander of the Jinyiwei, I am certain of success. Excellent. Proceed with the task. Also, instruct everyone to ensure their own affairs are in order. Should anyone falter, do not expect leniency from me. Understood. In the eastern part of the city, at the West Gate residence, what was once a desolate mourning hall is now filled with individuals who have come to pay their respects. Those who once merely observed from a distance, upon witnessing Gu Deong, one of the 8 tigers of the Eastern Depot, personally advocate for the Shimin family, could not resist rushing in, sensing an opportunity. The once pitiful Madame Su Yueme, clad in plain garments, shed her previous vulnerability in front of Gu Daong and Wu Jingsheng, replaced instead by a demeanor both sharp and overbearing. Seizing this moment, she skillfully admonished those present. Do not presume that our esteemed master and young master, having fallen victim to treachery, would leave the Shimin family in disarray. As long as Manager Gu and Governor Wu remain, none would dare to bare their fangs at the Shimin family. Indeed, as she concluded her remarks, those gathered quickly murmured their agreement. In Yuhang, it is said that the personnel of the town pacification office are untouchable? The shame brought upon our Shimin family by the brocade-clad guard Su Shan yesterday will lead to his utter ruin today, regardless of whether he is the true culprit. Having offended the Shimin family, Manager Gu will ensure that he pays with his life. Madame Su Yueme's words sent a chill of fear through all those present. In recent years, due to the decline of imperial authority, the presence of the Jinyiwei has diminished significantly. However, with Ji Gang stationed at the Yuhang Town Protectorate, it is not something that can be trifled with. Even the Yamen must exercise caution in its dealings. Yet today, upon hearing the implications from Su Yueme, it seems the Eastern Depot intends to collude with the Yamen to confront the Protectorate. In such a case, one must tightly grasp onto the formidable Shimin family for support. Observing the sycophantic expressions of those around her, Su Yueme felt a surge of satisfaction from her momentary display of power. A lowly officer originating from humble beginnings dares to ride atop the Shimin family? Let him stake his life to establish his authority. Just as Su Yueme basked in her triumph, a servant rushed in with great urgency. Thud! Madam, he exclaimed, dropping to his knees. What could be so pressing? Su Shan, he stammered, only managing to utter the beginning of his sentence before Su Yueme abruptly rose, exclaiming, Has Master Gu captured that scoundrel named Su? Perfect. I shall demand he kneel before the spirits of my husband and son to confess his wrongs. His skull shall remain unbroken only if his heart is sincere. Where is he? Bang! Clang! Just as Su Yueme finished speaking, the half-closed main door was violently kicked open. Immediately, dozens of Jinyiwei armed with blades surged in, witnessing the sudden turn of events. Not only the guests present, but even Su Yueme herself was thrown into a state of panic. What do you intend to do? She stammered, as her words faded. Su Shan, clad in a black flying fish uniform, stepped over the threshold of the Shimin residence. With a cold sneer, he surveyed the crowd, declaring, The Jinyiwei are here under orders to raid this household. All irrelevant persons, begone. Chapter 25, Returning in Splendor, Congratulations from all directions. Boom. Su Shan's thunderous pronouncement sent a wave of astonishment rippling through those present. As Su Yueme's head buzzed, regaining her composure, she rushed forward. Her face contorted with fury as she pointed a shaking finger at Su Shan. Who gives you the audacity to raid the Shimin residence? How many lives do you possess that are sufficient for Master Gu of the Eastern Depot to take? Slap. Without a trace of leniency, Su Shan struck her with a resounding blow. Thud. The force of the slap sent Su Yueme sprawling to the ground, unleashing a piercing cry of despair. With an expression of cold severity, Su Shan stated, This is the first and last time. Should you dare to obstruct the law again, I shall show no mercy. The palpable aura of murderous intent instilled fear in the hearts of the guests and the members of the Shimin family alike. As Su Yueme, her face bruised and swollen, was helped to her feet by a servant, her eyes, though filled with terror, feigned composure as she shrieked, Dare you tell me who you are? As they awaited the arrival of Master Gu, a sense of impending reckoning loomed. Upon hearing the name, Su Shan, a member of the Jinyiwei, let out a cold smirk. A murmur rippled through the crowd as many swallowed hard at the mention of his name. Su Shan, was he not supposed to be at the mercy of Master Gu, doomed to suffer irreparable consequences? How was he unscathed in here, even leading a raid on the Shimin family? Sir, there has been news from the river crossing. The authorities and the Eastern Bureau have collaborated and failed to protect the Chao gang. The Jinyiwei is arresting members of the gang. What? Is this true? Absolutely. Moreover, the captain of the town guard has thoroughly fallen out with Master Gu of the Eastern Bureau, ordering Su Shan to execute a home raid. We should not linger here. Let us depart swiftly. When deities clash, even a mere byproduct could spell our doom. Outside the morning hall, the harsh sounds of conversation pierced the serene atmosphere, reaching the ears of all present. In an instant, the once indecisive relatives of the Shimin family chose to flee. The sight of them scurrying like frightened rabbits was enough to compel the remaining guests to follow suit. Before long, the Shi Min residence, which had recently been bustling with activity, became eerily quiet. What are we waiting for? Let us raid the home. With Su Shan's command, dozens of Jinyiwei officers sprang into action. Rather than a mere raid, it felt more like an upheaval of the Shi Min household. Aware of their leader's long-standing grievances with the Shi Min family, the officers approached the task with a personal fervor. Bandits, you are merciless. Are you going to leave us with nothing? I will perish before your eyes. As her protector faltered in Su Shan's presence, Su Yume resorted to theatrics, crying and pleading. If you are to die, do it swiftly. You can join your lord and young master in the afterlife, saving a coffin-esque cost. With those icy words, Su Shan turned and positioned a chair to block the front entrance. His stance was clear. The fate of the Shi Min family was inconsequential to him. However, since he was there to raid, nothing belonging to them would leave the premises. Su Shan's resolute demeanor plunged the Shi Min family into despair. With nothing else to occupy his time, he devoted himself to channeling the entirety of his 20 years of cultivation into the new martial arts technique, the Golden Bell Shield. As the process commenced, the essence of the Golden Bell Shield began to flow into Su Shan's consciousness. The technique was divided into 4 forms and 12 levels. They consist of the Iron Wall of Body Refinement, the True Qi of Vitality Refinement, the Dragon Suppression of Energy Refinement, and finally, the Diamond Shield of Harmonized Qi and Strength. This martial art comprises the first 3 techniques, each with 9 levels, which can only be deemed as superior skills. However, should one achieve the consummate mastery of the 4th technique, they shall transcend the realm of extraordinary martial arts, approaching the pinnacle of perfection. In the first year of cultivating the Golden Bell Shield, with unparalleled inner strength techniques at your disposal, you swiftly grasped the first layer of the Iron Wall. Undeterred by the storms of the 5th year, your physique, greatly tempered, seemingly mastered the 3rd layer of the Iron Wall. In the 10th year, through diligent effort, you attained a profound understanding of strength, mastering the outward projection of inner energy that radiated from your very being. After a tranquil 20 years, ceaselessly refining your energy, you finally honed the Golden Bell Shield to the 6th layer. At this point, your true energy could be freely released and contracted at will. With the completion of this progression, Su Shan, having fully comprehended the first 2 layers of the Golden Bell Shield, unleashed his true energy. Bathed in sunlight, streams of violet energy swirled around his body. At this moment, he felt as though his defenses had reached an astonishing pinnacle. Was he truly at the peak of the innate 5th rank? With the support of numerous divine skills, Su Shan possessed the strength to contend even against those of the innate 7th and 8th ranks. Just as Su Shan was contemplating the Golden Bell Shield, news of his raid on the Shi Min family had already spread throughout the streets and alleys. Naturally, accompanying this revelation was the announcement of his promotion to the Grand Flag of the Jinyiwei. The prestigious rank of the 7th grade had elevated him into the ranks of the official gentleman. What did you say? Su Shan has raided the Shi Min family and has been promoted to the Grand Flag of the Jinyiwei? In the Eastern Jin household, the slightly bulging Jin Lian asked her father, Jin Shan, with exaggerated curiosity. Indeed, he is the youngest Grand Flag in the history of the Town Protector's office. It is said that the Imperial envoy from the capital holds him in high regard. The word on the street is that he risked defending the Eastern Depot by raiding the Shi Min family out of a passionate rage for a beauty. Upon hearing this, Jin Lian confidently replied with a smile, "Of course. Su Shan has risked his life for me before. Father, let me dress up, and we shall take the marriage certificate to the Su family. I am certain that when he sees me personally come to congratulate him, we shall rekindle our bond. And the child you carry? Huh, the offspring of the Shi Min family? I would rather not have it. If Su Lang were to know that I would forsake another's child for him, he would surely be moved to tears." After concluding his mission, Su Shan, clad in black, rode home. I've returned. With a series of firecrackers exploding, his neighbors greeted him as he entered the alley. Without any pretense, Su Shan quickly dismounted and exchanged polite bows. "Mother, I am back. Good. Later, we shall light incense for your father and share the joyous news. Mother, do not cry. Have we not endured hardship to reach this moment?" Yes. By the way, we shall set the table today. No one is allowed to leave." As the crowd surrounded Su Shan, the esteemed official made his way into the courtyard when a shrill voice suddenly pierced the air. "Su Lang." Turning toward the voice, he beheld the extravagantly dressed Jin Lian sashaying towards him. On such a joyous occasion, was she here to provoke him? Before Su Shan could voice his thoughts, the unrefined Jin Lian had already approached. Congratulations, Su Lang, on your promotion to Grand Flag. The man I, Jin Lian, admire is indeed a dragon among men. Jin Lian spoke these words with unabashed affection, convinced that Su Shan would be deeply moved by her sentiments. Begone. Suddenly, a single word caused the smile on Jin Lian's face to freeze instantaneously. Reflecting on it, she murmured to herself, I must have wounded him deeply before. With this thought, Jin Lian regained her charming demeanor and playfully nudged Su Shan, saying, How annoying. Su Lang, I know you're still angry with me. I have realized my mistakes. Moreover, I have made up my mind. If the child is not yours, I shall not keep it. From now on, I will solely be by your side, assisting you in raising our children. Is this news surprising or unexpected? After speaking, Jin Lian even winked at Su Shan. At that moment, Su Shan, feeling utterly nauseated as if he had consumed something vile, could no longer contain himself and raised his hand. Smack. Ouch! Jin Lian, struck across the face, staggered back several steps. Had it not been for the support of her family behind her, she would have been sent flying. Who on earth gave you the confidence to emerge at this moment and disgust me? You are filth even dogs would disdain. If you don't leave, I will decisively ruin the faces of your entire family. Woo-woo. Hearing this, with tears streaming down her face, Jin Lian squeezed her voice and said, Su Lang, do you no longer love me? Have you found someone else? I can barely endure this. Strike her. This time, there was no need for Su Shan to take action. The neighbors, unable to contain themselves, raised their arms in excitement. Dressed in vibrant attire, they arrived with enthusiasm, yet left in disarray. Nonetheless, even amidst this chaos, Jin Lian perceived that it was still Su Shan who was testing her devotion. Once I terminate the pregnancy, he will reconsider upon witnessing my decisive actions. With resolute determination, Jin Lian prepared to return home, to fetch money, and seek out a physician. However, at her doorstep, she encountered the destitute Su Yueme, who had lost her home. Previously, the two women had been at odds over entering the West Gate residence. Oh, isn't this the esteemed lady of the Shimin family? How unfortunate. Reduced to having nowhere to go, Jin Lian taunted, I am not like you. My Su Lang is still putting me to the test. Once he reconsiders, I shall become the wife of a high official. Hearing Jin Lian's words, Su Yueme coldly retorted, So, the rumors outside were true. That wretched creature named Su is targeting the Shimin family solely because of you. Now you realize my allure, do you? With that, Jin Lian's words barely left her lips before Su Yueme, wielding the last of her hairpin, jabbed at her repeatedly until her anger subsided, continuing to poke incessantly. Murder, murder, cried Jin Shan and his wife in a frenzy upon witnessing the scene. Yet, in her bloodlust, Su Yueme lunged at them. While the Su family hosted a banquet for the neighbors, Su Shan ventured alone to the back ridge to pay respects to his late father. He held no fond memories of this father, who had been little more than a figure of convenience. Nonetheless, it was undeniable that the connections left behind in the town's pacification office had afforded Su Shan considerable assistance. Out of both sentiment and duty, he lit 3 incense sticks to honor him. Old Su, your case file has been entrusted to me by Uncle Qin. Rest assured, whenever I encounter members of the Black Dragon Society, no matter the location, I shall show no mercy. The grievances of family and nation shall never be forgotten. As Su Shan burned yellow paper, a sharp crack of a breaking branch in the desolate back ridge heightened his senses. In the next moment, feeling an impending threat, he leapt away from his original position. During this time, his protective chi enveloped him, and he unleashed the full extent of his movement techniques. Just as he departed, dozens of ninja darts pierced the ground, while the stone tablet toppled the still-burning brazier. Simultaneously, the once soft earth began to undulate, forming multiple mounds that converged at the very spot where Su Shan had landed. With a resounding crash, 4 dark figures emerged from the ground, their samurai swords raised in unison, striking towards Su Shan at the center. In that fleeting moment, Su Shan firmly grasped the embroidered spring blade and unsheathed it with fierce determination. The world shattered. Power surged across the vast expanse. Under the stars and the moon, figures danced amidst the clash of swords and the glimmer of blades. Broken edges of the sword, severed heads, and the splattering of blood fell to the ground in a disarrayed heap. Crash. At the moment of landing, Su Shan confidently glanced back, ignoring the dismembered shadows. Instead, propelled by the ethereal steps of the Lingbo Weibu, he surged towards the nearby dense forest. The blade divided the realms of yin and yang. Come forth. Boom. Clatter. Accompanied by a fierce intent of the blade, it instantly erupted. Other shadowy figures concealed within also revealed themselves before Shan. Whoosh, whoosh. The embroidered spring blade remained unsheathed, as concealed flying daggers within Shan's cloak struck fiercely. Thud. The daggers pierced through the enemy's neck and forcefully penetrated the thicket. The shadows, driven out by the blade's intent, fell one after another after being struck. Huff. Standing firm with his blade, Shan did not lower his guard despite their demise. His keen perception alerted him to a more formidable opponent lurking nearby. Whoosh. A shadow, perfectly aligned with the surrounding trees, lunged downwards at Shan. The sharp katana, infused with a chilling malice, approached with alarming speed. Clang. Without lifting his gaze, Shan deftly utilized his acute awareness to deflect the blow with a swift arm movement. Following this, he swung his blade, shredding the descending strike with the ferocity of a high-speed meat grinder. Sizzle. The final act consumed not only the assassin's blade but also his arm. Die. At this moment, the adversary capable of instilling dread in Shan could no longer contain themselves and launched an assault. A flash of cold light. Not daring to act recklessly, Shan discreetly activated the Lingbo Weibu, while his protective vital energy enveloped him. Thud. Sizzle. Boom. The two forces collided with great intensity. In the instant of their explosive clash, Shan and the assassin quickly distanced themselves from one another. Pitter-patter. Shan, rolling through the air, staggered back several steps upon landing before barely regaining his footing. The assassin, on the other hand, steadied himself by embedding his katana into the tree behind him. His fierce strike had been thwarted by Shan's protective energy, yet Shan's blade left a crimson mark upon his shoulder. 8 trigrams. The assassin, witnessing the scene with a tilted head, uttered words that set Shan's blood boiling. Chapter 27. Taking revenge, leaving none alive. Damn it, invaders. No wonder the blood reeks. Shan, wiping the bloodstains from his embroidered spring knife, revealed a chilling demeanor. As his words fell, the adversary across from him responded in fluent Mandarin. You are indeed far superior to your father. A few years ago, when I was ordered to eliminate him, it was not nearly as troublesome. With a creaking sound, Shan tightened his grip on the embroidered spring knife upon hearing this. The Black Dragon Society? Heh. Once Shan discerned the identity of his opponent, the ninja, possessing formidable 7th-tier prowess, let out a treacherous chuckle. After acquiring your information today, I regret being overly merciful back then. I should have dealt with you, this wretched dog, as well. Your father's fate has evidently not been enough to awaken your senses. You dare to kill a Japanese? It's sheer folly. Hearing this, a sinister smile crept onto Shan's lips. At this moment, his grin appeared utterly ferocious. With both personal vendetta and national grievance at play, he thought, if I do not eliminate you before my father today, I fear I may not be able to restrain his coffin lid. Swish. With that, Shan ceased any further words, channeling his inner energy outward. Enhanced by the ethereal steps, he surged towards his opponent with astonishing speed. A violet aura of protective energy enveloped him. The deep-seated enmity within him propelled forth an extraordinary surge of power and murderous intent that transcended his current abilities. Today, it is either your demise or mine. Swish. Clang. The flying dagger sealed off all possible escape routes for his opponent, with the most powerful strike infused with the essence of the grand completion of blade intent. After exchanging numerous blows, Shan unleashed a formidable cleave. SZZ. The world dimmed. The bloodied blade descended from above, cleaving downwards, carving a grotesque chasm into the earth. Towering trees in the vicinity crashed down with a thunderous roar. The high-ranking ninja before Shan stood there, eyes glazed with shock. In the next moment, he was split asunder, with blood mist swirling around. Crack! Shan, having exceeded his limits, leaned forward, his body faltering under the weight. The embroidered spring knife embedded itself into the ground, supporting his lifeless form. After a brief moment of recuperation, Shan placed one hand upon the opponent's body, probing for secrets concealed within the past hour. The final half hour before death was occupied by this ninja, revered as the Shadow General, orchestrating an assassination. To unravel the preceding 50 minutes was the information Shan sought. The Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. They had previously been hiding within the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. Upon witnessing their complete mobilization, Shan keenly discerned their hiding place. Continuing forward, he observed a middle-aged man, dressed like a wealthy gentleman, holding Su Shan's dossier. Addressing the shadowy figures and several men around him in Mandarin, he remarked, "Behold, the freshly acquired intelligence. The one responsible for slaying Yamamoto Shirlu is this very group. That wretched Su Shan." Upon reviewing the dossier, he realized that Su Shan's father was none other than Su Xian, the Grand Flag officer of the Jinyiwei who nearly uncovered the Heir Merchant Association back in the day. Hearing this, the shadowy figure expressed his regret, stating, "Lord Ingzu, it was my inadequacy in the past that prevented us from eradicating the root of the problem." As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man coldly commanded, "Then take the shadow guards and eliminate him now. The blood feud of the Imperial warriors must be avenged by this group." "Yes, Lord Ingzu," responded Mo.Si.Hai. "Present as well. I shall ensure that all actions of the Shadow Commander are executed flawlessly." Indeed, upon hearing the name Mo.Si.Hai, Su Shan's expression darkened. As a renowned wealthy merchant in Yuhang, he appeared to be benevolent, generously providing rice porridge to the needy, earning him an excellent reputation locally. Many impoverished scholars traveling to the capital for examinations had their travel expenses covered solely by him. This has led many accomplished individuals to take great care of his enterprises. However, who would have imagined that he was, in fact, a spy from the East? The renowned Heir Merchants Association in Yuhang is merely a stronghold of the Black Dragon Society. Ding dong. The system announces a hidden quest. Avenge my father. Quest details. Eliminate Mo.Si.Hai, who lured Su Xian outside the city, as well as the Shadow General who sought his life. Quest progress. 12. Quest reward. 40 years of cultivation. Ding dong. A quest is issued regarding Su Xian's last wishes. Quest details. Dismantle the Black Dragon Society's stronghold, Heir Merchants Association, in Yuhang. Quest reward. 50 years of cultivation and the 9 Yang Sutra. Upon hearing these two system notifications, Su Shan gazed towards his father's grave not far away and spoke, "Old Su, the food is ready. I, your humble son, shall not let you down." Whoosh. Bang. After muttering these words, Su Shan set off a cloud-piercing bomb. Shortly thereafter, Qin Changdong and his companions, who were dining at the Su residence, hurried over. Upon witnessing the bloody scene, they rushed to inquire about Su Shan's condition. "I'm fine. They are members of the Black Dragon Society. Those despicable scoundrels." Upon hearing this, Qin Changdong spoke fiercely, "Uncle, arrange for my mother to stay with Aunt for the next few days. I've made quite a few enemies recently, and I fear they..." "Enough. Uncle will make the arrangements." Su Shan, having only performed a brief rest, hurried back to the town protectorate. Upon learning of his ambush by the Black Dragon Society, Shangwan Yenner and Ji Gang emerged from the Imperial prison, eager to uncover the truth. In response to their concern, Su Shan smiled and jested, a blessing in disguise. "Who knows? If they hadn't ambushed me, how would I have discovered the Black Dragon Society's stronghold in Yuhang?" "What did you say? You know the location of the Black Dragon Society's stronghold?" Ji Gang asked, filled with astonishment. "Indeed, it is at the Heir Merchants Association. My father uncovered it back in the day, only to be deceived by Mo.Si.Hai and assassinated outside the city. From the information I've gathered, at least one shadow aide from the Black Dragon Society is hidden there, possessing strength comparable to a master-level practitioner. There are at least 2 or 3 other shadow generals as well." After Su Shan relayed this information, Shangwan Yenner, brimming with murderous intent, coldly declared, "We must eradicate them completely. Moreover, we must ensure no one escapes." After a brief silence, Shangwan Yenner spoke again, "Jiqianhu, I recall that the Chaobang has business dealings with the Heir Merchants Association, correct?" "Yes, and the exchanges are quite frequent. On this basis, we shall conduct a thorough investigation of the entire Heir Merchants Association. I will lead a team to the Heir Merchants Association to stir up trouble." Jiqianhu, familiar with the terrain, prepared to lay a trap. Once Shangwan Yenner had made the necessary arrangements, Su Shan, who had already regained his composure, boldly offered, "Shangwan Deputy Commissioner, I shall accompany you. It is my duty to avenge my father." Chapter 28. Capturing the Tortoise in the Jar, Decisive in Action. Within the Four Seas Commerce Association, the president, Mo.Si.Hai, who appeared benevolent in the eyes of outsiders, now stood obsequiously beside the Black Dragon Society's representative, Ikebana Koji, reporting on a matter. "You say the Chaobang possesses both a Yang and a Yin ledger?" Upon hearing this, Ikebana Koji abruptly turned, questioning with incredulity. "Yes, this is indeed something Wu Jingsheng did not anticipate. The Chaobang distributed clandestine dividends to local officials and gentry through his pawn shop, Yangxing. Officials and nobles sent their agents monthly to exchange worthless scrap for silver at Yangxing according to the price set by Weibu. The records on the books contained no substantial evidence that the Jinyiwei could uncover. However, Zhoulong had discreetly kept a record of the accounts involving the officials and gentry, which also included those assisting us in transporting arms, provisions, and illegally traded salt. As Mo.Si finished speaking, Ikebana Koji, filled with rage, immediately retorted, "Damn it, Wu Jingsheng. That incompetent fool. Calm yourself, Ikebana. After learning of this matter, Wu Jingsheng has already dispatched someone to resolve it. Indeed, he had better resolve it flawlessly. The Black Dragon Society has invested considerable resources to elevate him to this position and make him a disciple of Lin Ruopu. That is a fortune he has accumulated over several lifetimes. Should he fail, I will request the Shadow Master to command the Imperial flower lurking by his side to discern the worth of his life." Upon hearing this, Mo.Si inquired in astonishment. "The Imperial flower? Yes, she is a warrior directly led by the Shadow Master. Her true identity is shrouded in mystery, even beyond the knowledge of someone of my rank. Very enigmatic, yet immensely powerful." At this, Ikebana Koji's face broke into a chilling smile. The might of the Empire. However, esteemed Ikebana, the situation has not yet reached an irretrievable state. This case involves too many parties. The Eastern Factory's 8 tigers have been dispatched to address it. Indeed, remember to maintain contact with Wu Jingsheng and ensure our operations remain shrouded in secrecy. No one must learn of our disguises and strongholds in Yuhang. Just as Mo.Si finished speaking, a hurried sound of footsteps echoed from outside. "Mo, President, what is it?" "A large contingent of Jinyiwei has arrived." "Jinyiwei? What is their purpose?" "They claim to be conducting a thorough investigation of the Chaobang and have discovered numerous business dealings between our Four Seas Commerce Association and them. They demand we surrender our ledgers and cooperate with their inquiry." Upon hearing this, Mo.Si responded, "Understood. I will descend shortly." "Understood." After the deputy left, Koji Ikabuchi inquired, "Could there be any oversight? Is there any news from the Shadow General?" The esteemed 7th-rank Shadow General, accompanied by an entire team of Shadow Guards, could effortlessly eliminate Shan. As for our side, it is merely the desperate measures of the Jinyiwei. To my knowledge, out of the merchants interrogated today, at least 10, if not 20, have been questioned. Given my current standing in Yuhang, they would not dare to act against the Sihai Chamber of Commerce without solid evidence. After confidently stating this, Mo.Si added, "For safety's sake, I kindly ask the Shadow Assistant and the remaining Shadow Generals to take refuge in the secret chamber." "Understood." As Mo.Si discreetly twisted an inconspicuous porcelain bottle, a hidden door appeared before Koji Ikabuchi and the others. Only after confirming that the scene bore no further discrepancies did they turn to exit. Upon reaching the front hall and noticing the numerous Jinyiwei present, the obsequious Mo.Si approached, proclaiming, "It is indeed an honor to have so many officials gracing the Sihai Chamber of Commerce." Without indulging him in idle chatter, the Qingyao directly stated their intent, even demanding to take all the account books with them. This indeed placed Mo.Si in a rather difficult position. Despite his extensive efforts to communicate amicably, his counterpart remained unyielding. It was, however, the appearance of Shan that inadvertently provided him with a reprieve. "President Mo, may we have a word in private?" After soothing the emotions of Qingyao, Shan feigned sincerity as he led Mo.Si towards a secluded corridor outside the main hall. The Imperial envoy from the capital was largely unaware of President Mo and the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce's benevolent contributions in Yuhang, which accounted for his demeanor. As someone who serves locally, who wouldn't extend a modicum of courtesy to President Mo? Upon hearing these words, not only did Mo.Si relax, but even the attendants nearby lowered their defenses. Is this not akin to the previous officials, merely seeking to take advantage of the situation? Thus, upon arriving at the deserted corridor, Mo.Si discreetly pressed a stack of silver notes into Shan's hands. His demeanor replete with obsequiousness. "I would be most grateful if this esteemed official could speak a few kind words on behalf of our Sihai Chamber of Commerce." "Certainly, certainly," Shan replied, deftly tucking the notes into his inner pocket, his smile dripping with insincerity. "May I inquire your esteemed surname, official? Following this, the Sihai Chamber of Commerce shall send a generous gift to your residence." As the other party finished speaking, the smile on Shan's face gradually morphed into a chilling glare. "What? Mo Huizi does not even recognize me?" Mo.Si, who had only perused Shan's records without ever having seen him in person, was momentarily taken aback, then hastily offered a sycophantic grin. Forgive my ignorance. But your father should be well known to you. Who is your esteemed father? At this juncture, Shan, who had moved closer, enunciated each word with precision. My father is Su Xian, the chief flag-bearer of the town pacification office. Hiss. You are. With one hand resting on the other man's shoulder, Shan swiftly drew a dagger with the other and repeatedly plunged it into Mo-Sihai's chest. President Mo, it seems the affluent are indeed prone to forgetfulness. Today, did you not arrange for the shadow to assassinate me? Shan. With an ominous aura coursing through his hand, Shan wasted no further words and swiftly ended the other's life. Were it not for his desire to receive timely information, he would have prolonged the demise of this scoundrel. To the outside observer, it appeared as though the two were engaged in clandestine negotiations. Yet Shan, through his spiritual connection, was already replaying the moments of Mo-Sihai's life alongside the shadow. The dialogue exchange between them was conducted entirely in the island's tongue. This left Shan regretting his past decisions. Had he known, he would have refrained from fast-forwarding during those cinematic moments in his previous life. Perhaps within those high-definition dialogues in Chinese, there were insights still applicable today. Nevertheless, he clearly observed the process of Mo-Sihai manipulating the vase mechanism to conceal Ingzhua. As Shan rapidly absorbed this information, his acting partner, Jinyiwei-He, cast a fleeting glance his way before inquiring of the attendant, Jinyiwei. Is it reliable? Su's office is undoubtedly trustworthy, Jinyiwei replied with unwavering confidence, having collaborated with Shan only once. This piqued Jinyiwei's curiosity even further, prompting her to gaze intently at Shan's silhouette. Very well, Mo Huizi, you can rest here for now. I shall handle the matters ahead. After deliberately raising her voice to convey this, Shan nodded earnestly at Jinyiwei before returning to the main hall alone. The next moment, Jinyiwei, fully trusting him, issued the command, proceed. Chapter 29, Uprooted, Rewards Credited. Aside from the inept inspectors, those accompanying Jinyiwei to the south were all elite members of the Jinyiwei. With her command, any merchant guards exhibiting unusual behavior were immediately dispatched. The remaining individuals were swiftly apprehended on the spot. Shan led Jinyiwei, and several innate-level masters directly to the rear courtyard. What are you doing? This is not a place for you. Get out. Whoosh. Ziz. The two guards stationed at the archway of the rear courtyard had barely shouted these words when two flying daggers pierced their necks. The accompanying Jinyiwei were all astounded by Shan's display of skill. In that fleeting moment, they keenly discerned that the two guards possessed an innate strength around the 7th rank. Yet, astonishingly, an innate martial artist capable of securing a minor position within the Jinfu Sea was struck down by Shan from a distance. Every strike was precise. It was evident that his prowess surpassed the understanding of everyone present. Thud. The guards' cries drew the attention of several masters in the rear courtyard. However, as soon as they revealed themselves, the cold-eyed Jinyiwei commanded, quickly resolve this. Yes. Whoosh. As her words fell, several innate-level Jinyiwei surged forward. Their sharp blade techniques swiftly dispatched several foes. They only halted when two innate 4th-rank experts made their appearance. Time was of the essence. Clang. As Jinyiwei was about to enter the study alongside Shan, upon witnessing her subordinates fail to eliminate the innate experts within 10 moves, she instinctively drew her sword. From dozens of meters away, a torrent of blade energy surged forth, crashing towards the two enemies. Clang. Uft. In the next moment, two innate adversaries remained poised, as if still wielding their blades. Yet, as their pupils dilated in shock, they appeared frozen in place, as blood trickled down their foreheads. Overwhelmed, they collapsed to the ground. This woman is truly ferocious. Shan mused, casting a glance at Jinyiwei. With a resounding crash, he severed the tightly locked door. Kicking it open with ease, he navigated the familiar terrain, heading straight for the mechanism of the hidden door. To an outsider, it might seem as if he were in his own home. With a creak, as the vase was turned, the secret door slowly swung open. Watch out. Suddenly, Shuriken came hurtling towards Shan. Before he could evade, Jinyiwei appeared before him in a flash. With a powerful sweep of her hand, she summoned her energy, conjuring a wall of wind that deflected the projectiles while simultaneously unleashing a blade of air that sliced into the darkness beyond. Bang! Boom! A cacophony erupted. For the Empire's warriors, let us avenge them. Within the hidden passage, The harsh cries of birds suddenly echoed in the ears of the group. Typically taciturn, Shangguan Yin'er coldly uttered a single word, charge, before leading the way into the fray. Following closely was Qing Miao, her gun blazing like a dragon, exuding an air of lethal intent. Shan, unwilling to miss this rare opportunity, one that would be etched in the county records and family genealogies, was equally resolute. The members of the Jinyiwei, fueled by an intense hatred for the Japanese invaders, fought with a fervor akin to that of warriors infused with adrenaline. From the moment Koji uttered the exclamation Baga Yalu by the well, the atmosphere was instantly charged, plunging everyone into a frenzy of violence. Carnage permeated the entire dark passage. Protect Lord Ingza. Just moments ago, Koji was resolute in avenging the Imperial warriors, yet under the onslaught of Shangguan Yin'er, he succumbed in less than 20 exchanges, losing an arm in the process. The shadow warriors who rushed to his aid were met with insurmountable obstacles, desperately attempting to buy him time for his escape. However, their efforts were akin to moths drawn to a flame. Do not concern yourselves with me. Take the roster and evacuate through another exit immediately. As long as our infiltration structure remains intact, the Shadow Master will send reinforcements. Gritting his teeth against the agony of his severed arm, Koji issued his final command in life. Stop him. Sensing the urgency, Shan charged forward with all his might. As Koji abruptly turned, his eyes aflame, he recited a sinister incantation. In the next instant, his body swelled ominously. None of you shall escape today. Witnessing this, Shangguan Yin'er's expression shifted to one of grave concern. A blood explosion? Everyone get back. With that, she summoned her energy to conjure a wall of wind, fiercely shielding those around her. The resounding blast, comparable to a Grandmaster-level self-detonation, reverberated throughout the dark passage. Though much of the force was mitigated by Shangguan Yan's wind barrier, it still left her ears ringing and consciousness momentarily clouded. Suddenly, the burdened passage began to collapse rapidly. Shan, closest to Shangguan Yin'er, swiftly enveloped her in his embrace and bolted toward the exit. Shangguan, you must not come to harm. Yin'er, how could I survive without you? As he observed her in a semi-conscious state, Shan donned the guise of a dramatist, preparing for his performance. Gradually regaining consciousness, Shangguan Yin'er felt something amiss and instinctively placed her blade against his neck. Remove your filthy hands from me. Huh, purely an accident. My subordinate was merely eager to save you, he mumbled, reluctantly withdrawing his hand from her chest, leaving a conspicuous handprint in its wake. Damn, this woman is truly something. Shangguan, how do you fare? The fleeing Qing Miao and others hurriedly approached to inquire. I'm fine. Our officer has merely sustained a minor scratch. No, a slight injury. As Shan solemnly spoke, Shangguan Yin'er cast a fierce glance at him. Had it not been for the unanimous declarations of others, lauding his exemplary character, one might have suspected that such immense strength could potentially fracture his legs. The post of the deputy commissioner was inconsequential. The few Japanese pirates that Ingzwo was determined to escort must undoubtedly possess something of great significance. No sooner had Shangguan Yin'er finished her words than a cacophony of combat erupted around the outskirts of the Four Seas Merchants Association. Clearly, Ji Gang, lying in wait, had mobilized his forces to intercept those few elusive fish that had slipped through the net. Ding dong. A quarter of an hour later, the system's notification echoed in Shan's mind. Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden task of avenging your father. Reward, 40 years of cultivation. Ding dong. The host also completed the task Su Xian's last wish. Task reward, 50 years of cultivation, the 9 Yang True Scriptures. Chapter 30, Innate 7th Grade, Soaring to Great Heights. With the rewards in hand, Shan first channeled the 40 years of cultivation into the Golden Bell Shield. Confronting formidable opponents, such as the Shadow General and the Japanese pirates, had deeply impressed upon him the significance of personal defense. Had it not been for the fortifications of the Copper Wall and the protective True Energy, he would not have emerged unscathed this night. Over the course of 21 years, diligently refining the Golden Bell Shield, he had become adept at projecting internal energy outward, gaining fresh insights into the nuances of energy manipulation. Time ebbed away, fleeting and elusive. In the 30th year of refining the Golden Bell Shield, with energy coursing through his body, he finally mastered the subduing dragon and tiger technique, never relenting. In the 40th year of refining the Golden Bell Shield, his strength transcended mere energy, transforming the power of subduing dragon and tiger from the intangible into the tangible, thus evolving into the might of the diamond. A lifetime of effort had unveiled the profound mysteries of the diamond strength. Energy radiated outward, enveloping him in a protective diamond shield. Creak. This recent exercise has greatly tempered Su Shan's muscles, bones, and tendons. With a firm grip, he merely swung his arm, and the gust from his punch uprooted the nearby shrubs, while the rockery he struck shattered into fragments. Suo Guanyin, who was leading a search of the Merchant Association, instinctively turned her head upon hearing the sound. Observing Su Shan's poised movement, her delicate brows furrowed as she remarked, "He seems to have grown stronger once again. Has he gained new insights during this battle?" Indeed, as Suo Guanyin noted, the simulation of 40 years of cultivation not only allowed Su Shan to reach the pinnacle of his golden bell shield, but also propelled him into the early stage of innate 7th rank. Remarkably, this was without utilizing an additional 50 years of cultivation and the 9 Yang true scripture. However, upon noticing the astonished gazes of his peers, Su Shan chose not to pursue further. "Deputy Commissioner, all the pirates that fled outside have been eliminated. Here is the roster we recovered from them," Ji Gang said, presenting the list to Suo Guanyin. "It is entirely in Japanese, and I can only recognize a few characters resembling Han script. The rest is a jumbled mess." As he spoke, he handed the roster to her. "We must immediately go to the Honglu Temple and find a translator familiar with Japanese. This could very well be a list of personnel from the Black Dragon Society lurking in Yuhang." Indeed, after his subordinate made the necessary arrangements, Ji Gang turned and playfully kicked Su Shan, exclaiming, "You little rascal are quite impressive. You've achieved new merit." Everyone present understood that the elimination of a shadow assistant and several shadow generals from the Black Dragon Society that night was enough to elevate Su Shan's status significantly. In the company of Ji Gang, Su Shan, unabashedly reveling in his accomplishments, retorted, "TSK, TSK. Old Ji, I truly envy you for having such a remarkable subordinate like me. Feeling a bit cocky, are we? And here you are, puffing up when I call you fat?" Aha. Following Ji Gang's remarks, laughter erupted throughout the gathering. The Jinyiwei suffered no casualties and successfully annihilated the Black Dragon Society's stronghold in Yuhang, naturally boosting their spirits. Once that list was translated, their achievements would magnify even further, leaving everyone in high spirits. Even Suo Guanyin displayed a rare, gentle smile. Given Su Shan's current accomplishments and prowess, upon returning to the capital, the deputy commissioner personally intends to petition for him to receive 100 households as a reward, believing he deserves more. Oh, upon hearing Suo Guanyin's words, the old colleagues from Yuhang who accompanied Ji Gang were astounded. It is known that advancements within the town suppression department are exceedingly stringent, particularly regarding strength. Without being at least innate 3rd or 4th rank, one could scarcely dream of attaining the position of 100 households. The shadow general he previously single-handedly defeated possessed a strength of at least innate 6th or 7th rank. The punch he just unleashed, having grasped the essence of his martial arts, was such that even the deputy commissioner had to avoid its edge in direct confrontation. As soon as Shang Guanyin uttered these words, the audience collectively inhaled sharply, taken aback. Upon regaining his composure, Ji Gang realized that the modest temple of Yuhang could scarcely accommodate the monumental presence of Su Shan, the great Buddha. A young master of innate realm, not yet 20, was indeed enough to astonish the crowd. Yet now, he stood as a figure of towering majesty among his peers. Shangwan, the deputy minister, Liao, offered his praise, primarily attributing it to the commendable guidance of Ji Qianhu. Finally, a sensible remark was made. Ji Gang, playing the role of a supportive companion, seamlessly followed up, prompting another wave of laughter from the assembly. After this case concluded, Su Zongqi would accompany me back to the capital to receive the commendation from the commander. The reticent Shangwan Yinner, after delivering this statement, turned and departed. Once she had left, every colleague approached to offer their congratulations. Henceforth, this young man might very well become their superior. As Shangwan Yinno had surmised, the confiscated roster, once translated by the interpreter, confirmed the presence of the Black Dragon Society's infiltrators in Yuhang. On that night, under the command of Shangwan Yinner and Ji Gang, a near-total mobilization ensued, as the entire city set forth to apprehend the spies of the Black Dragon Society. Meanwhile, Su Shan, who had fought 2 consecutive battles that day, chose to remain behind to rest. However, he did not idle. Instead, he took a translator to the morgue. As he touched the lifeless body of Mo-Si-Hai, attempting to commune with his spirit, he clumsily recounted to the translator the dialogue that had transpired between Mo and Hashizaki Hiroshi by the well. This scene truly startled the informant, who had lived for over half a lifetime without ever encountering such a spectacle. Were it not for Shan, whose silver notes paved the way to soothe his tender heart, he would have fled in terror long ago. However, Shan's accent, reminiscent of his previous life, rendered his attempts at conveying the message rather inelegant. The phrases coolie stockings and next door to Mary sounded more like insults than anything else. Su, the leader, deduced that this statement implied a laborious night spent by Shan, who had painstakingly pieced together several key terms: Zhou Long, the ledger; Wu Jingsheng, the confidant; the Empire's flower, the shadow master. With the information at hand, Shan surmised a rough understanding of the situation. Zhou Long possessed a clandestine ledger capable of shaking the political landscape of Yuhang and even Jiang and S gentry. Yet, his whereabouts remained a mystery. The reason the overseer of the armory was colluding with the East Japan was likely orchestrated by Wu Jingsheng. Additionally, lurking nearby was the Empire's flower, directly receiving orders from the Shadow Master. Just as Shan was beginning to clarify his thoughts alone in the mortuary, an urgent sound of footsteps echoed from outside. Su, we have found you. What is it, Captain Sheng? Shan instinctively inquired upon recognizing Qing Niao. Just now, Shan unexpectedly committed suicide. Deputy Minister Shang Wan has ordered the scene to be sealed, but currently, there are no leads. He wishes for you to come and see if you can uncover any clues. As he rose and made his way toward the interrogation prison, Shan expressed his astonishment. He committed suicide? After the destruction of the Chao gang. Didn't he already break down mentally and disclose so much? The peculiarity lies therein. Logically, having negotiated terms with the town pacification office to ensure the protection of his family by the Jinyiwei, he should not have resorted to such a path. Chapter 31. A bizarre case. Perceptive insights. When Shan arrived at the cell where Shan was being held, Shangwan Yenner had already brought people to conduct a thorough investigation. What is the situation here? Shan inquired directly, omitting any pleasantries. During my night patrol, I saw the leader hanging here. I hurried in to bring him down, only to find he was already dead, the officer guarding the cell said, drenched in cold sweat. Such a significant criminal, committing suicide under the watch of his guard, could lead to severe repercussions upon investigation. Sensing the scent of alcohol on him, Shan turned and inquired, were there any irregularities prior to this? Yes, he suddenly shouted. When a subordinate approached to inquire about the situation, he claimed to have had a nightmare. Nodding gravely, Shan leaned closer to the corpse. His meticulous examination of the body during each case had become a matter of course for those present. Even at this moment, Shangwan Yenner instructed her subordinates to maintain silence, as it could disrupt Shan's thought process. Unbeknownst to them, he was employing his spiritual abilities to recreate the scene leading to the individual's demise. The scene opened with Shan stuffing something into his mouth. After swallowing it hastily, tears streaming down his face, he hung his head in despair. The lens pushed forward. A strange sound echoed within the cell. Shan, who had already settled into slumber, instinctively turned his head to look. Upon seeing a green snake slithering towards him with something in its mouth, he let out a scream. Subsequently, as the snake flicked its tongue, it also revealed the object it had been clutching. After completing this act, the serpent seemed to respond to some unseen call and hurriedly retreated. At that moment, once his fright had subsided, Shan cautiously approached the object. Unwrapping the paper that encased it, he uncovered a small child's silver bracelet. Examining the familiar bracelet closely, his emotions shifted to tension and excitement. In the dead of night, what were you shouting about? The jail officer, growing impatient, questioned him at that moment. Nothing. Just a nightmare, Shan replied. Upon hearing this, the officer scrutinized him but found nothing amiss before turning to leave. Once the officer's figure vanished, Shan unfolded the paper that had wrapped the silver bracelet. It boldly stated, if you wish to keep your family safe, take matters into your own hands. After reading this, swallow it along with the bracelet. Leave no trace. Thud. After reading this, Shan, with tears pouring down his face, murmured, This is my wife's handwriting, and the bracelet belongs to Huan. His body trembled uncontrollably as he hesitated. Yet, Shan could no longer afford to gamble. Having revealed part of the truth, his only request was for the safety of his family. But now, the Jinyiwei had failed to fulfill that duty. Resolute, Shan removed his belt and hung it from the beam. Standing on the edge of the bed, he struggled to swallow the silver bracelet and the paper before suspending himself from it. Ding dong. Just as the scene concluded, the system's voice resounded once more. The system issued the task of fulfilling Shan's last wish. Task content: Rescue his wife and children. Task reward: 30 years of cultivation. Phew. As Su Shan regained his composure, he swiftly pulled up Shan, who lay flat on the ground. The swallowed item caused Dai to immediately hang himself. The silver bracelet and the paper could only have lodged in his esophagus and not reached his stomach. With a decisive crack, Su pried open the corners of Dai's mouth and delivered several forceful blows. In the next moment, the silver bracelet and the crumpled paper were expelled from his throat. Observing the spectacle, Shangwan Yin'er and Qing Niao hurriedly crouched down for a closer look. The child's bracelet? The note bore inscriptions that left both women astonished as they exchanged bewildered glances, subsequently directing their gaze towards Su Shan, who was rummaging through the ground. Su Zongqi, what are you searching for? This. Su exclaimed, is this a snake scale? In the imagery, when the green serpent was summoned, its body grazed the iron bars of the prison, leaving behind this scale. If my memory serves me right, the Five Poisons sect has someone exceptionally skilled in serpent manipulation. The Golden Serpent Lord. Upon Shangwan Yin'er coldly uttering this name, Su Shan approached the young officer and inquired, have you been drinking today? Yes. Today. Didn't our town protector's office dismantle the Black Dragon Society? The Imperial envoy from the capital, General Gao Peng of the Inspection Bureau, treated the entire office to meat and wine. After the officer finished speaking, Qing Niao, grasping the implication, urgently asked, is there an issue with Gao Peng? If the Golden Serpent Lord intervened, be it through the venomous bite of a snake or by delivering poison, he could easily eliminate the defenseless Shan. But why would he orchestrate the pretense of suicide? Following Su Shan's lead, Shangwan Yin'er, with a fierce glint in her eyes, articulated, because the Golden Serpent Lord is unaware of Shan's exact location within the prison. He needed someone to guide him in, to ascertain the precise cell. Forcing Shan to ingest the silver bracelet and the note before hanging himself may initially seem like an unnecessary act, but it was, in fact, a strategy to protect this mole from suspicion. Arrest Gao Peng. Qing Niao, you shall go personally. Understood. All personnel from the Inspection Bureau are to be immediately isolated. This time, Shangwan Yin'er was genuinely enraged. The inspectorate's incompetence had been forced upon the emperor after various factions negotiated in Yuhang. They aimed to handle the case themselves, seeking to accrue merits to lay the groundwork for future promotions. The foul stench of their incompetence had already made her nauseous. But now it appeared the situation was far worse than anticipated. Xingbaihu, wait. Su Shan, lost in thought while gazing at the silver bracelet, suddenly called out. What is it? During our journey, you mentioned that Shan's sole condition for collaborating with us was the protection of his family. Yes, his family, who is safeguarding them. Where are they? Upon hearing Su Shan's words, Shangwan Yin'er, now acutely aware of the severity of the situation, quickly responded, this matter was arranged by Ji Qianhu. What matter did I arrange? Ji Gang's voice suddenly echoed from outside. Having just returned with captured members of the Black Dragon Society, he hurried over upon hearing the news of Shan's demise. Shan's wife and children. What? They are in the third secure room of our town suppression office. Who is guarding them? Deputy Qianhu Dong is leading the team, along with Baihu Zhang and Li Shibehu from your 6th Division, as well as Li Ziki and others. That is not right. Deputy Qianhu Dong was temporarily reassigned to apprehend spies from the Black Dragon Society in the county. Before Ji Gang could finish his words, Su Shan had already dashed out in haste. Chapter 32, Wrath Unleashed. Vowing revenge after witnessing Su Shan and the others rush out in a flurry, Ji Gang inquired about the situation. Upon grasping the details of the case, his expression twisted into a grimace. Xingbaihu, why are you arresting me? Indeed. On what grounds do you isolate us? Just out of the Imperial prison, Gao Peng and others from the inspectorate were forcefully taken away by the Qingyao. Hearing their anguished cries, Su Shan, while sprinting toward the horses, turned to point at them and admonished, you had better pray that nothing happens to my senior comrades tonight. Otherwise, even if your father were the king of heaven, I will not hesitate to end your lives. Faced with Su Shan's fierce outburst, the bewildered members of the inspectorate's Jinyiwei felt a mix of terror and confusion. What on earth has transpired? Gao Peng, consumed by guilt, turned as pale as a ghost, attempting to mask his inner turmoil with desperate shouts. Sir Shangwan, you must provide us with a reason for our apprehension, he implored. Moreover, who bestowed upon this mere captain from Yuhang the audacity to threaten us? It is evident that he holds no regard for your esteemed position as an imperial envoy. With a resounding slap, the previously composed Shangwan Yin'er, upon hearing this man's blatant distortion of truth, spun around and struck him across the face. The force of her blow sent several of Gao Peng's teeth flying, accompanied by a spurt of blood. "Qingniao," she commanded. "Let him truly feel the weight of the rules of the town guard. The rest of you shall observe the punishment as bystanders." Yes, at the mention of house rules, the members of the Jinyiwei present turned ashen. Gao Peng, who had been wailing moments before, abruptly fell silent, paralyzed by fear. It was only when he was once again dragged into the Imperial prison by Qing Miao and others that he began to howl in desperation. "By what right do you invoke the house rules against me? What crime have I committed? If you dare to torture me today, once I return to the capital, I shall." Before he could finish, Qing Miao, her expression fierce, interjected, "Unless you clarify the matter at hand. Whether you can return to the capital is itself in question. Proceed with the punishment." "Understood. Drive." Dozens of gallant steeds shattered the tranquility of the night at Shikumen. The third secure chamber of the Yuhang town guard lay nestled here. As the horses came to a halt, Su Shan leaped down and hurriedly dashed inside. A pungent scent of blood assailed his senses as he pushed open the half-closed door. "Zhang Shaoqi? We go." "Ma Sanpao." A choked cry escaped Su Shan's lips upon discovering the lifeless bodies before him. Clatter. Following closely were Shang Yin'er and Ji Gang, their faces contorted with fury as they beheld the gruesome scene. The further they ventured inside, the more intense the stench of blood became. When Su Shan laid eyes upon Li Ziqi, impaled upon a tree trunk by a brocade knife, his rage transformed into an overwhelming thirst for vengeance. Uncle Li," he whispered, his voice trembling as he gazed at Li Ziqi, whose eyes remained unclosed in death. In that moment, the image of the man's final moments vividly replayed in Su Shan's mind. "I heard that tonight, that little brat Su Shan accomplished another remarkable feat. He directly dismantled the Black Dragon Society's stronghold in Yuhang. His future is limitless. Truly the pride of our 6th Division." The scene opened with Su Shan's colleagues jesting about him. "Li Shi, what should we be cautious of when we next encounter Captain Su? Must one tread so carefully even in conversation?" "Haha." The usually serious Li Ziqi now chuckled heartily. He then remarked with a hint of profundity, "Old Su must be smiling down from the afterlife, pleased to see his child succeed. We should all rejoice. Indeed, indeed. We must take advantage of his success. Upon completing this task, I shall treat him to a feast. Let us find him a robust companion. What do you think? Tough enough to withstand a beating?" Haha. Little Su's fiery temperament might just relish such an endeavor. Their playful banter, however, brought tears to Su Shan's eyes. Although he had spent but a short time in this high martial realm of the Ming dynasty, he had genuinely felt the warmth and care of his colleagues and seniors. Even when executing orders to eliminate designated criminals, they stood united in their support. Internally, under the discipline of Ji Gang, there was no scheming or deceit. True hearts exchanged for true hearts. A harmonious atmosphere indeed. Yet, this idyllic scene was abruptly shattered by the intrusion of several shadowy figures. Who could they be? Swish. Zzz. Wheezy. Attack. Though few in number, they were all of innate strength above the 5th rank. Without the presence of Deputy Qin Hudong, even the mightiest, Li Ziqi, found himself in a desperate struggle. If he were to perish, he would take someone down with him. With a furious slash, swish, Li Ziqi unleashed his most formidable move, yet ultimately faced a fierce defeat. However, his blade managed to cleave the mask worn by the leading shadow. As Li Ziqi, barely clinging to life, gazed upon the face of the man before him, his eyes widened in shock. Tian Baseng? You all. Jia. Li tried to assert, you. The 100 household of Li have maintained a respectful distance from the Yamen and the local garrison. What is this? Just because a commissioner has arrived, you think you can act with impunity? You've brought this upon yourselves. As Tian Baseng spoke, his subordinates had already dragged out Daijin Shan's wife and children, who had been hiding inside. Tian ordered this wretched woman to write a note. Yes, hand these individuals over to the patrol camp at the crossroads, where they shall be temporarily imprisoned in the barracks dungeon. We will wait for the news from the Imperial prison to ascertain the fate of the Dai family. Fearing that Daijin Shan might cause further complications, Tian Boshang decided to preserve the lives of his family for the time being. Right. After arranging these matters, Tian Boshang waved his hand decisively. Clean up the scene. Leave no trace of our presence. We must act swiftly. We need to reach Luoshui town before tomorrow afternoon to deal with that scoundrel Zhou Long, damn it. They even had hidden ledgers? Cursed be this fate. At the moment when Tian Bosan commanded his subordinates regarding this matter, Li Ziqi, barely holding on to his last breath, seized the embroidered spring blade and thrust it towards the proximity of Tian Bosan. The sound echoed, followed by a crack. Ah, Tian Basan, with bare hands. Snapped Li Ziqi's arm and, utilizing the very blade of his opponent, pierced through his body. A foolhardy act indeed. As the words left his lips, he summoned his strength and forcefully impaled Li Ziqi upon the tree trunk. This was the fate of one who overestimated his own capabilities. At this juncture, the scene drew to a close. Simultaneously, the system's notification chimed once more. Ding. The system issued a task regarding Li Ziqi's dying wish. Task details: eliminate the murderer Tian Basan and his accomplices. Task progress: 07. Task reward: 50 years of cultivation. Chapter 33. A lethal strike. A forceful rescue. With a deep breath, Shan, emerging from the vision of communication, cautiously retrieved Li Ziqi's lifeless body. Uncle Li, this blood feud must be avenged. Shan spoke with a fierce glimmer of murderous intent in his eyes. At this moment, the Jinyiwei, investigating the scene, hurried to report to Ji Gang and Shangwan Yin'er regarding the circumstances at hand. Deputy Shangwan, Captain Ji, none of the Jinyiwei at the scene survived. Yet, the family of Dai Shan has completely vanished. As their words concluded, Shan stood abruptly, his expression grave, to relocate so many individuals without arousing the suspicion of the patrolling Jinyiwei. Before he could finish, Ji Gang interjected, the patrol camp. Tonight, the town protector's office has implemented a curfew throughout the city to eradicate the remnants of the Black Dragon Society in Yuhang, and has specifically instructed the patrol camp to assist. Even officials from the Yamen have been dispatched to negotiate, prohibiting any unauthorized street patrols. The focus is on the highly suspicious Wu Jingsheng. However, they had underestimated the influence of the Donglin party in Jiangnan. It now appeared that these individuals had infiltrated the patrol camp. To detain so many people while maintaining secrecy, the most suitable place would be the military camp's dungeon. Under Su Shan's guidance, Ji Gang and Shangwan Yin'er swiftly grasped the crux of the leads. Keep an eye on the scene. Yes. The rest of you, follow this captain to the military camp's dungeon to search for the others. Understood. As Ji Gang's furious words faded, a cautious individual spoke up. Captain Ji, we have no evidence. Are we truly going to search for them? What if it leads to nothing and invites gossip? As soon as the words were uttered, Ji Gang, with a stern countenance, grasped the person's collar and declared, our brothers are dead. The bodies lie right here. And you dare speak of fearing gossip? Infected by the atmosphere of the scene, Officer Shangwan promptly added, the embroidered spring blade of the Emperor's personal guards has not yet rusted to the point of being irretrievable. I shall bear all consequences. With that, accompanied by the declarations of Shangwan Yin'er and Ji Gang, hundreds of the Imperial guards surged towards the barracks dungeon. Faced with the menacing presence of the Emperor's elite, the prison chief, Zhang Bin, immediately sensed the impending crisis. It was evident that the adversaries had come prepared. Without delay, he ordered the detention of the 10 or so individuals who had just been incarcerated that night, moving them to the deepest water dungeon. He barricaded the door to the secret chamber with goods, ensuring that not a single trace would be revealed. Yes, upon hearing Zhang Bin's command, his subordinates swiftly set to work. You, go find Deputy Commander Ma and relay the news of the Imperial Guard's assault on the barracks dungeon. Inform him of how long we can hold on. But he must act quickly and bring reinforcements. Should the Dai family members be discovered in the barracks dungeon, whether alive or dead, we will certainly lose our heads. Understood. Zhang Bin, entrusting this matter to a trusted aide, strove to quell the turmoil within himself. Had he foreseen the gravity of the situation, he would have refrained from wading into these murky waters. What was initially agreed upon as a mere detainment of a few individuals became a realization of the dire predicament once the Dai family's wives and children were brought in. These individuals are indeed the relatives of important suspects protected by the local authorities. Originally, the plan was to transfer them at dawn. However, now the Imperial Guards have barged in with lethal intent. The Imperial Guards are conducting an investigation. All unauthorized personnel, step aside. The jarring sounds echoed in Zhang Bin's ears at the far end of the dungeon. Gritting his teeth, he reluctantly approached, saying, Deputy Officer, Commander Ji, what is happening here? I must inquire. Did anyone from the patrol camp deliver a group of women and children tonight? The patrol camp collaborated with the local authorities and apprehended numerous individuals. They're all here. Which group are you referring to? Just as Zhang Bin finished speaking, Commander Ji, without further ado, struck decisively. Crack. The sound resonated as Zhang Bin's arm was twisted, eliciting a harrowing wail from him. Speak. Where are those individuals? Do not force me to administer punishment here. Commander Ji, I truly do not know which group you speak of. Despite being the emperor's personal guards, the imperial guards could not indiscriminately harm others without cause. Aware that revealing the truth could lead to his own doom, and even put his family in jeopardy, Zhang Bin bore the agony stoically. His cries, however, drew the attention of other jailers. "You imperial guards, do not overstep your bounds," one jailer shouted, having just imprisoned the Dai family in the water dungeon. "Indeed, this dungeon is under the direct jurisdiction of the patrol camp. Do you not fear repercussions from above? Release him." Just as he finished speaking, Shan darted through the crowd and confronted him. After delivering several swift strikes, he sent the jailer to his end. "What? You?" The sudden assault by Shan prompted the other jailers to draw their blades in retaliation. Yet, before the wrathful imperial guards, they were powerless. Within moments, the jailers were swiftly subdued, while Shan successfully communicated with the imprisoned souls. "The water dungeon? It is indeed here." With that thought in mind, Shan charged toward the end of the dungeon. Bang! With a powerful kick, he shattered the obstacles blocking the hidden door and effortlessly severed the iron gate that the jailers had secured from the inside. The force of his strike sent the guards crashing to the ground, unable to bear the impact. Turning to witness this chaos, Zhang Bin trembled, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, whispering, "It is over. It is all over." Report. Commander Jing Shan of the patrol camp has led his troops to block the dungeon's entrance. After the subordinates had just reported, Jing Shan stormed in with a fierce demeanor. Upon witnessing his men, some dead and others injured, he could barely contain his fury as he spoke. "Deputy Shangwan, Captain Ji, do you not owe this commander an explanation? The grievances between the town guard and the government are none of our concern. We, the patrol camp, have always remained neutral, refraining from taking sides. We have even collaborated with you on all actions to capture the pirates. But now, you have directly invaded our barracks, slaughtering so many. Is this not excessively outrageous?" Upon hearing Jing Shan's words, Ji Gang replied, "A dozen of my brothers have perished, and the families of Daijin have vanished without a trace. With tonight's curfew, only your patrol camp possesses the capability to execute such deeds. Ridiculous. The men of my patrol camp would never engage in such underhanded schemes." Captain Ji interjected. But before Jing Shan could finish, a sudden voice echoed throughout the room. "Then who are they?" Turning towards the sound, they saw Shan emerging from the water prison, accompanied by the family of the Dai clan. Chapter 34. Under the Master, I am invincible. Above the Master, I trade one for one. The sight before Jing Shan, who had just been defending his brothers, caused him to involuntarily gasp in astonishment. They were caught red-handed. This evidently led Jing Shan to sense a whiff of conspiracy. Someone wielded the knife from his patrol camp against the town protector's office. "Commander Jing, could this not serve as the most fitting explanation?" With a swift motion, Shangwan Yin'er unsheathed her embroidered spring knife, its intent sharp and glimmering coldly. In the next moment, Jing Shan's hat was cleaved in two, and his bound hair cascaded down. "Commander Jing, no one is permitted to move. Sheath your blades." As he spoke, arms outstretched, Jing Shan fixed his gaze intently upon the imminent threat of the blade. With a deep swallow, he cautiously replied, "Deputy Shangwan, I am entirely unaware of this matter. However, rest assured that regardless of who is involved, I shall provide you in the town protector's office with a satisfactory answer." Upon hearing this, Shangwan Yin'er coldly responded, "For days, at most 4 days. On the day of the burial for the fallen of the town protector's office, I expect you to bring the heads of all involved to pay tribute. Should I discover that you dare to shield or deceive, today it is your cap that is severed. Next time, it will be your head." Absolutely, without fail. Once the Imperial Guard concluded their operation, Jing Shan, drenched in cold sweat, unleashed all his fury upon Zhang Bin and the others. Instantly, anguished wails echoed throughout the barracks interrogation chamber. "Commander Jing, this was all orchestrated by Ma Jian, the deputy commander, and his men. I thought you were aware, which is why I acted so boldly." Having achieved his desired result, Jing Shan strode furiously out of the interrogation chamber. "Arrest Ma Jian and his subordinates throughout the city." "Yes, you bastard Wu Jingsheng. To stir the waters of Yuhang, you even plotted against the patrol camp? Very well. Notify everyone. This morning we shall rigorously investigate Wu Jingsheng and the illicit enterprises of the officials under his command. The downfall of the Chaobang has cost you an arm. I shall make you lose a leg." The Yuhang patrol camp, also tasked with the crucial duty of resisting the Japanese invaders, therefore falls directly under the jurisdiction of Jiangnan Prefecture. Although it usually cooperates with the authorities, it does not grant you the liberty to act recklessly. Ma Jian, blacklisted by both the town protector's office and the patrol camp, gazed at Gu Daong with terror and resentment. At that moment, the latter's fingers had penetrated through the crown of his head, blood streaming down his forehead and nape. With a clang, as Gu Daong withdrew his fingers, Ma Jin's body, unable to bear the burden, collapsed to the ground. Beside him, Wu Jingsheng hurriedly gestured for his subordinates to dispose of the corpse. Master Gu, the situation has escalated beyond our expectations. If this continues, we will be at a disadvantage. Hearing this, Gu Daong cast a glance at him and retorted, What do you mean by at a disadvantage? As long as they possess no evidence, you may rest assured. Indeed, pressure has already been exerted upon the Empress in the capital, compelling Shangwan Yin'er to depart from Hangzhou post-haste. Furthermore, the decree from the Empress Dowager is en route, addressing the accountability for the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents during the enforcement actions of the town protectorate. The remarkable achievement of dismantling the Black Dragon Society undoubtedly merits Ji Gang further elevation in status. Once he is covertly reassigned to Ling'an, will the town protectorate, bereft of a grandmaster's oversight, continue to act with such audacity? After Gu Daong articulated these thoughts, Wu Jingsheng readily concurred. Upon hearing that Gu had activated a sleeper agent within the town protectorate, one could not help but wonder if this would provoke unwanted attention. Gao Peng. His family's lives are firmly within the grasp of the Eastern Bureau. Besides, he merely received a letter from home, wherein his father requested his cooperation with the Golden Serpent Lord. What relevance does that hold for us? Indeed, our sole vulnerability lies within that clandestine ledger. Surely, no further complications will arise. Absolutely none. Tian Boss Han, with his innate 8th grade prowess, is accompanied by 6 others, each above the innate 5th grade level, traveling to Luoshui town. Handling Zhou Long will be more than sufficient. That is reassuring. We need only wait patiently. Once the power struggles in the capital yield results, it shall be our moment to manipulate the situation at will. Kikek. Once Su Shan had escorted Dai Jintian and his family to a secure location, the system notification chimed. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, on fulfilling the wishes of Dai Jintian. Task reward, 30 years of cultivation. Presently, Su Shan's profile not only reflects 80 years of unspent cultivation, but also the 9 Yang true scripture of martial arts, yet to be deciphered. This martial arts treatise, regarded as a paragon by other warriors, is destined to yield extraordinary results for Su Shan, who possesses the innate pure Yang body. He channels 80 years of cultivation into the profound 9 Yang scripture. With a command from Su Shan, the essence of the 9 Yang scripture penetrates his mind like a sudden revelation. He is strong. Let him be strong. The gentle breeze caresses the mountain's peak. He is arrogant. Let him be arrogant. The bright moon illuminates the great river. He may be ruthless and malevolent. I am fortified with my own true energy. In the first year of cultivating the 9 Yang scripture, endowed with the pure Yang body and unparalleled mental acuity, you swiftly grasp its mysteries. Your energy sinks into the abyss. Strength solidifies at the roots of the mountain. With diligent practice over a decade, you achieve initial success. The upper dantian opens, and your true energy expands manifold. You move with the rhythm of others, bending and extending as needed, seeking straightness within curves, using force to counter force. In the 30th year of tireless instruction, having mastered this technique, you surge into the middle dantian. Your internal power converges within both the upper and middle dantian. Their strength barely grazes your surface. Your intent has penetrated their very bones. The universe rewards hard work. After 60 years, your circulating true energy flourishes, expanding throughout your being and embodying the essence of the scripture. In the 80th year of arduous practice, the lesser Yang emerges, the Yin wanes, and the Yang prevails. The purest and most vigorous true energy saturates the upper and lower dantian, launching a full-force assault on the 3rd dantian. This iteration concludes. Yet due to the host's own limitations, the 9 Yang scripture has not reached perfection. However, you stand merely a step away from unlocking the 3rd dantian. Returning to awareness, Su Shan feels the abundant and unrestrained true energy coursing within him, at the pinnacle of the innate 8th rank. If the true energy within him once resembled a meandering brook susceptible to obstruction, it now flows like a boundless river. Moreover, the external manifestation of his internal strength is exceptionally potent. Against those of the innate 9th rank, he stands undaunted. He possesses the strength to contend against masters. Below the masters, I am invincible. Above the masters, I will trade 1 for 1. The blood debt owed to Tian Basan must be repaid. After mulling over this thought, leaving behind a letter, Su Shan mounted his steed. Under the cover of night, he exited the city, heading towards Luoshui town, 100 miles away. Chapter 35. Revenge and Retribution, One by One. Nestled between Suzhou and Hangzhou, Luoshui town serves as a vital transit point connecting the two cities. Thus, despite its small size, it is bustling with merchants and throngs of travelers. Arriving early, Tian Basan stands before the wooden window of an inn opposite the Fortune restaurant. Behind him looms the 6 assassins who committed heinous crimes at Shikumen the previous night. The individuals in question possess innate strength equivalent to approximately the 5th rank. Not only do they qualify as experts locally, but they could also be regarded as formidable figures throughout the Jiangnan region. Moreover, these individuals represent the lethal trump card that Wu Jingsheng wields to exert pressure on Yu Hang, serving as his final bastion of support. That scoundrel, Zhou Long, has indeed chosen an astute location. In this densely populated area, should events escalate, it would inevitably attract the covetous gaze of various factions, particularly the notorious Eagle Guards of the Jinyiwei, who would surely descend upon the scene at the scent of trouble. Having murmured these thoughts to himself, Tian Basan did not hesitate to command, Use 6, ensure that all possible escape routes in the vicinity are sealed off. Acknowledgement followed. Bring the chief steward of the Chao gang, Lu He, to me. Understood. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man cautiously approached Tian Basan's side. Tian Gongfeng. Lu He, as the chief steward of the Chao gang, is one of Zhou Long's few trustworthy subordinates. Yet he finds himself compelled to collaborate due to the leverage the authorities hold over his family. Do not be anxious, Steward Lu. Once Zhou Long makes his appearance, your task will be deemed complete. Governor Wu shall provide your family with sufficient funds to start anew in a distant city under a different name. However, heed this warning, should you dare to play tricks. As he spoke, Tian Basan delivered a sharp slap to Lu He's cheek. Before Lu could articulate further, the terrified steward hastily nodded and bowed. I would never, absolutely never, Tian Gongfeng. Go now, and act naturally. Understood. Once Lu He was escorted away, Tian Basan turned back to survey the bustling street. Suddenly sensing something amiss, he instinctively scanned his surroundings. Have I been targeted? Unlikely. Confident in his own abilities, Tian Basan quickly dismissed the notion. As Lu He's figure faded from view, his gaze sharpened, fixating upon the steward's presence. At this moment, beside a wonton stall on the street, Shan, donning a conical hat, lifted his eyes to cast another glance at Tian Basan. Following his gaze, he too acknowledged the presence of Lu He and his companions. After tossing a few copper coins onto the table, Shan hoisted the burden he used to disguise his identity and departed, heading towards the location where he had briefly encountered Lu He. Now concealed within the alley across the street. In the context of Tianbishan, this location is akin to being enveloped in darkness beneath a lamp. Maintaining a certain distance from his companions, Shan called out for freshly prepared tofu while making his way down the narrow alley. The cacophony of street vendors did not capture the attention of this innate 5th-grade assassin. After merely casting a fleeting glance at Shan and sensing no fluctuation of energy from him, he grasped his blade tighter and continued to fixate on the Laifu restaurant. However, he suddenly felt himself ensnared by a formidable surge of genuine energy, prompting him to instinctively turn his gaze in terror. In the next instant, the vendor he had previously disregarded struck with lightning speed, his concealed dagger, imbued with hidden force, piercing directly through the assassin's chest. The blade penetrated his lung, causing blood to surge into his airway, rendering him incapable of uttering a sound. Within him, the explosive force wreaked havoc on his internal organs. Until the moment of his demise, his eyes remained wide open, a visage of disbelief. How could a formidable expert of the 5th rank in innate mastery fall victim to a single strike, a single fatal blow? The ability to accomplish such a feat in an instant indicated a prowess far superior to his own. Was it the 9th rank of innate mastery? A master-level expert? This answer, he would never come to know until his death. Ding dong. The task. Li Ziqi's last wish has undergone a new development, currently at 17. Upon hearing this prompt, Shan immediately chose to connect with it. Previously, through Li Ziqi's vision, he had only glimpsed the features of Tian Basan, remaining oblivious to the identities of the other 6 individuals. Had he not pursued this matter to this point, identifying Lu He through Tian Basan, and overheard a few directives he issued to him, he would still be unable to ascertain the identity of this scoundrel. This time, Shan arrives alone, driven not only by a desire for vengeance, but also to seize Zhou Long and that ledger. Regardless of whether Wu Jingsheng is the mastermind behind it all, he intends for the adversary to face utter ruin. Scholars, Ma Wang, You are to guard the 2 entrances of the eastern market. Understood. Lao Chi, Spider. Lay an ambush at the southern and northern ends of the marketplace. Acknowledged. Qian Mian-Fo, you shall steadfastly hold the western flank. Received. Lao Gui. Accompany me beneath the inn, ready to intercept Zhou Long at any moment. Very well. Remember, this time, to eradicate future threats. We must secure the ledger from Zhou Long before we strike decisively. Rest assured, elder brother, Zhou Long, a mere 4th grade innate practitioner, cannot stand against us in a one-on-one confrontation, let alone when our 7 brothers unite in action. A slight exertion on our part will already push him to his limits. Is such caution truly necessary? The group clearly underestimated Zhou Long, hence their bold demeanor. Caution ensures longevity. This is Zhou Long's portrait. Commit it to memory. Now, prepare yourselves. Yes. In this instance of imaging, Shan not only discerned the faces of the 7 individuals, but also gained a more profound understanding of their distinctive attire. Simultaneously, he perceived that the 6 individuals formed an interconnected encirclement within the marketplace. At the core was the old ghost assisting Tian Bashan, followed by the interspersed positions of the 1,000-faced Buddha, with the 4 others forming the outer layer. If an anomaly were to be detected at any juncture, it could potentially unravel the entire encirclement. With a sigh, Shan emerged from his trance and removed his hat, placing it atop the head of the old ghost responsible for aiding Tian Bashan. He then arranged him in a posture suggestive of resting in a narrow alley. Fresh tofu. Balancing a yoke on his shoulders, Shan navigated through the alleyway towards the West Market. As he drew nearer, he spotted a portly man leaning against a wall, idly playing with a string of prayer beads, his vigilant gaze scanning the passers-by. Ultimately, his attention was drawn to the upper floor of the Lai Fu restaurant, where Lu He was situated. The 1,000-faced Buddha, the pivotal connection within Tian Bashan's encirclement. Good sir, would you care to purchase some tofu? Shan suddenly appeared, obstructing the view of the 1,000-faced Buddha. In response to his inquiry, the latter displayed evident impatience. Begone. I have no need for your wares. As he spoke, the 1,000-faced Buddha attempted to shove Shan away. However, at the very moment he reached out, an overwhelming surge of pure yang energy enveloped him, instantly locking him in place, instilling an inescapable sensation within him. This is a display of overwhelming power that completely crushes one's opponent. With a swift motion, the blade concealed within Shan's sleeve ruthlessly slashed through the throat of the terrified Qian Mian-Fo before he could utter another word. The force of the blade upon his neck caused it to explode in an instant. Subsequently, his corpulent body, unable to bear the burden, slid down the wall and collapsed onto the ground. Once Shan departed, the pile of firewood that stood against the wall obscured the unblinking gaze of Qian Mian-Fo. The sounds of street vendors peddling their wares once again filled the air. On this occasion, his silhouette emerged at the southern entrance of the marketplace. The assassination, executed with meticulous precision, unfolded silently. Unbeknownst to Tian Bashan, who awaited patiently, he finally caught sight of a familiar figure stepping into the Lai Fu restaurant. A slight smile graced his lips as he murmured to himself, "Here it comes." Although the individual had undergone a disguise, upon sitting before Lu He, the latter recognized him instantly. The great leader. The visitor was none other than Zhou Long, the current head of the Chaobang, who was now wanted. What calamity had befallen his household? Why, after only a few days of my departure, had the Chaobang been annihilated by those wretched Jinyiwei? Did Wu Jingsheng make no move at all? As soon as he took his seat, Zhou Long coldly interrogated. Meanwhile, Lu He, feeling guilty, stammered as he spoke. Though he recounted the events in fragmented phrases, his wandering gaze revealed to Zhou Long an unsettling truth. Lu He, we have treated you well as brothers. Whom have you allied with now? The Jinyiwei? The patrol camp? Or have the officials sent someone to silence you? With a swift motion, Zhou Long, concealing a dagger, lunged at him. Though Lu He was struck, his quick reflexes allowed him to endure a moment longer. Tian Gongfu, save me. Upon hearing this desperate cry, Tian Bashan leapt through the wooden window from across the room, shouting midair, "Old ghost, 1,000-faced Buddha, what are you doing?" What was initially deemed a foolproof plan unraveled unexpectedly, as 2 of his brothers faltered at a critical moment, forcing Tian Bashan to make his appearance. The 6 of them were all covert operatives nurtured by the officials. Previously, Tian Bashan had served as Wu Jingsheng's bodyguard. He preferred to remain in the shadows unless absolutely necessary, fearing that the Jinyiwei might trace back to him. Yet now, he had no choice but to act swiftly. Bang! Clatter! Ah! Murder! Murder! Run! The body of Lu He, falling from the loft onto the street, ignited a cacophony of piercing screams throughout the marketplace. Coupled with Tian Boishang's sudden arrival and Zhou Long's hasty retreat, chaos ensued at the scene. At that moment, the scholar and the horse king, stationed at the outskirts of the eastern market, promptly turned to withdraw, narrowing their encirclement upon hearing the shrill cries. Just then, a frantic fleeing vendor, hastily shouldering a yoke, brushed past the scholar. Puff! A short blade pierced through, causing the scholar, who was preoccupied with the market, to instinctively lower his gaze to his chest. In that fleeting moment, crimson blood swiftly stained his garment. Chapter 36. The Mantis Stalks the Cicada. While the yellow bird lies in wait, brother, what are you doing standing there? Move. The king of horses, having leapt onto the rooftop, shouted frantically upon seeing the scholar frozen in place. Thud. No sooner had his words fallen than the scholar, merely brushed by the passing crowd, collapsed to the ground. The sudden death sent the fleeing merchants and townsfolk scattering like startled birds. Witnessing this scene, the king of horses turned and dove towards his brother. Brother. Just then, a shadow emerged unexpectedly from his left front. The burden he carried shattered in an instant. A blade of dark iron, the Xiu Chun Dao, sliced through the air, aiming horizontally. Taken by surprise, the king of horses summoned his internal energy, instinctively raising his curved sword to defend himself. Crack. Zing. First, the curved sword split in two. Then, the king of horses, his head severed from his body, seemed to witness his own form plummeting. Blood gushed forth, splattering upon the heads of many. Thud. The body hit the ground first, followed closely by the head. At this moment, the crowd, engulfed in sheer panic, erupted into desperate screams. They cast terrified glances towards the spot where the shadow had vanished. Some among them stammered in recognition. Isn't he the one who was just selling tofu at the market? How could he have taken flight? Ding. The mission, Li Ziqi's final wish, has seen a new development. Current progress stands at 67. The system's notification echoed as Shan, wielding the blood-stained spring blade of the Horse King, exerted all his strength to activate the wave-riding steps. With the enhancement of the Nanyang scriptures, his mastery of the wave-riding steps rendered him ghostly, flashing through the air in an instant. Zhou Long chose to flee northward. There, his companions, Old Seven and Spider, had already met their silent demise at his hands. Though he possessed only the pinnacle strength of the innate 8th rank, Shan, bolstered by his unparalleled martial prowess, was entirely capable of ambushing and dispatching masters below the 6th and 7th ranks with ease. This is the qualitative transformation brought about by the Nanyang scriptures in conjunction with the innate pure yang body. Tian Boishan. Even the heavenly King Laozi cannot save you this time. Whoosh. As these thoughts echoed in his mind, Shan surged forward with all his might towards the two figures in the north. Although Zhou Long, as the leader of the Chaobang, possessed only the strength of the innate 4th grade, the life-preserving items in his possession rendered Tian Boishan utterly perplexed. The rainstorm pear blossom needles. Swish, swish. Thud. Thud. The poisonous needles released from the chamber compelled Tian Boishan to halt his pursuit, forcing him to evade using his agility and the obstacles nearby. Old ghost, thousand-faced Buddha spider. Are you all dead? Despite the curses escaping his lips, an ominous premonition enveloped Tian Boishan's heart. Logically, his fellow disciples should have reacted by now, even if they had momentarily lost focus. Yet, in reality, none had made their appearance. Could it be that Zhou Long had a formidable ally behind him? Impossible. Tian Boishan was well aware of the background of the Zhou brothers. Presently, he believed that capturing Tian Boishan was paramount before investigating why the others had not shown up. Zhou Long, I shall see how far you can run. Thunderstrike. Whoosh. ZZZ. The strongest strike, aimed at the innate 8th grade, compelled the already disadvantaged Zhou Long to brace himself. However, the disparity in levels and realms rendered all his defensive treasures futile. The internal force, surging from his body's surface, was instantaneously shattered. The Mo family's protective garment was ruthlessly cut apart. As the thunderstrike tore a gaping wound across his back, the sword intent rampaged within him. Overwhelmed, Zhou Long spewed forth a mouthful of blood and plummeted from the rooftop. Crash. At the moment of impact, his head spinning, he strained to rise, preparing to flee once more. ZZZ. Howling. The sword intent, from dozens of meters away, severed his legs with brutal precision. In that instant, as his upper body leaned forward, Zhou Long collapsed to the ground. Smack. Jumping down from the rooftop, Tian Boishan gripped the blade tightly, his face contorted with rage. Run, keep running. Governor Wu and the others have always treated you well. You wretched creature, how dare you keep hidden accounts? Where are the ledgers? In response to Tian Bashan's roar, Zhou Long, with great difficulty, turned his head and let out a hearty laugh. If I reveal the location of the ledgers, that last strike of yours would not merely have severed my legs. Tian Bashan, the Jinfu department, is also investigating those ledgers, isn't it? This is the very foundation of my survival. Clang. Zing. As Zhou Long's words fell, Tian Bashan, wielding his sword once more, severed his right arm with a swift stroke. Ah, you, Zhou Long, do not forget that your two brothers and their families are all in Yuhang. If you refuse to comply, I shall make you witness their demise one by one before your very eyes. Upon hearing these words, the agony on Zhou Long's face solidified in an instant. Despicable. I have no time to engage in a discourse on morality with you. Where's the ledger? Swish, swish. Just as Tian Bashan finished speaking, he suddenly sensed an attack from behind and swiftly turned around. Clang. Snap. In a flurry of evasive movements and defenses, several flying daggers embedded themselves into the ground and the surrounding walls. His sword, capable of cutting through iron like mud, bore several nicks. The clash of hidden energies reverberated through the air, causing his sword hand to tingle with numbness. Who lurks in the shadows? Come forth. Whoosh. A gust of wind swept through the deserted area, stirring up a cloud of dust. As the wind ceased and the dust settled, a tall figure, wielding a blade, emerged from afar into the view of Tian Bashan and Zhou Long. The Shochuan blade? The Jinyiwei. Recognizing the weapon in the stranger's hand, Zhou Long exclaimed. Upon discerning the stranger's appearance, Tian Bashan, with a grave expression, spoke, Su Shan? At the mention of this name, Zhou Long's pupils dilated slightly. Although he had never seen the man, he was aware that Su Shan's rise to power was built upon the destruction of the Zong gang, and that his own two brothers had met a tragic end at his hands. Did you come alone? Ji Gang did not accompany you? Not sensing any other presence around him, Tian Bashan's gaze sharpened. Is it not excessive to use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken? Tian Bashan declared. Shikuman. Today shall we settle the blood feud of my colleagues and uncle? Hiss. Chapter 37. The god of death emerges, lingering until death. Upon hearing Su Shan's words, Tian Bashan could not help but take a sharp breath. Had the events of last night been exposed? However, considering that the opponent had ventured alone to Luoshui town, it indicated that he possessed no solid evidence. Yet this young man had discerned within a single night that they were the culprits. Such prowess was enough to leave Tian Bashan astounded. The stronger Su Shan appeared, the more intense Tian Bashan's murderous intent became. You, with your youthful years, dare to seek vengeance? What level of achievement can a prodigy under 20 truly attain? Upon the completion of his utterance, Su Shan, with a cold smirk upon his visage, raised the embroidered spring knife in his hand and retorted, I have already slain 6. You shall be the 7th. Hearing these words, Tian Bashan's pupils widened in disbelief. His heart ignited with fury. Did you truly murder the old ghosts? 7 individuals, the esteemed disciples of the 7 oddities of Jiangnan. Together, they ventured through the martial world. And after being recruited by the Donglin party, they ostensibly safeguarded Wu Jingsheng while covertly eliminating obstacles on his behalf. The bonds among the brothers and sisters were deeply sincere. After all these years, there have been no unexpected incidents. Who would have thought that today I would meet with misfortune, being slain by this despicable creature before me, resulting in the loss of 6 lives? Could this not incite the wrath of Tian Bashan to unprecedented heights? His fury is palpable, is it not? My comrades have perished by the dozen. One fell to 10 blades. Today, before the esteemed Zhou, I have executed you. It serves as a grim demonstration, a lesson to illustrate the fate that befalls those who defy the Jinyiwei. With a swift motion, Su Shan surged forward, wielding his blade with resolute strength. The dust kicked up beneath his feet enveloped the battlefield, a tempest unleashed by his advance. In that very moment, unwilling to be outdone, Tian Bashan drew his sword. I am eager to witness whether your bravado can withstand the swiftness of my blade. In an instant, Zhou Long, propped up by one arm, was violently thrust aside by the sheer force of their clash. The impact propelled him, a mere remnant of his former self, rolling several meters like a barrel. Alongside him, the formidable Tian Bashan was also swept away. As he struggled to turn and discern his opponent's form, this man, renowned as the finest swordsman of Yuhang, drove his blade into the ground, barely managing to steady his retreat. Conversely, Su Shan advanced without yielding an inch, his blade radiating an even more vigorous energy. In this moment, Zhou Long finally comprehended why his 2 brothers had succumbed to this adversary. Equally enlightened was Tian Bashan. The recent confrontation had unveiled an unsettling truth. The strength of his opponent was not inferior to his own. A Jinyiwei commander, starting at the 8th tier of innate mastery? What a farce. The reality of the situation rendered any further inquiry moot, for Shan, with ghostly agility, charged forth. The world trembled. With a resounding crash, Shan's first strike descended. Despite Tian Bashan's desperate defense, the blade, imbued with hidden force, bore down upon him, causing visible cracks to mar its surface. His very stance faltered, leaving an imprint where he stood. The power of the universe surged. Before Tian Bashan could regain his senses, Shan's second strike arrived with unrelenting ferocity. A sharp crack echoed through the air. This time, the blade shattered. The limit-defying Tianxing's essence was thoroughly disrupted. Under the stars and moon, puff. Utilizing the broken sword, Tianxing Bashan valiantly resisted the third strike, yet his internal energy was violently dispersed. Blood, unable to be contained, gushed forth instantaneously. Stop, cease this. At that moment, terror filled Tianxing Bashan's eyes. He instinctively howled in desperation. However, before his words could fully escape his lips, Shan's fourth strike descended heavily. The blade divided the yin and yang. Zila, arg. As the sword cleaved down, severing his right arm. Tianxing Bashan's anguished scream reverberated throughout the town. Zhou, profoundly shocked by this scene, lay motionless, feigning a turtle, fearful that even the slightest movement would provoke the wrath of this ferocious deity. Shan, we, the 7 disciples, are inheritors of the 7 oddities of Jiangnan. If you dare to unleash further carnage today, they, without a doubt, will not spare you. Now, stand down, and I shall speak a few kind words on your behalf. Huh. Upon hearing Tianxing Bashan invoke the name of this colossal entity, Shan laughed, a laugh both audacious and tinged with bitterness. The 7 oddities of Jiangnan. We are the Emperor's personal guards. Did you hold back last night? A sunless day? Swoosh. Zila, with the final strike of the reverse two-yin blade technique. Shan not only severed Tianxing Bashan's legs, but also shattered his 2 dantians. From this point forward, even if he lived, he would be rendered a cripple. Shan's intent was to thoroughly strip away his protection of essence, ensuring that the forthcoming torment would be excruciatingly profound. Swoosh. Zila, these 10 strikes were for Brother Huizi. Ignoring the wretched cries of his opponent, Shan continued to wield his blade. These 10 strikes were for Uncle Sanpao. Arc. Blood and flesh splattered, revealing half-exposed bones. Even Zhou Long, a seasoned killer, could not suppress his retching at the sight. Yet, in his mind lingered the voices and smiles of his departed comrades and uncle. With every name Shan uttered, the ferocity of his blade intensified. These 10 strikes were for Zhang Shaoqi, having already lost the strength to scream. Tianxing Bashan lay embedded in the ground like a blood-soaked figure. Were it not for the rhythmic beating of his heart, Zhou would have believed him dead. He yearned for death, wishing the man before him would deliver a swift end. Yet, Shan, intentionally, made him wish for a fate worse than death. 129. These last 10 strikes were for my uncle, Li Ziki, Zila. The sharp blade finally swept across the neck of Tian Bashan. With a thud, his severed head traced a blood-curdling parabolic arc, landing squarely before Zhou. Gazing at the lifeless visage of Tian Bashan, still frozen in terror and despair, Zhou was so startled that he braced himself with one arm, retreating several meters in fright. The wind howled on, and the blood continued to flow. Yet, the ominous footsteps of a demonic presence drew ever closer to Zhou Long's ears. Suddenly regaining his senses, he looked up once more. There stood Shan, wielding the embroidered spring blade, towering above him with a contemptuous gaze. Drops of blood, rich with the essence of innate 8th-grade power, dripped from the blade's tip, coalescing into clumps upon the yellow sand. To Zhou Long, everything appeared grotesque and terrifying. Where's the ledger? You may choose not to speak, but for me, the dead and the living harbor no secrets. With that proclamation, Shan pressed his bloodied knife against Zhou Long's throat. Chapter 38. The Pinnacle of the 9th Tier. A funeral transformed. As Zhou Long trembled in fear, his teeth chattering, he wished to utter a no. Yet the grim reality before him drained him of courage. The ledger. It's in Sanlinku. I will accompany you to retrieve it. Upon hearing this, Shan wiped the blade of his knife clean of blood while muttering, Sanlinku? It will take 2.5 days round trip, just enough time to attend Uncle Li's funeral. Master, my 2 brothers and their wives and children are still in the clutches of that scoundrel Wu Jingxing. Our deaths would be insignificant, but I beseech you to help rescue them. Over the years, my brothers and I have amassed considerable wealth, all of which I will offer to you. Zhou Long spoke with tears streaming down his face, summoning every ounce of courage. In response, Shan lifted Zhou Long's chin with the tip of his knife and asked, "Can the ledger and you enable me to subdue Wu Jingsheng?" Yes, yes. It would be sufficient to kill him 10 times over. I swear, my family will not suffer the consequences. Thank you, Master, thank you. At this moment, with no retreat in sight, Zhou Long resolutely prepared to follow Shan, as the latter was his sole beacon of hope. The Qi restoration pills and hemostatic pills awaited him, casually tossing a few pills to Zhou Long. Shan turned and departed. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, he returned, leading a horse laden with 6 severed heads wrapped in cloth. As he unveiled the bundle, the severed heads of Lao Gui, Shu Sheng, and Ma Wang were prominently displayed within. Gazing at their unblinking eyes, Zhou Long felt a mix of terror and an emerging respect for the decisive young man before him. Let us go. Onward. During their journey, Shan finally opened the system interface he had previously concealed. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Li Ziqi's will. Task reward. 50 years of cultivation. After galloping for 2 consecutive hours, Shan paused to consider Zhou Long's injuries and the horse's stamina. During this brief respite, he channeled all 50 years of cultivation into the Jiuyang Jinjing. In the 81st year of refining the Jiuyang Jinjing, continuous practice and combat led to a newfound understanding of this technique. The first 100 years of diligent cultivation yielded results. The strength was relentless, the yin reaching its zenith, transforming from yin to yang. 8 yang energies enveloped him, a true essence flowing ceaselessly. The lesser yang emerged from the old yin, and the lesser yin emerged from the old yang. In the first 30 years of practicing this technique, Yu, who had reached the state of Jiuyang Kaidai, absorbed energy from all directions, peering into the heavens. As this iteration of the Jiuyang Jinjing reached completion, Shan suddenly opened his eyes with a thunderous boom. Instantly, his inner strength surged outward. A wave of searing energy erupted from him, causing nearby tree trunks to snap under the pressure and stones to fracture violently. The sudden upheaval startled his steed, which whinnied in alarm. Zhou Long, terrified, dropped to the ground, clutching his head, witnessing the devastation of the surrounding shrubs and stones. Zhou Long gazed up at the towering figure of Shan with eyes wide in fear. He was certain that the pressure just exerted had already demonstrated the strength of a master. How young could this young man be? 9 ranks of completion. The meridians connecting to the 3rd Dantian had all been opened by the purest yang energy. He was but a step away from the realm of mastery. More crucially, whether by night or day, the absorbed energy could be swiftly transformed into yang energy, providing an unending supply to his Dantian. This was the essence and profundity of the Jiuyang Jinjing. In that moment, Shan felt an overwhelming sense of strength. Even when confronting a first-grade master, he possessed the capability to slay them. Even against a second-grade master like Shangguan Yin'er, he was confident that in a prolonged battle, their chances would be evenly matched. "Sir, did you just advance?" Zhou Long inquired cautiously, propping himself up on one arm. "Indeed. Innate 9th grade?" To Zhou Long, who witnessed the opponent in innate 8th grade being utterly defeated, it was apparent that this comprehension had led to at least a 9th grade realization. 9th grade perfection. The mere utterance of this left Zhou Long gasping in astonishment. Moreover, Shan's subsequent revelation nearly caused him to pinch himself in disbelief. You can kill a first-grade master. A prodigy indeed. In the entire Ming dynasty, which other exceptional talent possessed such formidable strength at such a tender age? This has further solidified Zhou Long's determination to pledge his allegiance. Have you rested well? Good. All set. Well then, let us be on our way. I am looking forward to returning for the funeral of Uncle Li and the others, to bid them a final farewell. Very well. In the year of Jechen, the 5th month, and on the 5th day of the Ming dynasty, it is advised against marriage and relocation. However, it is favorable for funerals and interments. The spring rain fell gently, drenching the northern outskirts of Yuhang. Hundreds of Imperial guards, clad in plain garments, gathered under the leadership of Shangguan Yin'er and Ji Gang to accompany Li Ziqi and the others on their final journey. Among the lengthy procession, which extended several hundred meters, was the commander of the patrol camp, Jing Shan, along with his subordinates. Although the tragic incident at Shikumen had been found to be unrelated to him, and Jing Shan had sent all involved individuals to the pacification office, out of respect and obligation, he brought talents to pay their respects. The coffin was sealed. The earth was laid to rest, and the family expressed their gratitude. A sorrowful atmosphere enveloped the entire northern outskirts. Suddenly, amidst the funeral proceedings, a harsh voice pierced the air. Upon looking, one could see the governor of Yuhang, Wu Jingsheng, and one of the 8 tigers of the Eastern Depot, Gu Daong, brazenly arriving in their sedan chairs. Paying respects? A weasel wishing a chicken a happy new year bears no good intentions. Indeed, as they descended from their festive attire, they shouted boisterously at Shangwan Yinner and Ji Gang, "Congratulations, Assistant Shangwan. Congratulations, Captain Ji." With their words echoing in unison, the entire scene erupted in outrage. Some Imperial guards even drew their swords in response. However, Ji Gang and Shangwan Yinner, aware of the inappropriateness of causing a scene at a funeral, signaled their subordinates to remain calm. "Oh dear, congratulating at a funeral is rather ill-timed. Indeed, our family, upon receiving the news, was simply overjoyed for both esteemed individuals." Observing the cold expressions on Shangwan Yinner and Ji Gang's faces, Gu Daong and Wu Jingsheng continued to speak loudly. "You may not be aware, but the Empress Dowager's decree has arrived in Jiangnan. This afternoon, the governor of Jiangnan, Ren Feng, will personally come to announce it. Due to the slippery roads from the rain, they are moving slowly, hence we took the liberty of informing you both in advance." With that, Gu Daong surveyed the crowd with pride plastered across his face. "First, the eldest son of the Duke of Beibua, Assistant Shangwan, has proposed to His Majesty and your esteemed mentor. A perfect match, a momentous occasion. The Empress Dowager is delighted upon hearing this. She specifically commanded Assistant Shangwan to return to the capital early to arrange the marriage." Chapter 39. The Majestic Return, Anger at the Governor. Even the usually composed and rarely angered Shangwan Yinner could not suppress her clenched fist upon hearing these words. However, due to the ongoing funeral of Li Ziki and others, she refrained from expressing her anger, not wanting to cause distress to the widow and orphans. The heir of the Northern Marquis proposed a marriage. Must the governor return? With pressing matters at hand, it is impossible to comply. It is evident to all that the Empress Dowager's maneuver is not only intended to provoke Shangwan Yinner, but also to halt her investigations in Jiangnan. The heir of the Northern Marquis is notoriously known as a debauched young man in the capital. For a woman of such stature to marry him? It is nothing short of an affront. What? Is Governor Shangwan prepared to defy the imperial decree? Upon witnessing this, Qingniu approached to speak, but was halted by Shangwan Yinner. Whatever it is, it can wait until the funeral concludes. After casting a disdainful glance at Qingniao's deadpan attendant, she turned to Ji Gang and added, "Captain Ji's forces have successfully annihilated the Black Dragon Society lurking in Yuhang, which is indeed a cause for great rejoicing." Upon hearing this news in the capital, the Empress Dowager was exceedingly pleased. A promotion for Captain Ji to the position of Inspector of Ling'an is being proposed. Ling'an? A place rife with local tyrants and incessant turmoil. It is indeed a place for exiling disgraced officials, an apparent demotion disguised as an elevation. Finished? If so, you may leave. Ji Gang, perceiving the malevolent intent of the other party, like Shangwan Yinner, did not wish to escalate matters. Thus, he spoke with a notably cold tone. "Captain Ji, your words are rather hurtful. We, along with Governor Wu, represent the Empress Dowager in paying homage to the soldiers who sacrificed their lives for the nation." The cunning Gu Daong, with a smile that did not reach his eyes, turned to the not-so-far-off Commander Jing. "Commander Jing, I have heard that you have been quite active in recent days, unjustly sealing many legally operating shops, inciting public outrage. Oh dear. You cannot genuinely believe the skies over Yuhang have changed, can you? Just like this gentle drizzle, the skies over Yuhang will eventually clear. Leave yourself an avenue." Wu Jingsheng's expression was particularly fierce. In recent days, the patrolling camp under Jing Shan's command has targeted and sealed several of his industries in retaliation. Now emboldened, he felt the need to flaunt his authority. After uttering this, Gu Daong and Wu Jingsheng performed a symbolic 3 bows to Li Ziki. As they turned to leave, Gu Daong suddenly recalled something and spoke. "Oh, by the way, in light of recent incidents, certain members of the Jinyiwei have employed excessively brutal methods during law enforcement, drawing considerable criticism. Therefore, the Empress Dowager has specially tasked me to oversee this matter on behalf of the Eastern Factory, with assistance from the local authorities." After stating this, Wu Jingsheng looked around and said, "Especially that chief named Shan. His violent enforcement and malicious killings are truly heinous, invoking the wrath of both gods and men. Today, as he sends his colleagues off for the last time, we shall refrain from pursuing him for the moment. However, starting tomorrow, the formal investigation into him will commence." After Wu Jingsheng finished speaking, Gu Daong interjected, "Where is Shan? Come out." In the face of Gu Daong and Wu Jingsheng's arrogant bluster, Ji Gang, filled with righteous indignation, took a decisive step forward. As his imposing figure loomed before them, the two instinctively recoiled a step. Jinyiwei-He, what do you intend to do? Yu Daong questioned, his voice cracking as he threatened. Do you intend to defy the imperial decree? Yet, scarcely had he uttered these words when Shangwan Yener interjected. The emperor's personal guards heed only the sacred edict. Implicit in her statement was the assertion that even the Empress Dowager had no authority to interfere. Very well. I hope that this afternoon, when Governor Rin arrives to announce the edict, you both will still possess such bravado. Wu Jingxing, equally incensed by the two, added with venom. That fellow Su Shan is firmly within my grasp. You two gentlemen may protect him for a moment, but can you assure his safety for a lifetime? Su Shan, come out. Do not act like a coward. Despite their fervent calls, neither of the two could find Su Shan amidst the crowd, and even their colleagues from the Jinyiwei had not seen him for several days. Logically, given his close relationship with Li Ziqi, he should not have been absent. Just as Ji Gang was preparing to defend Su Shan and confront Wu Jingxing, a sudden sound of galloping hooves echoed from the woods near the northern suburbs cemetery. The abrupt and urgent noise naturally drew the attention of the crowd. Is that Su Shan? Someone exclaimed, recognizing the familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar figure. Although he was a colleague, Su Shan appeared strange due to his drastically altered appearance. His bloodstained civilian attire was drenched from the rain and beneath the disheveled hair. His once handsome face was now obscured by stubble, bestowing upon him an air of premature weariness, yet with an added fierceness. Whoa! As he reined in his horse, Qin Changdong hurriedly approached the crowd. Where have you been, you rascal? You've had us worried sick. As he spoke, Qin Changdong handed him a length of white silk. He seemed ready to offer a warning, but Su Shan interrupted him, saying, Uncle Qin, I will explain later. I wish to pay my respects to Uncle Li and the others first. Having spoken, Su Shan tied the white silk around his head. In a fluid motion, he grasped the bundle that hung from his horse's back and proceeded forward, step by step. Along the way, his fellow colleagues made way, yet their gazes were collectively drawn to the parcel in his hand. Soaked by the rain, the white bundle now bore the ominous sight of blood seeping through. This scene, witnessed by the crowd, was utterly grotesque and shocking. What could possibly be contained within? From my experience, it appeared to resemble a head. Hiss! So many? Whose could they be? How would I know? With each step Su Shan took, he left a footprint on the muddy path. The prints were quickly filled with stagnant water, only to be stained a vivid crimson by the dripping blood. Though the road was short, the trail of scarlet moved all present to deep emotion. Even Wu Jingxing, who had previously intended to confront him fiercely, instinctively retreated a few steps as Su Shan approached. However, aware of the multitude of eyes upon him, he forced himself to maintain composure and, with spittle flying, demanded, Su Shan, what is contained within that package? I warn you, an investigation into your indiscriminate slaughter is imminent. If there are indeed severed heads inside, then you, smack. Wu Jingxing's words were abruptly cut off. This time, Su Shan showed no mercy, delivering a resounding slap across his face. Chapter 40, astonishing the entire venue, the demonic arts research. With a thud, Wu Jingxing was forcefully knocked to the ground, landing squarely in the water. The sudden scene left everyone present in a state of shock for an extended moment. You dare to strike me? Stammered the muddy Wu Jingxing. Before he could finish his sentence, the fierce Su Shan roared at him while pointing to Gu Daong beside him. Wu Jingxing, if you dare to utter another word today, this eunuch next to you cannot guarantee your life. Su Shan's words echoed ominously. Gu Daong, as one of the 8 tigers of the Eastern Workshop, had heard whispers of being insulted as a eunuch in private. However, he had never been publicly named and ridiculed in such a manner. Preposterous. As Gu Daong made a move, Ji Gang and Shangwan Yener stepped forward on either side. With a swift motion, the Imperial guards unsheathed their swords, creating a barrier that pushed the officials present to the outskirts of the scene. Jing Shan, remaining still, signaled his subordinates to hold their positions. In an instant, an eerie silence enveloped the area. Faced with the formidable protection of 2 masters, Gu Daong, despite his seething anger, dared not make another move. Meanwhile, Wu Jingxing, who lay in the mud, was helped to his feet. With a piggish visage, he weakly declared, You, Su Shan, this matter is far from over. Ignoring him, Su Shan approached the family of Li Ziqi, bowing deeply. Aunties, sisters-in-law, I kindly ask you to take the children and your families away for now. What is to follow is not suitable for your presence. All right. Once they retreated to safety, Su Shan crouched down and unwrapped the bloodied bundle. Glug, glug. The severed head, freed from its cloth bindings, rolled down the slope. Upon recognizing the face of the head's owner, Wu Jingxing and several officials let out piercing screams. Hiss! Even Ji Gang and Sheng Yin'er, who were restraining Gu Daong, couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Jing Shan, peering closer, exclaimed upon seeing the head's countenance, Tian Basan. Wow! Many of the Imperial guards, soldiers from the patrol camp, and officials present erupted in shocked murmurs upon hearing that name. Tian Basan, the revered grand offering of the court, hailed as the finest swordsman of Yuhang. More importantly, he was an undeniable innate 8th grade master. Dead? Killed by Su Shan. Clatter. In the silent scene, only the sound of rain resonated in the ears of the crowd. It was not until Su Shan turned and casually placed the severed head of Tian Basan before the gravestone that he shattered the tranquility. The 7 assassins who massacred you at Shikumen are all here. The principal culprit, Tian Basan, I executed through slow slicing, each receiving 10 blows, 100 strikes yet remaining alive. This exquisite technique was imparted to me by Su Shan when you taught me to cultivate courage. What do you think? Not a disgrace to your name, is it? As Su Shan's choked voice echoed throughout the venue, all mysteries unraveled. The high-ranking official from the Yamen had orchestrated the slaughter of the Imperial guards at Shikumen, subsequently using an informant within the patrol camp to imprison the family of Dai in the military jail, coercing Dai Jinshan to take his own life as leverage. If one were to claim that this matter has no connection to Wu Jingxing, even a dog would not believe it. Meanwhile, Wu Jingxing, the person involved, is utterly flustered. At this moment, despite feeling dizzy and disoriented, he still shouted in a frenzy. What baseless accusations? Where's the evidence? You report to Officer G, the captain. In pursuing these 7 murderers, my subordinate has also apprehended Zhou Long, the leader of the Chao Gang. From him, we have obtained irrefutable evidence of collusion between the Chao Gang and the officials of Yuhang, involved in the illicit trafficking of military supplies and provisions. Among those implicated, there are as many as 41 officials, led by Wu Jingxing. The evidence is conclusive, and I implore you to arrest them. With a swift motion, Su Shan turned around and, after delivering this statement, the Jinyiwei present drew their swords, placing them at the throats of the prison guards and accompanying officials. Did you all hear that? Indeed, we did. Then why do you stand there in a daze? Make the arrests. Yes. As Ji Gang spoke, his gaze fixed intently on Gu Daong, who had suddenly revealed a murderous intent. Gu, do you wish to silence him? It seems that this corrupt official, Wu Jingxing, harbors a wealth of knowledge. As Ji Gang uttered these words, 2 deputy captains had already bound Wu Jingxing tightly. This has completely extinguished any possibility of Gu Daong intervening. Initially, the intention was to seize this funeral as an opportunity to suppress the arrogance of the prefect. However, who could have anticipated that instead of achieving this, they would face a setback? Take him away and attend to him properly. Indeed, Captain G, it is imperative we remind you. Governor Wu, being a graduate of the highest order and a disciple of the late emperor, has been honored with a yellow robe for his contributions in disaster relief. Should you dare to employ torture, even His Majesty would not be able to shield you from the repercussions. Gu Daong's words were not merely directed at Ji Gang, but also served as a warning to Wu Jingxing. Rest assured, Master Gu. A living Wu Jingxing is far more advantageous to us than a dead or injured one. Su Shan. Yes. In future assassinations, should anyone inquire about evidence, you may inform them it derives from Governor Wu's testimony. If they wish to discern the truth, they must seek a decree from the capital. Indeed, your combination of tactics, Ji Gang, has left Gu Daong speechless. Previously, our prefectural office had suppressed numerous cases, thwarted by the bureaucratic interference, rendering them ineffective. Now, with Governor Wu's confession, it is undeniable that they were responsible. In summary, I declare that before the inspector arrives in Yuhang, I shall not permit any force to dare utter no to the prefectural office. Very well. After Ji Gang finished speaking, Jing Shan, who had been publicly reprimanded by Wu Jingxing and Gu Daong, opportunistically remarked, Captain Ji, we are short-handed. Our patrol unit is willing to serve. Excellent. At this moment, Gu Daong understood more clearly than anyone else. Following this uproar, the previously silent forces that dared not voice their anger towards Wu Jingxing would emerge like bamboo shoots after a rain, all pointing fingers at his alleged crimes. Should the situation spiral out of control, Wu Jingxing, as a prominent disciple of the Donglin faction, would become a guillotine hanging over their heads. Even if Gu Daong were fortunate enough to evade this calamity, his return to the capital would surely result in severe punishment from the authorities. Now, He could only pray for the timely arrival of the inspector to stabilize the situation in Yuhang. What was once an infallible scheme now lay in ruins. All due to Su Shan. This left Gu Daong, who departed like a bereaved dog, casting a venomous glare towards the distant Su Shan. You bastard, you must die. In stark contrast to Gu Daong's deep-seated hatred, Ji Gang, who was preparing to cultivate Su Shan as his successor, generously lavished praise upon him before addressing the main topic. I have read the letter you left before you departed. The person beside Wu Jingxing is a spy from the Shadow Master of the Black Dragon Society. Known as the Flower of the Empire? Indeed. Is the information reliable? Absolutely reliable. This piece of information was indeed acquired by Su Shantong from heir by the well. What? Is there a problem? As far as our investigation reveals, Wu Jingxing has only his lawful wife by his side. There are no concubines or mistresses. He shares a deep bond with his wife, Zhang, and despite being childless, he has no intention of taking a concubine. Isn't Wu Jingxing said to have a son? Are you referring to Wu Chen? He is actually his adopted son. Nevertheless, I have dispatched personnel to conduct a thorough investigation and surveillance of their movements. All details have been meticulously documented and will be kept aside for you. At this point, Ji Gang, pausing his steps, added, furthermore, there is another thorny case at home that requires your personal attention. Do you not wish for me to delve too deeply into Wu Jingxing's case? Haha. We understand each other without needing to articulate everything. We are still good friends. After a hearty laugh, Ji Gang gradually reined in his mirth and spoke earnestly. The investigation into this case has reached a point where, not just you and I, but even the official in charge must report to the Emperor for a decree. However, given the significant contributions you've made to this case, receiving only 100 households in reward would be utterly unacceptable. Mimicking Su Shan's tone, Ji Gang's words elicited a shared laugh from both men. Aware that Ji Gang was looking out for his best interests, Su Shan chose not to dwell on it further. What case could be so challenging that it troubled the household? A week prior, several young maidens had gone missing, and when discovered, they had turned into cold corpses. Yet, on their crowns, there were 5 bloodied imprints of fingers. Upon hearing this, Su Shan turned and asked, Dark arts? The 9 bone claw. To cultivate this technique, one must extract the energy from a maiden born on a year, month, and day. The means are cruel, and the deaths are inhumane. This technique had been classified as a forbidden dark art during the reign of the late emperor and had been relentlessly pursued. In recent decades, it has been rarely heard of in the martial world. Its sudden emergence in Yuhang is indeed perplexing. We must root it out and execute decisively. Understood. Just as Su Shan returned to the Jinfu division to prepare for his new case, Gu Daong hurried back to the Wu residence, keenly observing the family members for any ulterior motives while maintaining a stronghold to prevent the Jinyiwei from conducting an irregular raid. After calming Wu Jingxing's wife, Zhang, the effeminate adopted son, Wu Chen, approached Gu Daong with graceful steps reminiscent of ancient maidens. Master Gu, I appreciate your concern regarding my father's matters. It is but my duty. Moreover, my father is anxious that I may hinder your cultivation progress. Therefore, I have always been the one to seek out the furnace materials you require, Master Gu. When might you partake of the latest batch? Upon hearing this, Gu Daong's eyes sparkled with delight. Kikek. Excellent, excellent. No wonder Governor Wu indulges you. You certainly know how to handle matters. Thank you for your commendation, Master Xia. Let us discuss this tomorrow evening. Today, we must confer with Inspector Ren regarding how to respond to the current situation. Very well. Chapter 41. A request for assistance. Tonight in the bridal chamber, as Su Shan returned to the town protectorate, he saw his mother, Madame Wu, holding the hand of their neighbor, Aunt Wang, standing at the entrance. Mother, Shaner, where have you been these past few days? Officer Ji mentioned you were occupied with a case. Were you injured? In the face of Wu Su's maternal concern, Su Shan smiled radiantly and replied, Mother, I am perfectly fine. After reassuring his mother, Su Shan looked up at Aunt Wang, whose eyes were brimming with tears. What troubles you, Aunt Wang? Has something happened at home? Little Doubao is missing. What? She has been gone for almost 3 days. Recently, many young girls in the area have inexplicably vanished. When they are found, it is only to identify their corpses. Your aunt has reported this to the authorities, and our neighbors have also assisted in the search, yet there has been no news. In desperation, we have come to you. With that, Aunt Wang collapsed to her knees. Su Zongqi, I beseech you to save my little Doubao. Quickly helping her to her feet, Su Shan led her inside. After offering some comfort, he inquired, Aunt Wang, do you know the birth date and time of little Doubao? Yes. Once she provided the information, Su Shan's expression turned serious. Indeed, she was born in a year, month, and hour of the Yin. What? Nothing. Aunt Wang, please stay with my mother for a few days. This case is now under my jurisdiction. If I require your assistance, I shall reach out to you. Very well. Without taking a moment's rest, Su Shan hurried to the mortuary. Under the guidance of the coroner, he located the bodies of several young girls. As he lifted the white cloth, he was profoundly shaken by the sight before him. The girls' eyes were bulging, filled with blood vessels, and their mouths were twisted into grotesque expressions. Their bodies were emaciated, devoid of any semblance of humanity. However, there were distinct marks of binding on their wrists and ankles. They had been abducted and then delivered to someone for the purpose of dark sorcery. While examining the bodies, Su Shan also attempted to commune with their spirits. Due to the first-person perspective, the scene unfolded before him as they experienced their final moments of excruciating agony. Bound at their limbs and blinded by masks, they were subjected to torment. The 5 fingers piercing through their crowns elicited piercing cries from each victim. The haunting images before Su Shan provided little insight. However, as a practitioner of the 9th rank, he now possessed the ability to commune with spirits for a duration of 90 minutes. The scene unfolded. Each girl was imprisoned in a dark, lightless cellar. Upon their release, they were blindfolded and silenced. Clearly, their captors exhibited a high degree of caution. As the clock ticked past the 40th minute, the hidden door creaked open, and food was delivered to them. In that fleeting moment, Su Shan, perceiving through their eyes, heard a jarring chime. The sound of a bell? Was there a temple, a Taoist shrine, or perhaps a convent in Yuhang where the bell could be heard so clearly? At that instant, the system's prompt echoed once more. System announcement. Time-limited quest. The wishes of the maidens 1. Quest objective. Destroy the location where they are captured and imprisoned and rescue the other abducted women. Quest reward. 30 years of cultivation. The 6 Meridians Divine Sword. Ding. 2. Quest objective. Slay the demons who have harmed them. Quest reward. 50 years of cultivation. The time-limited quest has commenced, with 24 hours remaining. With a sigh of relief, Su Shan regained his composure. Turning to face the imposing figure of the officer, he was met with the eager gaze of Qing Miao, who stood expectantly nearby. Are you of the spirit realm? Your footsteps are silent. Su Shan realized he had been overly absorbed in his thoughts. What have you discovered? Suddenly squatting down, Qing Miao seemed almost to press her face close to his. The alluring scent of innocence overwhelming Su Shan's senses. Officer Xing, why are you so invested in this case? Shouldn't you be focusing on the case of Wu Jingsheng? Rising from his position, Su Shan covered the girls with a white cloth. As his words hung in the air, Qing Miao, lost in reminiscence, trembled as she spoke. Years ago, my mother was assassinated while out, struck down by the 9-in white bone claw. For years, my father and I have pursued this matter, yet to no avail. Fortune favors the diligent. I have stumbled upon this case in Yuhang. With a sudden gesture, Qing Miao knelt before Su Shan, beseeching him. I implore you, Officer Su, to help me unearth the murderer. Such a great kindness. I, Qing Miao, would be forever indebted. Before she could finish, Su Shan interjected. Forever indebted, you say? Given your sincerity, I shall acquiesce. However, once the deed is done, you must not renege on your word. As Su Shan solemnly concluded his remarks, Qing Miao stood there, her complexion flushed and at a loss for words. However, observing the unwavering confidence radiating from him, she discerned that he must have uncovered some vital clue. Although their acquaintance had been brief, they had collaborated on numerous cases, each one of which he had resolved with remarkable finesse. Thus, Qing Miao held an unwavering faith in his abilities. Do you have a lead? She inquired eagerly, hastening to catch up with Su Shan as he exited. Since my father's passing, my marital prospects have become a source of deep concern for my mother. Particularly after the previous debacle, her anxiety has only intensified. Upon hearing Su Shan's seemingly irrelevant statements, Qing Miao expressed her bewilderment. What does this have to do with the case? With a serious demeanor, Su Shan replied, Once you manage to cheer my mother up, I shall assist in avenging yours. Without allowing for further discussion, he made his way directly to the location where his mother and Aunt Wang were residing. Following an ambush by the shadowy figure, Su Shan's mother had been relocated to a small courtyard adjacent to the town pacification office. Mother Aunt Wang, this young lady is. Su Shan's mother's eyes sparkled upon seeing Qing Miao. What a truly lovely girl. With a swift motion, Su Shan wrapped an arm around Qing Miao's waist, pulling her firmly to his side. This sudden and audacious scene left both Qing Miao and Su's mother utterly astonished. My dear mother, This is the chief of the capital's law enforcement, and we have already pledged ourselves to one another. With a resounding slap, Su de Gorin playfully struck Qingyao's firm posterior, causing it to quiver. This bold act almost provoked her to draw her weapon in public. Is it truly so? In response to Su's mother's inquiry, Qingyao exchanged a glance with Su Shan, her face flushing as she suppressed any thoughts of violence and managed to muster a smile, declaring, "Aunt, yes, it is indeed true. Mother, do you doubt it? If you do, I shall consummate our union tonight." What? Chapter 42. Is the Empire's flower a cross-dressing woman? Drawing the sword against any foe. What nonsense is this? Even if you have made a private pledge, one must follow the proper protocols of 3 letters and 6 gifts. We cannot slight the young lady. Su's mother retorted to her son, then took Qingyao inside. The in-laws gazed upon their daughter-in-law, increasingly enchanted by her presence. What joy it brought! Meanwhile, Qingyao frequently turned her head, casting glares at Su Shan, who was engaged in conversation with Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang, have you taken little Doubao to any temples, Taoist shrines, or nunneries recently, particularly during the time before her disappearance? Upon hearing this, Qingyao realized that the man before her was genuinely investigating, all while trying to win over his mother. Yes, indeed. Just a few days ago, Jinshan Temple held a grand universal salvation day, presided over by Master Fei, who personally offered salvation to the faithful. After she concluded, Su Shan muttered, "Jinshan Temple? Did they require your birth date?" Of course they did. For the temple's enlightened monks to offer salvation and blessings, one's birth date is essential. Having pursued the 9-in white bone claw for many years, Qingyao understood that the cauldron required for this dark art was a maiden of youthful beauty born during the in hours of the in month, in a in year. It is exceedingly difficult for an ordinary person to acquire such information, akin to finding a needle in a vast ocean. Yet, a so-called universal salvation day allowed the devotees to willingly disclose this information. Subsequently, suitable candidates could be selected from it. Following the investigative lead provided by Su Shan, Qingyao had now discovered the breakthrough in the entire case. "Shan'er, you cannot suspect Jinshan Temple, can you? That is inconceivable. Master Fei is a highly revered monk in Yuhang and even across Jiangnan. Even the son of Governor Wu has taken him as his mentor, becoming a secular disciple of the world." Who? Governor Wu's son, Wu Cheng? Indeed. Upon receiving confirmation, Su Shan fell into deep contemplation. After several moments, he murmured, "Must the Empire's flower necessarily be a woman? What did you say?" The bluebird, unable to hear clearly, instinctively inquired. "It's nothing. I have a bold hypothesis that requires verification." Before departing, Mother Su personally adorned the bluebird with a treasured ancestral jade bracelet. This indeed left the latter somewhat at a loss. "Take it, if you don't. My mother will never agree to our early consummation." "Huh, even if you keep it, that won't suffice. You must take responsibility for the young lady." Sumu directly retorted without allowing Qingyao to counter. After leaving the courtyard, Qingyu intended to return the bracelet but was outright refused by Su Shan. "What's going on? After helping you sort out the case, you aren't planning to help me persuade my mother, are you? Is this how you repay kindness? You are rather crude." Never having displayed her girlish demeanor before the opposite sex, Qingyao now blushed deeply, stamping her foot in embarrassment. "Crude, I accept, but the latter part one do not. Investigate the case." Upon hearing this, Qingyao regained her composure and caught up, saying, "Shall we verify if those unfortunate young ladies had visited Jinshan Temple during their lifetimes?" "Clever. With the case file in hand, you should verify each one. Remember, learn to ask delicately. Do not reveal that we are investigating Jinshan Temple. And you? Rearrange the bridal chamber. Aim to consummate the marriage tonight." Watching Su Shan enter the Imperial prison, the flustered Qingyao turned and led her team to verify the situation. "Is Brother Shan here? Hurry, inform General Qin." As soon as Su Shan appeared within the Imperial prison, the guards present braced themselves as if facing a formidable enemy. Here we are. With the phrase "I have no allegiance with crime," this current star of the town's policing department had eliminated countless criminals. "What is the matter? Why are you all staring at me?" As soon as Su Shan spoke, the voice of Qin Changdong drew near. "They fear you might act recklessly again. Uncle Qin, what are you doing here?" "Preventing fire, theft, and Su Shan." Those are the exact words of Captain Ji. "You rascal, let me tell you. Even if you harbor immense grievances against Wu Jingxing, you cannot resort to violence." Hearing this, Su Shan smiled. Ji Gang genuinely feared he might secretly eliminate Wu Jingxing. With his current strength, he could not suppress others. Only Qin Changdong was suitable. "Uncle, I'm merely asking questions to confirm a matter I won't go to extremes. No. This is for your own good. The promotion order is about to be issued. You must not cause any more trouble. All right, uncle. Look, there's an airplane. An airplane? What is that? Just as Qin Shandong followed the direction of the gesture, Su Shan struck the back of his neck. In the next moment, this uncle, merely of the 8th or 9th rank, collapsed into Su Shan's embrace. What do you all say? Su Shan, carefully placing Qin Shandong in a pit, surveyed his fellow brothers in the Imperial prison. Gulp. They exchanged glances, their faces painted with despair, and said, Brother Shan, please do not let anyone perish. If anything goes awry in the prison, we shall all bear the consequences. Rest assured, he will remain unharmed. I assure you, no torture shall be inflicted, and you will not be put in a difficult position. Upon hearing Su Shan's assurance, the 2 young attendants clung to a nearby pillar and promptly collapsed. As they fainted, the other officers and strongmen directed their gazes towards the ceiling. Even as Su Shan passed by them, they chose to feign ignorance, making their way directly to the cell where Wu Jingxing was confined. When he saw Su Shan effortlessly unlock the cell door, the once boisterous disciple of the chief minister, who had been threatening his adversaries earlier that morning, turned pale with fear. Su Shan, what do you intend to do? Before he could complete his menacing words, Su Shan delivered a sharp slap to his right cheek. It was sheer brute force, yet sufficient to send Wu Jingxing spinning in the air for a full 360 degrees before crashing onto the straw-covered bed. A blood-curdling scream erupted, but it failed to attract any officers or strongmen. Even the hidden experts in the shadows concealed themselves as Su Shan exuded an aura of formidable strength. As long as he did not kill anyone, such incidents were commonplace in the prison. With a swift motion, Su Shan grabbed Wu Jingxing by the hair and dragged him deeper into the prison. Brother Shan, are you here to deliver new goods again? Allow me to partake. No, we have business to attend to today. Su Shan, having selected a few seasoned individuals, whispered a few instructions. Understood, Brother Shan. This is our specialty. With that, they pulled the semi-conscious Wu Jingxing into a solitary cell. 2 minutes later, the scarred man, driven by unfulfilled desires, approached Su Shan. Brother Shan, based on my years of experience, this fellow is undoubtedly one of us. Are you certain? I stake my reputation on it. Anyone who ends up in the depths of the prison is surely a person of exceptional talent. Their certainty brooked no doubt. Is the Empire's flower a mere pretender? Almost let that slip by unnoticed. As Su Shan murmured this, the scarred man ingratiatingly remarked, Brother Shan, the upper echelons seem to be in chaos again, are they not? Let us bring in some new goods for our enjoyment. Did we not just receive a few eunuchs a few days ago? Do not remind me. They are nearly beyond repair. The wolves are numerous, yet the meat is scarce, my lord. Understood. Arrangements will be made for tonight. As he spoke, Su Shan pulled Wu Jingxing out once more. Thank you, Brother Shan. In the future, we shall not worship the Bodhisattva nor the Buddha, but instead, we shall offer sacrifices to the longevity tablet of the Mountain Lord. After unceremoniously casting Wu Jingxing back into the dungeon, Su Shan strode purposefully to exit the prison. As he brushed past several blind officials, he halted momentarily and spoke. Select a few officials from the yamen with whom we have had past grievances and send them to the innermost cell. Understood. Once my uncle awakens, I will inform him that after resolving his current cases, the wretched Su Shan will come to atone. Excellent. Upon leaving the prison, Su Shan made his way directly to the document repository to scrutinize Wu Chen's case files. If he were the Empire's flower, then what role did the presiding judge of the Law River play? Was he perhaps a shadow master? As Su Shan pondered these matters, the swift return of the bluebird brought her hastily before him. You should not leave just yet. What is the situation? The inspector of Jiangnan, Renfeng, has arrived with a royal decree to the town suppression department. And then, what does that have to do with me? Gazing down at the panting bluebird, he mused that if she could not see her toes, she was indeed exquisite. Yet, if a man could not see her forehead from below, that would be the pinnacle of exquisite. Accompanying her were 2 attendants, the woodcutter Nan Shiren and sword of Yuehan Xiaoying, both disciples of the Jiangnan 7 oddities. Of the 7 Yu previously dispatched, 2 were their direct disciples, while the remaining 5 were their apprentices. Captain Ji and Deputy Shangguan have gone out to handle a case, leaving a few skilled fighters to guard the prison. They must have deliberately chosen this opportune moment to come. Hearing this, Su Shan closed the case file, smiling as he inquired, have they come to the town suppression department seeking vengeance against me? Though they claimed it was for exchange of skills. The bluebird's words were cut short by a thunderous uproar outside the document repository. Su Shan, you scoundrel, come out here. Without evidence, you slaughtered my disciples and apprentices. I shall see just how capable you truly are. Upon hearing these words, Su Shan abruptly rose, exclaiming, what kind of power allows such arrogance? Both of them are innate ninth-grade fighters. Su Shan, you must remain calm. I have already sent for Deputy Shangwan and Captain Ji. Ignoring the Bluebird's counsel, Su Shan stood up resolutely. Before the Bluebird could finish speaking, Su Shan abruptly halted, declaring, in the face of an enemy, one must draw their sword. He cared not who they were or the extent of their prowess. In the words of old Ji, if one lacks the courage to unsheath their blade when confronted, then what right do they have to call themselves a member of the Jinyiwei? With a gaze filled with cold determination, Su Shan charged forward. Chapter 43. Confrontation at the door, a surge of killing intent. As Su Shan and the Bluebird burst forth from the archives, they immediately beheld the figure of the woodcutter, Nan Shiren, standing atop the eaves of the highest edifice of the magistrate's office, the Zhongjuan Hall, his visage contorted in a menacing shout. This is no longer a mere confrontation with Su Shan. It has escalated to a desecration, an insult to the entire town protectorate. You wretched creature, get down here. Enraged, Su Shan uttered these words as several blades infused with hidden energy were already unleashed. Whoosh, whoosh. In the face of this sudden assault, Nashi Ren, armed with a blade, prepared to counter with a strike of his own, then leapt to deliver a thunderous blow. Clang. However, the moment the blade met the first flying dagger, his weapon was instantly marred with a gaping wound. The second dagger struck, causing his grip to tear at the base of his palm. Clatter. Clatter. No longer daring to underestimate his opponent, Nashi Ren deftly evaded while hastily descending from the eaves of the Loyalty Hall. At this moment, Su Shan soared into the air, vaulting over the structure before him, and directly reached the main hall. Smack. Upon landing, his vision was filled with fury, and an aura of murderous intent radiated from him. There stood the sword of the Yu maiden, Han Xiaoying, poised with her blade before the Loyalty Hall. Before her was Nashi Ren, who, in anger at the desecration of the Loyalty Hall, had drawn his sword against the Imperial Guard. Seizing this incident, the determined Ji gang sought to eradicate the stubborn forces in Yuhang, taking most of the skilled warriors of the town protectorate with him. Those left behind were predominantly civil officials or standard bearers. The two highest-ranking captains had already sustained multiple wounds, their blood soaking through their fish-scale uniforms. Yet, despite their injuries, propped up by their blades, they faced Han Xiaoying, who was several ranks above them, with unyielding resolve. Not just the two of them, but even the junior standard bearers, lieutenants, and strongmen. Though all were bleeding profusely, they brandished their blades defiantly. They were poised for a fight at any moment. This scene not only incited anger in the previously calm Qing Miao, who had been urging Su Shan to maintain his composure, but also left her profoundly astounded. To knowingly pursue the unattainable? To outsiders, this might seem foolish. Yet, for the Emperor's elite guards, it is a matter of upholding the honor of their resplendent uniforms with their very lives. In stark contrast, the Jinyiwei of the capital, who are perpetually weighed down by considerations of consequences and reputational impact, appear utterly feeble. It was only at this moment that she finally comprehended the commander's intentions. Why he had deliberately arranged for their so-called young elites to handle this case in Yuhang alone. It was not merely to gain experience, but to absorb their indomitable spirit of drawing swords at the sight of the enemy. Indeed, you possess some merit, albeit limited. As Su Shan's flying dagger forced and she ran down from the eaves, he gazed at the front line with a fierce expression. At that very moment, Gu Da's peculiar voice echoed from the main seat of the hall. Nan Gongfeng, he is the very culprit who slaughtered your apprentice and nephew, Su Shan. Upon hearing this, the eyes of Nan Shiren and Han Xiaoying turned sharp as they fixed their gaze on Su Shan. Even Ren Feng, occupying the main seat and momentarily pausing his tea, cast a sidelong glance outside. With a disdainful snort, he conveyed his utter contempt. In Ren Feng's conspiratorial perspective, a mere flag-bearer of the Jinyiwei could never single-handedly slay 7 innate masters. Behind this, there must be orchestrated machinations at play. They have thrust a naive youth into the fray, burdening him with all the blame. Today, we shall send him to his demise. With a soft thud, Ren Feng set down his tea and spoke in a low tone. Although blades and firearms do not discriminate, one must exercise restraint. Be cautious not to inadvertently extinguish the life of this young man, who has repeatedly unraveled perplexing cases and holds the governor's favor, disregarding the Eastern Depot. Indeed, Master Ren. With Ren Feng's covert endorsement, Han Xiaoying, clutching the Yu maiden sword, emitted a piercing shriek of steel. This is a manifestation of the sword's essence being imbued upon its blade. It is evident that she harbors murderous intent. Meanwhile, the woodcutter Nanshiren intervened, exclaiming, "Seventh sister, I was careless earlier and stumbled in his grasp." With this, the audacious Nanshiren pointed at Su Shan, adding, "He is mine." Upon hearing this, Han Xiaoying sheathed her yew sword and coldly replied, "Do not let him off too easily. Otherwise, when elder brother and second brother arrive tomorrow, what will they have to vent their frustrations?" Understanding the implication, Su Shan meticulously examined the wounds of his comrades while muttering without reservation, 37, 38, 39. Upon reaching this count, Su Shan turned with a fierce demeanor, directing his gaze towards Han Xiaoying and stated, "There are a total of 39 wounds." He then menacingly declared, "Today you shall receive no less than one blade." Ah, ha. As soon as Su Shan's words fell, Renfeng and Gu Daong, who were listening within the loyalist hall, were momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter in unison. Where did Ji Gang find such a brash little wretch? His bravado surpasses even the foulness of my own foot odor. With a flourish, Gu Daong, giggling exuberantly, remarked, "Sir Ren, comparing your foot odor to his bravado is a compliment to this scoundrel. The governor of Jiangnan is a high-ranking official of the third grade, embodying both military and political authority, a veritable regional magnate. Hence, Gu Daong extended his utmost flattery towards him. This is also the reason why Nancy Ren and Han Xiaoying dared to act with such impunity, as the two of them mock Su Shan without restraint, outside. Nancy Ren grips the blade tightly in his hand. With a cold smile, he proclaims, "You wretched creature. I shall see what prowess you possess that emboldens you to speak so audaciously. I am even more eager to witness how you intend to slay my disciple and nephew." With that, Nancy Ren leaps into action. Crack! With a surge of power, he shatters the very stone slabs beneath his feet. Soaring high into the air, he strikes down with the force of thunder towards the ever-approaching Su Shan. The surrounding air grows increasingly suffocating due to his rapid descent. The ability to instantly influence the senses of others is sufficient to attest that the opponent is undeniably of innate ninth rank. Yet at this moment, Su Shan, who had yet to draw his blade, stood resolutely in place, his gaze piercing as he directed it towards his adversary, striking downward with formidable intent. Standing there immobile, was he merely acting the fool? Perhaps he had overplayed his hand. Now, with his aura locked by the southern patron, escape would be impossible, as I had yet to witness anyone elude such a fate. Whoosh! Just as a few accompanying constables exchanged words, the embroidered spring knife suspended at Su Shan's waist was unsheathed in an instant. Its murderous intent surged forth, a glimmer of cold light flashing. Sizzle! In the next heartbeat, the blade in Nanshiren's hand was cleaved in twain. His head, akin to a bloodthirsty orb, traced a gruesome arc before crashing heavily into the Zhongjuan Hall. Chapter 44. The Diamond-S Fierce Gaze, Lingering Death to the Foe. Bang! Crack! The fresh head that had been thrust into the Zhongjuan Hall immediately overturned the tea beside Renfeng. The sudden turn of events startled the Governor Ren, who hastily rose to his feet in terror. The splattered tea and blood stained his cheeks and official attire from top to bottom. Even as the aftermath lingered, the lifeless head of Nanshiren, with its unblinking gaze, continued to spin in circles upon the table. The scene was grotesque, terrifying, and blindingly vivid. Not only Renfeng, but even the bloodthirsty Gu Daong stood frozen, his eyes wide with disbelief. With a resounding thud, the headless corpse of Nancy Ren fell to the ground, dragging down with it the broken blade in his hand. In that instant, the previously tranquil atmosphere erupted into a cacophony of shocked murmurs. The wide-eyed bluebird and the injured guards, despite their astonishment, regarded the young figure before them with a newfound sense of reverence. A master of the innate ninth rank. Could he have severed him with a single strike? Even if he had initially underestimated his opponent, such an overwhelming display of power could not be achieved without absolute superiority. By this reasoning, what realm does Su Shan inhabit? A Grandmaster? No, he did not harness the power of the heavens. He too was of the innate ninth rank. Yet, how could he be so formidable despite sharing the same rank? Fourth brother, exclaimed Han Xiaoying, frozen in place with her sword, as she finally cried out in despair. Like the others, she could scarcely believe that her senior brother had been cleaved in two by a mere youth with a single stroke. Weren't you always asking me how I killed those scoundrels from Tian Basan? Well, now you see. With a chilling tone, Su Shan stepped forward, his foot upon the corpse of Nancy Ren, and declared, "This is how I kill." He added, "Oh, and to be precise, Nancy Rin was subjected to slow slicing. Soon, you will have the privilege of experiencing it all. With a resounding crash, Su Shan unleashed his internal energy, enveloped by the golden bell's protection. Several streams of pure yang energy spiraled around him. In the next heartbeat, Su Shan's figure vanished. When he reappeared, he stood menacingly before Han Xiaoying. How powerful! While Nancy Rin's earlier strike had merely left me breathless, Su Shan's attack instilled an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Amidst the discussions of the guards, the astonished Bluebird muttered, "Such oppressive force I have only witnessed in my father. He is not a grandmaster. How could he possess such formidable energy?" As Nancy Rin's head crashed into the hall, Rin Feng realized that the situation had spiraled beyond their control. Especially after Su Shan's violent outburst, he widened his eyes and rushed toward the hall's entrance, shouting frantically, "Stop! I command you to halt." With a swift stroke, he declared, the blade divides yin and yang. With a thunderous bang, the world dimmed. Before Rin Feng's men could escape, outside the door, Han Xiaoying's anguished cries echoed, filled with despair. Rin Feng, seemingly stunned by the gruesome scene before him, stood there, utterly speechless. At that moment, Han Xiaoying, her arms severed by Su Shan, was as if nailed to the ground like a wooden post. The fleeting shadows of the blade, accompanied by Su Shan's sweeping arm, cruelly grazed Han Xiaoying's form. Each strike delivered by Su Shan was executed with meticulous precision, mirroring the exact locations of the wounds inflicted upon his earlier colleague. This is not merely a counterattack, but a formidable declaration of war against those who dared to provoke. The splattering of flesh and blood, intermingled with scraps of fabric, unfolded before the onlookers like a cascade of vibrant fireworks. 38, 39, thud, until the final strike fell. Han Xiaoying, reduced to a bloodied figure, collapsed into the crimson pool, her lifeblood staining Rin Feng's vision a deeper scarlet. At that moment, the scene was enveloped in an oppressive silence. The spectators, even hesitant to draw a breath, feared inciting the wrath of this malevolent deity. Clap, clap. The once close Rin Feng, startled, staggered back several steps. It was only after being supported by the hastily approached Dali Yu that he could manage to regain his footing. Su Shan, do you dare to strike a lethal blow against the patron of Jiangnan Prefecture? You are utterly unforgivable. Rin Feng bellowed in a fit of rage. Upon hearing these words, Su Shan, who had his foot planted on Han Xiaoying and the blade of his embroidered spring knife poised against her throat, regarded Rin Feng with his first true glance. That singular gaze instilled a deep-seated fear within Rin Feng. Yet, feigning composure, he returned the glare. What met his eyes was Su Shan's bloodthirsty smirk. "May I inquire? Rin the inspector, is the patron of Jiangnan Prefecture officially registered?" At this query, the crowd furrowed their brows. The so-called patron was merely a skilled individual conscripted by the authorities to exert pressure on the martial world. Registered? Certainly not in the military roster. An elite enforcer. A temporary worker of some standing. No, not registered. But, before Rin Feng could finish his retort, Su Shan pressed on. Do they hold any official title? Naturally. If they were not registered, they possessed no official rank. Who, then, grants them the audacity to come to my pacification office and impose their will? Suddenly raising his voice, Su Shan began to retract the embroidered spring knife, the sharp blade slicing through Han Xiaoying's neck with a speed visible to the naked eye. Blood gushed forth. A horrifying sight. The grotesque scene elicited gasps of shock from the onlookers. Turning his body, Su Shan, still clutching the dripping knife, approached the officers and guards who had accompanied Rin Feng. The remaining Imperial guards, suffering significant injuries, bore their share of responsibility. Bang! I am asking you a question. Who emboldens you to draw your blades against the Emperor's personal guard? Su Shan demanded, pressing the knife against the shoulder of the captain of the guards. His words deliberate and piercing. The sound of the blade being wiped against the officer's uniform resonated ominously in the eerie, hushed atmosphere, sharp and jarring. The guard captain, who was merely of the 5th rank by birth, cast a furtive glance at the glinting blade, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. He feared that this man before him might, with the slightest lapse in attention, sever his head from his shoulders. At a loss for words, he directed a pleading gaze toward Rin Feng and Gu Deong, who were not far off. I am inquiring of you. What do you see in Inspector Run and that castrated dog? As he spoke, one hand brandished the knife while the other pointed at Rin Feng and Gu Deong. His voice icy as he added, if I were to take them seriously, this scene would not be so gruesomely bloody. To be chastised by a commander of the Jinyiwei? Both Rin Feng and Gu Deong were incensed. Su Shan, do not be so arrogant. With a swift motion, Su Shan severed the ear of the guard captain, who, clutching his face and crouching down in agony, was met with Su's outstretched hands as he proclaimed, "This is how arrogant I am. What can you do about it?" Chapter 45. Promotion to Qianhu. Decapitate before reporting. Su Shan's seemingly soft-spoken response struck like an invisible slap upon the faces of Ren Feng and Gu Daong, echoing with a resounding impact. At that instant, Gu Daong, revealing his sharp nails, contemplated unleashing his magical prowess to slay this man before him. Yet, he understood all too well that should he employ such powers publicly, he would become the target of collective ire, unable to rely even on his own lord for protection. Su Shan, Inspector Ren, not only represented the highest official in Jiangnan, but had come here on behalf of the Empress Dowager to proclaim her decree. Your actions are a blatant affront to the Dowager, a disregard for. Before the flustered Gu Daong could finish his statement, Su Shan interrupted, representing whom? The Dowager? Proclaiming a decree? Come, brothers, tell Gu about our identity. As soon as Su Shan uttered these words, the Jinyiwei echoed in unison, the Emperor's personal guards. Whom do we respect? The Holy Edict. Whose will do we heed? His Majesty. The thunderous resonance filled the entire Zhengfu office and its surroundings. In this era of waning imperial power, the Bluebird was stirred by such fervent unity. Inspector Ren. We Jinyiwei are fed by the Emperor's grain and blessed by his grace. Unless you are an imperial envoy today, do not flaunt your official authority before us. Do you think you can intimidate us with big birds and scare us poor widows? Your companion beside you is no better than you. With a triumphant laugh, Su Shan concluded his tirade, prompting a wave of laughter to ripple through the crowd. Ren Feng, having lost both face and men, trembled with rage as he retorted, "Very well, I shall see whether the Zhengfu can protect you, Su Shan." Just as Ren finished his words, an abrupt voice emerged from behind the gathered crowd. "The tranquility of the town's governance does not rest solely upon your whims, Ren Feng." Upon hearing these words, the crowd instinctively turned their gazes. "Is that you, Deputy Shangwan?" There she was, Shangwan Yenner, striding forward with a yellow pouch in hand. "Deputy Shangwan, your timing is impeccable. It is imperative that I recount to you the events that have just transpired, so that you may grasp the full context before deciding whether to stand up for Su Shan." Initially intending to pressure Shangwan Yenner by twisting the truth, Ren Feng's words had barely escaped his lips when she interjected, "I witnessed everything that just occurred." "What?" Su Shan turned to her, inquiring, "When did you return?" "At the moment Nan Shiren drew his blade." "Then why did you not reveal yourself?" "When Su Zongqi faltered, I would have made my presence known. But now that lives have been lost, what purpose would my appearance serve? To protect the life of Han Xiaoying, who has harmed her colleagues. As Ji Qin who would say, has my head been kicked by a donkey?" Shangwan Yenner spoke with unpretentious candor, her words eliciting a collective gulp from many present. Her forthrightness conveyed to Ren Feng and others the stance of the town's governance on this matter. Shangwan Yenner and Su Shan's collaborative assault left Ren Feng utterly flustered. A slap from the left was one thing, a punch from the right followed. The Imperial edict arrives. Before Ren Feng could utter a word, the solemn Shangwan Yenner publicly unwrapped the yellow pouch. Upon hearing those three words, the members of the Imperial Guard instinctively prepared to kneel. However, at that moment, Shangwan Yenner declared, "His Majesty's decree states that the town governance has worked tirelessly and deserves commendation. All personnel shall remain standing to hear the edict. Obey the Imperial command." As the crowd collectively responded, Shangwan Yenner, gradually unfurling the edict, cast a glance at Ren Feng and Gu Daong nearby. "His Majesty shows compassion for the Imperial Guard by allowing them to stand, yet does not extend the same courtesy to Governor Ren or Chief Gu." Continuing, Shangwan Yenner raised her voice, "Kneel to hear the edict. Otherwise, for contempt of imperial authority, I shall have his legs broken." In an instant, the closest to her, Su Shan, unsheathed his embroidered spring blade. "This is within my expertise." Reluctantly yielding to the moment, Ren Feng found his knees hitting the ground first. Following suit, Gu Daong dared not resist any longer, not to mention the officials who accompanied them. How remarkable it is to witness a third-rank official kneeling while I remain standing for the first time in my life. As Su Shan sheathed his sword, he murmured to himself. His words drew the cold, piercing gazes of Ren Feng and Gu Daong, who regarded him with disdain. Intentionally, Su Shan turned his back to them, mockingly bowing as if to say, "I leave my rear exposed to you. Do not merely gawk at my backside." The unexpected quip elicited laughter from several individuals who could not restrain themselves. "Be serious," admonished Shangwan Yenner, casting a disapproving glance at Su Shan. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor proclaims. A convoluted and archaic expression of humility followed, which, if given to Shan to read, would likely contain characters he did not recognize. After a minute of elaborate preamble, the proclamation finally arrived at its essence. Shan was promoted to the position of Deputy Qianhu of Yuhang, and subsequently, he was elevated to the rank of Chief Flag of Yuhang, granted the authority to execute prior to reporting. Boom. The moment this decree was announced, the assembly erupted in astonishment. All eyes turned to Shan, filled with shock. Behind him, Ren Feng, Gu Deyong, and others fixed their gaze unwaveringly on him. Given Shan's prowess, his promotion to Deputy Qianhu was anticipated. However, the phrase execute prior to reporting was indeed formidable. From this day forth, Shan had been bestowed the authority to take lives at will. The power wielded here is truly astonishing. Naturally, Shan's extraordinary favor from the emperor is largely attributable to Shangguan Yenner's report. Merely the phrase a family of impeccable integrity, an individual of pure character, a prodigy endowed with exceptional talent, and one who reveres imperial authority has garnered him significant accolades. Vice Captain Su. Should anyone dare to slander you with baseless accusations of indiscriminate slaughter and violent enforcement, let them seek justice in the capital. As she spoke, Shangguan Yenner cast a meaningful glare at Gu Deyong. Previously, when Shan held the position of captain, Gu Deyong could not unseat him. Now, as vice captain with the power of decapitation before reporting, the situation for Gu has become even more precarious. After hastily expressing gratitude, Shan inquired, "Where is old Ji gone?" At such a glorious moment, he ought to make an appearance. With a sudden thud, as soon as Shan finished his sentence, a contorted corpse was hurled over the wall. Shortly thereafter, Ji Gang's irate voice echoed closer. "Damn it, that golden snake lord truly is slippery. I pursued him for 10 miles. He continued, "Oh, isn't that Governor Rin? Why does your face look so pale? Today, daring to create such a spectacle is merely to provide the golden snake lord an opportunity to eliminate Wu Jingsheng, isn't it?" Shan, what was it you said? I anticipated your anticipation. Yes, that very line. Chapter 46. Locking in the murderer, undercurrents rising as Ji Gang finished speaking. He forcefully slapped Gu Deyong away in front of Ren Feng. Thud. Poor Gu Deyong, nearly having his skull shattered from the blow, instinctively activated his Taiyin energy for self-defense. Though it was a fleeting moment, Shan, possessing the innate pure yang body and the 9 yang opening, keenly observed it. Taiyin energy? The 9 yin bone claw requires precisely this kind of pure yin force. As Shan pondered this, suspicion began to brew against Gu Deyong. With a commanding presence, Ji Gang addressed Ren Feng and Gu Deyong. "Are you attempting the same old tricks again?" Dajin Shan met his end in this manner. "I shall not allow you to succeed a second time." In the face of Ji Gang's intimidating demeanor, although Ren Feng felt a tumult of emotions inside, he feigned calmness and said, Ji Town Protector, I do not understand what you are implying. But to openly strike Gu, the East Factory's steward, is truly. What of it? As the town protector, my actions towards him are a mark of my esteem. At this moment, the arrogant and overbearing Ji Gang was no different from the recently dismissed Shan. Truly, as the saying goes, a superior's character is often mirrored in their subordinates. Whether feigning ignorance or genuinely unaware, I advise you, Ren Sishi, to exercise kindness and not to wade too deeply into treacherous waters. Otherwise, the very first task of this town's pacification envoy will be to keep a close watch on you. Depart. With Ji Gang's order for dismissal, Ren Feng and Gu Deyong, who had arrived with such vigor, left like frightened dogs, tails between their legs. On the surface, today's affair targeted Shan and the Jinyiwei, but in reality, it was a scheme orchestrated by the Eastern Depot, intent on silencing Wu Jingsheng. Shangguan Yenner and Ji Gang were merely pawns in this game. Someone like Gu Deyong, a persistent and troublesome eunuch, should be eliminated at the opportune moment. It was evident that the frequent activities of the Wudu sect in Yuhang were inextricably linked to the Eastern Depot. One of the 8 tigers of the Eastern Depot could not be so easily disposed of. If something were to happen to you, I, along with Supervisor Shangguan, would be prepared to confront the consequences. Gu Deyong is the godson of the Eastern Depot's director, unless he is guilty beyond redemption. As soon as Ji Gang finished speaking, Shan replied, "What if it is he who has mastered the 9 yin bone claw?" With that, the words left his lips, and Shangguan Yenner, Qing Niao, and Ji Gang turned to him simultaneously. Had there been a significant breakthrough in the case of the missing young girl? A small hole has revealed a great crab. I have even unraveled the connections involving the Imperial Flower and the Shadow Master. Come, let us discuss this further inside. With an air of excitement, Ji Gang pulled Su Shan inside with brisk strides. Following closely behind, Shangguan Yin'er listened intently to Qing Niao's report. However, it was the first time the two of them had heard of the Imperial Flower and the Shadow Master. With no further concealments, Su Shan laid out his bold speculations and deductions one by one. When he spoke of discovering that Gu Daong had indeed summoned the power of the Taiyin, Ji Gang expressed his astonishment. How come I didn't sense it? Old Ji, how do I explain this to you? I possess a congenital pure yang body and practice the 9 yang true scripture. I am extremely sensitive to this pure yin energy. Upon hearing this, both Ji Gang and Qing Niao were utterly astonished. No wonder his cultivation had progressed so rapidly. It was due to this very reason. Are you certain you possess a congenital pure yang body and practice the 9 yang true scripture? Among family, I have no need to lie. With an exaggerated expression, Shangguan Yin'er gazed at Su Shan with a newfound perspective. Your Majesty, your iron poison body has hope for salvation. Mentally musing this, she was already preparing to dispatch someone to convey the news back to the capital. As for the truth of Su Shan's claims, her master would have ways to discern. As the few individuals led by Ji Gang made their preparations based on the clues provided by Su Shan, the disgraced Gu Daong and Ren Feng found themselves devoid of the desire to indulge in an evening's libations. One hurried to urge the remaining 5 members of the 7 heroes of Jiang and to swiftly reach Yuhang, while the other retraced his steps to the Wu residence. Summoning Wu Chen. Young Master Wu, we shall partake in those cauldrons tonight. Once our divine prowess is fully realized, we shall undoubtedly cleanse the town patrol office in blood. Observing Gu Dayong's ghastly expression, Wu Chen discerned that the moment was ripe and spoke forth. Master Gu, you may utilize them at your discretion. However, due to the numerous missing young women, the town patrol office and the patrol camp have intensified their surveillance. It may prove impossible to deliver them directly at this hour. Thus, your esteemed presence is required for an excursion tonight. Upon hearing this, Gu Daong raised his gaze, questioning, where to? To Jingshan Temple. Upon Wu Chen uttering this name, Gu Daong momentarily froze before erupting in a sinister chuckle. A splendid location, indeed. A sacred ground of the Buddhist faith, perfect for transcendence. Go and make the necessary arrangements. We shall depart tonight. Yes. As the hour approached, a carriage bearing Wu Chun and Gu Daong quietly exited the estate. Once they had departed, the vigilant Qing Niao, monitoring their every move alongside Su Shan, was about to rise when Su Shan suddenly enveloped her in his embrace. Hush! In the next moment, Su Shan skillfully produced a piercing call akin to that of a wildcat. This series of actions left the azure bird in his arms utterly bewildered. With a soft thud, a few wild cats, drawn by the sound, swiftly emerged from the shadows, pursuing the direction in which the carriage had vanished. Witnessing this, the azure bird widened her bright eyes in astonishment. Are there others surveilling Gu Daong and Wu Chen? When there is time, I truly ought to cast you into the dungeon to learn from those within. This serves as a safeguard against being followed. The more this unfolds, the more significant their troubles appear to be. After Su Shan had finished his remarks, the azure bird, feeling somewhat ashamed, inquired, is there anything else? No, that's it. Could you possibly loosen your grip? Just hold on a little longer. You directly pushed away the azure bird, your face flushed crimson. Fortunately, it was nighttime, and no one could see. It was agreed that no dagger would be brought. We would retrieve it at Jinshan Temple. How did you manage to secretly conceal one? While following the carriage from a distance, the azure bird asked, puzzled. I didn't bring a knife. That's impossible. When you held me just now, I distinctly felt the hilt pressing against my waist. Upon hearing this, Su Shan glanced down and awkwardly responded, that was my sidearm. A folding red tassel spear. Was it? Yes. Su Shan, unsure how to explain, gave a vague reply. Are you also practicing with firearms in secret? When time permits, we should have a sparring session. Are you certain? Once you come to your senses, I shall gladly oblige. Spar? What else would I want? I've already figured it out. After saying this, Su Shan nodded earnestly. Good. If we can resolve this case, I will make sure you have the opportunity to refine your marksmanship. As they spoke, they caught sight of Jinshan Temple in the distance. Chapter 47, Collusion, Comprehensive Extermination. With a screech, the carriage came to a halt, and the back door of Jinshan Temple swung open. Gu Daong, fiddling with the carriage curtains, cautiously surveyed his surroundings. A slight smirk playing on his lips. Young Master Wu's men are quite vigilant. They've been following closely. Upon hearing this, Wu Chun, who had lifted the curtain and was retrieving a step stool, replied with flattery. It is only prudent to exercise caution while attending to Master Gu's affairs. Well, that is quite endearing. As he spoke, Gu Daong alighted from the carriage. Clad in a black robe, he followed Wu Chun directly to the residence of the abbot. What does this mean? Why have we gone straight to the abbotess' abode? Hearing this, Wu Chun cautiously pushed open the door while stating, My master has long admired Master Gu's esteemed name, thus he has specifically awaited your arrival here. Ahmedba. As Wu Chun spoke, a monk, whose countenance radiated kindness and tranquility, appeared before Gu Daong. I am the humble monk of He, and I have the honor of meeting you, Master Gu. Please, step inside. Everything you require has been prepared for you. The two exchanged knowing smiles, as if engaged in an unspoken riddle. Subsequently, Gu Daong entered the meditation chamber. During this period, Wu Chun escorted them outside the darkroom before turning to leave. The faint candlelight illuminated the interior of the Zen room, where dozens of young maidens were bound and blindfolded, their terrified whimpers echoing in the air. As Gu Daong gazed upon them, his eyes, filled with avarice, were drawn to a flag hanging on the wall, emblazoned with the words in the Eastern language. These 4 characters were likely the slogan of the Eastern military. Indeed, Gu, the overseer, was well versed in such matters. Let us reacquaint ourselves with Koizumi Junhachi, the shadow master of the Black Dragon Society stationed in Yuhang. If Su Shan were present, he would undoubtedly exclaim, Your mother is quite prolific, isn't she? 8 sons already? Aha. Upon hearing the forthright self-introduction, Gu Daong let out a sly chuckle. Koizumi, aren't you afraid we might expose you? Overseer Gu, we share a common enemy. Do we not? Moreover, our Black Dragon Society can continuously provide you with the vessels necessary to practice the 9-in white bone claw technique. Cooperation leads to mutual benefit. The bloodbath of the Town Guardian Office and the extermination of Ji Gang and his ilk is our shared objective, is it not? Very well, splendid. Just as Gu Daong and Koizumi Junhachi were engaged in amiable discourse, the Imperial Guards had completed their purge and encirclement of Jingshan Temple. Deputy Minister Shangwan and Ji Town Guardian, the outer sentries have been cleared. It is confirmed that they are the shadows of the Black Dragon Society. Upon hearing this report, the 2 men promptly issued orders without hesitation. Act. Leave no one alive. Understood. With the command from Shangwan Yin'er and Ji Gang, the agile Su Shan was the first to dart out of Jingshan Temple. Who goes there? As one of the monks uttered these words, a sharp flying knife pierced his neck. Before he could fall, Su Shan swiftly advanced toward him. With his 6th sense, he was acutely aware that Wu Qin was leading Gu Daong straight to the Zen room presided over by Fei. This way, the Zen room of Fei. Su Shan's judgment was met with blind trust from Shangwan Yin'er and the others. Who dares to intrude upon Jingshan Temple at night? The sudden appearance of Su Shan and his companions triggered a vigilant outcry from the station's shadows. Yet, no sooner had he spoken than the accompanying Qianhu and Deputy Qianhu launched a fierce assault against these beasts who had previously harmed their own colleagues and the common folk. Everyone was prepared to strike with lethal intent. Thud, thud. Outside the door, Wu Qin found himself in a state of panic in the face of the suddenly appearing Imperial Guards, just as he turned to dash into the meditation room. Intending to alert his master and Gu Daong, Su Shan, employing the exquisite technique of the Lingbo Weibu, surged towards him with lightning speed. During this interval, to ensure absolute certainty, several throwing daggers were unleashed, effectively sealing off the areas where Wu Chun might attempt to flee or send warnings. As Su Shanchong charged forth, the seemingly fragile young Master Wu was compelled to reveal the depths of his Japanese martial arts. The atmosphere was charged with tension as the sounds of clashing steel echoed. Swish. Zzz. Alas, despite his efforts, he was no match for Su Shan, who swiftly severed his blade and, with a single strike, cleaved through his arm as well. In agony, Wu let out a cry, only to have Su's blade plunge into his heart in one fluid motion. Should I address you as young Master Wu, or as the flower of the empire? The words caused Wu Qin's pupils to dilate in shock, as he was left unaware of when his true self had been exposed. Thud, thud. Without allowing his adversary a moment's contemplation, Su Shan relentlessly thrust his blade multiple times, sending him to meet the King of Hell. In that fleeting moment before Wu's breath ceased, Su connected with him on a spiritual level, uncovering the whereabouts of He and Gu Daong. Seizing the opportunity, he drew his sword and, alongside Shangwan Yin'er and Qing Niao, charged forth. Chapter 48. Ascending to Mastery. Harnessing the forces of heaven and earth. After reaching a preliminary consensus with Koizumi Junakiro on how to approach the Zhenfu division, Gu Daong approached the imprisoned girl with a sinister grin. His relentless pursuit of power, having faced numerous setbacks and humiliations, had driven this once docile hound to madness. He longed to personally slay Su Shan, who dared to confront him, and to twist off the heads of Ji Gang and others, using them as playthings. Meanwhile, seated under the aegis of his aunt, Koizumi Junakiro sipped his sake, coldly observing the unfolding drama. Where there is desire, there lies leverage. Wu Jingsheng's ambition was to rise above the rest, a goal the Black Dragon Society had aided him in achieving. Thus, he became like a weary dog, wagging his tail in submission before those more powerful than himself. Now, Gu Daong too harbored desires, and one day, he too would find himself reduced to a mere lapdog of the empire. As Koizumi Junakiro savored another cup of sake, a smile crept upon his face, musing, that pig can only act tough in its den. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from outside the darkened room. A harrowing scream cutting through the air, causing Gu Daong to retract his hands from the girls. Startled, Koizumi Junakiro rose abruptly, his expression grave. Calm yourself, Gu. I will investigate. Just as his words hung in the air, a bloodied figure staggered into the room. The Shadow Master. The Jinyiwei have stormed into Jinshan Temple. What? How did they discover our location? The exhilaration of having found new prey swiftly evaporated from Koizumi's demeanor, replaced by panic. Even more frantic was Gu Daong. If the Jinyiwei captured him in collusion with the Black Dragon Society as the instigator of these heinous acts against innocent young girls, not even his adoptive father could save him. Run. In the dimly lit passage, there existed 2 exits, and we, Sir Gu, shall flee in opposite directions. Once the Black Dragon Society rises again, I shall continue to provide you with exceptional vessels. Very well. As the sound of approaching footsteps grew louder, the 2 individuals no longer hesitated and swiftly escaped in separate directions. Just as their silhouettes were on the verge of vanishing at the passage's end, Su Shan, Qing Yao, and Shang Wanyener burst in. They had intended to catch their adversaries off guard, but were met with the unexpected presence of several shadowy figures who had just been dispatched from the east to rebuild the intelligence network. This unforeseen encounter revealed their whereabouts. Split up. Su Shan, you and Qing Miao pursue Gu Daong, while I shall chase that bald monk. Understood. Upon hearing the commotion outside, the bound young women collectively emitted soft whimpers. The Imperial guards who had joined the fray promptly came to their rescue. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have fulfilled the young lady's last wish. Task reward. 30 years of cultivation, the 6 Meridian's divine sword. The system's notification echoed in that instant, but Su Shan, unwilling to divide his focus, devoted himself entirely to the pursuit of Gu Daong. Who do you think you are, you castrated dog? Can you truly escape? Empowered by 2 supreme internal energies, Su Shan unleashed the Lingbo Weibu technique and swiftly closed in on the fleeing Gu Daong with astonishing speed. The mountains and rivers are shattered. With a decisive strike, Su Shan's blade descended with ferocity, forcing Gu Daong, already at a disadvantage, to halt and withstand the blow. Zila. As their energies clashed, a cloud of dust erupted around them. When the smoke cleared, Gu Daong's black robe lay in tatters, his headpiece shattered, and his hair disheveled. Clad in steel gloves, his arms trembled slightly. Standing opposite him, Su Shan tightened his grip on the embroidered spring knife and remarked with a cold smirk. Are you still intending to disguise your mastery of the demonic technique, the 9-ing white bone claw, with the eagle claw technique, Sir Gu? Your true colors have already been revealed. Upon hearing Su Shan's words, Gu Daong, his expression grotesque, howled in desperation, You filthy mongrel. Time and again you thwart my endeavors. Even if I perish here tonight, I will take your life. With a thunderous roar, Gu Daong unleashed a chilling force. A surge of Taiyin energy that crashed forth like a tidal wave. The steel gloves he wore were pierced by his own sharp nails. His eyes glowed crimson, veins bulging, transforming him into a fearsome specter. His power surged ever higher, drawing upon the forces of heaven and earth. This resonance can only be evoked upon reaching the realm of mastery. Such an enhancement continues to unfold. Witnessing all of this, Su Shan dared not be complacent. He immediately channeled the remaining 30 years of his cultivation directly into the 6 Meridian's divine sword. Now, he stands merely a step away from the realm of mastery. The culmination of 30 years of cultivation, augmented by the unparalleled martial prowess of the 6 Meridian divine swords, was sufficient for him to transcend this obstacle. As the two faced off, the formidable Qing Yao, wielding the Overlord's spear, galloped onto the scene. Upon witnessing the unfolding drama, she coldly inquired, "Is it you who killed my mother with the 9 white bone claw a few years ago?" At this juncture, there was no longer any need for subterfuge. Gu Daong let out a devious chuckle. "So what if it was us who took her life? If you seek to place blame, let it fall on your father." The Qinglong. It was his interference that thwarted our family's affairs, and his humiliation rendered us the laughingstock of the capital. Years ago, Gu Daong had been tasked with purging dissenters from the Donglin faction, yet Qinglong had not only obstructed him, but had nearly beaten him to death in public. Thus, harboring a grudge, he extended his malevolent grasp toward Qingniao's mother after recovering from his injuries. "Oh, by the way, your mother suffered greatly in her final moments. But her blood was foul. Come, let us taste yours and see what flavor it bears." With his true energy emanating, Gu Daong fully displayed his master-level prowess. This sheer force rivaled that of the second-grade master, Shangguan Yin'er. "I sense that Ji Gang is hastening toward us. Rest assured, before he arrives, you shall both be mere corpses." With that proclamation, Gu Daong leaped into action, targeting the weaker Qingniao first. Despite being only a 5th-tier innate warrior, Qingniao exhibited a strength that stunned even 8th-tier masters. Yet, before the might of a true master, she was as fragile as a paper insect, a mantis blocking a chariot. "Let us send you to reunite with your mother." Flash. Divide the yin and yang. With a thunderous roar, Gu Daong's energy was abruptly interrupted as a blade of force sliced through the air from the flank, striking him directly. The power of heaven and earth? A master's domain? With a resounding crash, Gu Daong was sent hurtling away, as if a kite severed from its string. With a heavy thud, he landed on the ground, immediately spitting out blood. Struggling to rise, he gazed in disbelief at Shan, who had just delivered the blow. Earlier that day, while confronting Nanshiren and Han Xiaoying, Gu Daong had been utterly convinced that Shan could not harness the power of heaven and earth. Yet this recent strike had rendered his nearly second-grade master body incapable of withstanding the force. How had he accomplished such a feat? In that moment, not only Gu Daong, but even the narrowly escaped Qingniao looked on in terror at Shan, who approached them brandishing his blade. Have you reached the master realm?" Hearing these words, Shan, who was not inclined to conceal anything, gazed intently at Gu Daong and softly replied, "As I first enter the master realm, my grasp of the forces of heaven and earth is still rather unrefined. I nearly harmed you just now. Please stand back. I shall practice my techniques on this castrated dog and familiarize myself with the energies of our surroundings." With the conclusion of Shan's words, a powerful surge of true energy emanated from him, radiating outward in all directions. This phenomenon even elicited a resonance from the heavens, producing a piercing sound. Gazing upon this spectacle, Qingniao could not help but swallow hard. Before arriving in Yuhang, she had considered herself exceptionally gifted, though not quite on par with the illustrious Shangguan Yin'er. However, witnessing Shan's ascent, she realized the insignificance of her own abilities. It is worth noting that he hailed from humble beginnings, lacking the resources and background that they possessed, yet relying solely on his own efforts. He achieved the master realm before the age of 20, a truly rare feat in the entirety of the Ming dynasty. "Step aside. I will avenge my mother-in-law," he declared. "Upon your return, be sure to appease your mother-in-law." Hearing this, Qingniao felt her cheeks flush as she stepped back, her gaze drawn to his towering figure, her eyes reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. "Shan, today you have truly inflicted pain upon me." With a swift motion, Gu Daong, positioned opposite Shan, rose and used the sharp spike affixed to his finger to pierce several acupoints on his own body. Upon witnessing this, Qingniao exclaimed in alarm, "Acupoint piercing? Shan. He is forcibly elevating his realm by this method." In response, Shan, wiping his spring embroidery knife with his left arm, revealed a chilling smile and remarked, "I perceive it. It is merely the act of unlocking one's 3 dantians to forcibly absorb the power of heaven and earth. The advantage of this approach lies in the ability to elevate one's rank within a short span of time. However, the repercussions can be exceedingly brutal, at best. It may devastate one's dantian, and at worst, it could result in instant death." With a resounding whoosh, several sharp spikes pierced his body, propelling Gu Daong's realm directly to the second-tier master level. Yet, this was not the end, for during the hour of the rat, when the yin energy is at its peak, his power continued to surge. His meridians reversed, and with the invocation of the 9 white bone claw, he had already obliterated half of your dantian. Now, are you still attempting to target acupoints? Musing this thought, Shan, brimming with fighting spirit, gripped the hilt of his blade, and declared, "Excellent. I too wish to discover the extent of my limits." With a thunderous sound, the golden bell shield fully activated, encircling him with dozens of crimson true qi. As he made his move, the Lingbo Weibu was propelled to its utmost peak, seemingly flickering in and out of existence. The nine-yang true classic flowed swiftly between his three dantians. From within his cloak, dozens of throwing knives surged forth as he rushed forward, accompanied by the initial two styles of the six meridians divine sword that he had just deduced, the Shaoshang sword qi and the Shanyang sword qi. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Su Shan had unleashed all his ultimate techniques. With no retreat left, Gu Daong faced Su Shan, who was advancing rather than retreating, and charged directly at him. "Young man, your courage alone warrants my respect. However, today, I shall show you that in the face of absolute power, any dazzling martial arts are futile." As the words left his lips, the energies they conjured clashed violently. A thunderous explosion erupted, sending dust and debris swirling, causing the nearby Qingyu to be momentarily blinded by the tumultuous winds, retreating under the weight of the chaos. Nine Divine Claw. Perish. A declaration of the sun and moon shall have no light, was followed by a resounding crash that reverberated throughout the heavens and earth. The scattered debris rained down like a deluge. In that moment, Ji Gang, who had just single-handedly slain two shadow assistants, along with the recently captured Koizumi Junikiro and others, rushed to the scene, their eyes wide with astonishment, gazing toward the unfolding spectacle. As the dust settled, Su Shan stood with his back to them, maintaining the stance of his blade. Facing Gu Daong, whose hair was disheveled and whose eyes were gradually losing focus, he pondered, having just entered the Master Realm. "Why is your true qi so formidable? My realm is 2 tiers above yours. Yet why is it?" Before he could finish his thought, Gu Daong, unable to bear the burden, collapsed to his knees. As Su Shan sheathed his blade and turned, he looked down upon his opponent and stated, "The realm determines a warrior's lower limits, while martial arts fundamentally reflect a warrior's upper limits. And I excel in defeating those above my level." After Su Shan uttered these words, Gu Daong, having breathed his last, collapsed before him in a kneeling position. At this moment, not only the presence of Shangguan Yin'er and Qing Yao, but even the enigmatic Ji Gang, known for his strength in adversity, gazed at Su Shan with eyes filled with astonishment and admiration. Unlike the others, who stood frozen in place, he approached the leisurely advancing Su Shan. Smack! The young rascal. Quite impressive. Grasping Su Shan with one hand, he immediately transferred his vital energy to him. Is it tiring to maintain such an act? What do you think? It felt as if he had been ravaged by all the women of Yuhang, his lower back aching. Haha. As the two exchanged these whispered remarks, Ji Gang could not help but laugh aloud. Yet, before others, Su Shan stood tall as ever, accepting the highest compliment among men. "You are formidable. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for completing the time-limited task of fulfilling a maiden's last wish. Task reward, 50 years of cultivation." As the system's notification faded, Su Shan noticed the disheveled Renfeng being brought forth by 2 deputy commanders. "Ren Sishi, you are to supervise tonight's operation of the town patrol. From now on, let there be no more slander against our Jinyiwei for indiscriminate killings. Look at Wu Jingsheng's adopted son, a spy of the Black Dragon Society, the flower of the empire. The abbot of Jingshan Temple, whom you personally hosted, is the shadow master of the Black Dragon Society. One of the 8 tigers of the Eastern Depot, Gu Daong, not only colludes with them but has also cultivated the sinister 9 Whitebone Claw. Before this, he had mercilessly taken hundreds of lives. How shall this memorial be written? Surely, I need not teach you, the town protector?" Thud. Upon hearing this, Renfeng, who had been dragged from the bed by the Jinyiwei, immediately collapsed to the ground in fright. A great upheaval is imminent, be it the Donglin Party or the Eastern Depot. Chapter 50. Storm clouds gather, undercurrents surge in the capital, within the palace at Yangshin Hall. The female Emperor Zhu Yuwei spat out a mouthful of dark blood, her pale complexion barely supporting her frame. Beside her, the anxious attendant Hong Gu, who was channeling energy to her, remarked, "Your Majesty, the frequency of your poison afflictions is increasing. Relying solely on the pure yang pill concocted by the Celestial Master may prove inadequate. We must swiftly locate a person with a congenital pure yang body. Or else," before Hong Gu could finish her sentence, Zhu Yuwei, with a bitter smile after swallowing a pure yang pill, interjected, "Is it truly that simple? Not to mention the rarity of a congenital pure yang body. The martial artist possessing such a physique must also reach at least the 7th rank Grandmaster realm. Furthermore, their internal cultivation must be of the highest pure yang martial arts. Since Master Yuan took charge of the town patrol, he has secretly searched for 5 years on my behalf. And yet, to this day, there has been no progress. I have resigned myself to fate. However, before my demise, I must ensure that a complete Ming dynasty is entrusted to Yu Ning. In the words of the Empress, the young Ning referred to is her younger sister, Zhu Yongning. Despite being underage, she has already entered the realm of a grandmaster, exhibiting signs of awakening her ancestral lineage. 5 years prior, Zhu Yongwei, in a bid to liberate herself from the control of the Donglin faction and the Empress Dowager, forcefully awakened her ancestral lineage using a secret technique from the western regions. In front of numerous ministers, she showcased the golden dragon encircling the pillar, compelling the Empress Dowager Lin Riyun to return authority to her. However, this act rendered her a body of extreme yin and poison, known as the iron poison body. She regularly requires pure yang pills to suppress this condition. And to eradicate it entirely, she would need to cultivate the Western region's secret technique, the Joyful Zen. In conjunction with a warrior who possesses a congenital pure yang body and has attained the rank of a grandmaster of the 7th tier or higher. The conditions are already exceedingly stringent. The hope of fulfilling all 3 simultaneously is remarkably slim. Shan, author, is this tailor-made for her? Confused expression, may I report to your majesty. Master Yuan seeks an audience outside the palace. Upon hearing the words of the female official at the door, Zhu Yongwei quickly replied, announce him. As you command. The late-night visit from the master signifies a serious matter. Could it be related to Yuhang? Honggu, assist me in changing my attire. Yes. Before long, the commander of the town guard, the master of the empire, Yuan Tiangang, was led into the Yangxin Palace by the female official. With a swift motion, as the door closed tightly, to prevent any eavesdropping, Master Yuan cast a wave of true energy, shielding the entire Yangxin Palace. Seeing her master being so cautious, both Zhu Yongwei and Honggu felt surprised. Master, what has happened? Heaven bless the Great Ming. Your Majesty, we have located the required congenital pure yang body. Where is it? In Yuhang. On hearing this, Honggu, filled with excitement, interjected, what is his realm, and what technique does he cultivate? He practices the extremely vigorous 9 yang true canon and has already reached the Grandmaster realm despite being barely of age. Yuan Tiangong's words brought delight to both Zhu Yongwei and Honggu. What is his identity? He is Shan, a deputy commander of the Jinyiwei. Shan? That name sounds familiar. Previously, Yin'er had sought an edict for a Jinyiwei from Yuhang, praising his exceptional abilities and innate talent. Before Zhu Yongwei could finish her words, Yuan Tiangang quickly replied, that is indeed him. He comes from a respectable family, reveres the imperial authority, and possesses impeccable character. Such an ideal celestial herb brought joy even to Honggu on behalf of the Empress. Additionally, we have just received an urgent dispatch from Yuhang, covering 800 li. This Shan has achieved remarkable merit once again. Even after living for a century, Yuan Tiangong's face radiated with an uncontainable smile today. Upon receiving the urgent dispatch, Zhu Yongwei quickly perused it and exclaimed with great delight, excellent, splendid. The adopted son of Lingbo Weibu is a spy for the Black Dragon Society? The esteemed abbot of the Golden Mountain Temple, revered by the governor, is none other than the Shadow Master of the Black Dragon Society. Gu Daong, one of the 8 tigers of the Eastern Depot, has not only slaughtered dozens of young maidens for the cultivation of demonic arts, but has also conspired with the Black Dragon Society. This time, I shall observe what Lingbo Weibu has to say. The exhilarated Zhu Yongwei, after pacing a few steps in the Yangxin Palace, spoke, Celestial Master, our immediate priority is to escort Wu Jingxing and his associates to the capital. This would strike a fatal blow to the Donglin faction. Your Majesty, I have already made arrangements for this. Additionally, orders have been issued to summon Shan to the capital. Excellent, Celestial Master. Your arrangements are commendable. Meanwhile, in the Yongshou Palace, several kilometers away from the Yangxin Palace, the sounds of destruction echoed as the Empress Dowager Lin Riyun wreaked havoc. Outside the palace, the servants dared not lift their heads, kneeling in trepidation. Among them stood the prominent figure of Wei Zhongxian, the head of the Eastern Depot, alongside Yu Huatian, the head of the Western Depot. Rest assured, Your Majesty, this old servant will certainly see to this matter. With those words, the bloodthirsty supervisors of the Eastern and Western depots, Chao Jingchun, stormed out in fury. As Wei Zhongxian began to speak, Chao Jingchun struck him across the face. Your subordinate is incompetent. Incompetent? Your adopted son, Gu Daong, has effectively handed a knife to the Jinyiwei. They can strike at any moment. As Chao Zhengchun finished his words, Yu Huatian interjected, "Supervisor, please calm your anger. If the Eastern Depot cannot handle this, the Western Depot shall take over. I am willing to take on the responsibility to achieve merit." Take on the responsibility for merit? The wife of the Azure Dragon was slain by Gu Daong. Do you think he will spare the Eastern Depot next? Upon hearing this, Wei Zhongxian shrank back into silence. To maximize their interests, the Jinyiwei would undoubtedly detain Wu Jingxing and his accomplices and bring them back to the capital. "Supervisor, this is our final opportunity to act," Yu Huatian remarked. "Yuan Tiangang will surely be prepared. He will dispatch people to monitor your every move. We cannot afford any mistakes, or it will lead to our ruin. You must contact the leader of the Five Poisons sect directly. Inform him that once this matter is resolved, I will agree to the conditions he previously proposed. Yes. Additionally, instruct him to pay particular attention to an officer named Shan. We are in this passive position entirely due to his actions. I wish for his utter destruction." Understood. After receiving the orders, Yu Huatian promptly set about making arrangements. Once he departed, Chao Zhengchun summoned Wei Zhongxian to his side, saying, "Let us take precautions against potential threats. You must attend to another matter for me." After quietly arranging a few words, Chao Zhengchun coldly added, "If this is mishandled again, I shall mar your face. Rest assured, this matter will not encounter any further missteps." Unbeknownst to him, Shan, who had gained fame, upon returning home to cultivate his true energy, devoted all of his newly acquired 50 years of cultivation to the Six Meridians Divine Sword. Strength is his only capital for survival. Chapter 51. Rationally Enjoying Melons. Betting is needed. The Six Meridians Divine Sword comprises 6 swords in 7 forms, specifically, Shaoshang Sword Qi, Shangyang Sword Qi, Zhangchong Sword Qi, Guanchong Sword Qi, Shaochong Sword Qi, Shaozi Sword Qi, and the 7th form, the Six Meridians Penetration, which is unlocked after traversing the 6 meridians. This technique is the royal secret of Dali, where the first 6 swords, in gamified terms, represent active attack martial arts. Through the fingers, the true energy within each acupoint manifests from the formless to the tangible. Mastering these initial 6 swords would render this technique a peerless martial art. However, grasping the essence of the 6 meridians penetration would truly elevate it to the pinnacle of martial studies. The so-called 6 meridians penetration bears a resemblance to the acupoint stabbing employed by Gu Daong previously, by utilizing sword qi to penetrate the 6 meridians. The martial artist's realm and level can be swiftly enhanced. Unlike acupoint stabbing, the 6 meridians penetration, despite having a period of exhaustion, does not inflict irreversible damage on the 3 dantians. Practicing this technique has endowed Shan with a foundation for increasingly advanced combat prowess. The prior 30 years of cultivation not only allowed Shan to master the first 2 swords, but also opened the lower dantian, reaching the realm of a grandmaster. Now, he eagerly anticipates what level the 50 years of cultivation will allow him to attain. The simulation continues. In the 31st year of practicing the 6 meridians divine sword, with all meridians having been opened, your true energy is abundant, and during the assault on the acupoints, the results are doubled with half the effort. 40 years have swiftly passed. Having opened the Shaoshang, Shangyang, and Zhongchong acupoints, your internal strength surged, directly reaching Guanchong. The heavens reward diligence. A lifetime of effort transforms the formless into the tangible. With the 4 meridian sword qis flourishing and infused with the 9 yang energy, you have successfully breached Shaochong. Time flies. After tirelessly striving for 80 years, the Shaozi sword qi flows effortlessly. The 6 meridians are connected, and the technique has reached great completion. The simulation concludes. With a sigh, Shan opened his eyes, releasing a breath of turbid air. Each simulation process felt like a journey through time. Yet, the results were increasingly astounding. Just having stepped into the Grandmaster realm, he has now attained the pinnacle of a first-grade Grandmaster. It is worth noting that merely reaching the innate realm in the Ming dynasty was already deemed a master. The Grandmaster realm signifies the capability to establish a sect. Many martial artists spend their entire lives only to remain stagnant at the innate level. However, Shan, having arrived just a few months ago, is already a minor Grandmaster. Astonishing. 80 years of cultivation have not brought the 6 meridians divine sword to great completion. The 6-pulse acupuncture point may well become my secret weapon in the future. With diligence, I shall strive to improve my cultivation. Awakened from a deep slumber at the break of day, Shan stepped outside only to find Qing Niao sitting in the main hall, her hand being held by his mother, engaged in a seemingly endless chatter. Mother, why do you appear so sorrowful? Are you displeased with your daughter-in-law? I find her quite admirable. Do not be overly selective. For what is gathered in the basket is indeed valuable. This one is quite promising. Go away. Just as Shan finished speaking, his mother, wiping away tears of joy, looked at him with a disapproving expression. When you arrive in the capital, please do not behave so frivolously. The capital? What purpose do we have in going there? Shan, perplexed, turned his gaze towards the rising Qingniao. A decree has been issued, commanding you to accompany Officer Shangwan to escort Wu Jingsheng and his accomplices to the capital, and then report to headquarters. Officer Shangwan and Captain Ji specifically sent me to invite you back to the town protector's office to discuss the escort route. Noticing you were still asleep, I kept Aunt company for some conversation, reminiscing about your childhood and your upcoming coming-of-age ceremony. Aunt was moved to tears. Upon hearing this, Shan teased. Still calling her aunt? You should address her as mother. Only after leaving the Su residence did Qingniao understand the meaning of mother from Shan. Blushing furiously, she glared at him, saying, if this continues, our relationship will become difficult to explain. Then perhaps we should refrain from explaining it. I do not mind taking a loss. You should not feel guilty or burdened by thoughts. You and I, before they could reach the town protector's office. A well-meaning individual rushed past them towards the alleyway. Fellow townsmen, what is happening up ahead? There is a challenge being issued at the town protector's office. In the Ming dynasty, martial valor is celebrated, and the populace naturally exhibits a fierce spirit. It is common for disputes to escalate into physical confrontations, provided both parties agree on the rules. Typically, neither the Yamen nor the town protector's office intervenes, for such matters belong to the realm of the martial world, governed by unwritten rules. On ordinary occasions, the guards of the Jinyiwei might even indulge in a friendly wager for amusement. However, to dare to issue a challenge in front of the town protector's office truly astonishes Shan. Come, let us take a look. There might be something exciting to witness. As he spoke, Shan, without hesitation, took Qingniao's hand and hurried forward. In that instant, the world around her seemed to blur, her limbs grew cold, and Shan found herself momentarily forgetting to refuse. It was only upon reaching the arena that she, fearful of being seen, managed to break free from his grasp. Her eyes, as clear as autumn waters, frequently darted towards the man in front of her, who was eagerly watching the spectacle. Is that person on the platform blind? Shoo! Do not chatter. Do you know who he is? He stood upon the arena, a blind man wielding a serpent-headed cane, awaiting the proclamation of his identity. With a fervent shout fueled by internal power, he declared, I, the leader of the 7 freaks of Jiangnan, the Flying Bat, He, challenge Vice Captain Shan of the town protectorate to a duel. Upon hearing these words, Shan exclaimed in disbelief, what the hell? Is this a joke aimed at me? In stark contrast to Shan's calm demeanor, the nearby Qingniao was instantly incensed. How dare one come to the front of the town protectorate and make such a ruckus? After all, he had not violated any rules. Setting up a stage, raising a battle flag, and openly calling for a fight. This was a matter of honor. Look, there's even a death warrant on the table. A man of principle. Once Shan finished speaking, Qingniao, astonished, remarked, isn't this something the Jinyiwei usually ignores? Why ignore it? Look behind, Shan pointed out. Following his guidance, Qingniao observed that the balconies within the walls of the town protectorate were teeming with Jinyiwei clad in flying fish robes. The bizarre sounds of hawking also emanated from there. Sunflower seeds, peanuts, rice wine, beverages. Everyone in front, make way. For those wishing to place bets, come to me to sign and leave your thumbprint. This time, Captain G is the house. As per tradition, if you lack funds, you may defer payment and have it deducted from your salary. All proceeds will be used for disaster relief and distributing porridge. To clarify, this time's gameplay differs from the past. We are not betting on wins or losses, but rather wagering how many moves the vice captain, will take to defeat this blind man outside. Odds vary, bet as you wish. With this single outcry, He on the platform was instantly consumed by rage, his previously established momentum dissipating in an instant. Chapter 52, A Hidden Blade in the Shadows, All Eyes Upon Us. Outside the town protectorate, a lively scene unfolded, while within the loyal monarch hall, Ji Gang remained imperturbable. In contrast, the woman across from him, Shangwan Yenner, bore a slight frown of indignation. Gulp. She sampled the freshly brewed Longjing tea. As Ji Gang poured the tea, he smiled nonchalantly and replied, to be frank, This arena placed at the doorstep of the town protectorate, surrounded by so many martial artists, is clearly a maneuver orchestrated by someone behind the scenes. Upon hearing Shangwan Yin'er's words, Ji Gang chuckled and responded, "Let us not beat around the bush, just say Rinfeng. There's no need for subterfuge." "He is testing our limits," Shangwan Yin'er declared, her voice laced with righteous anger. "Indeed, if he loses, Ku Zhenyi will have the perfect justification to avenge his disciples and apprentices. Even if he wins, it sets a terrible precedent. In the future, those in the martial world will resort to confronting the Jinyiwei at the slightest disagreement. Ignoring it, the town protectorate, which has just begun to assert itself, would become a laughingstock. If we forcefully intervene, we would be the ones to break the established rules of the martial world." As Ji Gang eloquently narrated, the intentions behind Feng's actions became apparent. Shangwan Yin'er interjected, "A grand scheme? Oh, haha, it's not that exaggerated. It's merely a clever ruse at best." Upon hearing this, Shangwan Yin'er's eyes sparkled as she inquired, "What is the plan for dealing with this, Governor Ji?" "Let it unfold naturally," he replied. "Oh, confused." Shangwan Yin'er lifted her teacup. "If Ku Zhenyi had been berating other colleagues, I might have offered some advice. But Shan is astute. Look at how he handles every case, always concluding beautifully, often with unexpected delights. To be honest, if it weren't for the Celestial Master specifically requesting him, I would never let him go." After expressing this, Shangwan Yin'er, feeling somewhat guilty, quickly responded, "Upon reaching the capital, the Celestial Master will arrange his position appropriately. As for the 4 great officials of the capital, Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, and Xuanwu, whom do you intend for him to accompany?" This seemingly simple question was, in reality, Ji Gang paving the way for Shan. The Celestial Master's confidential letter stated he wishes to hear your opinion. Xuanwu's approach is conservative and lacks ambition, which hinders Shan's potential. Zhuke, that woman, is exceedingly aggressive. I fear Shan, a novice, may be overwhelmed. After articulating this, Shangwan Yin'er asked, "What about Baihu?" "He shares a similar disposition with Shan. That's a stench of a kind. If they were together, they would dare to provoke the heavens, even with a mere ladder. Do you believe it?" A chuckle escaped Shangwan Yin'er at the thought of their tempers. Qinglong of the Northern Governor's office is the most suitable for him. Additionally, he avenged the death of my wife, and with the connection to Qingyao, there will be some favoritism. Upon hearing this, Shangwan Yin'er remarked, "I shall convey your sentiments to the Celestial Master. Then please relay an additional message. All my people must enter the capital in one piece, and if they are no longer needed, they must be returned intact. Years ago, I, Ji Gang, boldly spilled blood in the capital out of fury. Even now, my blood remains warm, my blade unsheathed, and I am still here." After he finished speaking, even Shangwan Yin'er's eyes were filled with astonishment. Without the desire to elaborate, Ji Gang raised his cup with a smile, saying, "Just relay my exact words. In recent years, several promising talents have emerged from my family. My willingness to assume the role of governor of Jiangnan is to create space for these children and to clear their obstacles. I will keep a watchful eye on Jiangnan, and I trust Shan to assist me." He continued, "Let us toast with tea in honor of the Celestial Master." Each word Ji Gang spoke was delivered with an unassuming tone, yet to Shangwan Yin'er, they resonated with unparalleled authority. The south is Ji, the north is Zhua. Stronger when faced with strength, their power is unpredictable. All right, the timing outside is nearly perfect. Let us join in the festivities. Upon hearing the boisterous shouts of Ku Zhenyi, who was channeling his internal energy from outside, Ji Gang, with a smile, rose to his feet and gestured invitingly. Such arrogance. He wagers that a few moves can determine the outcome of the battle? Where is Shan? Does he dare to ascend the stage and sign a life-and-death contract before engaging me in combat? Let the victor be decided, and life or death be distinguished. With a resounding boom, Ku Zhenyi unleashed his internal energy after uttering these words. In an instant, a powerful force erupted from him, radiating outward in all directions. The onlookers, along with martial artists of lower realms, were sent staggering in disarray. Upon regaining their senses, their faces were etched with terror. Is this the legendary transformation of the formless into the tangible? Is Master Ke truly at the realm of a grandmaster? Even if he has not yet stepped into that esteemed domain, he must at least be at the pinnacle of the innate 9th rank. Had it not been for the injuries sustained while vanquishing the nefarious Black Wind duo, Master Ke would undoubtedly be a prominent grandmaster by now. Indeed, the 7 heroes of Jiangnan are renowned for their chivalry. How is it that they confront the Jinyiwei so boldly now? Are you unaware? His disciples and nephews were unjustly slain by Shan of the Jinyiwei. The woodcutter Nan Shiren and the sword-wielding maiden Han Xiaoying came to demand justice. Yet they too met their demise. Left with no choice, Master Ke led the other 4 heroes to the Zhengfu to set up a challenge. While these prominent figures were vocally discussing the matter, Shan, standing beside them, softly inquired, "How much is the government offering for this job?" "I, Shan, will pay double." As he spoke, he sharply slapped the public indictment onto the face of the leading man. The naval forces, indeed, have existed throughout history. Although Shan's self-introduction was quiet, it caused the gathered crowd to hold their breath in astonishment. This peculiarity caused Jinyiwei and the other 4 oddities to concurrently fix their gazes upon this scene. With a soft thud, Shan, without hastening his steps or employing any lightness of foot, advanced gradually towards the arena. During this interval, the common folk and martial artists who stood in his way willingly cleared the pathway. At this moment, it seemed as if a beam of light illuminated him from above, causing every step he took to draw immense attention. Only when he reached the arena did Jinyiwei regain his senses and utter, "You are the Deputy Commander Shan of the Town Protectorate?" In response to his inquiry, Shan disregarded him entirely and proceeded directly to the table. With a brush in hand, he signed the death warrant in front of all witnesses. With a resounding stroke, he tossed the brush onto the table. He then surveyed the 5 individuals beside Jinyiwei and declared, "It is your turn. Sign together to avoid wasting everyone's time." Upon hearing this, Jinyiwei and his companions were filled with fury, exclaiming, "What do you mean? I want to fight all 5. Chapter 53. The blade cuts down the 5 fiends. Brilliantly shining, what constitutes the most sophisticated display of skill? The answer, a thunderous roar emerging from silence. When Shan openly proclaimed, "I want to fight all 5. The entire venue erupted in a stir, disbelief etched on the faces of the crowd. As the originally stationary figures of Ma Wangshan, Han Baoju and his 3 companions took the stage with a fierce demeanor, they charged towards Shan. Hearing the commotion, Jinyiwei swiftly intervened, questioning Shan, "Deputy Commander Su, once you sign, there is no turning back. By signing this death warrant, life and death are no longer in your hands." In response, Shan coldly replied, "I do not believe that life and death are determined by fate. I only trust in the blade in my hand and the brothers behind me." Shan intended to lend support to his fellow Jinyiwei officers, unaware that Ji Gang, gradually ascending the platform, would undermine his efforts. "Shan, the brothers standing behind you may not necessarily protect you. They might be eyeing your position." Ji Gang's words provoked a cacophony of raucous laughter from the Jinyiwei gathered above, their dismissive attitude only enraging Jinyiwei and his group further. "Ji Town Protector, it is you who proposed a 1 against 5. You must serve as our witness." The implication was clear. They intended to incapacitate Shan's men on the arena, and he could not hold the Jinyiwei accountable later. 1 against 5? What wager did I just propose? Ji Gang inquired, turning his head. "Deputy Commander Su, how many moves will it take to defeat this old blind man?" came the suggestion. Upon hearing this, smiles involuntarily crept onto the faces of Jinyiwei and his companions. Even Ji-Town Protector sensed that the youth was perhaps a bit too impetuous. Jinyiwei, engaging in this exchange, called out, while Ji Gang, revising the terms, scoffed, "If not impetuous, what else would you call a young person?" Having concluded his remarks, Ji Gang casually handed the revised betting scheme to the subordinate beside him and promptly added, "Today's wager hinges solely on whether Shan can eliminate those 5 within 10 strikes. It is a matter of can or cannot." With that, a tumultuous stir erupted throughout the expansive venue. This attitude truly disregards the Jiangnan 7 freaks. In a fit of rage, Jinyiwei barely uttered a word when Shan interjected, suggesting a change in the gambling stakes. 5 blades. Can 5 blades take down 5 opponents? I'll wager 1,000 taels myself." With that proclamation, Shan swiftly tossed several banknotes into the air. The paper notes, propelled by an unseen force, embedded themselves into the wooden window like darts, instilling fear in all who witnessed it. "Haha, you little rascal, what a show you're putting on." The brothel keeper, taken aback, glanced down in disbelief. As Ji Gang's words fell, the previously tense atmosphere erupted into laughter among many. Meanwhile, Shangwan Yin'er feigned deafness, but, as her colleagues began to place their bets, she too produced banknotes to join in. "Deputy Shangwan, what are you betting on? 5 blades can indeed take 5. All right, Deputy Shangwan bets 500 taels, supporting Su Shan's 5 blades to sweep through. The attitude of the Zhenfu division had escalated from a mere affront to Ku Zhenyi and the others to a humiliating suppression. Sign. Russell. With that menacing command. The already furious Ma Wangshan Han Baoju was the first to affix his signature. Even Zhang Ashing, known for his amiable demeanor, now bore a stern expression as he wrote. The crowd below held their breath in anticipation. An informant from the Yamen hurriedly returned to report the situation to Rin Feng. What did you say? 1 against 5? And boldly claiming 5 blades can sweep them all. Su Shan, oh Su Shan, you are indeed too young. With a sense of delight, Rin Feng, while pouring tea, inquired with a chilling smile, can he truly manage such a feat? Rin Feng, just taking a sip of his hot tea, spat it out in surprise. Aren't they the least bit concerned? Upon hearing this, his subordinate succinctly relayed the events occurring on site. Although the flying bat had not yet reached the master realm, his innate perfection at the 9th tier allowed him to contend against those newly entering the master realm. Moreover, with seasoned experts like Han Baoju and Zhang Ashing, who were already at the 9th tier, what gave them the audacity to remain so nonchalant? Feeling an ominous premonition, Rin Feng waved his hand decisively to the arena. Yes. Upon the arena, the taciturn Ku Zhenyi signaled for his brothers to ascend the stage. They dared not underestimate Su Shan's prowess. After all, one who could slay his own 2 siblings was far from a mere buffoon. Thus, prior to the confrontation, Ku Zhenyi addressed the remaining 4. You shall act according to my lead. Hearing this, Su Shan gazed back in astonishment. Hero Ku, you are perhaps placing an undue burden upon them. With your sight obscured, how can they discern your intentions? Shall they merely guess? His words eased the tense atmosphere, yet only served to infuriate Ku Zhenyi and his comrades further. Enough of this chatter. Prepare to meet your end. With those words, as if summoned by the very air itself, the remaining 5 of the Jiang and 7 swiftly charged towards Su Shan at an astonishing speed. Each of them, fully brimming with strength, sought to vanquish the audacious youth in the shortest time possible. To your demise. To the onlookers, Su Shan appeared to have no avenue for evasion. In fact, as the 5 advanced, he remained steadfast, unmoving in his stance. Had he surrendered? Or did he possess a hidden trump card, emboldened by his skill? With a mighty roar, he unleashed the pinnacle of his golden bell shield. In an instant, a cataclysmic force erupted from him, radiating outward in all directions. His vital energy, akin to a blazing sun, transformed into tangible blades of energy, piercing towards Ku Zhenyi and the others. Bang! Puff! Clang! Within mere moments, the 5 who had once appeared menacing lay incapacitated upon the stage, overwhelmed by the force. The weakest among them, the hidden hero Jinyiwei.He, was left spitting blood in shock. In stark contrast, Su Shan stood unyielding, his presence formidable as 9 rays of true sun energy spiraled around him. This surge of energy seamlessly merges with the midday sun, illuminating Su Shan on stage with a radiant brilliance. Chapter 54. The Power of Celestial Phenomena. Overwhelming the arena. Snap. In that fleeting moment, even Ji Gang, who remained composed on the fishing platform, rose in excitement, exclaiming, "Is he drawing the light of the sun into his body? Resonating with the heavens and the earth? This rascal! Did he not just enter the master realm last night? How could he comprehend the power of celestial phenomena in such a brief time?" The criteria for advancing to the master realm is the full opening of the 3 dansons, allowing the energy of the universe to flow into one's being. The ability to resonate with the cosmos, transforming external power into one's own, and comprehending one's unique celestial power, is the fundamental measure of a master-level warrior's prowess. Typically, one must unleash their celestial power to be recognized as a true master. Upon witnessing this, not only the onlookers, but even Shangwan Yenner stood there, astonished and speechless. It is worth noting that, possessing the heavenly phoenix body, she only grasped the power of celestial phenomena half a year after entering the master realm. Yet Su Shan, merely stepping into the master realm and, in a single night, comprehending celestial phenomena. What an extraordinary phenomenon this is. It is often said that the knowledgeable discern the subtleties, while the uninitiated merely revel in the spectacle. The surrounding populace and lesser martial artists, though oblivious to the underlying principles of this bizarre scene, are captivated. Led by the flying bat, the 5 oddities of Jiangnan boldly launched an assault on Su Shan, only to find themselves hurled away by a mere surge of his energy, leaving them in a state of palpable terror. Previously, they had dismissed this young man as a braggart. However, it has now become evident that he possesses extraordinary prowess. Gulping down the blood that surged in his throat, the pale-faced Jinyiwei, upon propping himself up, widened his eyes in astonishment and exclaimed, "A master realm? A grandmaster who has comprehended the power of celestial phenomena? Did not the inspector claim that your highest attainment was merely the pinnacle of the 9th rank, never to reach the master realm?" In response to Jinyiwei's inquiry, Shan remained silent upon the stage. Instead, he gradually raised his right hand and softly called out, "Azure Bird, lend me your blade." With that utterance, the embroidered spring blade, which had been suspended at the waist of the Azure Bird, instantly leapt from its sheath. In the next moment, it was firmly grasped in Shan's hand. Was this an act of telekinesis? This is a mastery of vital energy, a manifestation of reaching the pinnacle of excellence. At that moment, Jinyiwei was acutely aware that once the adversary drew his blade, the 5 brothers would truly meet their demise. Consequently, he uttered that timeless adage, which had never failed him in the martial world. In this confrontation, Vice Captain Su possessed superior skills. We concede defeat. Whether you choose to kill or maim, we leave it to your discretion. Typically, unless there exists a deep-seated vendetta, those of the martial arts fraternity uphold the principle of leaving room for negotiation. Even when a death pact is signed, one would seldom deliver a fatal blow. In fact, one might later clasp fists and utter words of respect for the gallant coup. However, Shan, with only a high school education, had always been relegated to the 2nd class. Swish. Zing. Ah. No sooner had Jinyiwei finished speaking than Shan's figure appeared before Jinyiwei. With a swift motion, the blade descended, severing head from body. The sudden and gruesome scene unleashed piercing screams from the crowd. Even Jinyiwei and the other 3 miscreants expressed terror as they shouted, "5th brother, you!" Devoid of emotion, Shan, after artfully delivering the fatal blow, merely murmured, "First strike." Swish. As the words fell from his lips, his ghostly figure materialized before another individual. "Second strike." Thud. Retreat, retreat. Han Baoju's blood splattered upon my face. Do not crowd. The head has rolled at my feet. Those who had originally gathered around the arena now hastily withdrew. At this moment, when they gazed upon the knife-wielding youth atop the stage, their eyes were filled with dread. Shan. I. Third strike. Before the word knife could fully escape his lips, the head of the smiling Amitba, Zhang Yixing, had already been severed from his body. Not far away, the skilled scholar, Zhu Tsong, propped himself up with a folding fan, preparing to leap off the stage. I concede, I do not wish to die. Swish. A flash of cold light. A blade drenched in blood. In that moment, as Zhu Tsong was on the verge of fleeing the stage, his blood splattered across the faces of the so-called water army, resembling ink spilled upon a canvas. Terrified, they sank to the ground in a state of utter shock. Standing atop the platform, Shan, wielding a beautifully embroidered spring blade, pointed at them and declared, "What I just stated holds true. Today, whatever remuneration the government offers you, I, Shan, shall provide double. However, this is contingent upon your ability to exonerate me. I cannot afford to bear a tarnished reputation." At the utterance of his words, the frightened members of the water army immediately knelt before the stage. "Vice Captain," they cried, smiting their faces in despair, "we acknowledge our errors. It was our greed for money that led us to conspire with the government to malign you, Vice Captain. We wish to live, we wish to survive." Upon hearing this, Shan responded with a cold laugh. "A left turn behind you leads directly to the town pacification department. If you enter now and confess everything, I shall consider it a voluntary surrender and mete out leniency. We shall confess, we shall reveal all," they exclaimed, scrambling and crawling toward the town pacification department. At that moment, only the flying bat, Jinyiwei, remained among the 7 unusuals of Jiangnan on the stage. He desperately wished to escape. Yet he understood all too well that under the firm grip of a master-level force, all actions would be in vain. Shan's footsteps were light. Yet to Jinyiwei and the onlookers, they resonated with a heart-wrenching intensity. "Hiroku, the court's struggles are not a domain for those of your ilk in the martial world to interfere. We gamble on victories and defeats, while you wager your very lives." As he finished speaking, Shan slowly raised his right hand, still clutching the blade. Just then, a piercing voice echoed from afar, drawing closer. "Stop, Shan. Cease at once." At the sound, Renfeng, seated within his sedan chair, pushed aside the curtain and shouted in a frenzy. Upon hearing this, Jinyiwei let out a sigh of relief, believing that with the prefect of Jiangnan speaking, perhaps Shan would show some mercy. However, the next moment, he was met with the chilling toll of a death knell. Fifth strike. The words fell silent. The blade descended. With a swift motion, Ke Jinyi's body collapsed at Su Shan's feet, his head soaring through the air in a bloodthirsty arc, ultimately landing squarely within Ren Feng's sedan chair. With a thud, Ren Feng, clutching the severed head, screamed in terror as he tumbled out of the chair. Standing on the arena, Su Shan toyed with the embroidered spring knife in his hand while casting a sidelong glance towards the loft. Old G. I, Su Shan, demand payment. Chapter 55. Openly repairing the plank road while stealthily advancing through the Qinsong. With your monthly stipend of 5 taels, where did you procure this 1,000 taels for gambling? Upon uttering these words, Ji Gang turned to Qin Changdong and said, Old Qin, investigate this matter. If it is ill-gotten gains, it must be confiscated. Understood. After overhearing this exchange, Su Shan, on the verge of tears, slowly descended from the arena. Open theft is easy to evade, but covert schemes are difficult to guard against. 2 uncles have left me with a debt. Ha ha. The conversation among them sparked uproarious laughter among the Imperial guards, while the surrounding crowd and martial artists fell into a hushed silence. Not far off, Ren Feng, who had rushed to save Ke Jinyi, was now left terrified, having discarded his head in panic, scrambling to stand. Seeing Su Shan emerge from the crowd, he stormed over, brimming with indignation. Su Shan, did I not instruct you to cease? With a swift motion, Su Shan slapped the recently signed death warrant directly onto Ren Feng's face before he could finish his sentence. Open your eyes and behold. We shall determine both victory and defeat, as well as life and death. As Su Shan spoke, the bloodied embroidered spring knife was already poised upon Ren Feng's shoulder. Witnessing this scene, the accompanying officers stood at the ready, while the emerging Imperial guards sharpened their blades with menacing intent. Sizzle, sizzle. Wiping the bloodstains on his opponent's official robes, Su Shan bore a chilling smile. Meanwhile, Ren Feng, casting a furtive glance at the blade, trembled uncontrollably, fearing that a mere flick of Su Shan's wrist could lead him to a fate akin to that of Ke Jinyi. Ren the Inspector, this is the first and last time. Should there be a next time, I, Su Shan, shall shed this flying fish attire and challenge everyone at the Ren family shrine. One and all, I shall confront them, be they living or dead, even exhuming your ancestors' graves by night. Hearing such a threat, Ren Feng was truly frightened, yet he feigned composure and shouted towards the loft, G the town protector. Listen to what he is saying, see what he is doing. As his words fell, Ji Gang replied, if you plan to dig up graves at night, count me in. I have studied the art of dividing gold and sealing acupoints. Perhaps we could profit handsomely. A lucrative venture indeed. As for you, official Qinsher, allow me to handle the ladies. It would not bode well for a man to strike a woman. Upon hearing these words from the assimilated Shangguan Yener, Ren Feng's complexion turned as pale as paper. Thus, a delightful decision was made. Swish. As the words fell, Su Shan casually tossed the polished embroidered spring knife back into the scabbard at Qing Niao's waist. Turning slightly, he led his entourage into the town protector's office. A sudden slap echoed as he brushed past Ren Feng's headguard, leaving the latter in a state of disarray despite his innate prowess of 8 or 9 ranks. How can one ensure the safety of our esteemed officials in Jiang and with such incompetence? After uttering these words, Su Shan turned back to Ren Feng, flashing an innocuous smile. Official Ren, I've taken care of your little matter, no need for thanks. Oh, and remember, the rules of the Jinyiwei dictate execution, but not burial. Do assist with the disposal of the bodies. With that, Su Shan and his cohort of Jinyiwei swaggered into the town protector's office. During this period, the officials in their path scurried away like startled birds. Pathetic, a bunch of pathetic fools. Upon returning to his temporary residence in Yuhang, Ren Feng, who dared not show his teeth in front of others, unleashed his frustration like a frenzied husky in his own territory. The head guard, with half his face swollen like a pig's head, stood there motionless, feigning indifference. The accompanying officials all lowered their heads in silence. Why don't you all go and strike? If you die, there is still the death compensation. What is there to fear? Hearing this, the head guard and the others exchanged glances with Ren Feng, silently mocking him. Weren't you just as frightened, nearly wetting your pants? What was initially a scheme aimed at the town protector's office had now turned into a source of ridicule for the officials. Once Su Shan subtly shifted the nature of the contest to a conflict within the court, the essence of the incident altered dramatically. In the future, should similar events arise, the town protector's office would no longer adhere to the so-called rules of the martial world. Using the pretext of provocation by the Jinyiwei to justify their actions, strikes would be made without hesitation. If you forsake martial ethics to serve the officials like dogs, then we, the Jinyiwei, shall assume the role of butchers. This matter was deftly handled by Shan, maintaining both substance and dignity. In contrast, the office led by Ren Feng found itself utterly humiliated. Just then, the clerk hurriedly burst in. "My lord, an old friend seeks an audience." "An old friend? I have no acquaintances in Yuhang. I wish to see no one," Ren Feng replied, still seething with anger. He instructed his subordinate to deliver this message. As he spoke, the clerk revealed a token. The plum blossom token. Upon seeing it, Ren Feng's pupils widened slightly. He quickly urged, "Quickly, please bring them in." Yes. They were escorted directly to the magistrate's study. The East Lin faction South gathering place in the capital was the East Lin Academy, adorned with blooming plum blossoms. Thus, the token they used for communication was aptly chosen as the plum blossom token. Once inside the study, upon recognizing the face of the figure in the black robe, Ren Feng promptly bowed in respect. The visitor, without unnecessary embellishments, succinctly conveyed the purpose of his visit. As he was about to leave, he coldly remarked, "Ren the inspector, both the Empress Dowager and Prime Minister Lin are greatly disappointed with your actions in Yuhang. Should this matter fall through?" Before the other could finish, Ren Feng abruptly knelt, proclaiming, "Rest assured, Your Excellency, Wu Jingsheng and his subordinates will never reach the capital alive. Oh, and there is one named Shan. The chief minister has specifically ordered his demise." Hearing this, Ren Feng, now holding a formidable power, pounded his chest in assurance, "Do not worry, Shan will not survive." Meanwhile, as Ren Feng entertained the figure in black, Ji Gang, Shangwan Yenner, and Shan were seated together, deliberating on the transport of Wu Jingsheng. No matter how many skilled individuals were dispatched, no one could guarantee absolute safety along the perilous 800-mile journey to the capital. Besides, with 1,000 days of thievery, who could expect to guard against thieves every single day? Rather than being led by the nose, it would be wiser to feign openness while secretly maneuvering. After Shan proposed his strategy, Ji Gang, setting down his teacup, smiled lightly. "You mean to split our routes? One by water, the other by the official road?" Elaborate, he prompted. "The cargo guild smuggles a considerable amount into the capital each year. The inspections along the waterways are stringent, yet incidents are rare. Every creature has its own path. We shall leave specialized matters to the specialists. The head of the cargo guild, Zhou Long, is still alive, is he not?" After Shan concluded his remarks, he paused before adding, "Before Wu Jingsheng is transported to the capital, Ren Feng's side will need to verify his identity. And the dungeons are filled with talent. The king of thieves, who has become my comrade within, can certainly be of use. He can craft a second Wu Jingsheng with a mere mask." As Shan concluded his words, Ji Gang murmured with a click of his tongue, luring the enemy deep, capturing them effortlessly. This round might even yield a grand catch. I shall confine you to the dungeon for rigorous training, indeed. Chapter 56, The Legacy of Weiwu. The Spirit of Jinan? Before Shan embarked on his journey, the most significant event awaiting him was the rite of coming of age. For him, partaking in this ceremony would signify his departure from the realm of artisans, granting him the honor to seek solace from young ladies openly. Henceforth, when his colleagues indulged in revelries, they would no longer have to exclude him. At the very least, they would procure a robust companion to shield him. With his hair bound and his father bestowing a name, the absence of Su's father naturally placed this responsibility upon Ji Gang. Upon Shan emerging from the inner hall with his hair styled, Ji Gang, leading the elders, approached and said, "Shan, as I and your uncles are rather unlettered. As long as you avoid uttering nonsensical words, we shall be content." Haha. Shan's response elicited uproarious laughter from the gathering. "Let us be serious. We hope for you to embody the virtues of Confucius and Mencius. Therefore, I shall name you Mengda. Mengda, by heavens. The legacy of Weiwu. The spirit of Jinan? These uncles do not seem like virtuous men, do they? During the coming-of-age ceremony, it is only natural for the uncles to present their gifts." After the esteemed Ji Gang took the lead in offering a red envelope, Su's father's old colleagues promptly followed suit. "Mengda, today we have prepared a special gift for you," Qin Chadong said, mysteriously handing a brocade box to Shan. "What is this? Let us take a look." Upon hearing the invitation, Shan opened the box and surprisingly pulled out a sheep intestine casing. "Now that you have come of age, one must surely experience the tender embrace of love. Carry it with you to avoid any maladies. In ancient times, there were no contraceptives, and animal intestines and fish bladders were commonly used as substitutes. Due to their distinct odor, The clandestine affairs of men and women engaging in such acts were referred to as stealing the scent. With a certain cultural depth, Shan naturally understood the jest and recognized the good intentions of his uncles. Chin uncle, this is quite insulting. Can one truly present sheep intestine of this size? It should at least be pig intestine, right? The uncles were taken aback, their smiles frozen as they exchanged glances in disbelief. This is akin to a group of gentlemen ensnared on the highway, attempting to relieve themselves discreetly with a bottle of mineral water. Who can manage to fit it all in without feeling the embarrassment? Naturally, the bottles from Nutritional Express do not count. At this moment, with arms outstretched, Ji Gang spoke up. Feeling awkward, are we? Unable to present anything worthwhile, I see. Mingda, I still have a well-aged pig intestine casing. Take it with you when you leave. Old Ji, had I not been at a disadvantage, I would have made a move long ago. Haha. Due to Shan's impending departure the following day, today's banquet was essentially a farewell for him. After several rounds of drinks, a few uncles inevitably offered Shan some words of encouragement. When it was Ji Gang's turn, he swiftly downed Shan's toast with a resounding slurp and then remarked, when you arrive in the capital, keep a low profile. That's not the typical Ji style. Before Shan could voice his thoughts, Ji Gang added, if you can take action, refrain from idle chatter. If we cannot withstand the pressures in the capital, we shall procure a few boats and clandestinely sail to the land of the rising sun, wreaking havoc as we go. In short, remember this. We are the ones who can intimidate others, not the ones to be intimidated. Such audacious words, brimming with bravado, brought tears to Shan's eyes. Even though he had just arrived and was feeling utterly lost, these uncles had bestowed upon him their utmost tolerance and care, particularly Ji Gang. The Grandmaster, capable of dominating the entire Jiangnan region, chose to languish in Yuhang, eschewing ambition, for fear that the widows of fallen brothers might demand their husbands, and the orphan children might seek their fathers. Now, accepting the position of Jiangnan's pacification envoy, he aims to shield the grown orphans from the harsh winds and torrential rains of fate. How can one still behave like a weeping woman? Summon forth the indomitable spirit befitting a master. Come, let us drink. No more cups, let us use bowls instead. Very well. The following day, before the Imperial prison, Wu Jingsheng, shackled and clad in filthy prison garb, was presented before Rin Feng for identification. Overwhelmed by his foul stench, he lunged forward, exclaiming, Rin the inspector. I have said nothing. They beat me, insulted me, and even attempted to torment me emotionally, yet I uttered not a word. Save me, save me. Rin Feng, truly nauseated by the odor, suppressed the urge to retch, offered a few words of encouragement, and then ordered the Jinyiwei to take him away. Standing not far off, Ji Gang observed this scene and quietly inquired of Shan beside him. Does he seem convincing? Where did he come from? A death row inmate. His family was compensated with 500 taels. Impressive. Is there no issue with the Qingyao? Deputy Qian Hudong and his men are seasoned veterans. You need not worry. The Qingyao, having departed a day earlier, returned to the capital with the genuine Wu Jingsheng via waterways. The one currently in custody is merely bait cast by the pacification office. Return to the capital, with a command from Shangguan Yin'er. The convoy escorting Wu Jingsheng and his accomplices departed Yuhang in grand procession. Shortly after their exit from the city, Rin Feng commanded the release of a hawk with crimson eyes. For 2 consecutive days, the weather remained calm and dry. Upon entering the jurisdiction of Yingtian Prefecture, a contingent dispatched from the capital joined the escorting party. This has caused many individuals' nerves to relax, unlike the tautness they felt upon departing the city. Caw! The piercing cry of an eagle reverberated once more in Shan's ears. Instinctively tilting his head upward, he fixed his gaze, sharp as a hawk's, upon the soaring falcon, faintly sensing a hint of foreboding. What? Is something amiss? Inquired Shangguan Yin'er, noticing Shan's frequent upward glances. Throughout their journey, eagles had occasionally circled overhead. Just as Shan finished speaking, their escort, Qiu Fei, a captain of the Imperial Guard, interjected, Deputy Captain Su, is this your first field assignment? You seem a tad overly cautious. Not to mention that within a radius of several miles, I have stationed both overt and covert sentries. As for the strength of our escort, should anyone be foolish enough to make an appearance, we are hardly outnumbered. Would you not agree? Indeed. Shan smiled faintly, choosing not to engage further. Instead, Shangguan Yin'er remarked, better safe than sorry. Quite right. Throughout their travels, Shangguan Yin'er's repeated inquiries regarding Shan's humility had begun to irk Qiu Fei, and the other guards from the capital. A mere deputy captain. Emerging from the dismal Yuhang town constabulary, what merit does he possess? Stay sharp. We still have 20 miles to the Watergate post. We cannot afford any errors. Zhang Baihu. Present. Even if a wild dog merely casts a glance our way, it must be dispatched immediately to prevent Deputy Captain Su from becoming unnerved. What? Haha, understood. One team will accompany me to eliminate dogs and birds along the way. Bring down that falcon as well. Understood. This blatant disparagement aimed at Su Shan was indeed grating. Caw. Just as the escort was nearing the Watergate post, the circling falcon fell, bloodied, into the arms of a figure cloaked in black. I underestimated this pack of court hounds, murmured the veteran among the group. After uttering this, the cloaked figure turned. Is everything arranged at the Watergate post? Reporting to you. All is in place. We strike tonight. Very well. Chapter 57. The most lethal of unseen weapons. Once his subordinate mysteriously vanished, the man in black revealed a sinister smile. Shangguan Yenner, the heavenly phoenix physique? A premier furnace. For you, I shall personally take action tonight. Haha. Crack. In a moment of malevolent glee, the falcon in his grasp was instantly crushed into a mist of blood. Watergate post. Dinner is served. At last. I can enjoy a proper meal. These past 2 days, the rations have left my throat parched, despite being seated at a separate table. Shangguan Yenner and several high-ranking officials dined within the main hall. Upon noticing Su Shan surveying the surroundings without taking a seat, but instead preparing to ascend the stairs, she promptly called out to him, "Vice Captain Su, it's time to eat." In response, Su Shan smiled and replied, "When away from home, I only consume the provisions I bring with me. You all enjoy your meal." Just as Su Shan finished speaking, Zhang Baihu, who had recently been on a rampage, slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed, "What is this? With so many people here, are you just trying to show off? What are you pretending for?" Silence. Before he could finish, Shangguan Yenner sternly admonished him. "Secretary Shangguan, this fellow is too." Before Zhang Baihu could finish his words, Qiu Fei promptly rose to his feet and exclaimed, "What nonsense is this? He is Vice Jinhu Su. When outside, one must exercise caution." He then inquired, "Where are the members of the Drug Inspection Division?" "Here," came the response. "Inspect the meals consumed by our brothers." "Huh?" "They were checked multiple times before being served." "Conduct another inspection to ensure that Vice Jinhu Su does not feel apprehensive about dining." "Understood." Su Shan, standing at the staircase, cast a cold and piercing glance at them before ascending the stairs alone. Meanwhile, Zhang Baihu, who had just risen in indignation, was pulled back, grumbling under his breath. "What is this nonsense? Calm down. That brat is likely someone who has risen through connections, still wet behind the ears. It's unnecessary to bicker with such a person." Upon hearing his subordinate's words, Zhang Baihu begrudgingly settled back into his seat. However, just as he did so, his chair unexpectedly shattered into pieces. Zhang Baihu, caught off guard, staggered backward several steps before managing to regain his balance. This bizarre scene left the onlookers utterly astonished, rendered speechless. Is there a termite here? Clearly not. Otherwise, why would only the stool of Zhang Baihu be broken? A few nearby Imperial guards bent down to take a closer look. The cut was exceptionally smooth, as if it had been cleaved by a blade. Who could have done this? But wait. When Zhang Baihu took his seat moments ago, all was well. Could it be that a force was transformed into a blade? Yet I have not sensed any fluctuation of true energy. This must be the reason why one can ascend to the rank of Qianhu. Qiu Fei is certainly not a simpleton. Although he has not comprehended the power of celestial phenomena, he is undoubtedly at the master level. Even he has not felt any disturbance of true energy. At this moment in the inn, it seems only Shangguan Yenner remains, feeling the collective gaze of the crowd upon her while she continued to eat. Shangguan Yenner said without raising her head, "It was not I who did this. My inner strength cannot achieve such precision." Her words elicited astonishment from the audience. The Imperial guards, suddenly recalling something, instinctively looked towards the direction in which Su Shan had departed. He is so young. Is he truly that powerful? It was he who killed Gu Daong, one of the 8 tigers of the Eastern Depot. When Shangguan Yenner spoke again, her simple statement left the Imperial guards from the capital utterly flabbergasted. A single person did this. Hiss. After looking up, her added words caused a wave of gasps to ripple through the crowd. They all made a living in the capital and were well aware of the prowess of Gu Daong, one of the 8 tigers of the Eastern Depot. On the surface, he appeared to be merely at the pinnacle of the 9th rank of innate talent. However, in reality, he had single-handedly slain 2 formidable masters. Yet this fierce individual was killed by this young man? How terrifying. The 7 oddities of Jiangnan, whom you have been discussing with such relish along the journey, were also slain by him. Gulp. Upon hearing this news, even Xiu Fei could not help but swallow hard. At this moment, Shangguan Yin'er set down her chopsticks, wiping her mouth as she added, a total of 14 individuals, including master and apprentice, none survived, and not a single complete corpse was left behind. You may choose to doubt his expertise, but please do not question it. The last person who underestimated him was Kuroria's shadow master, Koizumi Junhachi, and now, not even 7 days have passed since. Each explosive revelation sent shivers down the spines of the onlookers, leaving them drenched in cold sweat. Were these details recounted by someone else, they might harbor skepticism. However, when spoken by Shangguan Yin'er, a disciple of the emperor's teacher, the younger sister of the empress, and also the deputy commander of the Forbidden Army, her words carry absolute authority. As seasoned Imperial guards, they understood all too well what it meant to capture the shadow master of the Kuroria society. Typically, even a mere shadow commander would be sufficient for them to gain promotions and titles. His father was a martyr, while his mother was an ordinary woman, raised with the support of his colleagues. All achievements are carved out by his own hands. It is not that he, Su Shan, is unworthy of the position of Deputy Qianhu. Rather, this title belittles his strength and capabilities. At this juncture, Shangguan Yin'er cast a glance at the already sweating Zhang Baihu and coldly remarked, were it not for the unwritten rule of the Yuhang Town Protectorate forbidding the drawing of blades against one's own, it would not be this bench that would be dismantled, but you instead. There shall be no next time. Otherwise, I shall be unable to save you. With that, Shangguan Yin'er turned and ascended the staircase, leaving the others in a stunned silence, exchanging glances in bewilderment. In that instant, Su Shan's image loomed large in their minds, an intangible yet lethal presence. As night descended, a soft knock echoed at the door. Su Shan, within the room, obligingly opened it. Ah, Deputy Shangguan? What brings you here so late? Won't you come in for a moment? He inquired. My mother always said that boys must take care of themselves while away from home. Upon hearing this, the usually stern Shangguan Yin'er burst into laughter, her smile captivating enough to leave Su Shan entranced. Leaning against the doorframe, he gestured for her to enter. Today, I brought them to apologize to you. Is that so? Su Shan, pouring her a cup of water, responded with a smile. It's nothing. It's not that I distrust my fellow colleagues, rather. My harsh experiences in the dungeon have taught me the perils of the martial world. To put it plainly, I fear death and cherish my life. Had anyone else uttered such words, Shangguan Yin'er might have believed them. But him? Perhaps not. It's quite warm in here, she remarked. Her cheeks flushed as she accepted the tea. Warm? The Qiming rains have just passed. The air is crisp and refreshing. No, your gaze is rather beguiling. What is the matter? Have you come to a realization? Su Shan, noticing her unusual demeanor, instinctively probed. Even Shangguan Yin'er herself felt the heat coursing through her veins, her heart racing as she beheld this handsome young man. Deputy Shangguan, you seem unwell. It's as if you've been afflicted by a love poison. I am willing to put myself at risk to help you draw out the poison and heal you. Noticing her increasing discomfort, Su Shan spoke earnestly. If it were truly love poison, could it be extracted? Shangguan Yin'er, forcibly channeling her energy to maintain her composure, inquired instinctively. That would depend on one's innate talent. As for me, Su Shan, while I do not indulge in such matters, I am willing to attempt. The virtuous Su Shan, while uttering these words, demonstrated his serpentine skills. Yet at that moment, he had already sensed the ominous aura of danger. The opposition was remarkably targeted. The poison administered to Shangguan Yin'er was not authentic venom, but rather a form of goo, a malicious sorcery. The Toxic Inspection Division, that band of inept individuals, had, of course, failed to detect it. At that instant, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the door. Sirs, it's terrible. Our comrades are either suffering from relentless diarrhea or are utterly enfeebled. Some have even succumbed to exhaustion. The feeble cries from outside resonated like thunder in the ears of Shangguan Yin'er and Su Shan. As they flung open the door, they beheld the Imperial guards in the hall, sprawled haphazardly, while only a scant few remained unscathed, scurrying about. These were the brothers who had previously worked alongside Su Shan and held unwavering faith in his abilities. Leaked Emperor's essence, combined with Shixiang Wanjin San and a trace of Jiushi Huaihuan San. They did not employ poison, yet it is sufficient to leave you defenseless. Having acquired the art of poisoning from Lu Yaoji, Su Shan was no stranger to these colorless and odorless vile substances. However, The predicament lay in the fact that he possessed the skill to poison but lacked the knowledge to detect or neutralize it. Immediately bring those in critical condition into the inner chamber. The able ones, stay with me on the front line. Yes. Yet, just as Shan had orchestrated this arrangement, several smoke bombs were hurled into the entire relay station from the outside. With a hissing sound, the smoke bombs struck the ground, rapidly emitting toxic vapors. Under normal circumstances, the personnel from the Toxic Inspection Division would have been capable of handling such an unexpected situation. But now, each of them seemed to struggle even to catch their breath. Form ranks. With a thud, Shan leaped down from the loft, and as he landed, dozens of crescent-shaped flying daggers, accompanied by a whirring sound, rained into the hall. Protect our brothers behind us. With a clang, Shan drew his sword, activating his Vajra body protection to shield against the murderous intent concealed within the toxic smoke. Simultaneously, the blood surging within her, Shangguan summoned her inner energy to create a wall of wind, intercepting the remaining flying blades. Playing with flying daggers? You are merely children in comparison. In that fleeting moment of airborne descent, Shan pivoted halfway and unleashed dozens of concealed daggers from within his cloak. With a swift whoosh, a sickening splatter followed. The next instant, anguished cries of the enemies echoed from outside. Shan, be cautious. At the moment she established her stance, a diminutive figure, possessing an unassuming stature, emerged above her, brandishing a bloodied blade, plunging it downward towards Shan's crown. Furthermore, a colossal entity surged forth from the front. The beautiful Shangguan, entangled with two shadowy figures, gasped in horror upon witnessing this scene. As her words fell, the leading shadow confronting her coldly remarked, Shangguan, perhaps you should focus on your own predicament first. If you continue to channel your internal energy, the venom of the will permeate your entire meridian and dantian, rendering you utterly helpless. Even now, your strength is but 80% of your prime. The longer this drags on, the weaker you become. Ha, ha, clang, bang. Despite her physical afflictions, Shangguan matched her opponents in spirit. Such excessive chatter. I, Shangguan, would not be worthy of donning this crimson python robe if this were all I could muster. Phoenix cry at dawn. Chirp. Soundwave technique. Quickly employ the turtle breathing method to shield your ears. Uft. Even though the leading shadow swiftly cautioned her, the oncoming foe's intent on eliminating the Imperial guards still managed to ensnare some in their deadly ambush. This compelled them to maintain a distance from Shangguan and her group. In contrast, Shan's side was ablaze with fervor. The blade divided the yin and yang. Bang! The sword energy of Guanchong. Swish! The rotund monk, concealed behind the countering two-element blade technique, was none other than Shan's cunning Six Meridians divine sword. As the colossal figure exerted himself to block the strike, Guanchong's sword energy pierced through his body. Clatter! In that fleeting moment, their side also momentarily halted, standing in stark contrast to one another, by the faint flicker of candlelight. Shangguan vaguely recognized the shadow leading them. The elder of the five poison sect, Li? And the sinister figure beside him must be your disciple, the Ice Toad. Upon hearing the revelation of his identity, Li coldly remarked, no wonder you are the disciple of Yuan Tiangang. You possess some skills. Had it not been for my prior preparations, dealing with you today would have been quite a challenge. As Li spoke, Shan glanced at Shangguan, whose forehead was beaded with sweat, her alluring eyes becoming increasingly enchanting, and inquired, who are those short and stout individuals? I, Shan, do not slay nameless individuals. Once he finished speaking, the two, having failed in their schemes, cast their fierce gazes towards Shan. The five poison boy, the rotund monk, both were figures of elder status within the five poison sect. Hearing this, Shan, twisting his neck, retorted with a fierce expression. Both of them are merely of the second-grade master level, aren't they? That fat one even forcibly elevated his realm through medication. Do they truly believe that their quartet of minions can ambush Jinyiwei-He and his colleagues? That is rather underestimating them, is it not? Where's Jinyiwei-He? Where is he? After searching for a while, Shan finally spotted him among the injured. Vice Jinyiwei-He, this time Chia was indeed overconfident. If I can survive this calamity, I shall host a grand feast for you at Jinyiwei. Upon hearing this, Shan smirked, just for your grand arrangements. I will ensure your safe passage. As soon as he finished speaking, Li, filled with rage, roared, do you think it is just the four of us? This operation is commanded by the Wheel Law King of the Five Poison Sect. That name sounds impressive. What is their strength? Upon Shan's inquiry, Shangguan replied, At the very least, they are at the peak of the 5th grade master level. After she finished speaking, Shan, eyes wide, turned to her and remarked, "This time we have truly hooked a big fish." Chapter 59, Phoenix Dancing in the Sky, Harnessing the Tempest. The dialogue between the two, reminiscent of a riddle, instilled an ominous premonition within Li and the others. According to their intelligence, no masters of the Jinyiwei, at the pinnacle of their prowess, had departed the capital. Was this a deliberate act of deception designed to manipulate the hearts of the people? Sensing the fluctuating emotions of his companions, Li spoke coldly, "Do not heed their beguiling words. Within a radius of several hundred miles from Shuimen Station, no one could rival the Wheel King. Eliminate them. Deliver the Tianfeng body of Shangguan Yin'er to the Wheel King for his disposal." Upon hearing Li's command, the poisonous boy, licking his lips, sneered. "The Wheel King has declared that once his powers are fully realized, the Tianfeng body shall be shared among us. Let us advance together." The brazen remarks of the enemy ignited Shangguan Yin'er's fury. "Hold that old wretch back for me. I shall deal with the 3 of them first." With a swift motion, the knife-wielding Shan was about to charge forward when Shangguan Yin'er, having bitten her finger, marked her brow with a crimson symbol. In an instant, a blood-red phoenix imprint appeared on her formerly pale forehead. Witnessing this scene, Li and the others instinctively halted in their tracks. Suddenly, a powerful surge of pure primordial energy erupted, emanating from Shangguan Yin'er and radiating in all directions. The sound of splattering echoed as lower-ranked disciples of the poisonous sect could not withstand the force and spat blood. Even Li, nearing the 4th-tier master realm, found himself staggering back uncontrollably. In stark contrast, Shan was enveloped in a golden light, standing unscathed and gazing in astonishment at the woman beside him. To him, Shangguan Yin'er appeared blindingly radiant, akin to the scorching sun. Her skirt billowed like flames, exuding an aura that deterred any approach. Even more terrifying was the fact that her strength was escalating with astonishing rapidity, casting an overwhelming pressure of primordial energy over the entire scene. The sudden turn of events rendered Li and the members of the 5 poisoned sect devoid of their previous arrogance. Instead, their faces were marked by terror and ferocity. 4th rank to 5th rank. How is she so powerful? Has her Tianfeng body awakened? No. It is her forceful borrowing of bloodline power that has enabled her to reach this realm. The true awakening of the Tianfeng body begins at the 8th rank. She cannot sustain this for long. The revolving Wheel King will cover for us. With Li's command, the group charged forward once more without hesitation. "I will slay these foes." Phoenix Dance of the 9 Heavens. With the utterance of Shangguan Yin'er, the true energy in her hand transformed into a sword, rushing towards the enemy. Goodness, this woman is truly formidable. Those who hold significant positions in the Jinfu division are certainly not inept. Hearing this, Qiu Fei shamefully lowered his head, while Shan brandished his blade and joined the fray. Sun and moon without light. Shan, who was capable of battling against 3rd-rank masters, confronted the stout monk who had previously been injured by his 6 Meridian's divine sword, and it was an overwhelming devastation. "Elder Ai, save me." The stout monk, pierced by several blades, cried out in despair. Yet, at that moment, as he turned his head, he witnessed Shangguan Yin'er ferociously severing Li's right arm. The long embroidered spring knife pierced through the corpulent body. The anguished scream, however, emanated from the severed Li. At this moment, the stout monk, wanting to scream again, realized that Shan's expertly wielded knife had pierced his lung. The gushing blood blocked his airways, leaving him to suffocate helplessly. "Master, save me." Swish. The sword energy surged like a rainbow, splitting into 2. The newly ascended master, Bing Chan, fell to the left, and right after uttering those words, the 5 Poisons boy, blasted several meters away by the purest essence of true energy. Sensed the dire situation and turned to flee. Want to escape? What happened to the force that ambushed me just now? As the words fell, several flying daggers shot forth. Hidden beneath the flying daggers, the 6 Meridian's divine sword followed closely behind. Clang, clang. Even though the 5 Poisons boy, wielding knives in both hands, struggled to fend off the flying daggers, the 6 streams of sword energy brutally pierced through his short stature. As he fell to the ground, he faintly heard Li's frenzied roar. "Revolving Wheel King, save me." The 3 cries of "save me" conveyed the despair of the 5 Poison sect members. Indeed, where is the Revolving Wheel King? Why has he yet to appear? Bang! Crash! The already fragmented wooden door was forcefully kicked open from the outside. The abrupt sound drew the attention of everyone present. their gazes converging upon the entrance. As the swirling dust settled, a towering figure emerged, one hand wielding a blade while the other clutched a severed head, striding in with a resolute gait. With a thud, the head he casually discarded rolled to rest beside the bloodied form of Ellie. Confronted by the lifeless gaze of the head, Elder Ai's pupils dilated in shock as he cried out, "Zwa, the Revolver King? How could this be possible?" Clad in blood-soaked garments, the imposing figure in the hall became increasingly recognizable. Ji Qianhu? When Qiu Fei and the others finally beheld the true visage of this man, they stood there, dumbfounded. In their eyes, the Yuhang town garrison was utterly inept. A single incompetent soldier can lead a battalion of fools. The prevailing sentiment was rooted in the belief that the garrison's commander, Ji Gang, was utterly incapable. What of the so-called Southern Ji and Northern Zhua? What of the absurd notion that one grows stronger in the face of adversity, with their true strength unknown? These were merely the fanciful praises of busybodies. Yet now, the esteemed Revolver King of the Five Poison sect, a peak 6th grade master, had his head severed in such a manner. What a terrifying scene this is. I had anticipated the appearance of the two formidable kings, yet to my astonishment, only one has manifested. This has left me drenched in blood. Gulp. Upon hearing this from Ji Gang, even Su Shan could not suppress a deep swallow of saliva. The fact that old Ji bears 6 dragon-sealing nails is no secret within the Yuhang town garrison. As for their origins and the reasons for his sealing, he remains tight-lipped, and none dare to inquire. Yet today, he has removed 2 of them all at once. Just the thought of it makes Su Shan wince in pain. Do they still have unfulfilled wishes? From Su Shan's perspective, a wisp of green smoke lingers above the heads of Ai, Li, and the others. As the mountains gathered the fallen, every soul was accounted for. Ding! A time-limited mission was issued, revealing the final wishes of Ai, Li, and her companions. Mission details: engage in dual cultivation with the celestial being, Shangwan Yin'er. Rewards: 8 decades of cultivation, the art of detoxification, techniques of disguise, and poison crafting. Fat-headed Luo exclaimed, "I too." Driving Moon echoed, "Me too." The 5 Poisons boy chimed in, "Likewise, likewise." Chapter 60, Open Strife and Covert Struggle, the Art of Indirect Pursuit. What a shock. These wretched creatures. They are unworthy of being human. Even in death, they harbor sinister intentions. How shameless. Inwardly cursing their ancestors through countless generations, Su Shan's gaze, however, was drawn to the precariously swaying figure of Shangwan Yin'er. With 80 years of cultivation and the myriad skills bestowed by the 5 Poisons sect, even the strongest temptations could not withstand the allure. Do not blame me for my lack of humanity. The rewards are simply too enticing. As Su Shan pondered these thoughts, Shangwan Yin'er, unable to endure any longer, staggered back a few steps. The sound of her faltering echoed in the air. Seeing this, the astute Su Shan rushed to her side, instinctively supporting her. After forcibly invoking his bloodline power, the toxic influence of the love spell had already infiltrated her entire being. Her last bastion of defiance was the dance of the phoenix in the 9 heavens. Now, however, with her pure essence depleted and internal energy extinguished, she could no longer suppress the surging poison within her. Her complexion flushed and her breathing rapid. At this moment, Shangwan Yin'er exhibited a charm starkly different from her previous icy demeanor. "Old Ji, how is Shangwan Yin'er faring?" Crouching down, Ji Gang inquired while channeling energy into her. "It is quite severe. Only a master of the realm above can continuously channel energy to suppress the poison within her. I have lost too much blood, and my vital energy is nearly exhausted. I fear I lack the strength. This noble yet arduous task is now entrusted to you." With that, Ji Gang solemnly placed a hand on Su Shan's shoulder and added, "Go to the backyard. I shall protect you." Upon hearing this, Su Shan was nearly moved to tears. "Once this endeavor is successful, old Ji, I shall surely reward you." The duet performed is a remarkable display of both valor and steadfastness. In the aftermath, Su Shan garnered a commendable reputation for his selfless bravery. Thus, "I shall graciously comply with his wishes." As his words echoed, Su Shan, cradling the semi-conscious Shangwan Yin'er, hastily made his way towards the rear courtyard. Observing his eager figure, Ji Gang wore a smile of paternal pride. His beloved pig had finally rooted out a precious cabbage. What father wouldn't feel elated? Had it been a daughter, the sentiment might have been quite different. Deputy Su, in his capacity, tended to Shangwan Qinsher's grievances and injuries. From this moment forth, the rear courtyard would be a no-go zone, with strict orders that no one must trespass. Those who defy this decree shall face dire consequences. with Ji Gang's authoritative command. The rear courtyard of the station became completely severed from the outside world. My child, I can offer you no more than this. The remainder depends solely on your own strength. Meanwhile, as the left-wheel Law King launched a surprise attack on the Watergate station, a merchant vessel, bearing the insignia of the Evercommerce Escort Agency, slowly arrived at the capital's dock. As the ship made contact with the shore, hundreds of shadowy figures surged forward. Once they secured the vessel, the Azure Bird escorted Wu Jingsheng down onto the dock. Father, the deputy of the town pacifying department, Qing Long, who had personally led the contingent, gestured for the two men to forego formalities as he took charge of Wu Jingsheng. You have endured much on the journey. Let us dispense with pleasantries. By imperial decree, we shall interrogate Wu Jingsheng on the spot. In the interrogation room, already equipped with instruments of torture, the anguished cries of Wu Jingsheng reverberated, reaching the ears of Qing Long, who presided over the proceedings. Moments later, a respectful officer approached Qing Long, stating, Deputy, he has confessed. To what? Jinyiwei Mountain Villa. Upon hearing this name, Qing Long sprang into action, leading his men towards the outskirts of the city. Yet before they could arrive, a towering inferno illuminated the dark night sky. Deputy, that direction appears to be Jinyiwei Mountain Villa. Qing Long muttered coldly, his eyes aglow with the fire's reflection. Chao Zhengchun, you seem to have made preparations on two fronts. This game shall unfold at a leisurely pace. I request a thorough investigation into this matter. As Qing Long departed the city, spies from both factions had already reported his movements to Chao Zhengchun. Is Qing Long headed for Jinyiwei Mountain Villa? Without concrete evidence or witness testimony, the town pacifying department will not intervene there. The only plausible explanation is that Wu Jingsheng has entered the capital. Upon hearing this, Yu Huatian exclaimed in disbelief, Supervisor, isn't Wu Jingsheng currently at Watergate Station? Tonight. The left-wheel Law King and his men. Before he could finish, Chao Zhengchun interrupted. A fade of open roads concealing hidden maneuvers. This is becoming intriguing. Fortunately, Wei Zhongxian acted swiftly. Otherwise, this situation would have become quite troublesome. Report. Lord Wei seeks an audience. Let him in. Shortly after Chao Zhengchun's words, Wei Zhongxian hurriedly entered. Director, I have executed all those who deserved it. However, the Jinyiwei suddenly arrived, and we were unable to act. So we had no choice but to set fire to the entire manor. Hearing this, Chao Zhengchun remarked, was it not done thoroughly? Indeed. After the hour of the heir, I will seek the imperial decree for the Eastern Depot to thoroughly investigate this matter. At that time, do not leave any traces. Understood. Meanwhile, the entire capital was embroiled in a covert struggle due to Su Shan's clandestine maneuvers. The fellow, however, was coveting the goddesses of the city's young elites at the Watergate Inn. Yinner, I have exerted myself to the utmost. The love curse has entered my dantian, and with my current strength, I am utterly powerless. Sensing the approach of the opposite sex, the hazy-minded Shangguan Yinner murmured, I understand. This curse, given the present circumstances, is virtually unsolvable. Upon hearing this, Su Shan implied, it is not entirely without solution. The love curse is not poison. It merely requires. Before he could finish, Shangguan Yinner suddenly regained a measure of clarity. She was well aware of the most fundamental way to dissolve the love curse. More importantly, she understood that if it were allowed to escalate unchecked, she would struggle to maintain control, potentially leading to irreversible harm. Yet, as a woman, she instinctively resisted it all. Su Shan, I trust your character. Do not act like a brute. Once she uttered these words, Su Shan nodded solemnly, understood. I have devised an alternative method for you. Just wait. As he spoke, Su Shan dashed out of the room and returned shortly, brandishing two items. This is a rolling pin. It has no barbs and is quite smooth. However, considering your tolerance, I have thoughtfully prepared some lard for you as well. Applying it will be exceptionally silky. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Yinner was incensed, nearly on the verge of an explosion. Fear not. I shall guard you at the door. This matter is known to heaven and earth, you and I. Having said this, Su Shan, with a strategy of feigned retreat, prepared to rise and leave. Meanwhile, Shangguan Yinner, unable to suppress the love curse any longer, mustered her remaining lucidity and fiercely declared, Su Shan, you are even worse than a brute. Chapter 61. An eye for an eye, playing into the scheme. You may strike me, you may scold me, but you cannot insult my pure soul. What are you doing? Shangguan Yinner, I warn you. I, Su Shan, am not a man to be trifled with. You must exercise restraint. Confronted with Su Shan's righteous admonition, Shangguan Yinner, her body beyond her control, lunged at him before her consciousness faded entirely. You initiated the attack, and you spoke first. I have always been one to repay grievances with vengeance. A sudden spring rain pelted the eaves, wooden windows, and surrounding leaves, creating a rhythmic pat-pat sound. The timely downpour masked the indulgent sounds within the room. Rain on banana leaves, a sleepless night. Fallen petals. A joyful visage. Ding-dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the time-limited group task and fulfilling the wishes of AI Lee and others. Reward received. 80 years of cultivation, detoxification skills, disguise techniques, and poison-making skills. As the system's delightful notification chimed, Shan, having battled through numerous encounters that night, embraced the large white goose and drifted off to sleep with a smile. The early bird catches the worm. Habituated to rising before dawn, Shan quietly left his chamber. After completing his morning ablutions, he meticulously channeled the cultivation he had acquired through the night into the 6 meridians divine sword technique. It took a full 40 years of his cultivation to elevate this martial art to a state of consummate perfection, granting Shan an additional life-saving maneuver, the 6 meridians pressure points. Concurrently, his cultivation realm surged from the pinnacle of a first-grade master to the second grade. The 9-yang scripture, which had previously eluded his grasp, was now unlocked. Observing the appearance of a red plus sign on the panel, Shan unhesitatingly invested the remaining 40 years of his cultivation. At that moment, the first light of dawn broke forth. A ray of sunlight illuminated Shan's resolute visage. As he opened his eyes, which had been tightly shut, the gentle morning light that had bathed him transformed into a fervent, robust glow. The 9th form of the 9-yang scripture, 9-yang, illuminates the heavens. Boom. The wave of energy surged, pure and magnificent. Crack, crack, crack. Ji Gang, who had been vigilantly guarding the 2 protectors through the night, leaped into action upon sensing the unusual occurrence in the courtyard. Upon perceiving the overwhelming pure yang energy emanating from Shan, his eyes widened in astonishment as he inquired, "You've reached the 3rd grade? Have you refined the celestial power into pure yang energy?" The true embodiment of entering the master realm is the comprehension of celestial power. When this force is condensed and purified, it marks the first watershed of the master realm, the pure yang energy of a 3rd-grade master, even the proud daughter of heaven. Shangguan Yener cannot wield pure yang energy without invoking the phoenix dance of the 9 heavens. Thus, she has remained stuck at the pinnacle of the 2nd grade. Yet now, Shan has achieved an unexpected lead. Could this not leave Ji Gang utterly astounded? There is much to ponder. Quite inadvertently, one has ascended. It is commonly said that the 3rd rank marks a watershed in the realm of masters. Old Ji, I find no particular difficulty in it. Observing Shan's ostentatious demeanor, the awakened old Ji scoffed. Should these words reach the outside world, you would be met with dire consequences. Hey, is this not merely to flaunt before you? After Shan finished speaking, Ji Gang gestured for him to step outside. It appears that the Tian Feng physique has greatly benefited you. Just a smidge, just a smidge. Having expressed this, Shan seized the opportunity to voice his inner doubts. Old Ji, to my knowledge, regarding the love curse. From the initiation of the curse to its manifestation, it requires 24 hours. Precisely, hence the Wudu sect chose to act last night. No, what I mean is, did someone place a curse on Shangguan Yener as she departed from Yuhang City? Upon hearing this, old Ji paused. A mysterious smile gracing his lips. Your mind indeed possesses a certain brilliance. When Renfeng inspected Wu Jingsheng's identity, standing beside him was the disguised AI Li. You. Upon Ji Gang's candid revelation of these matters, Shan's expression turned exaggeratedly flustered. The trap laid by the vice-governor, executed by AI Li, and I, cleverly played my part in shielding them. This is the truth. The objectives? There are 2. First, to draw the Wudu sect perilously close to success. Second, at this point, Ji Gang gazed meaningfully at Shan. To secure you a formidable ally in the capital. Adoptive father. Enough. After the playful reprimand, Ji Gang added with a smile, the Imperial Master Yuan Tian Gang, I still do not comprehend his true intentions for you. Yet that old rascal is quite cunning. I believe not a word of his fabrications. However, the situation has shifted. His rare disciple, the world-renowned Tian Feng physique, is none other than your Shan's significant other. With this connection, coupled with the protection of the Qinglong, as long as you do not commit regicide, they will navigate even the gravest troubles on your behalf in the capital. Hearing this, Shan, who stood there in a daze, regarded Ji Gang with eyes that grew profound and sincere. Conceal that insincere fade of yours. I have no need for such flattery. Damn. The identity of Shangwan Yinner is far more intricate than it appears. How you handle this soft rice is up to your discretion. In summary, old Su's daughter-in-law is impressive. On this note, Ji Gang solemnly added, old Su's son is even more exceptionally remarkable. Hearing this, I almost wish to forge a brotherly bond with you. Is that a roundabout way of scolding me? Heh. However, old Ji, this matter does not withstand scrutiny. Enough already. Your performance, both imposing and dignified, coupled with your admirable character, leaves no room for doubt. And what of you? After Shan concluded his remarks, Ji Gang, exuding formidable confidence, adjusted his attire and declared, the turbulence in Jiangnan is dictated by me, Ji Gang. He is the Imperial mentor, without fear. Hiss. Even Shan could not help but draw in a sharp breath upon hearing such audacity. Truly, how impressive. Go ahead. I shall return to Jiangnan. Should there be matters of urgency, send a message. If not, offer prayers for my longevity tablet as a token of respect. With that, the resolute Ji Gang departed without a backward glance. Upon Su Shan's return to the relay station, he encountered the somewhat restored Xiu Fei, who approached him with utmost reverence, stating, Deputy Qianhu Su, a pigeon message from the capital. It is to be personally reviewed by the supervisor, Shangwan. The subordinate, uncertain of her condition, continued, so, creak. Before Su Shan could respond, the tightly shut door was flung open by Shangwan Yinner. I am fine. The poison has been resolved. Merely some minor injuries. Minor injuries? Who do you think you're insulting? Su Shan's retort remained unvoiced, as Shangwan Yinner, clutching the secret letter, staggered a few steps due to her discomfort. She leaned against the wall to steady herself. Witnessing this, Su Shan revealed a confident smile. The heavenly phoenix physique? The pride of the capital? Is this all? She can barely stand. Chapter 62, The Vast Divide, Dual Sojourns in Flight. After perusing the secret letter, Shangwan Yinner promptly destroyed it and inquired, Jinyiwei.He. How are the brothers faring? Most have recovered significantly, only a few bear more severe wounds. You shall remain with a team to accompany the injured on the journey. The rest will return to the capital after a stick of incense. Understood. Once Xiu Fei had withdrawn, Shangwan Yinner, unable to meet Su Shan's gaze, spoke with a hint of hesitation, Come in, I have something to discuss. As soon as Su Shan entered the room, she commanded, Close the door. Still here? Su Shan's remark was met with a fiery glare from Shangwan Yinner, her face flushed. Regarding the events of the early morning, she struggled to articulate her emotions, hoping to calm her inner turmoil. I understand. Rest assured, I shall not hold you accountable. Ah? At this revelation, Shangwan Yinner was taken aback. You are the exalted pride of the capital, while I am merely a humble villager from a fishing hamlet. We are worlds apart. I will act as if this incident never transpired, as though it were merely a dream. However, Yinner, you cannot deny that I, Su Shan, have traversed your world, leaving an indelible mark of deep crimson. Pointing towards the splattered remnants of Su Shan upon the bed, he turned away after articulating these emotionally charged words. A classic utterance of a scoundrel, replete with hypocritical rhetoric. Loved, bedded, departed. In a previous life, Su Shan, who thrived on the indulgence of others, was infallible in this regard. In that fleeting moment of turning away, did the heart of that young lady not shatter? She ought to rush forward, embracing him from behind, tearfully exclaiming, Shanzi, how shall I live without you? Indeed, footsteps echoed forth. Su Shan smiled. As a former elite member of the Red Romance Society, the archetype of a libertine untouched by the chaos of desire, handling this matter, was it not a mere trifling? Yet in the next instant, all his confidence was utterly shattered by a kick from Shangwan Yinner. With a resounding slap, Su Shan nearly found himself in a compromising position, only to turn and meet the furious gaze of Shangwan Yinner, a knife poised at his throat, with a hint of a sob in her voice. She questioned, What do you regard the women of our Tianfeng clan as? A phoenix seeks but one mate in a lifetime, unless widowed. Upon hearing this, Su Shan was rendered speechless. Was he even more despicable? Had he been treated as a mere disposable item, used and then discarded, only to be obliterated to assuage one's anger? To partake in indulgence and then turn against one's kin, was that the way? He was the true victim, was he not? As Su Shan concluded his thoughts, Shangwan Yinner was visibly moved. She had some vague recollection of the events that transpired in the early hours, particularly the moments preceding her affliction with the curse, which remained vividly etched in her memory. This man, of seemingly pure character, had fought valiantly to suppress the turmoil within her. Even in the end, it was she who lost control. Objectively speaking, he was indeed the victim, while she bore the brunt of the blame for the chaos. Yet, she felt an overwhelming frustration regarding the situation. With a clang, the bewildered Shangguan Yin'er relinquished her grip on the dagger. In a state of emotional turmoil, she murmured, "I am sorry. My heart is in disarray." Witnessing this, Shan slowly rose, moving closer to her, and spoke with profound affection. "If you truly find yourself in conflict regarding our relationship, then remain with me, regardless of the title you bear. If you miss me, reach out. There are no pretenses between us. As long as you speak, I will yield, forever unwavering. If we cannot be spouses, let us cherish a lifelong romance. If you remain, my love shall endure." Lin Wei, with her pretentious musings, invariably touched the hearts of mature, artistic women. In a previous life, Shan had found this to be an infallible approach. Even now, it remains remarkably effective. Overwhelmed by his unexpected declaration of tenderness, Shangguan Yin'er instinctively leaned into his gentle grasp, resting her hand upon his shoulder. In those relatively silent minutes, the once tumultuous heart of Shangguan Yin'er seemed to find solace. Following the established protocol, Shan felt he could advance further. Suddenly, Shangguan's assistant minister exclaimed, "Damn it." However, when the sound of Qiu Fei's report echoed from outside the door, this young lady instinctively propelled Shan away. "What's the matter?" Shangguan Yin'er replied, her voice tinged with a tremor of anxiety. "As per your instructions, the men are ready." "All right, I shall go out now." "Yes." With her heart racing like a startled fawn, Shangguan Yin'er exhaled a sigh of relief after hearing Qiu Fei's departure. She composed her tumultuous emotions and once again donned her frosty demeanor. As she opened the door with a creak, a thought crossed her mind. And she turned to Shan, saying, "If you dare to speak of what transpired at dawn as mere gossip, I shall kill you and then take my own life." "Ha. Do you truly cherish me so?" he teased. Not even in death would you let me go? An eternal union? Woman." The momentary breach in her defenses caused Shangguan Yin'er's cheeks to flush crimson once more. At a loss for words, she hurriedly exited. There was no need to feign the escort of a prisoner anymore. The entire entourage galloped swiftly towards the capital. During this time, Shangguan Yin'er, deliberately keeping her distance from Shan, seemed to convey a sense of unspoken guilt. A woman ought not to be indulged. This has always been Shan's infamous approach. A day and a half later, the group arrived at the northern gate of the capital. From a distance, they could see Jinyiwei and others leading the welcome. Deputy Commander Su's father had intended to personally greet them today, but a sudden homicide case required me to welcome you all. Clearly, this case was extraordinary, as it warranted the direct attention of the esteemed town protector's deputy. What sort of case necessitates the involvement of the criminal officer personally? A dozen or so Imperial guards escorting goods from Jinyiwei Mountain Villa had been ruthlessly slaughtered. Upon hearing this, Shan widened his eyes and exclaimed, "In the Emperor's domain, killing the Imperial guards? Such audacity!" His Majesty was furious and ordered the town protector's office to solve the case within a set time frame. "Deputy Commander Su, you are an expert in this regard. Might I trouble you to visit the scene? To commence an investigation immediately upon entering the capital? Treating people like livestock." "Just kidding. Let us go. Lead the way. And while we travel, please elaborate on the case." As Shan uttered the term livestock, Shangguan Yin'er's fragmented memories resurfaced. Her body tensed, reluctant to meet his gaze. As a special envoy, upon returning to the capital, she was obliged to report to the palace. Consequently, she could only watch helplessly as the two figures faded into view, illuminated by the slanting rays of the sun. Aware that Jinyiwei had procured a jade bracelet belonging to Su's mother in Yuhang, Shangguan Yin'er felt a tumult of emotions within her. Chapter 63. Sardonic Mockery and Drawing Blades. What sort of place is Jinyiwei Mountain Villa? Upon learning that it was established by Wu Jingxing, Shan instinctively inquired. After Jinyiwei provided an explanation, he grasped the concept. Jinyiwei Mountain Villa resembled an elite private club from a past life. Its clientele comprised the dignitaries and nobility of the capital. The proprietor was ostensibly a merchant. Yet in reality, he represented the powerful families of Jiang'an. More candidly, the shadow of the Donglin party loomed behind it. As Jinyiwei described, the services offered within were limited only by one's imagination, with none beyond their capabilities. It operated on a membership basis, particularly through a referral system. The levels of exclusivity and confidentiality were exceedingly high. The Donglin party relied on familial bonds and connections within, while externally, they engaged in the transfer of benefits and coercive persuasion. Jinyiwei Mountain Villa played an exceedingly disreputable role in this scheme. The town protector's office had long been monitoring this establishment, yet lacked concrete evidence. However, with Wu Jingxing's capture and subsequent revelations, the opportunity for the Imperial Guards to act had finally arisen. According to Wu Jingxing, a hidden chamber within Jinyiwei Mountain Villa housed records of numerous officials who had indulged themselves there, along with their peculiar preferences. These documents served as leverage for the Donglin Party to extend its influence over the 6 ministries and various officials. Regrettably, a devastating fire had reduced everything to ashes. Unwilling to relent, Su's father sought Imperial permission for a thorough investigation of the case. Meanwhile, the Eastern Depot was also poised to intervene, ready to assert its influence. At last, His Majesty withstood the pressure and entrusted this case to the Town Pacification Office for thorough investigation, with the Ministry of Justice directly supervising through the 6 doors. After listening to the recounting from Qingyao, Shan instinctively inquired, how could there be a case of a Jinyiwei being killed? The fire last night was promptly contained, and some documents had not been completely incinerated. The Jinyiwei and the constables from the 6 doors were ambushed while transporting these materials, leaving behind only a few traces, which were subsequently destroyed. As they spoke, the two had already galloped to the scene of the incident. By this time, the area was encircled by the Jinyiwei and the constables from the 6 doors. Upon seeing Qingyao arrive with her entourage, they quickly parted to make way. Xing Tongji, this is Shan, the deputy captain from Yuhang. In public, Qingyao addressed her father by his official title. Shan, tall and robust, evoked great excitement in Qi Long as he gazed upon him. The revenge for his late wife had been exacted by him, and with everything that transpired in Yuhang already recounted by Qingyao, he held a deep admiration for this exceptionally talented and capable young man. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Qi Long spoke. I hear you possess considerable skills in handling cases. Let Qingyao take you to the scene and see if there are any new discoveries. Indeed, Shan replied, turning as his deputy reported something to Qi Long. Upon hearing this, Qi Long muttered, the Eastern Depot truly knows how to insert themselves opportunistically. Just as this incident occurs, they request to take over the case? After saying this, Qi Long whispered further instructions. After a cursory glance at the scene, Shan made a beeline for the dozen or so corpses. Having just arrived in the capital and not yet changed into his flying fish robe, he approached the bodies, only to be loudly admonished. Who is this? Who allowed unauthorized personnel to approach the corpses? Hearing this, Shan instinctively turned to the speaker, a head constable. Before he could respond, Qingyu clasped her fist and said, Niu Jin, this is our deputy captain Su, recently transferred from the town pacification office in Yuhang. The 6 doors are hierarchically divided into the chief constable, divine constables, golden constables, silver constables, bronze constables, and patrol constables. The speaker was Jinyiwei-He, one of the 16 golden constables of the capital, known as the Mighty Golden Bull. Deputy Captain Su, transferred from Yuhang? Upon hearing the title of deputy captain, the constables and Jinyiwei present at the scene instinctively turned their gazes towards Shan's youthful visage. Whispers circulated that the town pacification office in Yuhang does not recruit from outside, relying entirely on connections. Unless a rare talent is encountered, the positions would typically be reserved for the children of their own kin. Consequently, the town pacification office in Yuhang had garnered a reputation for nepotism and inefficacy in the eyes of the public. TSK, Deputy Captain. At a tender age, you occupy a lofty position. This is no mere flicker of ancestral glory, but rather a conflagration. What is the secret? Do you possess a mine at home? Haha. After mocking Shan with a teasing tone, Jinyiwei-He's sarcastic remarks elicited a cacophony of laughter from the audience. Upon hearing this, Qingyao felt an urge to defend Shan, but she hesitated, extending her hand as Su, the esteemed official, calmly interjected, investigate the case. Their audacity knows no bounds. You have clearly earned your position through merit. Why should we retaliate when bitten by a dog? If we do so, how are we different from beasts? As soon as Shan finished speaking, the smiles on the faces of the 6 doors constables, led by Jinyiwei-He, froze. Their collective ire turned towards Shan. How dare you speak like that? With the presence of other court guards, the silver constable accompanying Jinyiwei-He refrained from uttering the words dog thing, but in his rage, he had already drawn his sword 1/3 of the way. What do you intend to do? Qingyao exclaimed, witnessing the unfolding scene. In contrast, Shan squatted beside the corpses, inspecting their wounds, and spoke leisurely. According to the regulations of our Yuhang Town Prefectural Office, Anyone who dares to raise arms against us, regardless of their identity or background, shall be executed on the spot." At this, Shan cast a disdainful glance at the silver constable and said, "I advise you to sheathe your drawn sword. If you dare to draw your blade against me, I will not hesitate to slay you in public. Your companion, the golden constable, will be unable to save you. I, Shan, declare this." With these words, the atmosphere turned tumultuous. To be a golden constable, one must at least be at the pinnacle of the 9th rank, and Jinyiwei-He, an elder of the 6 doors, was a master at the initial stage. Although he had not comprehended the celestial forces, he was still a formidable master. Was the audacity of the young man not exceedingly brazen? "You are truly arrogant," Jinyiwei-He remarked, his grip on the hilt of his sword tightening ominously. The silver constable, invigorated by his superior's words, declared, "Come. I shall see if you possess the strength to be so presumptuous." In a flash, he not only drew his blade, but also leaped towards Shan. Observing this, the poised Qing Miao prepared to defend against the impending threat, only to see a figure brush past her. The embroidered spring blade, which had been hanging at her waist, was drawn. Chapter 64. The scene speaks, identifying the culprit. At the periphery of the crime scene, Langshui, one of the 4 legendary captains of the 6 doors, was relaying the details of the case to Qing Long. At the time of the incident, Jin Captain Jinyiwei-He and his men were returning from Jinyiwei Mountain Villa when they stumbled upon this dire scene and engaged in a fierce battle, paying a heavy toll as they managed to slay several bandits. Consequently, both Jinyiwei-He and a few surviving silver captains bore significant injuries. After a brief application of bandages, they remained on site, assisting the investigation conducted by the local magistrate. "Criminal investigator, we have also lost 7 brothers in this encounter," Langshui conveyed. Despite harboring doubts upon hearing the summary, Qing Long replied, "Thank you for your efforts. The compensation for our brothers will be fully covered by our local magistrate." Just as Qing Long finished speaking, a chilling surge of terrifying power erupted from the crime scene. What a profound manifestation of celestial energy! In that moment, both Qi Long and Langshui instinctively directed their gaze towards the source of the sudden energy. Before their eyes, a man clad in the silver captain's uniform wielded a blade, striking towards the side. In stark contrast, a shadow flitted past, drawing forth the embroidered spring knife from Qing Miao's waist. Shan? Realizing the identity of the shadow, Qing Long gasped in recognition. "Stop!" Simultaneously confirming that the energy emanated from Shan, Langshui shouted desperately as he darted towards the location of the incident. With a swift motion, the blade cleaved through the air, concluding the confrontation in an instant. The silver captain, whose blade was severed in 2, found himself suspended mid-air, split apart along the line of his nose. The splattering of blood erupted like ink, dousing Jinyiwei-He and the others of the 6 doors. Clenching the hilt of his sword, Jin Captain instinctively yearned to retaliate against Shan for the sake of his fallen comrades. However, just as he was about to move, he heard Langshui's almost thunderous command. "Jinyiwei-He, stay right where you are." The force of Langshui's shout rooted Jinyiwei-He in place. In the next moment, his official hat burst apart, and his hair cascaded down over his shoulders. Even more terrifying was the gash left in the earth before him, a fissured scar marked by the blood of the silver captain, glaringly crimson and grotesque. Witnessing this, his eyes widened in horror, and beads of cold sweat formed on his brow. It is no exaggeration to say that had he taken even a half step forward, he would have met the same fate as silver captain Zhang Ying, cleaved asunder. Boom. Ultimately, the cold-blooded individual, realizing he was a step too late upon witnessing the lifeless body of Yinbu, was engulfed in a furious rage, channeling his energy to target Shan. However, just as he prepared to strike, the surging pure essence of true energy was abruptly intercepted by the timely arrival of Qing Long, who shielded him from harm. Not only did Qing Long deflect his attack, but he also instantaneously thwarted Shan's retaliatory force, effectively suppressing the murderous intent harbored by both parties. "What is the meaning of this?" demanded the stern-faced Qing Long, his expression unwavering. With a swift motion, Shan sheathed his embroidered spring knife and calmly replied, "I am here to investigate, not to endure their scornful jests. According to the regulations of the Yuhang Town garrison, those who draw weapons against us shall face execution without mercy. If he dares to unsheath his blade, I shall not hesitate to kill. It is as simple as that." Without uttering another word, Shan turned and approached the body of his comrade to commune with his spirit. Meanwhile, Qing Yu promptly recounted the events as they unfolded. Upon entering the A perspective, Shan, who had already established a connection with the leading vice captain Zhang, was met with a chilling revelation. He witnessed Vice Captain Zhang, embroiled in a fierce battle with the bandits, being unexpectedly stabbed in the back by his comrade, the Jinyiwei-He, who fought alongside him. This treachery left Zhang vulnerable, granting the bandits an opportunity to strike. As Zhang, wounded by multiple daggers, lingered on the brink of death, he managed to inflict a grievous wound upon Jinyiwei-He. You, Jinyiwei-He, dare to conspire with these scoundrels? The Jinyiwei shall not spare you. Xing Tongji will avenge us. A malicious chuckle escaped Jinyiwei-He, who looked down upon him with disdain. You tread the path to heaven but refuse to walk it, while recklessly invading the gates of hell. Do you think the Jingyue Mountain Villa is within your grasp? No sooner had he uttered these words than his subordinates, including the silver hunter Zhang Ying, whom Shan had just slain, approached and declared, "Chief, all have been eliminated. The bandits have been eradicated. Only this wretch remains." Jinyiwei-He, nodding approvingly, gazed condescendingly at the near-death Zhang and remarked, "No one will know that it was the three of us who orchestrated this. By the way, do you think that our valiant efforts against the enemy will lead Xing Tongji to personally commend us? How despicable. Haha. If you wish to place blame, then cast it upon your Jinyiwei for choosing the wrong side." After consecutively communicating with several deceased souls, Shan unraveled the truth behind the events. The claim that Jinyiwei-He led his troops to provide assistance was a mere facade, concealing treachery and betrayal. To this end, he did not hesitate to wield his blade against his own subordinates and the robbers who colluded with him. Only he and two silver captors, Zhang Ying and Zhang Cheng, emerged alive from this turmoil. The intricately deceptive scheme and the crime scene indeed held the potential to exonerate the three of them. However, no matter how meticulous the planning, a flaw would inevitably reveal itself. Ding dong. The system issued a collective mission regarding the wishes of the fallen Jinyiwei. Mission details: publicly expose the hypocritical masks of Jinyiwei-He and his accomplices and eliminate them. Mission progress: 13. Mission reward: 50 years of cultivation, the 18 dragon-subduing palms. Huff. Just as Shan returned to his senses from the spiritual communication, the system immediately released the task. At this moment, the cold-blooded divine catcher, who was defending his subordinates, spoke in a chilling tone. "Xing Tongji, we from the 6 doors shall assist you Jinyiwei in handling this case. This is indeed a thankless endeavor, especially for Jinyiwei-He and his ilk, who risked their lives to eradicate the bandits. Yet now, due to mere sarcastic remarks, your men have executed them. Shouldn't you provide the 6 doors with an explanation?" Huh. Upon hearing this, Qinglong let out a cold laugh and retorted, "You truly lack the qualification to demand an explanation from me. Have your chief Jin Jiling discuss this with me upon his return. You, with your unwavering desire to protect your own, have turned crimson with embarrassment and indignation at a single remark from Qinglong. I shall certainly report this matter to the Ministry of Justice and petition His Majesty. How you choose to act is your concern. How to resolve this is my responsibility." The imposing presence of Qinglong was tantamount to shouldering all the blame upon himself. In this regard, he is as unyielding as Ji Gang. Very well. Let us proceed without hesitation. Cold-blooded constable, I, Shan, shall offer the 6 doors a satisfactory explanation. Chapter 65. Exposing in public, astonishing all. At first glance, Shan's words not only startled those present, but even the most trusting among them, the Qingyao, felt he was somewhat insufferable today. The most indignant were the core members of the Qinglong faction. Under the oppression of the Donglin party and the eastern and western censors, the Jinyiwei found themselves besieged in the capital. The 6 doors, orchestrated by Jin Jiling, stood as one of the few allies of the Department of Pacification. While they could not claim a relationship of utmost intimacy, they did look out for one another in matters of great significance. Yet today, due to your antics, the situation with the 6 doors has soured. One need not express gratitude, but at the very least, one should understand the virtue of appreciation and cease further entanglements. Even the Jinyiwei harbored grievances against Shan. However, the Qinglong regarded him with keen interest, even stepping aside to allow him to advance. A young man capable of earning Ji Gang's high hopes, and one who could summon celestial forces at such a tender age. This was enough to earn unconditional favoritism from the Qinglong at any moment. What sort of explanation do you intend to provide us at the 6 doors? Upon seeing Shan step forward, cold-blooded questioned him word by word. In response, Shan, with a subtle smile, softly replied, "I have learned some medical skills and possess decent craftsmanship. I wish to assist Constable Niojin by examining his wounds and doing what I can." What? The Jinyiwei and constables present were left bewildered by his intentions. Was he bowing down? Intentionally softening towards the 6 doors? Humph. I do not require such gestures. As soon as Su Shan's words left his lips, the disheveled Jinyiwei retorted with feigned anger, "You think that merely inspecting the wounds of the silver constable, whom you have just slain, suffices as an explanation? Do the Jinyiwei hold themselves in such high regard?" Next in Jinyiwei, the silver constable Zhang Qing added, in a fit of despair, given his reaction. It is entirely understandable. After all, Zhang Ying, who was just slain by Su Shan, is his own brother. Shouldn't the emperor's personal guards take themselves seriously? As Su Shan stepped towards Jinyiwei, he did not falter. Cold-blooded, sensing the challenge, pointed an accusatory finger and warned, "I advise you to retreat behind the chief of punishments at once, or you shall bear the consequences." Bang! As Cold-blooded finished his words, Su Shan, taking another step forward, radiated an aura that instilled fear in all present. In an instant, the few elite members of the 6 doors who had been standing before Jinyiwei were violently pushed aside by an overwhelming force. Among the few who remained, only the 4th-rank master, Cold-blood, stood resolute. As the onlookers were gripped by terror, the figure of the Azure Dragon before them suddenly brightened with realization. Pure Yuan True Qi? A 3rd-rank grandmaster at the onset. The words of the Azure Dragon caused the crowd to collectively widen their eyes and swallow hard. A 3rd-rank grandmaster? How young he is. At such a tender age. He has already ascended to the ranks of the world's most formidable warriors. Just moments ago, they had been mocking the vice commander for his dubious origins. But now it appeared that the vice commander's title belied Su Shan's true prowess. Even the keen-eyed Azure Bird, who knew Su Shan best, was left dumbfounded. When she departed, the last display of Su Shan's strength was against the 5 monsters of Jiangnan. Had he not just begun to comprehend the power of celestial phenomena at that time? What a prodigy! Indeed, one would not expect that with cold goddess strength, I would need to hide behind Xing Tongji. I merely wish to inspect the wounds on Niu Jin's body. Upon hearing these words, both Jinyiwei and Zhang Cheng felt a surge of tension. At this moment, they could only hope for Cold-blood to become even more formidable. Thus, they deliberately raised their voices, proclaiming, "We of the 6 doors do not require your explanations." With the utterance of their words, Su Shan's aura intensified, amplifying significantly. 9 crimson streams of pure Yuan True Qi encircled him, and his thunderous voice reverberated throughout the venue. "You do not require it? But behind me, my deceased colleagues from the Jinyiwei demand this explanation." With his words, Su Shan's presence locked on to the entire assembly. Not only him, but the accompanying elite Jinyiwei also swiftly manifested their presence. "What do you mean by that?" As Cold-blood finished speaking, the Azure Dragon's force abruptly thrust him away from in front of Jinyiwei. Staggering back several steps, he was about to shout something when Su Shan, now directly facing Jinyiwei, had already made his move. With a swift motion, he sliced through Jinyiwei's outer garment and the bandages covering his wounds, revealing the gaping injury on his shoulder for all to see. Cold-blood, completely suppressed by the likes of the Azure Dragon and others, roared in frustration. His fury intensified upon witnessing Su Shan thrust the blade towards Jinyiwei. Splurt, splurt. The sound of the embroidered spring knife piercing through Jinyiwei's body, along with his agonizing screams, instantly reverberated throughout the venue. As the cold-blooded individual, consumed by true fury, prepared to strike like an ant attempting to shake a tree, Su Shan stepped forward, brandishing the bloodied embroidered spring knife, pointing it at the new and old wounds on Jinyiwei's body. "Cold God Catcher, would you be so kind as to take a look? Jinyiwei Catcher, what differences do you discern between these new and old wounds?" As Su Shan posed this question, the vast space fell into a brief silence, quickly followed by a chorus of gasps echoing around. The embroidered spring knife, elongated with a concave curve, inflicted a penetrating injury that was distinctly different from those caused by the weapons of the 6 doors and the bandits. Was it truly identical? According to Jinyiwei Catcher's previous testimony, weren't these injuries inflicted by the bandits? When this thought crossed the minds of the crowd, a terrifying notion began to take shape. It could also be a case of mistaken injury, perhaps. Let us examine the matter more directly. With that, Su Shan, without even turning his head, swung his arm. The sharp blade sliced through the clothing of Zhang Qing, who had just been defending Jinyiwei. In the next moment, the bandages wrapped around him exploded apart, revealing multiple claw-like gashes before the onlookers. These are the marks left by the vice captain's hidden weapon, the eagle claw hook. Indeed, this set of hidden weapons was crafted by me during my visit to the artisan workshop. The crowd erupted in astonishment once someone revealed the origin of those wounds. You were well prepared. Earlier, When the Jinyiwei examined the injuries, you covered the original wounds with fake skin, narrowly escaping detection. You utilized the secretive disguise technique of the 5 poison sect, the withered tree springing to life. Upon uttering these words, Shan turned to glare at the already dumbfounded cold-blooded figure and declared, "Cold God Catcher, I have provided the explanation you sought. When will the 6 doors offer their account to the town's governing authority?" With a resounding crash, Chapter 66, The Wisest Among Demons, the dragon's countenance brightens. In the face of Shan's inquiry, the cold-blooded figure, who had just been defending Jinyiwei-He, found himself at a loss for words, particularly when he sensed the overwhelming murderous intent emanating from Qinglong and others. He appeared utterly disoriented. He never anticipated that his own subordinate would betray the Jinyiwei under the guise of a thief. Xing Tongji, I was unaware of this matter, and slap. Before he could finish his sentence, Qinglong, raising his right arm, delivered a resounding slap to his cheek. Thud. The crowd felt no trace of Qinglong's true strength, yet with that single strike, he sent the 4th-grade Grandmaster cold-blooded figure flying several meters away. This singular display left Shan utterly astonished. Goodness! Just how formidable is my father-in-law? Such ferocity! Are we to forego any explanation to the town protectorate? Summon Jinyiwei. I demand my release today. The blood of the Imperial Guard cannot be shed in vain. The formidable presence of the Azure Dragon cast a brief silence over the gathering. It was not until Shan approached Jinyiwei-He and Zhang Qing that they belatedly questioned him. How did you come to know of the 5 poison sect secret technique? The withered tree blossoms in spring? And how did you suspect the 2 of us? Upon hearing this, Shan let out a cold snort. Would I divulge that it was because I ascended the heavenly phoenix body and the system rewarded me with this divine ability? Yet, one must maintain an air of arrogance. I have slain more guardians of the 5 poison sect than you 2 have ever encountered. The crowd, taken aback by Shan's words, could not suppress a collective swallow of disbelief. Amidst their skepticism, Shan added with a smirk, the heads of the Wheel King, Elder Ali, the 5 poisons boy, and fat-headed Luo were all presented to Xing Tongji as my initial greeting upon my arrival. The more one kills, the broader their horizons become. His tone was exceedingly calm, but the vast assembly fell into a profound silence. In that moment, the gazes directed at Shan were imbued with a mixture of awe and respect. Even the cold-blooded individuals who had just bared their teeth at him now stared in astonishment. The 5 poisons boy and fat-headed Luo were foes they believed they could vanquish. However, Elder Ali and the Wheel King were entities beyond their reach. As for how I discerned your identities, I would feel embarrassed to claim it was due to the prowess of the town protectorate. What a prodigy! The Azure Dragon mused, increasingly admiring Shan. Your inquiries have concluded. Now it is my turn. Was your earlier mockery intended to intensify the conflict between the 6 doors and the town protectorate? At this, Jinyiwei-He's pupils dilated slightly. Though he did not speak, his expression conveyed the answer to the crowd. Allow me to speculate on your motives. First, to obfuscate the truth, diverting the Imperial Guard's attention from the case itself, fearing exposure of your own misdeeds. And secondly, the Azure Dragon regarded Shan with admiration. To buy time, as long as the town protectorate remains unable to solve the case in the near term, the higher-ups will strip the Imperial Guard of their authority to investigate the Jinyiwei Villa. The current puppeteer must be seeking the Emperor's decree, creating a spectacle. Upon concluding his remarks, Shan elicited a hearty laugh from the Azure Dragon, who exclaimed, "The Eastern Depot is indeed seeking Imperial favor, while the Donlin Party is already orchestrating their own agenda." After the Azure Dragon concluded his remarks, the gazes directed towards Shan brimmed with admiration. Even before his arrival in the capital, he had been taken to the scene of the crime, where he, relying solely on his deductive reasoning and the scant clues available, had already discerned the trajectory of the situation. It was astonishingly formidable. At this moment, the blue bird, fixated on Shan's profile, harbored a peculiar sentiment in her eyes. Young, accomplished, capable, intelligent, and possessing remarkable courage. What man would not stir the hearts of young women? I have heard from the bluebird that you excel in interrogation. Their fates are of no concern to me, but I demand to know everything they possess in the shortest possible time. The Azure Dragon, patting Shan on the shoulder, spoke with a smile. Whether they be dead or alive, no secrets shall remain in my grasp. I admire your confidence. Take them away. Yes, to the Imperial Palace. To the study. Since Empress Jinyiwei assumed power, the Dowager Lin Ruoyan has seldom graced this place. However, today, to bolster her subordinate, she made her way here. Not only she, but several ministers of the cabinet also seem to have conspired to gather here at the same time. Your Majesty, while the Jinyiwei are indeed the Emperor's personal guards, their capabilities are quite limited. Such crucial evidence has, during transport, been destroyed by a few thieves. Not only has it cost us men, but it has also delayed the case. It is known that the incident at Jinyiwei Villa has become common knowledge throughout the city. If not handled promptly, it may tarnish the sacred name. Seated alongside the Empress, Lin Ryun merely initiated the discussion, and the cabinet ministers followed suit with fervor. The expression on Zhu Youwei's face was exceedingly strained as she feigned a smile and coldly inquired, "Then, according to the Dowager, who should be tasked with investigating this case?" In my view, a joint investigation by the Eastern Depot and the Six Doors would be more prudent. I concur. I concur. As soon as Lin Ruoyun finished her statement, several ministers eagerly echoed her. Is the Eastern Depot truly more reliable than my own guards? The displeased Zhu Youwei coldly retorted, Your Majesty, at this moment, the public has lost faith in the Jinyiwei. Thus, the Eastern Depot is more suitable. Just as Lin Ruoyun concluded her remark, Chao Zhongchun stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, this old servant shall not betray your trust. I fear that Chao Duxiang may be guilty of shouting thief while being one himself. Yuan Tiangang, accompanying the king, directly countered. Both are formidable figures in this realm, having engaged in both open and covert struggles for years. Your words have displeased me, Celestial Master. The Eastern Depot has no desire to wade through this murky water. Ultimately, is it not the incompetence of Yuan Tianggang's offspring that lies at the root of this matter? Chao Jingchuan's words were, to say the least, quite blunt. Your Majesty, Qilong from the Northern Town Guard has urgent news. Just then, Honggu outside the study spoke up. Urgent news? Announce it. Shortly thereafter, Qilong entered the hall. After paying homage to the Emperor, he went straight to the point. The case of the Jinyiwei being robbed has been solved. Is that true? Upon hearing this, Zhu Youwei rose with delight. Meanwhile, Chao Jingchun and the others nearby furrowed their brows with concern. It is absolutely true. After concluding his remarks, Qilong succinctly reported the case details. The Six Doors Golden Captor dares to betray my personal guards? Qilong. Yes, Your Majesty. I demand to know who his mastermind is. Understood. Who is responsible for this case? I shall reward him handsomely. The swift resolution of the case rejuvenated Zhu Youwei, dispelling her earlier despondency. The Emperor's countenance brightened, naturally inviting rewards. Returning to Your Majesty, the one who cracked this case is Su Shan, the newly appointed deputy Qianhu from the Yuhang town garrison. Who? Su Shan? Upon hearing this name, Zhu Youwei was visibly moved. Not only she, but even Yuan Tiangong's eyes gleamed with interest. Nearby, Lin Ruoyun and Chao Zhongchun exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with intense killing intent. Chapter 67. Promotion to Qianhu, the struggle for supremacy. Ahem. Yuan Tiangong's dry cough reminded Zhu Youwei of her lapse in composure. She quickly added, According to the reports from the Shangguan clerk, Su Shan is both brave and cunning, a masterful investigator. It appears he is indeed exceptional. Hearing this, Qilong generously praised. As the Shangguan clerk stated, he is truly remarkable. Excellent. I have heard he follows the path of the most rigorous martial arts. Indeed. Honggu. Present, Your Majesty. Bestow upon him the Xingyang sword from the Imperial Treasury. Promote him to Qianhu and thoroughly investigate the Jinyiwei Mountain Villa case. With this sword, I grant him the authority to act first and report later. The crowd was utterly astonished by the Empress's series of rewards. Setting aside the fact that the Xingyang sword resonates with the forces of nature, the phrase act first and report later implicitly granted Su Shan substantial authority. Unlike the proclamations issued in Yuhang, this time, the Empress publicly declared her edict in the presence of the Empress Dowager, cabinet ministers, and Chao Zhongchun. This is akin to bestowing a gilded exterior upon Su Shan. Fortune and misfortune intertwine. Now that Su Shan has entered the gaze of the higher echelons, he must also withstand even fiercer tempests. Half an hour later, Qilong returned to the North Town Prefecture. Upon his arrival, Deputy Huang Chaojie swiftly approached him. How did it go, Xing Tongji? What are the boys' methods? He inquired softly, gesturing towards the direction of the dungeon. Click, click, Huang Chaojie responded. His blade is steady, and his heart is ruthless. The spectacle was truly captivating. Didn't he confess? The secret agents of the Wudao sect, embedded within the Six Doors, had traced the clues and dismantled one of the Wudao sect strongholds in the capital. This stronghold served as a designated procurement site for the Imperial Vegetable Inspection Office. which had established connections with the Ministry of Internal Affairs and the Eastern Depot. Hearing this, Qinglong smiled. So, they were entangled in their own web, were they? They had no inkling of it. Haha. Let us pass this lead to Jinyiwei. The 6 doors owe us an explanation, do they not? Understood. Huang Chaojie added, moreover. According to Niuhe's account, the accomplices in their robbery appear to be desperate rogues nurtured by the Money Gang. Money Gang? The Northern Marquis? The Money Gang is the largest faction in the northern city, with its backer being one of the power holders in the capital's station military, the Northern Marquis. The city defense camp is under his command, making him one of the 3 pivotal forces controlling the situation in the capital alongside Lingbo Weibu. You shall personally dispatch someone to investigate. Yes, in the dungeon, the bloodied and battered Jinyiwei-He, on the brink of death, uttered, I have revealed all that I must. Grant me a swift end, Su Shan, grant me a swift end. With his words barely out, Su Shan, with a swift motion of his arm, severed the other's neck. As you wish. Ding dong. The host has fulfilled the wishes of the deceased members of the Jinyiwei. Task reward, 50 years of cultivation, the 18 dragon-subduing palms. Just as Su Shan prepared to conduct a spontaneous rehearsal, a series of footsteps approached, growing nearer. Su Shan, heed the decree. Your subordinate, your majesty grants permission. No need to kneel. After this, Qinglong unfurled the Imperial edict and recited it verbatim. Su Shan is promoted to the rank of Qianhu in the Jinyiwei and tasked with a thorough investigation of the Jinyiwei Mountain Villa case. He is bestowed with the precious Xinyang saber, which grants him the authority to execute first and report later. Your subordinate Su Shan acknowledges the decree. Upon receiving the edict and the treasured saber, the exuberant Qing Miao exclaimed, Father, with such a significant blunder from the 6 doors, is it not impossible for them to assist in this case any longer? Will the Jinyiwei monopolize the investigative authority henceforth? In response, Qinglong smiled and said, though the 6 doors have been sidelined, the Eastern Depot has been included. This case will henceforth be jointly investigated by the Jinyiwei and the Eastern Depot. Father, how can this be? In principle, it should not be the case that before the Qingyu could finish speaking, Su Shan, toying with his prized sword, coldly remarked, the so-called struggle in the halls of power is merely a process of mutual compromise between both parties. His Majesty should have obtained what she desired. It is clear. The newly appointed governor of Yuhang and this year's chief examiner of the spring imperial examination are both loyal to His Majesty. Upon hearing this, Su Shan instinctively interjected. Has the Donglin faction invested such considerable resources? The more they do so, does it not further indicate that the incident at Jinyiwei Mountain Villa involves extensive ramifications? When I left the palace, the Eastern Depot had already dispatched personnel to the crime scene forthwith. Hearing Qinglong's words, Su Shan jested, Sir Xingtongji. They truly treat people as mere livestock. I shall head to the scene immediately. Once this case is resolved, I will personally host a welcoming feast for you. Li Yuanfang, Wang Qinian to me. With Qinglong's commanding shout, 2 men clad in the garb of the Jinyiwei's deputy captain stepped forward. One was skilled in assassination and intelligence gathering, while the other excelled in tracking and possessed remarkable agility. Both were masters in their own right. They would each lead a team, ready to heed your command. As soon as Qinglong finished speaking, both men clasped their fists in salute, declaring, We pay our respects to Captain Su. TSK, what illustrious names indeed. Go prepare. A quarter of an hour later, they set off for Jinyiwei Mountain Villa. Understood. An hour later, dressed in a green official's robe, Su Shan led his contingent to the side of Jinyiwei Mountain Villa, now reduced to scorched earth and vague outlines. Yet, even in this state, the area was surrounded by the Eastern Depot's guards, who had arrived earlier. What are you few doing here? The Eastern Depot's guards barked. The Eastern Depot is investigating this case. No outsiders are permitted. As several junior officers dismounted, preparing to clear the way for Su Shan, the Eastern Depot's overseer, and Deson, shrieked in an absurdly high voice. We are under the command of Captain Su of the Town Protectorate, here to conduct a thorough investigation of the Jinyiwei Mountain Villa case. A thorough investigation of Jinyiwei Mountain Villa? We have not received such orders. Our directive is that no one, aside from the Eastern Depot guards, is allowed to set foot within Jinyiwei Mountain Villa. Once the opposing party arrogantly concluded their remarks, the junior officer negotiating with him turned pale with anger. What is the meaning of this? In response to Captain Su, the Eastern Depot claims it has not received orders to collaborate with the Jinyiwei on this investigation. They have barred us from entry. Upon hearing this, Su Shan chuckled. There is indeed a hierarchy in joint operations, especially in the matter of Jinyiwei Mountain Villa. The more control the Eastern Depot wields, the more convenient it becomes for them to obliterate any incriminating evidence. Not having received orders for a joint investigation, it is merely an excuse, leveraging their strength in numbers to deliberately exclude the Jinyiwei from the proceedings. The Eastern Depot is indeed overstepping its bounds. Li Yuanfang, keenly perceptive, spoke coldly, urging calmness, for the other was merely executing orders. Is it a command? Upon hearing Su Shan's words, and Deshan responded with a derisive laugh, indeed. With a swift motion, Su Shan seized a piece of paper and a pen from the accompanying scribe and flamboyantly inscribed the two characters for command. He then forcefully slapped it against the other's face. You have now received your command. Can you depart? You. Are you mocking us? As in Deshan angrily pointed and shouted at Su Shan, the irate Li Yuanfang, unable to contain his fury, swiftly drew his sword and severed in Deshan's outstretched finger. A piercing scream erupted from him, echoing throughout the estate. Hearing the commotion, Ma-Hu, the supervisor from the Eastern Depot, stormed in, fuming with rage. Upon seeing him, and Deshan clutched his injured hand and cried out with a quavering voice, Supervisor Ma, you must stand up for me. The Imperial guards resorted to violence without provocation. My finger has been severed. Ma-Hu, his face twisted in fury, roared. Those wretched Imperial guards, have they dared to defy the heavens? How dare you lay hands on someone from the Eastern Depot? Who is the leader here? Step forward. As Ma-Hu bellowed, Su Shan turned to face Li Yuanfang, who had just drawn his blade. My lord, I could not restrain myself. The fault lies with me. Hearing this, Su Shan took the embroidered spring blade from Li Yuanfang's hand. Examining the blood still staining the blade, he inquired nonchalantly. How did your superior teach you to wield a sword? What? The inquiry left not only Li Yuanfang but also Wang Qinian and others nearby in a state of astonishment. Is this truly how one uses the embroidered spring blade? At that moment, Ma-Hu charged forward, brimming with indignation. We are speaking with you. Are you pretending to be mute? In an instant, Su Shan, having turned with remarkable speed, cleaved downwards with his blade. In the next moment, Ma-Hu's body was torn asunder, splitting apart as if sliced by a machine. Blood splattered like ink across Deshan and the surrounding guards. After a brief silence filled with shock, the scene erupted into terrified screams, especially when the lifeless body of the careless individual collapsed to the left and right. The factory guards led by Deshan were so frightened that they stumbled back several paces. Some even fell to the ground. In stark contrast, Su Shan turned, brandishing his knife, and stepped forward to stand before Li Yuanfang. Gulp. Even the ruthless Li Yuanfang could not suppress a deep swallow upon meeting his superior's piercing gaze. This was the proper method of wielding the Sichuan knife. Having drawn his weapon, why should he allow the man to live? Was he waiting to settle the score in the autumn, seeking vengeance against his entire family? Su Shan's soul-searching inquiry left all the Jinyiwei present in a state of utter shock as they pondered the answer. With a casual toss, Su Shan returned the Sichuan knife to Li Yuanfang and calmly added, Go. Use the technique with which you just severed his finger to behead him. After bellowing this word with a fierce countenance before Su Shan, Li Yuanfang charged at Deshan with his blade. Without even glancing back, Su Shan surveyed the Jinyiwei in attendance. At that moment, a terrified scream from Deshan pierced the air. How dare you? We are among the 8 tigers of the Eastern Depot, under Lu Jin, the steward. Thud. Before the words could fully escape his lips, the taciturn Li Yuanfang ruthlessly severed his head. I report to you, my lord, Shan's head has been brought. Li Yuanfang, presenting the trophy beside Su Shan, bowed slightly. Clap, clap. Accompanied by Su Shan's lead, a bizarre and chilling applause erupted from the crowd. This is your first time accompanying me, Su Shan, on a field assignment. You may not be particularly familiar with my style of operation. I am not one for grand philosophies. I have 3 simple demands of you. First, obedience. Second, obedience. Third, still obedience. As long as you adhere to these 3 points, as long as I am alive, I shall shoulder the heavens. Do you understand? Understood. Upon hearing the weak response, Su Shan spread his arms and questioned. Have you not eaten? Understood. This time, the entire group of Imperial guards shouted in unison, their voices resounding like thunder. Get to work. Raise the slogan. After uttering these words, Su Shan turned and strode confidently forward. Following closely behind him, Wang Qinian, his neck veins bulging, bellowed at the top of his lungs. The Imperial guards are on duty. Those irrelevant shall vacate the premises. At this moment, the Jinyiwei, clad in resplendent attire, strode forward with heads held high and steps resonating with strength. In stark contrast, the once menacing guards of the Eastern Depot, who had bared their teeth at them, fell silent and subdued after the loss of their key figures, Ma Hu and Desan, faced with the Jinyiwei, whose very footsteps echoed with authority. The outnumbered guards of the Eastern Depot recoiled in horror, retreating step by step. Ultimately, with nowhere left to flee, they reluctantly ceded a pathway. Each one, gripping the hilt of their swords, stood on edge, fearful that a single misstep could ignite a violent confrontation. Clap. How could they dare to draw their blades when merely holding the hilt? What pretense of bravado were they attempting to maintain? Just then, the crisp sound of a slap drew Su Shan's attention, prompting him to turn. He beheld Wang Qinian delivering a sharp reprimand to the guards nearby. Such was the commanding presence. If they dared to glare, they would receive a slap in return. Stop and truly immerse yourselves in this palpable tension. At Su Shan's command, the air was filled with a cacophony of applause, echoing through the vicinity. In the capital, and even in Yingtian Prefecture, the guards of the Eastern Depot, who had previously basked in the favor of the esteemed Chao Duxiang, the Empress, and the elite of the Donglin Party, now lowered their heads, too intimidated to speak out. The gruesome sight of Desan and Ma Hu, their dismembered bodies still oozing blood, lingered in their minds. Remember this well. I do not concern myself with others. But as long as I, Su Shan, lead, every single one of you from the Eastern Depot must lower your heads in our presence. Unaccustomed to it, I shall remedy that. Are you attempting to intimidate me with your collaborative efforts? You behave as if you have never faced death. As Su Shan resumed his commanding stride forward, the humiliating episode for the Eastern Depot was momentarily concluded. Observing the imposing figures of the Jinyiwei retreat, a deputy officer, his face swollen from a slap, growled, "What are you all standing around for? Hurry back to the capital and summon Master Lu for vengeance." "Yes, we shall go at once." Some, paralyzed by fear, eagerly volunteered to distance themselves from this perilous place. "You few, remain here with me. Today, we cannot allow a single one of them to escape." Yes, Su Shan, with Master Lu's arrival, would soon witness whether his arrogance could withstand the test. Chapter 69, Restoring the Truth, Turning the Tide. At a scene of the crime that had been thoroughly investigated multiple times by the Jinyiwei, the Six Doors, in the Eastern Depot, Su Shan truly felt that leading the team might not reveal any significant clues. What truly drew him here was the fact that the bodies of the victims at Jinyiwei Villa remained in their original state. After his subordinates conducted a routine search once more, Su Shan led his team deeper into the premises. During this time, the accompanying scribe succinctly relayed the findings of previous colleagues' investigations. In total, 78 individuals had perished within the villa. Remarkably, 90% of them retained their pre-mortem condition. The coroner had detected chronic poison within their bodies, with the onset of toxicity occurring just before the fire ignited. Upon hearing this, Su Shan surveyed the ruins, which, despite being stripped to their framework, still exuded a grand aura, and quietly inquired, "What about the remaining 10%? They were all slain with a single stroke." The bodies of these individuals were discovered within a dark room. Once this was articulated, Su Shan turned to his companion Li Yuanfang and asked, "What do you think, Yuanfang?" "Huh? My lord, I see with my own eyes," replied the straightforward Li Yuanfang without hesitation. "Indeed?" Su Shan met his companion's earnest gaze and responded with a smile. "Your discerning eyes shine like stars, blinding many with their brilliance. Such scholarly acumen, my lord. My admiration for you flows like an unceasing river." As soon as Su Shan finished speaking, Wang Qinian chimed in with a sycophantic expression. "You certainly have a way with words. Do speak more often." With that remark, Su Shan, suppressing a chuckle, continued deeper into the villa. "Wait, Lord Wang. From which aspect did you discern that Su Qianhu is exceptionally learned? Blinding people's eyes? It seems illogical." Li Yuanfang, with utmost seriousness, pulled Wang Qinian aside for clarification. "Given that you, Lord Li, have already comprehended the celestial forces, it would not be excessive to regard him as a Qianhu. Why then does he remain merely a deputy Qianhu?" Upon hearing this, Li Yuanfang shook his head vigorously, resembling a rattle drum, and replied, "I do not know. When heaven intends to bestow great responsibilities upon a person, must they not first temper their resolve?" Chuckling derisively, Wang Qinian turned to see something that prompted him to approach Su Shan with renewed flattery. "Su Qianhu, watch your step. There are steps ahead." As they passed several corpses, Su Shan engaged in a symbolic communion with each of them, yet the clues gleaned were minuscule. Each individual had been busy one moment, only to perish suddenly the next. These two charred bodies have fused into one. They must not have led virtuous lives. In the depths of the backyard, behind the rockery, a female corpse remained seated, though beneath her lay a male corpse. Previously, this area had been a garden, obscured by the rockery, making their interaction difficult to detect. Now, the garden lay scorched, and the rockery had collapsed. Thus, the scene appeared particularly jarring. Shan, with a keen interest, observed as if he were watching a short film that connected them. As the visuals commenced, akin to a ride in a rickety carriage from a past life, the woman's expression was one of profound anguish. In that fleeting moment, a particular melody resonated within Shan's mind. Father's father is called grandfather. Just as Shan prepared to withdraw his mystical abilities and conclude his morbid amusement, the subsequent imagery compelled a solemn expression upon his face. Yu, do not move. There are others. As the man spoke, the woman instinctively crouched down. Almost immediately, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the back hall, not far from the artificial hill. From the woman's perspective, an elderly man was leading several individuals clad in black robes into the interior. Manager Lu, watch your step. Escort these individuals into the back hall, the elder commanded. Summoning one of the attendants, call for the remaining 6 managers. Inform them that someone from the owner has arrived for a clandestine meeting. Understood. Subsequently, several hurried figures entered the back hall. The toxicity suddenly manifested, and the man and woman collapsed lifelessly. The scene abruptly halted. This was certainly intriguing. Regaining his composure, Shan promptly strode towards the back hall, with the bewildered Wang Qinian and others hastily following suit. Sir Su. The Xingtongzi discovered the nearly incinerated documents within the secret room. The 9 individuals in this chamber did not perish from poisoning. They were all slain with their throats slit. Moreover, this location was one of several ignition points throughout the estate. As he entered the so-called secret room, Shan listened intently to Wang Qinian's recounting while simultaneously attempting to commune with the 9 individuals. Among them, 2 were of the guardian level, who had been caught off guard and summarily executed. Through the perspectives of the remaining 7, Shan reconstructed the events of that fateful night. Manager Lu, the files of certain officials from the capital who visited here are all contained within. Those of 3rd rank and above were preserved separately by the owner. In A's view, the head manager obsequiously addressed Lu Jin. All of it is here? There are no backups, correct? Even if you gave me 100 times the courage, I would not dare. All right, take everything that can be carried. Destroy anything that cannot be removed on site. Yes. With Lu Jin's command, his subordinates immediately set to work. Through the perspective of the 2nd manager, Shan also observed in Deshan, Ma Hu, and others. The ones investigating are the very culprits? No wonder the Eastern Bureau is so aggressive. Manager Lu, what has transpired? Your compatriot, Wu Jingsheng, the governor of Yuhang, is not only an undercover agent for the Japanese Black Dragon Society, but was also caught red-handed by the Jinyiwei. Before his appointment in Yuhang, he had previously come here to organize these documents for his employer. Although they were sealed, who could guarantee that he wouldn't divulge your secrets? With that, Lu Jin personally drew his weapon, eliminating the chief steward he was conversing with. The skilled members of the Eastern Factory also swiftly unsheathed their blades. Master Lu, we shall not utter a word. Sizzle. At this point, the scene completely vanished. Ding dong. The system announced a collective mission concerning the wishes of the stewards of Jinyiwei Villa. Mission details. Eliminate the executioners led by Lu Jin. Mission progress, 217. Task reward, 50 years of cultivation. There were 17 individuals poised to act. But after excluding the slain Andihan and Mahu, many remained. To ascertain their appearances, Shan repeatedly employed his divination skills, memorizing their features and identities. During this time, there was an unexpected gain. The scheming stewards conspired to fabricate false accounts, amassing a considerable sum of silver. Some had already been dispatched, while a substantial amount was concealed within the hidden compartments of the villa's eastern wing. This sudden visit from Lu Jin led them to suspect that their scheme had been exposed. They convened to unify their narrative. It was this segment that allowed Shan to grasp the crux of the matter. What they concealed could indeed be silver, but it might also include account books or backups of member information. As for how to articulate it, that relied solely on his eloquence. In this round, I shall turn the tables against the wind. Chapter 70. Fishing for evidence. Those willing shall take the bait. After Shan, who had been silent beside the corpse for a long while, abruptly rose to leave, Wang Qinian and the others who had been shadowing him quickly followed suit. Sir, have you made any discoveries? Upon hearing Wang Qinian's inquiry, Shan, while proceeding toward the eastern wing, replied, from the untarnished silks within the hidden room. It is evident that these individuals were prominent figures of Jinyiwei Villa. The culprits fled in haste following the sudden visit of the Jinyiwei, leaving some materials partially destroyed as they ignited a fire and rushed away. The 6 doors, the eastern factory. And the Jinyiwei had concentrated all their efforts on the rear courtyard and hidden rooms. Yet, they overlooked a crucial avenue of investigation. Following Su Shan's line of reasoning, Wang Qinian exclaimed, the personal belongings of these prominent figures. Hearing this, Li Yuanfang remarked in astonishment, but their quarters in the eastern wing were completely incinerated. If there are hidden rooms in the back hall, surely the residences of these eminent figures could also possess concealed compartments? After Wang Qinian articulated this, Li Yuanfang had an epiphany. Indeed, Yuanfang, I shall no longer inquire about your perspective. You are responsible for the killings and the dirty work. You are quite unlike the Yuanfang I remember. After jesting, Su Shan waved his hand and commanded, gather everyone. Even if we must dig 3 feet into the ground, we shall unearth something of value. Indeed, the sudden commotion of the Jinyiwei drew the attention of the East Factory's vice director, Jinyiwei, who could not suppress his curiosity. Due to their apprehension of the embroidered spring knives in the hands of their adversaries, they dared only to scale the wall and observe from a distance. Has the Jinyiwei overindulged in their feast? What are they so frantically excavating? Chuckled Jinyiwei. Hearing this, he scoffed. Desperate measures. They merely seek to showcase their efforts, so they can have something to report upon their return. With their haphazard digging, if they were to unearth anything, I would gladly stand on my head. Just as Jinyiwei confidently finished speaking, excited shouts erupted from the distant eastern wing. Lord Su, Lord Wang, there truly is a hidden compartment. Inside are several large chests. Upon hearing this, the East Factory guards atop the wall widened their eyes and instinctively turned to Jinyiwei, who had recently boasted with bravado. Each one bore an expression of eager anticipation. What are you all clamoring about? Are you unaware of the dogs behind the wall? Wang Qinian's furious roar snapped them back to reality. Dogs behind the wall? Hai Gong Gong, they are insulting us. We are not deaf. Have they truly stumbled upon a dead rat? Just then, a loud crash echoed as the first chest was hoisted up. Its weight caused the contents to spill forth. Silver? It was all gleaming silver. Quickly, secure the chest. The flustered Jinyiwei were observed with keen interest by Jinyiwei and his guards. There truly was something of value. How did they manage to discover it? Such doubts lingered in the minds of the guards. Meanwhile, the anxious Jinyiwei repeatedly glanced towards the official road, eagerly anticipating the arrival of his superior, Lu Jin. However, despite the Jinyiwei having already retrieved several large boxes, Lu's presence remained elusive. Why is Master Lu taking so long? You, hurry back to the city and inform Master Lu. If we delay any longer, the situation will worsen. Yes. After relocating and tallying the large boxes filled with gold and silver, Li Yuanfang voluntarily reported the approximate amounts to Su Shan. Captain Su, I estimate there are over 20,000 taels of silver in these boxes. Before Li could finish his report, Su Shan interjected, I am not interested in these items. Are there no account books or official documents of any kind? Upon hearing this, the forthright Li Yuanfang promptly replied, there are none. I specifically searched for them. This could be useful, Su Shan emphasized. My lord, there truly are none. The unwavering integrity of Li Yuanfang nearly provoked Su Shan into expletives. Deputy Xing, you were sent to assist me in investigating this case, not to serve as my comic relief. After Su Shan finished speaking, Wang Qinian quickly chimed in. If the Lord says there is, then there surely is. Moreover, it is comprehensive and far-reaching. Upon hearing these words, Su Shan smiled. Both of you remember this. Whether it is the Jinfu division or His Majesty, what they desire is never the process, but the outcome. The higher-ups want to convict the Eastern Factory and execute its personnel. Our task is to establish guilt and carry out the executions. As for the methods, they are of no consequence. Do you understand? In response, Li Yuanfang nodded earnestly. I understand, my lord. I truly comprehend this time. And I will not argue in the future. How endearing you are. Su Shan, amused despite his frustration, after saying this, conferred with the two for about 10 minutes. Afterward, even Wang Qinian was taken aback by the audacity of the plan. Is there a problem? No. Li Yuanfang promptly replied. Whoever the Lord declares guilty is indeed guilty. Whoever the Lord wishes to see dead must die. Yes, that is the spirit. Go and execute the plan. Qinian, you will handle the bait, Yuan Fong. Follow me to eliminate the target. Understood. The anxious Hai Dague, scratching his head in agitation, scanned around for Lu Jin's figure. However, instead of his superior, he spotted Wang Qinian rushing outside. With a cautious mind, Hai Dague concealed himself within the woods where the Jinyiwei tethered their horses. Holding his breath, he attuned his ears to the dimming twilight. Lord Wang, you must return to the town's governing office immediately and report to Chief Officer Xing. Master Su has discovered a backup of the official documents at the crime scene. This matter is of great significance. Ensure that Chief Officer Xing dispatches someone personally to assist. Remember, avoid the watchful eyes of those eunuchs. Understood. By the way, Wang Qinian said, casting a wary glance around, inform Chief Officer Xing that, for safety's sake, Master Su and I shall split our forces. The Lord will personally escort this list back to the capital via the narrow sky, while I will transport the gold and jewels to divert the eunuch's attention. Understood. Do not take the official road to avoid encountering reinforcements from the eastern depot. It is nearly dark. Ride swiftly and return promptly. At your command. With a soft thud, Wang Qinian turned after watching the Jinyiwei depart, his gaze penetrating as he cast a sidelong glance at the area where Hai Dague lay concealed. A cold and fierce smile curling at the corners of his lips. Chapter 71. The dog slaughtering plan unfolds. It was only after Wang Qinian had ventured far that Hai Dague cautiously emerged from the muck-laden hollow, struggling against the nauseating stench that assaulted his senses. However, for Hai Dague, the discomfort was worth it. He had gleaned crucial intelligence. The ensuing events unfolded precisely as Wang Qinian had described. The Jinyiwei, without further delay at the crime scene, promptly departed with several large boxes. Following closely behind, Hai Dague felt a surge of impatience as they diverged at a fork in the road. After about a stick of incense had burned, Lu Jin, one of the 8 tigers of the Eastern Depot, arrived with a delayed entourage. Upon his arrival, Hai Dague hurried to greet him. Master Lu, you have arrived. Where are the Jinyiwei? Lu Jin, glancing around, inquired directly. They left, did they? They left? We came via the official road and did not encounter them. They avoided the official road to evade an encounter with us. Upon hearing this, Lu Jin dismounted and questioned, did they truly uncover something significant? Absolutely. Several boxes of gold and jewels, and, Hai Dague added in a hushed tone, there are backups of official documents and the accounts of Jinyiwei Villa. With these words, Lu Jin felt a chill run down his spine, his head buzzing with the implications of what he had just heard. This matter, however, was entirely managed by him on behalf of the factory. Should any oversight occur, his life would be at stake. Is that truly the case? We have all witnessed it. The Jinyiwei has maintained a stringent watch over us. Fortunately, I remained vigilant and strategically planned in advance, which allowed us to ascertain their route back to the capital. Slap. Hai Dague intended to take credit for his efforts, but before he could finish his statement, Lu Jin seized him by the collar and delivered a sharp slap to his face. Oh dear, Lu. You have been rambling for so long without getting to the crux of the matter. Where's the person? Which route did they take? Shan, who personally escorted the official documents and account books, followed the narrow sky route. There was another path taken, meant to confuse us, which led to a sudden bang. Without allowing Hai Dague to complete his words, Lu Jin kicked him to the ground. Do I need to know where the other route leads? Pursue them. Yes. Today, Lu Jin was indeed delayed by pressing matters. Prior to this, he had a clandestine meeting with the deputy supervisor of the Ministry of Rights, Lu Hongfei, where they engaged in a profound discussion regarding the impending spring examination, employing both intimidation and persuasion. This is a matter of utmost importance entrusted by the factory supervisor. It is precisely for this reason that I was unable to arrive at the crime scene promptly. After all previous clues had been meticulously erased, and there were my own men monitoring the area. Yet, to my astonishment, the newly appointed captain of the Jinyiwei, Shan, not only eliminated my subordinates, but also uncovered critical information. Damn that wretched creature. You have placed us in a most precarious position. Hurry. Swiftly. Lu Jin appeared and vanished in a flash. At the scene remained only Hai Dague and a few factory guards, awkwardly standing there in the dust. Particularly for Lord Hai. Having endured the foul stench and the punishment, he had anticipated recognition from Lu for having gleaned such vital intelligence. However, the outcome was a slap to the face, a kick to the side, and spittle sprayed all over him. What is this all about? Lord Hai, what shall we do now? When the subordinates cautiously inquired, the furious Hai Dague bellowed, how would our family know? However, As soon as he uttered these words, an abrupt voice resonated from behind them. Since Lord Hai is uncertain of where to go, why not take a seat in the Zhaoyuan of the town protector's office? Huh. Upon hearing the voice, the remaining Hai Dagui and the guards instinctively turned to look. Leading the way was Wang Qinian, flanked by the Jinyiwei, who had completely surrounded them. Deputy Qinhu Wang? What do you intend to do? As stated, we invite you to the Zhaoyuan to experience the 10 most gruesome tortures of the town protector's office. After saying this with a smile, Wang Qinian gestured and commanded, arrest them all. Those who resist shall face death, without mercy. Yes, we are from the Eastern Factory. You have no authority to apprehend us. Slap. With several resounding slaps, Hai Dagui's already swollen cheek, previously bruised by Lu Jin, now resembled that of a pig's head. Take them away. After issuing this command, Wang Qinian mounted his horse. Gazing into the distance, he looked towards the direction of the narrow sky, murmuring as if to himself. The dog slaughter plan personally orchestrated by Lord Su has officially commenced. As Wang Qinian escorted Hai Dagui back to the capital, Lu Jin, riding at full speed, had already pursued deep into the heart of the narrow sky. From a distance, they could see the flickering torchlight on the winding path. Catch up to them and stop them. Yes, Master Lu, what shall we do next? A cold-voiced guard from the Eastern Factory inquired. What is there to discuss? If the Jinyiwei can fall victim to an ambush once, they can be ambushed again. We must eradicate them completely. Not a single one may escape. Understood. Swish. Bang. Nay. Just as Lu Jin led his men in pursuit of the torchlight, a sudden tripwire sprang up, halting the advance of their horses. In an instant, chaos ensued, with people and horses tumbling over one another. The anguished cries of the horses echoed throughout the narrow sky. An ambush. Whoosh. Instinctively, Lu Jin, separated from his horse, leaped back. Over a dozen capable guards followed suit, yet a few fell heavily to the ground. Before they could regain their senses, several shadowy figures materialized beside them. Swish. The crisp sound of throats being slit became the haunting melody in the dense forest. Meanwhile, the still airborne Lu Jin and his companions encountered a second wave of assaults. Whoosh. Hundreds of crossbow bolts formed an impenetrable net, cascading down upon Lu Jin and his men. Seek cover. Utilize your chi to block the arrows. Thud. Screams. Even though Lu Jin issued a warning at the first opportunity, several individuals fell victim to the merciless onslaught of crossbow bolts. Even Lu, the head of the establishment, found himself under the peculiar favor of the unseen puppeteer. Beneath the bloodthirsty blades, concealed was an imperceptible sword energy. When Lu Jin deflected several flying daggers with his blade and vital energy, this hidden sword energy forcefully pierced through his shoulder. With a thud, he staggered back a few steps, barely keeping himself upright. Witnessing this scene, the remaining 2 or 3 guards rushed to his side. This was the formidable crossbow of the Zhenfu division. Was it the Jinyiwei? Just as Lu Jin and his companions articulated the identity of the puppeteer, more than a dozen Jinyiwei clad in flying fish garments, accompanied by Su Shan and Li Yuanfang, encircled them completely. Chapter 72, a paragon of wisdom and valor, balancing benevolence and authority. Confronted by the Jinyiwei brandishing their blades, Lu Jin, clutching his wound, darkly intoned. Have you Jinyiwei rebelled against heaven? How dare you ambush the people of the Eastern Depot? How many heads do you possess? As soon as his words fell, Su Shan, with his hands clasped behind his back, responded with a serene smile. And what of you, Lu Jin? You have led men to massacre the Jingwei Mountain Manor and colluded with the Wadujio's spies to ambush my Jinyiwei. How many heads do you have? With a thunderous crash. As Su Shan finished speaking, Lu Jin's mind erupted in a cacophony. Yet upon reflection, whether regarding the massacre at Jingwei Mountain Manor or the collusion with the Wadujio, he had left no traces behind. What the other party spoke were merely conjectures and assumptions. Glancing at the azure official attire of his adversary, Lu Jin instinctively inquired. Su Shan? Names carry weight, shadows reveal truths. He was aware of the demise of his dear brother Gu Daong at the hands of Su Shan and his men in Yuhang. On the journey back to the capital, he had teamed up with Shangwan Yinner and Ji Gang to execute a clever ruse that had left the Eastern Depot in such a precarious position. Today, upon entering the capital, he had inadvertently dismantled all his plans. He never anticipated that his first encounter with his foe would unfold in such a manner. You impertinent wretch. How dare a castrated dog like you utter my master's name? Lu Jin had scarcely finished his words when Li Yuanfang interjected with a remarkable retort. This truly compelled Su Shan to cast a glance towards him, unable to suppress his amusement. Yuanfang, you have grown. You are increasingly embodying that essence. Su Shan's words indeed elicited a bashful smile from Li Yuanfang. Meanwhile, Lu Jin, who was publicly referred to as a castrated dog, wore a grimace of fury. Su Shan, you first brazenly executed my Eastern Depot's deputy at the Jinyiwei Villa, and now you lay in ambush here to slaughter my men while preparing to slander me. Colluding with the Five Poisons sect to massacre Jinyiwei Villa? How clever you are. As Lu Jin finished his tirade, Su Shan, casually cleaning his ears, responded with a smile. I am laying my cards on the table. I am done pretending. Whether it be accusations or the identity of the true culprit, I have but one declaration. I, Su Shan, the captain of the town guard, seek to claim the head of Lu Jin, the Eastern Depot's 8 tigers, to establish my authority. With his arms outstretched, Su Shan boldly proclaimed this, subsequently pointing at Lu Jin. He then added in a booming voice, Lu Jin, the overseer of the Eastern Depot, in an attempt to destroy evidence, launched a night raid against us, the Imperial Guards. Fellow comrades, we fought bravely, annihilating the invading foes. Our merits are outstanding and deserving of reward. I, Su Shan, the captain of the town guard, hereby petition for accolades on behalf of my esteemed colleagues. Upon Su Shan's declaration, Li Yuanfang and the others tightened their grips on their daggers, the sound of creaking echoing in the air, each waiting for their leader's command to advance and slay the enemy. Dear brothers, I have already prepared the petitions for accolades. Let the performance commence. With Su Shan's command, the Imperial Guards, led by Li Yuanfang, lunged at Lu Jin and his accomplices like wolves. In their eyes, these individuals were no longer the fearsome overseers of the Eastern Depot, but mere castrated dogs that could elevate their own ambitions. In the capital, it was a common sight for the depot guards to dominate the Imperial Guards. However, the tide had turned, as long as they followed the esteemed Su Shan. They would reap rewards, gain promotions, and slay those detestable foes. Kill. Leave not a single one alive. Li Yuanfang, already a master and well-versed in the forces of nature, would not have been merely a deputy captain had he not been somewhat dull and uncharismatic. After all, even Shangwan Yenner had achieved the position of advisor. Thus, he relentlessly pummeled the injured Lu Jin, with his already burdened body further ravaged. Lu Jin utilized the explosive force to distance himself from Li Yuanfang. Each breath he took was laborious, his eyes glaring with malice at the bloodthirsty Imperial Guards. The depot guards who had accompanied him were now decimated, leaving him utterly alone. You filthy dogs, even in death, I shall drag you down with me. As the words fell, Lu Jin produced a slender silver needle from his bosom and plunged it directly into his crown. In the next moment, a powerful torrent of energy surged forth, sweeping in all directions. The astute Li Yuanfang, having witnessed much, immediately halted his pursuit. His pupils dilated as he frantically shouted, "This is bad. He intends to self-destruct his Dantian. Protect Lord Su." With that exclamation, Li Yuanfang and his companions swiftly turned to encircle Su Shan, each unleashing their most formidable defensive techniques, determined to shield him from the impending devastation. However, just as they pivoted, a searing crimson blade of energy sliced through the darkness of the night, grazing Li Yuanfang's shoulder and aiming for the self-destructive Lu Jin. With a resounding crack, as the blade of energy descended, the group heard the ominous sound of Lu Jin's Dantian shattering. Then, with a thunderous boom, the dangerously formidable Lu Jin exploded before their eyes. In a cacophony of splattered limbs and a mist of blood, the onlookers were momentarily stunned. What a splendid blade! The words echoed as all eyes instinctively turned towards Su Shan, who, wielding the Zhengyang blade, offered unreserved praise. Had he truly subdued the intent to self-destruct Lu Jin with sheer strength? This is a manifestation of absolute dominance in the realm. Li Yuanfang, having comprehended the forces of celestial phenomena, lacks such profound depth. Yet, my esteemed lord effortlessly achieves this. With a resounding crash, the towering tree against which Lu Jin leaned collapsed amidst the astonishment of the crowd. Pure Yuan Qi? As Li Yuanfang, wide-eyed, sensed the lingering energy, he indirectly revealed Su Shan's true realm of mastery, the third-grade master level. My goodness, how young is he to possess such terrifying strength? Lord Su, you are formidable. Lord Su, you exude majesty. Lord Su, you are awe-inspiring. Planning the dog elimination scheme demonstrates wisdom, while showcasing his prowess embodies courage. Bestowing merit upon them signifies kindness, while overwhelming skill exemplifies might. A harmonious blend of wisdom and valor, kindness and authority. In this endeavor, Su Shan aims not merely to eliminate dogs, but to win the hearts of his subordinates. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for fulfilling the collective wish of the managers. Task reward, 50 years of cultivation. As the system's prompt echoed, Shan was arranging for someone to return with a report. Do you know how to report back? Understood. We fought valiantly and annihilated the bandits. However, in a desperate act, Lu Jin detonated his Dantian before his demise, destroying the evidence that Lord Su had painstakingly acquired. Please refine your words. Understood. Go ahead. Once the subordinate departed, Li Yuanfang cautiously inquired, Lord Su, we need not conceal these matters from Chief Xiong, do we? Do you think the dog elimination scheme ends here? The most thrilling segment lies in the capital. Simply killing dogs conveys no meaning. We must strike at their hearts. Chapter 73, Inflicting Pain, Not Mourning. In response to Li Yuanfang's bewildered expression, Shan gently patted his shoulder and smiled, saying, next time. When you hear something you cannot comprehend, simply respond with. Before Shan could finish, Li Yuanfang interjected, Lord Su, you are impressive. Yuanfang. You have learned to answer prematurely. Hiki. After teasing Li Yuanfang, Shan raised his voice to inquire, is everyone uninjured? No. Under the brilliant command of the esteemed Lord Su, we inflicted heavy losses on the enemy at no cost to ourselves. Yes, you should speak more. Praise Lord Su for me. Hearing this, Shan nearly burst out laughing, almost cursing in public. Then, in a teasing tone, he probed further. Is it truly that no one was injured? Already engaging in reverse thinking, Li Yuanfang began to ponder this statement seriously. Confused, he widened his eyes and cautiously asked, Lord Su, is there, or is there not? We fought valiantly, vanquishing the enemy, yet each of us bore grievous wounds. Li Yuanfang, outnumbered 100 to 1, bore multiple stab wounds, yet he persevered through the agony to continue the fight. Lu Ming from the second squad, despite suffering from a flare-up of his hemorrhoids, remained steadfast on the battlefield. Zhang San from the third squad, Li Si from the fourth, and Wang Ermazai from the fifth squad each delivered a poignant tale of their desperate counteroffensives. Surely, given the vast wealth of gold and jewels we have seized, we ought to allocate at least half to tend to our injuries, no? With a thud, upon hearing Shan's impassioned declaration, Zhang San, whose pinky was scratched, and Li Si felt their injuries were far too severe. Even the spring blade in their hands slipped from their grasp. Alas! Slap! Coming to their senses, Wang Ermazai and Lu Ming delivered a heavy slap to their own foreheads. Another concussion added to the tally. Come, each of you, step forward to register your injuries. As Shan finished speaking, Li Yuanfang stepped forward and declared, Lord Su, even with my intestines exposed, I wrapped them around my waist thrice and continued to fight valiantly. Lord Su, I was struck by a treacherous blow that nearly extracted my heart. Yet, what of it? I still faced the enemy head-on. Oh, Lord Su. The villain severed my head and sent it flying across the river, driven by the thought that the Imperial guards cannot afford to lose. I retrieved it and resumed the battle. Lord Su, my very bowels trailed along the ground, but thinking of your Majesty's favor and your expectations of me, I managed to tuck them back in and continued to engage the foe. Shan, bemused, tossed the paper and pen to them, exclaiming, I asked you to report your injuries, not your demise. Can we not be a tad more sensible? With all this talk of intestines wrapped around waists, severed heads, and extracted hearts, those who know me will think I dwell in a realm of high martial arts. Those who do not will believe I am amidst the tales of the investiture of the gods. You there, with your bowels dragging on the ground, come here. Let me see where you've tucked them back in. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Yuanfang, keep an eye on them as they register. Let us maintain some decorum. Yes. While they busied themselves documenting their injuries, Shan walked alone towards the dismembered corpse of Lu Jin. Upon locating the head, he began to investigate what Lu Jin had been up to just an hour or two prior. Is this at the Lu residence? Lu Hongfei, the Vice Minister of Rights? Instead of securing the scene at Jinyiwei Villa, he has come here? Surely, no good can come of this. Murmuring to himself, Shan, from Lu Jin's perspective, commenced his probing. Vice Minister Lu, I hope you will cooperate during this spring examination. There are those above who wish for the Emperor's inaugural hosting of the examination to not unfold as he desires. Understood. All is comprehended. Lu Hongfei, merely an affiliate of the Donglin party, hails from a prestigious lineage. Thus, he possesses considerable autonomy in discourse. It is precisely for this reason that Lu Jin represents the Eastern Depot to engage him in profound conversation. Lu Zhangshi, he candidly stated, I truly wish to avoid embroiling myself in party disputes. Furthermore, your so-called cooperation could very well lead to execution. Lu Hongfei promptly made his stance clear, evidently well prepared. Lu Jin, unfazed by this rejection, responded with measured calmness. Lu Xiaojian, have there not been enough executions already? What do you mean by that, Lu Zhangshi? At this remark, Lu Hongfei, visibly displeased, directly questioned him. The Yangji Institute under the Ministry of Rights has reported a consistent decline of several children each year in recent times. Lu Xiaojian, where do you suppose they have gone? Would you like the Eastern Depot to assist in an investigation? With a resounding bang and a cacophony of clattering furniture, Lu Hongfei, who had previously been composed, abruptly rose to his feet. From Lu Jin's perspective, Shan could clearly perceive the tension and fear etched on his face. The Yangji Institute? A welfare institution for the care of the elderly and orphans. It is indeed a subordinate entity of the Ministry of Rights. Why, Lu Hongfei? Are you so agitated over the disappearance of a mere 10 children annually? Calm yourself, Lu Xiaojian, Lu Jin interjected. The Eastern Depot and the Ministry of Rights have always supported one another. I hope we can collaborate harmoniously on this matter. After Lu Jin concluded his remarks, the previously defiant Lu Hongfei slumped back into his chair, utterly devoid of strength. What do you require of me, Eastern Depot? At the appropriate time, someone will reach out to you. All you need to do is facilitate the process. The ensuing dialogue held little of interest for Shan, being merely about the Eastern Depot seeking Lu Jin to jointly march towards Jinyiwei Villa. It seems Lu Hongfei of the Yangji Institute and the Ministry of Rights has indeed caught a significant fish. After muttering this to himself, Shan called out, Yuan Fang. Here, gather a few sharp-witted brothers to assist me in investigating the Yangji Institute. After issuing succinct instructions, he added, remember, conduct the inquiry discreetly, do not alert others. Our team specializes in intelligence gathering and case investigation. As Shan set about arranging for his men, the pivotal phase of the dog slaughter plan formally commenced. Within the confines of the North Town Pacification Office's prison, Hai Dagui, bound in Xingtai, screamed in despair, Lord Wang, what I speak is the absolute truth. Lu Zhangshi instructed us that regardless of who retrieves anything from Jinyiwei Villa, it must be destroyed on the spot. Dare to resist, and even the illustrious Jinyiwei shall face dire consequences. Furthermore, regarding the fire at Jinyiwei Villa that night, I did not leave the palace. But I can assure you that Master Lu was dispatched to the scene. Upon finishing this proclamation, in a concealed chamber adjacent to the torture room, the perspiring director Wei Zhongxian, trembling with anxiety, addressed the prominent figures behind him in a croaky voice. This is utter nonsense. It is a coerced confession. Chapter 74. Interconnected Threads, Murder and Malice. Xing Tongji, you summoned me here to witness this farce, and yet you have also invited the esteemed head of the censorate, Elder Lai, to join in this mockery? What are your true intentions? The furious Wei Zhongxian screamed towards the Qinglong, seated in the foremost position. The veteran minister of two reigns, Cabinet Elder Lai Mingqing, spoke with a stern countenance. Director Wei, I have indeed heard of the East Factory's overbearing nature. No, Elder Lai. This is clearly a frame-up. Our East Factory can arbitrarily detain a Jinyiwei and extract a confession, only to summon you as a witness? What you will hear are merely these confessions, Wei Zhongxian retorted. After his declaration, Qinglong, with a smile, replied, Director Wei, there is no need for such agitation. If this were the sole reason, I would not dare to invite Elder Lai and you to the Northern Pacification Office. Commander Shan of the Pacification Office was ordered to investigate the Jinyiwei Villa case. Although the scene had been thoroughly incinerated, they still discovered several boxes of gold, silver, and jewels, as well as documentation detailing the peculiar preferences catered to these officials within the secret compartments of the Eastern Chamber. Gulch. Upon hearing this, the previously frantic Wei Zhongxian could not help but swallow hard. He knew all too well what the exposure of such documents would imply. How does Lu Jin conduct his affairs? Was everything not already arranged? Why is there still a backup? This matter is of great significance and touches upon numerous aspects. If it were solely left to my town's pacification office to investigate, it would undoubtedly provoke public outcry. Thus, I have invited the Eastern Depot and the Six Doors to collaborate on this case, with the inspectorate overseeing the entire process. After Qinglong leisurely articulated these points, Wei Zhongxian felt a chill run down his spine. Lai Mingcheng, renowned for his integrity during the previous emperor's reign, held greater esteem in the Ming dynasty than even the chief assistant, Lin Ruopu. Consequently, the inspectorate he led instilled both fear and profound respect among various institutions and officials. Lord Lai, we have received new developments regarding the assassination of the Jinyiwei reported Jinyiwei. It is indeed true that the 5 poison sect spies were involved. But the location from which they were dispatched is a designated procurement site of the Vegetable Procurement Office, closely associated with the Eastern Depot's Lu. This serves as evidence of their clandestine dealings. Upon presenting the evidence, Wei Zhongxian erupted in fury, retorting, Jinyiwei, your 6 doors have harbored traitors. Do not cast aspersions upon the Eastern Depot. He was desperate to dissociate himself from the situation, having already felt a growing sense of crisis. Just as his words concluded, a shrill shout echoed from the interrogation chamber. Lord Wang, there is yet another matter. I overheard that you will be escorting documents back to the capital from One Line Sky to report to Lu. He is currently leading a team to intercept. The Jinyiwei must act swiftly to rescue. Does this count as meritorious service despite my crimes? Bang! In the dark room, Lai Mingqing rose abruptly, glaring furiously at Wei Zhongxian. In this moment, Wei Chonggong truly felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness, completely at the mercy of others. A conspiracy. A blatant conspiracy. Wei Zhongxian. Should any unforeseen event occur while escorting the documents with the Jinyiwei, I, the Grand Minister, shall surely advocate for the abolition of the Eastern Depot at tomorrow's morning court session. Just as Lai Mingqing finished his proclamation, a flurry of urgent footsteps echoed from outside the dark chamber. Xing Tongji, what is the matter? Su Qianhu has urgently dispatched someone to report back. Where are the others? An incident has occurred. What? Upon hearing this, Qinglong immediately dashed outside, closely followed by Lai Mingqing and Jinyiwei. The last to exit was Wei Zhongxian, who, from a distance, spotted a bloody Jinyiwei being supported as he approached. Xing Tongji, what has transpired? On our journey back to the capital with the documents, we were ambushed by Lu Jin, the head of the Eastern Depot, who led his men to intercept us. Under the valiant leadership of Lord Su, we fought fiercely against them. And the result? Where is Lord Su? Qinglong bellowed in inquiry. Lord Su, gravely injured, managed to lead us to annihilate the enemy, but before Lu Jin met his end, he detonated the box of documents he was clutching, obliterating everything we had painstakingly retrieved into mere fragments. Despite his sorrow and severe wounds, Lord Su endeavored to regroup the remnants while searching through the debris in hopes of salvaging something useful. He specifically sent me back to report. Xing Tongji, you must take a stand for us. The portrayal of the Imperial Guard by the Oscar-winning actor elevates the entire dog slaughter plan to a crescendo, simultaneously propelling the incident into extremes. As he was about to finish his statement, the furious Qinglong unleashed his internal energy. A tempest of murderous intent surging forth as he fixed his gaze upon Wei Zhongxian. When Wei Zhongxian gritted his teeth and uttered those 3 words, Qinglong was already inclined to draw his sword. Xing Tongji, no. Lai Mingqiang hastily stepped forward, placing his mortal body as a shield before him. Jinyiwei, standing beside Qinglong, firmly grasped his arm and said, Qinglong, this matter will certainly be addressed by Elder Lai on behalf of the Imperial Guard. Upon hearing Jinyiwei's words, Lai Mingqiang, with a serious expression, declared, this elder promises you, I shall not involve myself with the Eastern Factory, and I will not rest until justice is served. The pressing issue now is to promptly send someone to retrieve the injured for proper care. Indeed, it was only after the dual persuasion of Lai Mingqing and Jinyiwei that Qinglong reigned in his murderous intent. After dispatching someone to bring back Su Shan and the others, he pointed his spear with fury at Wei Zhongxian, stating, this matter will be etched in the memories of our town protector's office. In the future, we shall repay this 100-fold. Wei Zhongxian, rendered speechless, slinked away from the united Imperial Guards, leaving in a dejected manner. Even after exiting the northern town protector's office, his scalp tingled and his mind buzzed with confusion. Once he regained his composure, he reflected upon the entirety of the opponent's scheme, from the sudden emergence of evidence to the alternate route back to the capital, and then luring them into the fray. Each element was intricately interlinked. After Lu Jin self-destructed while holding the evidence, the loop was entirely closed. Killing his men from the Eastern Factory was tantamount to striking at the very heart of it. Now, could one claim that the incident at Jinyiwei Mountain Villa had nothing to do with the Eastern Factory? Not even a dog would believe such a claim. This is akin to smearing yellow mud in one's trousers rather than excrement. Nonetheless, it is still excrement. He anticipated that during tomorrow's morning court session, the censors, led by Lai Ming, would hastily seek to impeach the Eastern Depot. To kill with malice? How ruthless! Has the Celestial Master personally intervened? All current concerns have been cast aside. What remains is to swiftly return to the palace and seek assistance from his own supervisor and the Empress Dowager. This incident has been perpetually escalating through various channels across the vast capital. Chapter 75. New Position, Subtle Undermining. The sharp sound of a slap resonated through the Yongshou Palace in an instant. Wei Zhongxian, nearly at the 6th grade master level, fell heavily outside the palace like a kite severed from its string. The palace maids and eunuchs stationed inside and out all bowed their heads, unwilling to meet his gaze. Even Yu Huatian, the head of the Western Depot, stood there like a mere lackey, not daring to breathe. A perfectly good hand has been utterly shattered. Take your 6 sick cats to guard the royal tomb. Unless summoned by me, you are not permitted to enter the palace. Hearing Lin Ruyun's words, just as Wei Zhongxian was about to speak again, Chao Jingchun coldly remarked, "Shouldn't you express your gratitude?" The old servant knelt, thanking the Empress Dowager for her grace. As Wei Zhongxian uttered these words, Chao Jingchun, bending down, retrieved the shattered ring for the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager's primordial essence has further advanced. How delightful! Alas, since the recent events in Yuhang, nothing has brought me solace. What is there to celebrate? I heard that it was that Qianhu from Yuhang who contributed to the pacification office? Yes. What was his name again? Forget it. Hearing the name of a dead man brings ill fortune. Upon hearing this, Chao Jingchun lowered his head and replied, "The old servant knows what to do." Lazily reclining on the bed, Lin Ruyun, whose every glance and smile radiated allure, softly added, "In this round, the Celestial Master has severed your arm. In the next round, do ensure I do not hear any ill tidings." This is the list of candidates for this year's spring examination. As the Empress Dowager spoke, a matron presented a folded document with both hands to Chao Jingchun. Yes, the old servant will take his leave now. Once Chao Jingchun departed from Yongshou Palace, his hunched figure instantly stood upright. Wei Zhongxian, who had been waiting outside, approached with his piggish face. "Supervisor, without the Eastern Depot. Are you not the right arm of the supervisor?" "Ah? Transitioning from light to darkness is not necessarily a bad thing. You must personally send someone to monitor the officials of the Ministry of Rights, especially that junior official Lu Hongfei, who oversees the logistics of the spring examinations. He is crucial." "Understood. Dispatch someone to Jiangnan. All individuals associated with Jingshan Villa must vanish." "Comprehended." Once Wei Zhongxian hastily departed, Chao Jingchun summoned Yu Huatian to his side and declared, "The Empress Dowager has spoken. Su Shan must perish. The rightful king of the 5 poison sect has entered the capital. This carries significant weight. Make the necessary arrangements, and ensure that Qing Long and Yuan Tiangang do not uncover any incriminating evidence." "Understood." In the Imperial study, the Celestial Master was questioned, "Is this scheme not of your design?" Jinyiwei, who had initially believed that Yuan Tiangang was orchestrating this plot, was taken aback upon hearing the news. Even Honggu, accompanying her, and Shangguan Yin'er, adorned in the garb of a deputy commander of the Imperial Guard, furrowed their brows in concern. "Indeed, it was not my doing. Yet, this scheme is remarkably intricate." Just as Yuan Tiangang finished speaking, a gentle voice from the outer chamber announced, "Your Majesty, Celestial Master, the individual has arrived. Summon them." Shortly thereafter, a figure clad in a black robe slowly entered the hall. "I am Wang Qinian, here to pay my respects to your Majesty. There is no need for such formalities." "Wang Qinian," I inquire, "did this plan originate from Qinglong?" In response to the Celestial Master's words, it was not. It was conceived by Su Qianhu. "Who? Su Shan? Mengde? Pray, elaborate on the matter." Wang Qinian, already adept in expression, vividly recounted how Su Shan led the charge, slaying dogs before the Jinyiwei Villa, and how he discovered the stash of stolen silver. His excitement peaked when discussing the dog slaughter plan. Lord Su stated that both the Emperor and the Celestial Master seek results, not the process. He further remarked that we are the Emperor's personal guards, and our life's ambition is to prostrate ourselves and cleanse the Emperor of any disgrace. Thus, we devised the dog slaughter plan accordingly. Su Shan interjected, "That was not my assertion." Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuwei, her countenance beaming with delight, exclaimed, "Good." Thrice, adding, "A loyal minister, my champion of revival. Truly, a man worthy of the throne. I shall reward him generously." Aside from Zhu Yuwei, the one most secretly pleased was Shangguan Yin'er, who felt a persistent tug at her heartstrings. As various factions in the capital reveled in the unfolding scheme, the mastermind behind the dog slaughter plan, the principal architect and leading man, Su Mingde, wore a sycophantic smile as he presented a petition for merit before Qin Long. "Why do you not seize it for yourself? To take half of the ill-gotten silver and yet be promoted? Have you heard that Xing Tongji is a devout Buddhist? I have specially reserved a jade-faced golden Buddha for you. As he spoke, Shan placed the precious jade-faced golden Buddha before Qinglong. You intend to use this to test the officials? What do you see inscribed behind me? Upon hearing this, Shan gazed upward, illuminated by the candlelight. A harlot? This is much easier. Bang. This is pronounced Tongdong. Puff. After shouting this indignantly, Qinglong couldn't help but chuckle. The young rascal is set to head a department at the Northern Town Pacification Office, a position typically reserved for someone of the 1,000 household rank. The virtuous Su Qianhu. To which department do you intend to be assigned? I am merely a brick in the Criminal Justice Department, to be placed wherever needed. Do you see this petition for merit? The Inspection Department? That one? The same department notorious for confiscation, treated like a plaything by officials from the capital? Not even a dog would go there. Upon hearing this, Qilong closed the petition with a serious demeanor, stating, I will further examine this document. Su Qianhu. You are required to compose a written self-critique regarding your bribery of this humble official, the jade-faced golden Buddha. It must be no less than 500,000 words. How much? Even if I transcribed the entirety of the spring and autumn annals and the analects, it would not amount to 500,000 words. That is your concern. My word. TSK. This jade-faced golden Buddha only becomes more captivating upon closer inspection, evoking an irresistible allure. I have one request. Release. Allow Qingyao to accompany me to my new post. Li Yuanfang and Wang Qinian must not be absent either. What are you staring at? Bringing Qingyao along is my way of ensuring I can manage those young lords. Agreed. Upon hearing those 3 words, Su Shan's face broke into a wicked grin. Xingbaihu. Do you understand what the term hidden rules entails? Tomorrow, black stockings. The day after, uniforms. This is the most basic attire requirement for you. Oh, and by the way, each department has a limit on personnel, especially the inspection department, 1 carat, 1 hole. If you wish to petition for your brothers, pull a few out. And I will approve a few. Furthermore, I have already spread the word about your imminent appointment and the impending overhaul of the inspection department. Those spoiled young lords are sharpening their knives in anticipation, particularly Lu Feng, whom you deceived in Yuhang. He is the second son of Lu Hongfei, the Vice Minister of Rights. Privately, he has already made some harsh remarks. After Qinglong finished speaking, Su Shan, wearing a forced smile, gave him a thumbs up. As he turned to leave, he muttered, If I don't make your daughter miss her period for 10 months, I would be unworthy of the name Mingda. Chapter 76, a step further at 100 feet high. Not long after Su Shan departed, Qingyao hurriedly walked in. Father, there are rumors outside that you have appointed Su Shan to take over the inspection department? Yes, replied Qinglong. Still enamored by the jade-faced golden Buddha, his voice nasal. Having achieved such a significant merit, is it not somewhat disheartening? Furthermore, both the Celestial Master and His Majesty have high expectations of me. Before the Azure Bird could finish speaking, the Azure Dragon interjected. This is the intention of the Heavenly Master. In the midst of the Azure Bird's confusion, the Azure Dragon continued, Do you not comprehend? With Su Shan's strength and cunning, he possesses the potential to become a powerful minister. However, prior to that, he must remain a solitary minister. Once he has streamlined the inspection division, he will have offended most of the officials in the capital. This is a positive development. The Heavenly Master is nurturing and tempering him in the manner of a successor. In the future, it is possible that he may occupy the chair of our town protector's office. Though night had fallen, the Lu residence in the capital was brightly lit. Lu Feng's elder brother, Lu Nang, hosted a banquet for his brothers and colleagues from the inspection division. After several rounds of drinks, Lu Nang, serving as a vice general in the city defense camp, raised his cup and spoke coldly. My brother, though somewhat impulsive, possesses a generous and magnanimous spirit, unconcerned with trivialities. I had intended to send him to Yuhang to garner some achievements. Who would have thought that he would be harmed by treacherous individuals? Leaving him unable to care for himself now? What is more intriguing is that this traitor will brazenly take over the inspection division tomorrow. Swish. As soon as Lu Nung finished speaking, Shan, the vice chief responsible for the inspection division, stood up with his cup in hand. There is no need for further words, General Lu. A mere country bumpkin from Yuhang wishes to command the inspection division? At the outset of his appointment tomorrow, I shall give him a harsh lesson to remind him whose territory this is. Upon hearing this, Lu Nang patted his shoulder. Is one harsh lesson truly sufficient? Upon hearing his words, Lu Feng's superior, Ma Rulong, immediately stood up. General Lu, what would you have us do? The brothers shall not utter a single word in vain. Excellent. I am grateful for your trust. Rest assured, my plan will not affect you while ensuring that Shan pays his debts in blood. Having just arrived and already surrounded by enemies, Shan remained wholly unconcerned with them. What does not kill you will ultimately make you stronger. It is with this belief that he ascended to the third rank of master within half a year of donning the Ming attire. True strength is the foundation of his existence. He has channeled a century's worth of cultivation into the dragon subduing 18 palms. Upon accessing the panel, Shan channeled the cultivation accumulated from the previous 2 tasks entirely into the newly acquired martial art, the dragon subduing 18 palms. This martial art consists of a total of 6 moves and 18 techniques, simplified version. From the dragon in regret, flying dragon in the sky, to double dragons fetching water, divine dragon waving its tail, and finally, dragon battles in the wild, and 6 dragons in rotation. As one of the pinnacle external martial arts, the dragon subduing 18 palms embodies the utmost masculinity in the world. It aligns perfectly with Shan's innate pure yang body and the 9 yang divine skill. In the first year of refining the dragon subduing 18 palms, with an exquisite internal cultivation method and an innate pure yang body, he swiftly grasped the essence of dragon in regret. 2 decades have gracefully passed, during which you have profoundly grasped the essence of this martial art. The crux lies in the mastery of strength and energy. With effortless command, you soar like a dragon in the heavens, and the technique of the twin dragons drawing water has become second nature. Time slips by swiftly. A whole generation has flown past. In your quest to simplify complexity, you have comprehended the profound mysteries of this practice, achieving a perfect execution akin to a divine dragon's tail. As the battle unfolds in the wilderness, you find yourself increasingly at ease. After a century of refinement, the heavens reward diligence. The 6 dragons whirl, shimmering with brilliance, as the simulation concludes with a resounding boom. In that fleeting moment marked by the final alert of the system, Shan suddenly opens his eyes wide and leaps into action. In an instant, he channels his true energy, and the 6 dragons entwine around his arms. Coupled with the 9 yang divine art, several blazing, crimson dragon heads open their cavernous mouths, lunging towards the artificial mountain in the backyard. With a thunderous crash, the once towering structure is reduced to ashes. Remarkably, this was merely the result of Shan tempering his true energy. In the realm of a 4th-tier master, with such unparalleled external martial arts at my disposal, along with the 9 yang scriptures and numerous extraordinary techniques, I am invincible below the 6th tier. Should I forcibly amplify my strength through the 6 meridians pulsing acupoints, I would possess the power to contend even above the 6th tier. It is essential to understand that the master realm is delineated by 3 critical thresholds: the 3rd tier, the 6th tier, and the 9th tier, corresponding to the forces of celestial phenomena, pure original qi, and chaotic primordial qi, respectively, with pure original qi augmented by the 6 meridians pulsing acupoints. Shan has attained the capability to confront masters wielding chaotic primordial qi. Should this information leak, it would surely astonish many. What celestial prodigy or sovereign of fortune could possibly stand before him as an equal? The following morning, Shan set forth with Wang Qinian, Li Yuanfang, and Qingyao, making their way to the inspection department nestled in the alleys of North Street. As one of the few entities independent of the Northern Pacification Office, the inspection department wielded the power to investigate cases, conduct searches, and imprison individuals. It was the most powerful among the 10 divisions of the Pacification Office, yet it was also the most disreputable. Upon their arrival, Shan and his companions found only a handful of people loitering at the entrance. At the forefront stood a man adorned in the official attire of a trial inspector. Although he was unfamiliar with Shan, he recognized Qingyao. Upon their arrival, he promptly approached and declared, "Trial Inspector Deng Ziyue of the Inspection Department, accompanied by the Imperial Guards, pays his respects to Chief Su, Deputy Chief Wang, Deputy Chief Li, and Inspector Xing." Deng Ziyue? That name rings a bell, Shan murmured softly as he dismounted. "Sir, Deng was previously a lieutenant at the border garrison. Discontent with his superiors who profited from ghost soldiers, he reported them but was subsequently hunted down. After carving a bloody path to survival, he was rescued by the Inspector of Punishments. Lord Wang, let us not dwell on this matter. It was my youthful ignorance that spoke so carelessly." Deng Ziyue's posture had become hunched, his demeanor obsequious. Time and circumstance had dulled his edges and caused him to forget the uprightness of his former self. "What of the others? I recall that the inspection department is overseen by a deputy chief," Shan inquired. "Are you referring to Shan, Deputy Chief Shan?" He has taken his men to investigate a case, came the response. Investigate a case? At this statement, both Shan and Jinyiwei furrowed their brows. What case could they be investigating? It would be a feat if these bureaucrats could even muster a proper roll call. At that moment, a cacophony of galloping hooves echoed from the end of North Street. Turning their gaze, they beheld dozens of Imperial guards, resplendent in their attire, charging toward them. At the forefront was none other than Shan, his face flushed with drink. Investigate a case? More like he's been out drinking. Get out of my way. All of you. The horses are spooked. They could trample someone to death without consequence. As he bellowed this, Shan thundered forward on horseback toward Shan. Protect the Lord. Upon witnessing this, Li Yuanfang, Wang Qinian, and the others instinctively positioned themselves in front of Shan. Yet, Shan showed no signs of retreat. Rather, he spurred his horse onward, determined to charge straight ahead. In his mind, while Shan's position as a chief indicated his strength. Rumors abounded both outside and within the pacification office that he had sustained severe injuries during a confrontation with Lu Jin, one of the 8 tigers of the Eastern Factory, the previous night. Moreover, the injury had been inflicted by the explosion of the opponent's dantian. This irreversible damage will take at least a year and a half to heal. It is precisely for this reason that Shan, who prides himself on his mastery, dares to act so recklessly. How can a newly appointed commander, on his very first day, hide behind his subordinates? How will you manage in the inspection division from now on? However, while ideals may be grand, reality is often starkly different. When Shan, mounted and galloping forward, broke through the ranks of Li Yuanfang, Wang Qinian, and others, Shan boldly pushed them aside. Remember, from now on, when following this commander into battle, it is charge with me, not charge for me. After uttering these words, Shan locked eyes with the approaching horses and Shan, muttering, Do you enjoy playing? Let us play a grand game. The dragon in the sky has regrets. With a resounding crash. Those standing beside Shan were oblivious to his mobilization of true energy until they beheld a scarlet true dragon, shaped from his essence, lunging towards the warhorse and Shan with its gaping maw. The horses, sensing imminent danger, let out piercing whinnies. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the dragon's massive mouth engulfed the steed. In the spectator's view, the warhorse, once galloping with all its might, was instantly dismembered as it was consumed by the true dragon. A cloud of crimson mist enveloped the northern alley, staining the street a deep red. At that critical moment, although Shan summoned all his true energy to defend himself, and separated from his horse at the first instance, the residual force from the explosion not only shattered his pride in his invulnerable body, but also sent him crashing towards the wall like a severed kite. With a heavy thud, Shan landed, rolling like a ball at Shan's feet. In that instant, the atmosphere grew eerily silent. Not only did the group of officials, including Ma Rulong, fall into a stunned silence, but even Deng Ziyue and Qing Miao were left aghast. Even Li Yuanfang and Wang Qinian witnessed their commander employing such a technique for the first time. The explosive visual spectacle, amidst the blood-red hue of the northern alley and southern street, sent shivers down the spines of all present. As Shan struggled to rise, Shan pressed his foot firmly upon him. Seizing a handkerchief from his chest pocket, Shan bent down to wipe the bloodstains from his official boots. The once arrogant Shan was now firmly subdued beneath his feet. If you cannot even control a beast, what right do you have to be a deputy commander? Scoundrel! With a frenzied roar, Shan drew the embroidered spring knife from his waist, preparing to strike at Shan's leg. Without needing to lift a finger, the swift and agile Li Yuanfang swiftly incapacitated his adversary's dominant hand. In an instant, the anguished cries of Shan reverberated throughout the streets. Upon hearing this wretched scream, Ma Rulong and the others snapped back to reality and rushed over. Xian, the deputy Qianhu, was a lay disciple of the hanging monastery, with a master who was none other than the esteemed Master Jinwu, one of the 4 kings of the monastery. Dismounting his steed, Ma Rulong raised his voice to proclaim Shan's illustrious background. The hanging monastery served as a royal sanctuary for blessings, and many of its monks maintained close ties with high-ranking officials, coupled with the formidable prowess of its lay disciples, who were accustomed to admiration. It was easy for them to become oblivious to their own limitations over time. And then, what should I do next? Turning to face Ma Rulong, Shan approached him. His smile remained intact, yet to the onlooker, it appeared grotesquely menacing. With a suppressed gulp, Ma Rulong dared not utter another word. Deng Ziyue. My lord. I am new here and unfamiliar with the regulations of the town protectorate. Please enlighten me. At this juncture, Shan turned to the tormented Shan and inquired, "What punishment is warranted for defying authority?" "Beating." The situation was particularly dire. They had drawn weapons against one another. Upon hearing this, the corners of Deng Ziyue's eyes twitched, and he answered candidly, "Beating to death. Since there are laws to adhere to and regulations to reference, what are we waiting for? Let us proceed accordingly." As Shan casually concluded, a chorus of gasps echoed through the scene. To execute a deputy Jinyiwei? He was a lay disciple of the hanging monastery, under the tutelage of Master Jinyiwei. Deputy Jinyiwei, I must remind you once more he is. Smack. This time, before Ma Rulong could finish his words, Shan, half-turned, delivered a resounding slap to the side of his face. With a loud thud, he spun in the air, landing with an anguished wail that echoed like a ghostly lament. Just moments ago, he had been utterly silent, yet now he barked like a mad dog, incoherently yapping. After casting this derisive remark, Shan turned and commanded the Imperial Guards of the Inspection Division to assemble in the training grounds for the execution. Deng Shiba. Proceed with the execution. What? Deng Ziyue was taken aback. Just as he was about to respond, Shan added, "Those who disobey the order shall be executed without mercy." With that declaration, Shan stepped into the Inspection Division, followed closely by Li Yuanfang, who dragged Shan in like a lifeless dog. The vivid crimson trail left on the ground was so shocking that even Ma Rulong, with his face swollen like a pig's head, and the officials dared not defy the order and hurried to the training grounds. Executioner, what more do you want with me? At this moment, shouldn't you be fetching a chair and table, and perhaps brewing me a pot of tea? Do not act insolently. Be wary of my red tassel spear. Humph. I shall seek your guidance when time permits. With that, Qing Miao turned to fetch a stool. Observing her innocent silhouette, Shan revealed a sinister smile. "My lord, the suspect Shan has been brought over." "Very well, Deng Shiba, proceed with the execution." As soon as Shan's words were uttered, Shan, bound in place, shouted with a twisted face and terrified eyes, "Shan, if anything happens to me, the hanging temple and my master will not let you go." With a loud crash, Shan seized the wooden staff from Deng Ziyue and struck it directly against Shan's waist. In an instant, both the wooden bed supporting Shan and the staff in Shan's hand shattered violently. The vital center of Shan was brutally crushed by the blow. As his dantian shattered, Shan immediately spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, collapsing lifelessly onto the wreckage of wood. A martial artist, with their dantian destroyed? Even if he survived, he would be rendered utterly incapacitated. The gruesome spectacle left all the Imperial Guards present gasping in shock. Deng Ziyue, still frozen in the posture of having his staff taken, stared wide-eyed at the unfolding scene. It was only when Shan returned the staff that he snapped back to reality. "I have a volatile temper. I do not heed advice." The more he said this, the more he longed to understand how the hanging temple would not spare him. After expressing these thoughts, Shan lightly patted Deng Ziyue's shoulder, adding, "Consider this a demonstration. Adhere to this standard." After uttering those words, Shan turned to leave. Behind him, Deng Ziyue suddenly spoke up. "My lord, perhaps you should seek another. I cannot bring myself to do it." Upon hearing this, Shan abruptly turned around, pointing at him. "If you cannot do it, then reflect on how this group of officials, led by Shan, has oppressed you over the years. If you cannot do it, remember the fervor you felt when you carved a bloody path from the border camps. The world is rife with injustice, and blood calls forth thunder." Those were your own words. As Shan uttered the first two sentences, Deng Ziyue, still burning with passion, clenched his fists so tightly that they creaked. "I shall help you reclaim the courage you have lost. If the heavens should fall, I, as your captain, will stand before you, blade drawn against the sky. Strike." When Shan fervently called out the latter part, Deng Ziyue's blood surged once more. Veins bulging, he bellowed, "I, your subordinate, will heed the captain's command. Execute." In an instant, blood and flesh splattered, accompanied by anguished cries. Ma Rulong and the others watched in horror, while Shan calmly took a seat, observing the increasingly frenzied Deng Ziyue with a serene smile. Last night, he had meticulously reviewed the files of everyone in the inspection department. He was keenly aware of who could be utilized, who must perish, and who should be cast aside. Why are you still standing there? Pour the tea." Shan turned to Qing Miao, who stood behind him. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Qinian moved to assist, but was promptly dismissed by Shan. "What's wrong with her serving the leader?" "You're just fine, Jinyiwei. I shall pour the tea for you." As she spoke, Qing Miao bent over to pour the tea with a forced smile. The collar is too tightly wrapped. What did you say? Su Shan replied with a smile. I'll design a uniform for you when I have the time. Just wear it for me to see. Su Mingda. When Qing Miao gritted her teeth and uttered those 3 words, Su Shan found himself slightly taken aback and responded, just call me Su Darren. We are at work. So let us maintain some decorum. Qing Miao, genuinely flustered by his attitude, teased, Su Darren, do you need me to show you some more talents? Can you sing 18 touches? Uffed. At this, even Wang Qinian could no longer contain his laughter. 18 touches, a popular tune among seasoned patrons, especially when sung by a girl while teaching hand movements up close, is truly an evocative and affectionate experience. Just as the blue bird was on the verge of erupting, Su Shan beckoned Li Yuanfang to approach him. He then inquired in a hushed tone, are you certain that the dozen or so children who go missing each year from the orphanage are all sent to the Hanging Temple? Absolutely. However, when my subordinates went to investigate, they found no trace of these children at the Hanging Temple. Upon overhearing this exchange between Su Shan and Li Yuanfang, both the blue bird and Wang Qinian widened their eyes in astonishment. What clandestine case were the 2 of them working on? Nevertheless, during the discreet investigation of the Hanging Temple, one of my subordinates made a startling discovery. Every night, a multitude of lavishly adorned carriages would congregate near the back mountain of the Hanging Temple, with armed monks guarding both the interior and exterior. Fearing to alert them, my subordinates dared not delve any further. Upon hearing this, Su Shan furrowed his brow and remarked, well done. However, we must pay a visit to the Hanging Temple. Investigating the Hanging Temple is no easy task. The situation is intricate, and the procedures are cumbersome. The blue bird interjected softly. What procedures are necessary? We can simply storm in. Before the blue bird could finish her thought, Su Shan turned to the bloodied Xian Shan and stated, I have already beaten the secular disciples of the Hanging Temple to death. Shouldn't he, their master, the Grand Master Jinwu, seek revenge? Why is it permissible for the monks of the Hanging Temple to retaliate, but not for the audacious and flamboyant Su Qianhu to strike back? As Su Shan concluded his chilling remarks with a sneer, the blue bird, Wang Qinian, and Li Yuanfang, filled with a sense of dread, could not help but draw a sharp breath. You intended to target Xian Shan from the very beginning, not merely to establish authority. But also the blue bird's words trailed off as Su Shan shot her a glare, instantly silencing her. Yet her eyes, filled with shock, spoke volumes. If one must assert dominance, why not select someone useful? Moreover, today he willingly approached his own demise. My lord, Wang Qinian interjected, on my first day in office. If the news of the death of the secular disciples from the Hanging Temple does not spread like wildfire, forcing the bald monks to seek vengeance, then that is entirely your failure, Wang Qinian. Just wait and see, my lord. Smack. Crash. Just as Wang Qinian finished speaking, the execution tool, a wooden staff, shattered once more. Upon examining it, he found his eyes reddened with fury as he gasped, my lord, Xian Shan has been executed. He is dead? At this, Su Shan straightened his posture, abandoning his previous languor, and instructed Li Yuanfang beside him, go, deliver a few more strikes. We wouldn't want him to spring back to life and startle me. Understood. Boom. Su Shan's words instantaneously sent shivers down the spines of the observing Imperial guards. The implication behind his statement was clear. If he wished for someone's demise, there would be no chance for them to survive. With unwavering resolve, Li Yuanfang executed Su Shan's orders without hesitation, delivering multiple stabs in plain view of everyone. This explosive scene rendered everyone present breathless. What shall we do with the body? Upon hearing this, Su Shan, who was slowly rising, coldly remarked, the Jinyiwei are responsible for execution, but not for burial. Find a few who are familiar with Xian Shan and send the body back to the Hanging Monastery. Hiss, what a formidable individual. Are you truly unafraid of the martial monks from the Hanging Monastery coming to your doorstep? Chapter 79. A vow to follow until death, to demonstrate determination. As Su Shan concluded his statement, Deng Ziwei reflected from his perspective. My lord, it would be appropriate to grant the Hanging Monastery a semblance of dignity, would it not? The implication being, let us refrain from creating a situation where neither party can gracefully withdraw. After all, it is your first day in office. Quite right. Then let us issue a death compensation. You draft the notice, and I shall sign it. As for the content, let us state that he, while under the influence of alcohol, engaged in a confrontation with a fugitive, ultimately resulting in his untimely demise at the hands of the latter. Yes. Let it be written thus. Is this truly dignified? This is truly adding fuel to the fire, isn't it? Even in death, one must bear the burden of infamy, leaving a permanent record. Just as Deng Ziyue was about to speak, he was promptly interrupted by Li Yuanfang, who stood beside him. Do as the Lord commands. Yes, yes. The chastened Deng Ziyue quickly acquiesced. Meanwhile, Su Shan approached the assembled Imperial guards in the training ground. I care not for your backgrounds, your lineage, or the strength of your connections. Within the inspection division, do not dare to challenge my temperament with your personalities. With an unwavering smile, Su Shan continued. When you were born, your parents had the say. However, within the inspection division, it is I, Su Shan, who dictates when you shall meet your demise. If you wish to avoid having your names inscribed upon the roll of the fallen, I implore you to temper your sharp edges and ill tempers, and maintain a respectful reverence towards me. I sincerely hope that we can collaborate harmoniously in our future endeavors. With that, Su Shan turned and departed. There should be applause here. The sycophantic Wang Qinian, upon uttering these words, led the applause. Instantly, the vast inspection division resonated with thunderous clapping, whether genuine or feigned. Su Shan's display of power served as a chilling warning to many. Yet, there remained those who were undeterred, seeking to challenge fate. Master Ma, what should we do now? After the assembly, a cautious young man inquired of Ma Rulong. Send 2 brothers to return the body of Deputy Qian Huxian to the Hanging Temple. Do you know what to tell them? Yes. Does this dog truly believe himself to be significant? The Hanging Temple is not far from the capital. Master Jinwu will arrive by tomorrow. Let us see how this unfolds. After Ma Rulong concluded, the young man added, should we remind Deputy Liu that tonight's game may have unforeseen changes? No need. This is a double assurance. Su Shan, just wait and see how I bring about your end. As Wang Qinian arranged for the dissemination of information, the news of Su Shan executing a disciple of Jinwu on his very first day spread throughout the circles. Those who had borne resentment towards Su Shan previously began to covertly stoke the flames, relaying the news to the Hanging Temple. Meanwhile, the mastermind behind this scheme, the esteemed Su, under the guidance of Deng Ziyue, familiarized himself with the various functional areas of the inspection division. My lord, surely this place is unnecessary for our visit? This is the dungeon. This will henceforth be my abode, my treasure trove. How could I not take a look? Su Shan's words left his companions astounded. After exchanging glances, they promptly stepped into the dim, damp, and secluded dungeon. My lord, I do not comprehend your earlier words. Those who do not understand simply shout amazing, remarked Deng Ziyue, prompting a reminder from Li Yuanfang beside him. His words left the Qingyu utterly dumbfounded. Surely, those who were summoned by our inspection division must be either affluent or noble, correct? Indeed, are not their families particularly anxious, eager to facilitate communication and deliver provisions and clothing to their loved ones within, striving to lessen their hardships and suffering? Indeed. But what means do they possess to facilitate this? Merely words? From now on, we shall establish official pricing, ensuring fairness for all. By the very heavens. Even if the Buddha himself were imprisoned here, I would demand 2 of his relics as compensation for our toil. If the bull demon king finds himself in trouble, he must plow 1,000 acres and earn his keep before we consider his release. As for the red boy, should he defy the rules, I shall break both his hands and cast him at the city gates to beg until he has amassed enough to redeem himself. If Princess Iron Fan dares to show her teeth, I shall throw her into the brothel until she has entertained 5,000 guests, ensuring that every debt is repaid with interest. In short, I, Su Shan, demand payment. Gulps. Upon hearing Su Shan's grand declarations, the accompanying individuals gaped in astonishment, swallowing hard. After all, you are the Emperor's appointed captain, the esteemed leader of the inspection division. Does this sound like the establishment of a bandit company? Upon assuming office, are you already contemplating how to amass wealth? Su Shan, how do you differ from those corrupt officials we have apprehended? Others may hesitate to question your decisions, but Qing Miao has boldly voiced her thoughts. Women, often endowed with beauty but lacking in intellect. What do you represent? Are you merely a peacock displaying its feathers? You hail from a wealthy lineage, with a father like Xing Tongji. You have been sheltered from hardship since childhood, lacking neither money nor resources. Yet, the brothers beneath you do not share such privileges. Are you aware of the exorbitant prices for a single cleansing elixir or true essence pill in the black market? A baseline of 3,000 taels. When I served as a school officer, I earned a mere 5 taels a month. It was laughable. I could not even afford 1 pill. Were it not for old G depleting his savings, we orphans would be left to eat dirt. If you wish for your brothers to risk their lives for you, lacking the requisite strength, will they march into battle to perish? The two factories have recently overshadowed the Jinyiwei, not simply due to abundance, but because their overall strength surpasses the rest. I cannot inquire elsewhere. But the eunuchs possess certain equipment, martial arts, and elixirs that my brothers must also have. Anything the eunuchs lack, my brothers must possess as well. A single flower cannot herald spring. Only when 100 flowers bloom does spring fill the garden. Smack. As soon as Shan finished speaking, Li Yuanfang, Wang Qinian, and Ding Ziyue clasped their fists and knelt on one knee, proclaiming, "Lord Su, your righteousness is commendable. We swear to follow you unto death." After assisting one another to rise, Shan turned to Qing Miao and said, "As long as you remain my subordinate, do not question any of my decisions. If I command you to crouch, you shall not stand. If I bid you lie down, you shall not rise. Even if I were to prepare a deadly weapon to stab you from behind, you must trust that I am driving away demons and ensuring your peace. Wishing you a swift reunion with your child. In the future, will you possess such resolve?" Moved by Shan's words, Qing Miao replied earnestly, "I will." "Excellent. Come to me tonight, and I shall personally gauge your determination." Huh. Just as Qing Miao was puzzled, the completely indoctrinated Li Yuanfang straightened his posture and declared, "Lord Su, I too wish for you to witness my resolve tonight." Damn it. Chapter 80, A Feast Without Joy, Lanterns to Determine Loss. Having inadvertently entered a pyramid scheme, sold insurance, and engaged in Amway, Wuji, and Mykalin, Shan once basked in the glory of sales champion. In northern Myanmar, he was as close as brothers with his older sibling and shared a bond akin to that of Duan Yu and Zhang Fei with his sister-in-law. Brainwashing is his expertise. Arriving here, managing relationships with subordinates is indeed within his grasp. As Shan and his companions emerged from the dungeon, Ma Rulong, with his piggish visage, approached along with a throng of Imperial guards. "Master Su," he began, "we were foolish before and offended you. We humbly beseech your magnanimity to consider us inconsequential." Upon hearing such obsequious words, Shan, who never strikes a smiling face, responded, "What a thing to say. How could I regard you as inconsequential? That would be an affront to the very notion of inconsequentiality." "Ah? Haha, merely jesting. Is there something we can discuss?" Ma Rulong continued, "To express our sincere apologies. We have organized a banquet at the Gathering of Immortals Pavilion tonight in your honor. We hope you will grace us with your presence." Shan, with an exaggerated expression of surprise, replied, "The Gathering of Immortals Pavilion? One of the finest establishments in the capital. I must attend. I have yet to visit." "Then it is settled?" "It is settled." After receiving Shan's affirmative response, Ma Rulong turned away, a sneer of contempt curling upon his lips. Look at him. Such a country bumpkin, utterly unworldly. Whatever he consumes tonight, he shall be made to pay for in kind. Tomorrow, Master Jinwu arrives in the capital. We shall seize the opportunity to crush his head. As he spoke with confidence, Deng Ziyue, well aware of the background of the colleagues from the supervisory department, stepped forward with clasped fists. "Master Su, no banquet is without its pitfalls." "Oh, pray elaborate." "The true master behind the Gathering of Immortals Pavilion is Lu. The Lu of Lu Shibai, also the Lu of Lu Xiaojian. Lu Feng and Lu Hongfei, father and son?" "Indeed." Shan chuckled. "Then I must attend. I have heard that the Lu family has made threats, claiming I would be rendered unable to care for myself. I must see for myself what they are capable of. However, one cannot remain vigilant forever against thieves." That evening, Shan, accompanied by Li Yuanfang and Wang Qinian, duly attended the banquet. From afar, Ma Rulong and his entourage stepped forward to lead the horses, but upon entering the Gathering of Immortals Pavilion, they handed the trio over to the proprietress, Lu Ruhua, under the pretext of arranging matters. As they made their entrance, Lu Ning, who had arrived earlier, introduced the two middle-aged men beside him. "Zhang Yushi, my Yushi. The one at the forefront is Su Qianhu, Shan of the supervisory department." So young? Riding high on the winds of fortune, are we? Haha, rest assured. Commander Lu, should he dare to misuse his power and act tyrannically, we shall not hesitate to report him tomorrow. If the guards of the Gathering of Immortals were to inadvertently injure them under legitimate circumstances, we shall support them and report the truth. Your efforts are much appreciated. Esteemed Yushis. As he spoke, Lu Nung discreetly handed each of them a silk pouch filled with silver notes. This is not our first endeavor in such matters. Many of the young individuals transferred to the capital are brimming with arrogance and confidence. They are well acquainted with the intricacies of handling affairs for the local officials. Instances of injury and maiming are rampant. Ultimately, do not matters tend to be downplayed? To avoid suspicion, I must take my leave first. Lu, You are quite busy. Once Lu exited the room, his deputy approached and said, Lu, everything has been arranged. The guards at Jushin Tower have been replaced with skilled fighters from the martial world. Moreover, 3 masters are stationed there, 2 of whom have comprehended the power of celestial phenomena, more than capable of dealing with the 3 of them. However, their requested elixirs and silver are not insignificant. Grant them. As long as they execute their task flawlessly, Lu, will reward them in full. Understood. Observing Shan and the others entering the hall, Lu smirked. The show is about to commence. Alas, I shall not witness it. Keep a close watch. Yes. With that, Lu departed through the back door. Bang. Crash. Just as Lu left, a sound of a teacup shattering on the floor echoed through the hall. Oh dear, esteemed officials, how careless of you. You have shattered the treasured tea set of Jushin Tower, renowned Ru Kiln Celadon. What shall we do now? As Su Shan, Li Yuanfang, and Wang Qinian brushed past the display stand on their way upstairs, this bizarre scene unfolded. Leading the way, Lu Ruhua immediately inquired, what happened? At this moment, Ma Rulong rushed out in a flurry. When Lu Ruhua splashed dirty water on his Su Shan, the straightforward Li Yuanfang immediately prepared to explode in anger. Smack! He firmly pressed Su Shan down with one hand, smilingly shaking his head. Observing Ma Rulong using Su Shan's name to publicly incite hatred towards the inspection department, he remarked, Have you lost your senses? Do you even know who stands before you? Su Shan, the youngest captain of the inspection department, bestowed by His Majesty himself. What of it if you break a set of Ru Kiln tea bowls from your previous dynasty? No one dares to collect debts from our Captain Su, even when dining out. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruhua, who was playing along with Ma Rulong, tearfully exclaimed, Aren't you bullying us? Su Shan retorted, What of it? If we bully you, it means we regard you highly. Captain Su declared, We shall not indulge him in this matter. Ma Rulong, pulled by Su Shan's arm, expressed his indignation. One fanned the flames, while the other sowed discord, both delivering performances of the lowest caliber. Under their impassioned portrayal, the prearranged diners began to condemn them, and the skilled practitioners hidden within the Jushin building were poised for action. All right, Captain Ma, do not let this trifling matter disrupt our reunion. How much is it? I will compensate. Upon hearing this, Wang Qinian was somewhat moved. Such a clumsy performance was clearly deliberate. The Lord would not be oblivious to this. Any thoughts? Are they planning something significant? After clarifying the situation, Wang Qinian silently stood alert beside them. The Ru Kiln tea bowls from the previous dynasty would fetch no less than several thousand taels. Uft! Su Shan chuckled at this. Such a blatant counterfeit. He could scarcely muster the energy to argue against it. In a previous life, he had watched a film that featured a similar scene, where a black market vendor extorted the military commander for $200. Now, life imitated art. Wang Qinian, step forward. Compensate the shopkeeper. Yes. When Wang Qinian indeed produced the banknotes, Lu Ruhua and the others were left utterly astonished. At this moment, should you not be consumed by rage? No. It is imperative that you take action. Upon this thought, Lu Ruhua lifted a candle lantern, casting its glow upon the wooden floor and remarked, Our floor is entirely made of solid wood, and it has been marred by numerous fragments. You must compensate. Huh? Assessing the damage with a lantern? This part I am quite familiar with. Chapter 81. With just cause, a decisive strike. Instead of being angered by this matter, Su Shan found himself laughing to himself. This indeed leaves one somewhat perplexed. Compensation. Compensate at the original price. The merchant demands whatever amount he desires, and we shall pay it. With a grand gesture, Su Shan instructed Wang Qinian to handle the matter appropriately. His maneuver effectively deprived the lurking masters of the martial world of any pretext for action. Furthermore, it left the 2 hidden censors in utter bewilderment. This Su Qianhu is either profoundly cunning or has received some counsel. How could he endure this? No need to rush. Since he has arrived at the Gathering Immortals Tower, can Lu Kanjiang allow him to depart unscathed? We shall observe the unfolding events. The 2 censors remained in the room, awaiting further developments. Meanwhile, Lu Nung's deputy was diligently making further arrangements. Unfazed by the incident, Su Shan entered the private room, joking with his subordinates. After their self-introductions, Su Shan matched each official with their corresponding names from the documents. All of the notable signs from the supervisory office were indeed present. Well then, let us capture them all tonight. This spares us the trouble of taking them down one by one. Vice Qianhu Wang and Vice Qianhu Li, please take your seats promptly. The affable Ma Rulong, upon seeing Wang Qinian and Li Yuanfang arrive, quickly remarked. We'll pass. My lord, I do not have enough silver on hand. Li and I will return to procure some. Hearing this, Shan, comfortably seated at the head, waved his hand dismissively, saying, Go ahead. Remember, we represent the officials. Every word must be above reproach. Yes, my lord. After Shan finished speaking, Ma Rulong and the others exchanged glances, and then hastily renewed their fervor, saying, Su Darren. In my opinion, we are too lenient with these merchants. If we simply ignore them, what can they do? The censors from the court of imperial sacrifices are nothing but curs, sniffing around for the slightest disturbance. Being new here, we must maintain a low profile. Come. Let us not dwell on these unpleasant matters. Fill the cups and drink freely. Let us forego the wine pots and cups, and instead use jars and bowls. As he spoke, Shan took the initiative to lift the wine jar. In that fleeting moment, he silently concealed the poison he had previously confiscated from the 5 poison sect within it. How could Su Darren pour the wine? We shall do it ourselves. Drink. Within the room, Shan clinked cups with each official offering a toast. Immune to all poisons, his focus was on resilience. Yet, the others were far less fortunate. In the hall, having gathered sufficient funds, Wang Qinian was politely negotiating with the proprietress, Lu Ruhua. The banknotes were insufficient, and even copper coins were presented alongside them. His demeanor was notably earnest and proactive. My lord, this is not enough. I just sent someone to inquire with the owner, and they said this set of porcelain is priceless. Upon hearing this, the smile on Wang Qinian's face gradually faded. Manager Lu, are you raising the price on the spot? What is this you speak of, my lord? I am but a mere worker, and the price is dictated by my employer. As a frail woman, I am powerless in this matter. Perhaps you should go and report to Lord Su once more. As she uttered these words, Lu Ruhua cast a disdainful glance at Wang Qinian, her charming demeanor masking a ruthless undertone. Their negotiation was clearly observed by the censor hiding in the attic. Even clay figurines possess a semblance of dignity. Our little Lord Su is bound to erupt in anger. I have already prepared the impeachment documents. Master Ma, would you assist me in refining the wording? Haha. Just as the two reveled in their triumph, a deafening sound of a door being kicked open resonated from the second floor. At the sound, Lu Ruhua in the hall, along with the 2 censors diagonally opposite, and the skilled individuals lurking in the shadows, instinctively turned their gazes toward the commotion. They beheld Shan supporting Ma Rulong, who was frothing at the mouth and bleeding from his nostrils, coming into view. What has happened to the lord? Wang Qinian instinctively inquired upon witnessing the scene. There was poison in the food and wine. At this revelation, an uproar erupted within the vast Jinyiwei building. Regaining her composure, Lu Ruhua retorted fiercely. How is that possible? Are you deliberately creating trouble? Slap. Before she could finish her sentence, Wang Qinian, sensing it was time to take action, struck her across the face. Ouch! Weiyu, the Jinyiwei are attacking. At this, the fierce Shan shouted, Attacking? Today, I shall take a life. Li Yuanfang, present, commanded Shan. Surround the entire Jinyiwei building. Not a single fly shall escape. With everyone watching, how dare one poison the emperor's personal guards? If I do not avenge my brothers, I would be unworthy of this flying fish attire. As Shan bellowed this fierce declaration, everyone within the Jinyiwei building was left in a state of bewilderment. Particularly, the 2 censors in the attic exchanged glances, astonished. Setting aside everything else, the charge of poisoning the emperor's personal guards alone warranted the Jinyiwei to overturn the Jinyiwei building, and it would be entirely justified. The Jinyiwei, in their pursuit of justice, showed no mercy to those who dared to resist. Within mere minutes, Li Yuanfang, Dang Ziyue, and others arrived with a large contingent of Jinyiwei. The unfolding events exceeded everyone's expectations. In such a brief span of time, gathering so many Imperial guards is something that no one would believe was not premeditated by Shan. However, now he has a legitimate claim. Deputy General Wang. What shall we do now? Upon hearing this, Deputy General Wang, who remained to coordinate the situation for Lu Nong, gritted his teeth and exclaimed, Damn it! That scoundrel Su has played us for fools. How despicable! To poison his own kind? Deputy General Wang, the skilled martial artists we have gathered cannot withstand scrutiny. Rather than idly waiting for our doom, we might as well fight back. Let's take action. Yes. With the Deputy General's command, the hidden martial artists emerged from the shadows. Protect the master. There are assassins. Wang Qinian's shout immediately identified the newcomers. They were no longer mere guardians for their employer, but now accomplices in the assassination of the emperor's personal guards. Kill. With remarkable prowess, Wang Qinian leaped forward to confront Shan. engaging two experts who had comprehended the forces of heaven and earth. After several exchanges, he showed no signs of defeat. Rather, he seemed to have the upper hand. "Old Wang, your strength is impressive." As these words were spoken, Su Shan unsheathed his Zhengyang blade with ferocity. With a swift motion, the blade descended, severing a head from its body. The lifeless head of the enemy crashed through the door of the box where the two censers were located. Chapter 82. The Power to Control Fate. The sudden appearance of the head terrified the two censers, who clutched each other and screamed loudly. Su Shan cast a meaningful glance at them, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Before the banquet, Su Shan had instructed Deng Ziyue to station people around the Jushin building. He wished to discern which notable figures would be present tonight. With the city defense camp's deputy commander Lu Neng orchestrating the situation, the two censors served as witnesses. If Su Shan had truly clashed with the merchants over the shattered teacup, he believed the censors would write in their report that he was abusing his power and disregarding the law. They are all cunning foxes with centuries of experience. What tricks are they trying to play with me? As Su Shan mumbled this, he effortlessly eliminated another master-level opponent. Meanwhile, the remaining celestial expert was jointly slain by Li Yuanfang and Wang Qinian. The entire situation at the Jushin building was now firmly under Su Shan's control. "Let go of me. Release me at once. I am the deputy commander of the city defense camp." The captured Deputy General Wang, taken down by Deng Ziyue and several Imperial guards, shouted in a frenzy. Slap. His words were left unspoken when Li Yuanfang dashed in front of him and delivered a sharp slap to his face. In an instant, he was left dazed, his anger evaporating. The city defense camp was also implicated in the poisoning of the Emperor's personal guards. This warranted a thorough investigation. Bring everyone, dead or alive, back to the supervisory office. I shall personally interrogate them tonight. Yes, with Su Shan's command. Those who were either merely spectators or genuinely involved in the commotion at the Gathering Immortals building were all apprehended by the Jinyiwei. You, Su Qianhu, do you know who owns the Gathering Immortals building? Are you not afraid of igniting a fire that will consume you? Bellowed Lu Ruhua, who was being forcibly restrained. Upon hearing this, Su Shan, while toying with the shattered teacup, sneered, "Your owner dares to poison the Emperor's guards. Why should I fear the flames? TSK. This broken cup would cost me a fortune. Wang Qinian, attend. Let Manager Lu consume it entirely, as a gesture of my invitation. Yes, and also, tear up this floorboard and feed it to her. Understood. Proceed, lift the floorboards." As the Jinyiwei began to lift the floorboards, Li Yuanfang stepped forward and whispered, "My lord, Ma Rulong and his companions have already been taken for medical attention. In my opinion, if they perish, the situation will escalate even further. Do you understand anything at all? On the first day of the Lord's tenure, so many subordinates perished. He cannot be held accountable," retorted Su Shan. After Wang Qinian finished speaking, Su Shan smiled and declared, "Insightful. Furthermore, these officials are merely silver coins to me." Li Yuanfang and Wang Qinian, both perplexed yet impressed, exclaimed in unison, "Lord Su, you are remarkable." Just as they uttered these words, a shrill cry echoed from nearby. "On what grounds do you arrest us? We are all censors of the Imperial Court. Believe it or not, we shall impeach your Jinyiwei tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Su Shan turned his head to look. Two censors were struggling vehemently against their captors, their faces twisted with resentment. "My lord, these were found on them," said one of the Jinyiwei as he handed over the pouch and the memorial. Su Shan unfurled it publicly. "Ah, so the impeachment memorial has already been prepared? Bullying with power? Abusing authority for personal gain? It seems those at the Gathering Immortals building believe it is their right to extort me, and should I retaliate, I would be the one disregarding the law." With that, Su Shan forcefully slapped the memorial against Censor Zhang's face. "You're outrageous. In the capital, when has the censors of the Imperial Censorate ever endured such humiliation?" Slap. Just as the opponent finished speaking, Su Shan intensified the pressure in his grip. In that moment, the esteemed Inspector Zhang felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Today, Su Shan decided to be audacious. And why not? He possessed allies, wielded a blade, and had firmly grasped your weaknesses. Shouldn't he indulge in a bit of recklessness? With arms outstretched, Su Shan scanned the crowd and inquired, "My lord, it is merely that I have been too discreet. Indeed, kindness invites exploitation, and a gentle horse is often ridden." Wang Qinian and Li Yuanfang, this comedic duo, now complimented each other splendidly. "What is this? My, so many banknotes." Su Shan exclaimed, recalling that the monthly stipend of the inspectorate was not particularly generous. To flaunt such an abundance of currency, you two officials are truly extravagant. As Su Shan publicly unfurled the silken pouch, revealing stacks of banknotes, he heard a gulp. After swallowing hard, Inspector Ma spoke. Su Qianhu, please do not be so ruthless. In the capital, having one more friend opens another path. Offending the inspectorate will lead to dire consequences. With a sharp clap, Su Shan struck him across the face. Gulp. Inspector Ma, blood and teeth spilling forth, let out a heart-wrenching scream. You Su Shan, you, Inspector Zhang stammered, just as Su Shan interjected with a fierce glare. What standing do you have to befriend someone like me? Do you truly believe you can walk out of the prison unscathed? The inspectorate has jointly petitioned for the dissolution of the Eastern Depot. Now that you find yourselves in this predicament, do you think the eunuchs in the palace will spare you? When the time comes, will old Minister Lai defend you both? Or will he safeguard the reputation of the inspectorate? After Su Shan finished his words, the two inspectors, who had been howling moments ago, swallowed hard in fear. Indeed. Would the eunuchs let them off the hook? Clearly not. They might even add to their woes while exacerbating the situation. Su Qianhu. We from the inspectorate only petitioned for the dissolution of the Eastern Depot to protect your town stabilization office. This is a betrayal. I reciprocate kindness with kindness. By eliminating you two burdens from the inspectorate, old Minister Lai will surely express his gratitude to the supervisory office. Take them away, confine them separately. I shall slowly introduce these two inspectors to the instruments of punishment employed by the town stabilization office. Yes, in this moment, the two censors were stripped of their previous strategic composure, replaced instead by an overwhelming sense of dread. Before them stood Su Shan, a figure who had meticulously calculated every person and circumstance. Was he merely an inexperienced novice? Clearly. He was a cunning master capable of commanding storms with a mere flick of his wrist. Report. What is it? Sir. Deputy General Lu Ning of the City Defense Camp has obstructed our path back to headquarters. Chapter 83. No surrender, no retreat. At the utterance of these words, the once vacant eyes of the censors flickered with a glimmer of hope. Not only they, but also the captured Deputy General Wang and Lu Ruhua felt a resurgence of optimism. Some even began to murmur excitedly. The young master has arrived with his men. What now? Do you, the Imperial Guards, dare to confront the city defense camp head-on? In the capital, having men and weapons does not grant you the liberty to act as you please. Do you truly believe yourself to be of consequence? As the derisive words were spoken by those from the Gathering Immortals Tower, Su Shan, brushing past them, drew his sword with swift precision. Without a glance at their grotesque faces, he cleaved through them, severing heads from bodies with a single stroke. 3 fell. Their blood gushing forth like ink splattered across the canvas, showering those nearby in crimson. A chorus of horrified screams erupted, only to be swiftly drowned in a chilling silence. With a swift motion, Su Shan sheathed his blade and strode purposefully towards the exit, issuing a command. Execute those who cannot be taken. Better to unjustly slay 1,000 than to let a single one escape. In any case, the blood of my Imperial Guards shall not be shed in vain. Boom. Upon hearing Su Shan's decree, all Imperial Guards present stood tall, their voices ringing out in unison. Yes, to follow such a leader was worth risking their lives. In stark contrast to their fervent resolve were Deputy General Wang and the two censors. Was he a devil? Did he truly disregard his own future and fate? To kill without hesitation, leaving no room for mercy? Yet, it was precisely this command and his ruthless decisiveness that ensured no one dared lag behind during the subsequent escort. After all, entering the Imperial prison could mean a chance at survival. At this moment, engaging in mischief only leads to slaughter. Deng Ziyue, bring them back to the headquarters. Yes, Li Yuanfang, let a squad and charge into battle. Remember this. If they dare to resist, unleash your wrath upon them. Should anything go awry, I, as the commander, will bear full responsibility. Yes, we pledge to follow to the death. Upon exiting the gates of the Gathering of Immortals, Lu Ning and his contingent heard the spirited dialogue of Su Shan and his subordinates. Immediately, they witnessed Su Shan leap onto his horse, turning its head, and leading a formation of riders to the front. Flanking him were Li Yuanfang and Wang Qinian, who without a moment's hesitation became the second echelon. Following them were the officers of the Jinyiwei, each in formation, exuding a palpable aura of menace. Though their numbers were few, merely a handful, they inspired an overwhelming presence akin to a vast army before the onlookers. As their ranks solidified, Deng Ziyue and his associates emerged from the Gathering of Immortals. escorting Deputy General Wang, Lu Ruhua, and 2 censors. Witnessing this spectacle, Lu Ning, already intimidated by Su Shan's imposing stance, roared to mask his inner trepidation. Su Shan, you dare to vandalize my gathering of immortals and brazenly seize people in public? Do you truly believe me to be feeble? Lu Neng's outburst sought to establish a legitimate cause for his impending actions. However, scarcely had his words echoed when Su Shan, standing at the forefront, unsheathed the Zhengyang sword, shattering the golden sign of the gathering of immortals before the crowd. The potent energy released caused the horses of the city defense camp to whinny in distress, disrupting the formation of Lu Neng's troops. The case of poisoning the emperor's personal guards must be resolved before the gathering of immortals can open its doors. Otherwise, it shall meet the same fate as this sign. With Su Shan's declaration, the assembled Jinyiwei raised their heads in unison, responding with the utmost military decorum. We shall faithfully obey the command of the commander. At this moment, the air was thick with murderous intent, sweeping over the entire street like a tidal wave. Raise the flying fish flag of the Jinyiwei. With a swift motion, Li Yuanfang, who bore the flag himself, felt an overwhelming sense of stature, towering above all as never before. From here to the supervisory office, any who dared to obstruct would meet their demise. Slash, kill, kill. The Jinyiwei, drawing their blades in unison, stood resolutely, exuding an aura of authority without a word of anger. The jarring echoes of their battle cries reverberated through the heavens, drowning out the earlier momentum of the city defense camp. At the supervisory office, no surrender, only death. The Jinyiwei advanced with an unwavering resolve. Clatter. Upon uttering these words, Su Shan shook the reins of his horse, and in an instant, the entire troop marched forward with determined strides. Whoosh! The flying fish flag billowed in the wind, its grandeur illuminated by the lanterns lining the streets, a sight both solemn and dazzling. The Zhengyang blade, infused with the wielder's vital energy, shimmered a deep crimson, shining brilliantly against the dimly lit street. The embroidered spring blade, imbued with a murderous aura, had never appeared as radiant and sharp as it did today. In stark contrast, the soldiers of the city defense camp, vastly outnumbered, instinctively recoiled. With each meter the Jinyiwei advanced, the city defense retreated several dozen steps. Clatter. Ouch. Watch where you step. Get up quickly. Clear the way. During this tumult, a stampede ensued as they scrambled to escape. Yet, driven by the instinct for survival, they hastily rose to their feet. The morale of the city defense camp was utterly shattered. As they reached the T intersection, they found themselves retreating into the alleyways behind them. Hundreds, though not abandoning their armor, bore expressions of sheer terror. Stop, Su Shan commanded, halting his horse with a firm grip. His gaze, piercing and unwavering, fixed upon Lu Neng, who stood at the forefront of the opposition. Following his lead, Li Yuanfang, Wang Qinian, and others mirrored his stance. Only after the escorting party of Vice General Wang, Lu Ruhua, and the 2 censors strode purposefully towards the supervisory office did Su Shan turn his horse around. An army reflects its commander. Su Shan taunted Lu Neng, who had just been humiliated in public, preparing to retort. However, Su Shan pointed the Zhengyang blade directly at him, adding with deliberate clarity, from now on, your soldiers in the city defense camp shall lower their heads upon seeing my Jinyiwei. They shall only look up to us. Should anyone dare to look down, I shall sever their legs. Swish. With these words, Su Shan swung his arm, leaving a sinister mark before Lu Neng and his men. Chapter 84. One man guards the pass, 10,000 cannot break through. With a crisp sound, the residual force of the strike left a deep groove that continued to spread inward, resembling a spider's web fracturing beneath the feet of Lu Neng and the soldiers of the city defense battalion. The sight before them caused both men and steeds to recoil in terror, retreating until the cracks abruptly ceased, allowing them to halt with their nerves taut. The fierce night wind, mingled with wrath, swept away the dust and made the flying fish flag flutter several meters away. Su Shan, standing resolutely with his sword drawn, uttered not a single word more. He merely gestured to his subordinates, Li Yuanfang and Wang Qinian, with a wave of his hand. Understanding the unspoken command, they turned their horses and galloped towards the convoy escorting the prisoners. In that moment, the only barrier before the hundreds of soldiers from the city defense battalion was Su Shan alone, a solitary figure with his blade. One man guards the pass. 10,000 cannot break through. It was only when Li Yuanfang and the others had escorted the prisoners out of the alley that Su Shan coldly turned his horse around with a sneer. Giddy up. The sound of retreating hooves gradually faded, allowing Lu Neng and the other soldiers of the city defense battalion to release the tension that had lodged in their throats. A collective sigh of relief resonated throughout the camp, signifying the departure of the oppressive atmosphere that had loomed over them. Despite their numerical superiority, the experience felt akin to a narrow escape from disaster. Lu, Deputy Commander, what shall we do next? With a sharp crack, Lu Neng, already humiliated beyond measure, struck the impertinent subordinate across the face in a fit of rage. What can we do? What skills do you possess? Return to the city defense battalion. Yes, yes. The others complied, promptly heading back to the camp. Though they feigned politeness towards Lu Ning, they inwardly cursed him and his ancestors. What can we do? Weren't you the one who turned pale and nearly soiled yourself just moments ago? Look at Su Qianhu, who single-handedly held the line for many. Who possesses such audacity? If not me? Yet, here you are, retreating in the face of adversity, leaving your comrades to bear the brunt. Why do you not charge into battle yourself? This time, it was you, Su Shan, who held the advantage, which is why I, the general, refrained from intervening. But next time, fortune may not favor you so. Standing amidst the desolate streets, Lu Neng bellowed at the top of his lungs, a cacophony of desperation and fury. This fierce declaration is not merely intended for the scrutiny department, but serves as a retreat for oneself. What are you shouting? Louder, perhaps? When Su Shan, returning like a specter, appeared at the end of the street, Lu Neng was so startled that he turned and fled. Haha. The onlookers, unsure who laughed first, soon erupted into a cacophony of laughter that echoed through the street. Wasn't the scrutiny department regarded as the most inept of all the governing bodies? How has it transformed into such a formidable force? Who exactly is this Su Qianhu, capable of training the scrutiny department to such ferocity? Su Shan. Sumingda, are you not aware? Recently transferred to the capital, he is one of the 8 tigers of the Eastern Factory, having personally eliminated 2 of his own. Would you not consider him formidable? On his very first day, he brutally killed Xian Shan, a lay disciple of the Hanging Monastery. Hiss. My goodness, he is indeed a ruthless character. It has been quite some time since such a dragon has emerged from the waters of the capital. As discussions abounded among the crowd below, in a loft several hundred meters away from Zhu Xian Lu, the vigilant Qing Long's mind was still echoing with the scene of Su Shan leading the charge, intimidating Lu Neng and others into retreat. Beside him, Qing Miao's eyes sparkled with an unusual light, completely captivated by Su Shan's imposing and majestic figure. Should I not make a resolution to seek him out tonight? Master Su, I yearn for progress. Just as Qing Miao contemplated this, Qing Long, returning to reality, slowly spoke. I had already held him in high regard. Old Ji's first impression of him, the son of a tiger and leopard, though not yet marked, already exuded a presence powerful enough to devour cattle. But now it appears, he possesses the might to swallow mountains. Call forth. Yes. Withdraw all our people. They are unnecessary. Utterly unnecessary. Yes. After the subordinate departed, Qing Miao softly inquired. Father, shall we head to the scrutiny department now? We must go tonight, but not just yet. How could such a grand figure as I be summoned by mere 4th-rank officials to poison the emperor's personal guards? The Lu family in the capital must tread carefully to avoid escalating matters. Meanwhile, in a private room at the tea house at the end of the alley, the elegantly dressed Jinyiwei murmured, what a phrase, no surrender in death, and what a sentiment, advancement without retreat. If only my personal guards possessed such relentless ambition. What fears would we have of internal strife or external threats? Hearing this, Shangwan Yenner, one of the few capable of sharing a seat with her, gazed towards the direction Su Shan had vanished. He is indeed a remarkably charming man. It is not merely his charm. What matters most is his capability. You have shared life and death with him. Surely that constitutes a bond akin to that of Duan Yu and Zhang Fei. This, I trust, you understand better than I. The speaker may be unaware, but the listener is attentive. Somewhat feeling guilty, Shangwan Yenner stood there, at a loss for words. Yet, upon hearing the emperor's words, they struck deeply, resonating with dual meanings that seemed quite apartment. Later, you shall convey my imperial edict to Su Shan, overseeing the officials with the responsibility of scrutinizing them. As long as the evidence is irrefutable, even those of the 4th rank need not seek my approval before taking action. Yes, a minor official from the Ministry of Rights dared to gather such a number of martial experts from the underworld, intending to harm the emperor's guards? Such audacity. Additionally, discreetly inquire of Su Shan how the master of Jinwu from the Xiankong Temple intends to respond. I shall comply with your majesty's decree. Today, I am in splendid spirits. Allow me to share some delightful news. Yongning has emerged from her seclusion. The princess? Has her bloodline awakened? Not quite. She has been practicing the supreme emotionlessness at Tiandao, and now only awaits to inquire into the mortal realm. Where is the princess now? In Yuhang. What? The princess has gone to Yuhang? Honggu fears that Yongning is worried about my injuries, so she mentioned Su Shan's matter. She said she would go there to investigate Mengda's situation on my behalf. On the rain-soaked streets of Yuhang, a delicate girl was selling herself to bury her father. Upon witnessing this scene, Su's mother, moved by compassion, intended to offer only silver to help the girl through her plight. However, the stubborn girl insisted on staying with the Su family. Naturally, this incident attracted the attention of the Jinyiwei. In the late hours at the Yuhang Town Patrol Office, Ji Gang was filled with unease. Su Shan, you rascal. Have you violated the sacred laws of the capital? How did the princess, who seeks enlightenment in the mortal realm, end up in your home? And is she truly selling herself to bury her father? Has the late emperor's mausoleum been desecrated? Tiandao, supreme emotionlessness. Good heavens. Just as Ji Gang muttered these words, the tightly shut door was pushed open from the outside. Subsequently, a cherubic face peeked in, and upon locking eyes with Ji Gang, those autumn-like bright eyes instantly transformed into crescent moons. Old Ji, as one of the only two who could enter the Imperial study with a blade, Ji Gang, upon seeing this familiar yet strange visage, smacked his forehead and exclaimed, Princess Yongning, what is your intent? He. Chapter 85, Indifference in the Face of Death. Feeling right at home. Achoo. Just as Su Shan returned to the inspection office, ready to embark on a grand endeavor, he sneezed several times in succession. Damn it. Which woman is missing me now? While pondering this, Su Shan ordered the prisoners being escorted to be sent to the dungeon. Let the proceedings commence. It has been 3 years since we last convened, and now we feast for 3 years. Interrogate them thoroughly. Remember, the intensity of your scrutiny directly relates to the future funding of our inspection office. Do you understand? Understood. As Su Shan spoke, he eagerly descended into the dungeon. However, upon entering, he was utterly bewildered by the inscription before him. Wang Qinian, come here. I instructed you to procure a few calligraphic pieces to adorn this place, elevating our dungeon's prestige. We aim for a path of sophistication henceforth. Yet, what do I find at the entrance? A piece proclaiming the treasure of women. Hearing his superior's words, Wang Qinian, feeling stifled, cautiously replied, My lord, this inscription reads guests arrive as if returning home. The author lacks the ability to upload images due to insufficient rank. Fellow readers, please assist. Guests arrive as if returning home. Wang Qinian, you are truly a gifted individual. Serving as my aide is an underutilization of your talents. My lord praises you. Just as Su Shan had been conducting interrogations for over half an hour, Li Yuanfang, stationed above, hurriedly descended, exclaiming, My lord, the deputy of punishments has arrived. Accompanied by Lu Hongfei from the Ministry of Rights, the commander of the city defense, Hua Ming, and the fathers of Ma Rulong and others. Are they here to offer gifts? Let us go see. Aren't you going to wash up first? Li Yuanfang gently reminded, observing Su Shan's blood-stained hands. I'll wash up later, Su Shan replied, striding purposefully out. I wondered why the branches today were filled with the chatter of magpies. It appears a noble guest has arrived. Upon hearing this, Qinglong retorted sharply, if you lack the ability to ingratiate yourself, it's better to remain silent. Where would one find magpies at this hour? What is your attitude? As they drew closer, Qinglong, Lu Hongfei, and others caught sight of Su Shan's bloodied hands. He had just been interrogating Deputy Wang, compelling him to reveal the mastermind behind the poisoning of the Emperor's guards. A stubborn duck. I was in the midst of pulling off his fingernails when you arrived. Hiss. At these words, Lu Hongfei and the others could not help but gasp in shock. Had they arrived a moment later, no secret would have remained hidden. Who the hell gave you permission to torture my city defense personnel? Hua Ming, the boisterous commander of the city defense, bellowed. Su Shan, unperturbed, shot back. To hell with you. You scared the life out of me. You think you can intimidate me? If any man from your city defense carries a rake tonight, I'll slaughter through them all. Those assassins all pointed out that Deputy Wang hired them to target me, Su Shan, in the inspection office. What are you trying to assert here? If you're dissatisfied, lead your troops to storm the prison. With that, Su Shan, his face set in determination, stepped forward, pointing his bloodied finger at Hua Ming and declared, I'm not your father. I owe you no leniency. As Su Shan's words echoed, the formidable Hua Ming tightened his fist, producing a piercing sound. Sensing the potency of the azure dragon, his brows knitted in concern. In the next moment, Li Yuanfang and Wang Qinian, standing resolutely behind Su Shan, fearlessly retaliated. Slap. Su Shan, more direct in his approach, delivered a resounding blow to Hua Ming's cheek. In an instant, the true energy clinging to him shattered, and amidst a cry of anguish, he collapsed to the ground. You, a mere waste who has only just grasped the power of celestial phenomena, dare to flaunt your authority at the inspection department? As if scaring a widow with a big eagle? Who bestowed upon you such audacity? At this juncture, Su Shan nearly uttered the name Liang Jingru. Cough. The Azure Dragon, clearing his throat, took the stage as the voice of reason. Wait, how can you strike the face of General Hua? Is the city defense camp devoid of shame? After making this statement, the Azure Dragon coldly added, tonight has truly been a disgrace. This matter was merely an opportunity for Su Qianhu to exploit. He damaged our treasured artifact at the Gathering Immortals Pavilion and, unwilling to compensate adequately, intentionally poisoned his own colleagues. Otherwise, how could he have escaped unscathed? Before the Azure Dragon could respond, Lu Hongfei interjected, speaking of this matter ignites my fury. A mere broken teacup and floorboards, and you extort me for a fortune? What of the teacup and floorboards? In response to the magistrate, they were consumed by Lu Ruhua. Consumed? Bring her forth. Yes. Shortly thereafter, Lu Ruhua, bloodied and battered, was brought forward. Loyalty to the master. If consumed, is there not evidence? Before Lu Xiaojin, she was to be dissected to retrieve the items. Let him observe closely, so he can ascertain their true worth. Dare you? Uft. Come, Lord Lu, let there be illumination here, to see clearly. While speaking, Wang Qinian attempted to pull Lu Hongfei aside. Terrified beyond measure, Lu staggered backward, his complexion pale with fear. Just then, he heard several managers from the Gathering Immortals Pavilion brought forth alongside him, screaming in desperation, Lord Lu, save us. This was all orchestrated by the young master. You cannot turn a blind eye. Indeed. Those martial experts were also summoned by Deputy Lu, commanding us to recruit them for Master Su's grand exit from the Gathering Immortals Pavilion. How did we become the scapegoats? In the shadows, witnessing his commander being struck and Lu Ruhua's plight, Vice Commander Wang's mental defenses crumbled entirely. With a quivering voice, he divulged the entire truth. At this moment, Lu Hongfei was utterly bewildered. Suddenly, the sound of galloping hooves echoed outside the inspection department, and shortly after, a group of female officials, led by Shangwan Yinner, strode in with purpose. The Imperial decree has arrived. Su Shan, the chief of the inspection department, stepped forward to receive the edict. Upon hearing this, everyone present eagerly advanced, for even in the waning days of imperial power, it was still an imperial command. By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees that the inspection department shall oversee the responsibilities of all officials. For those of 4th rank and below, if evidence is compelling, they may be dealt with immediately. We thank the emperor for his great kindness. Su Shan, receiving the decree with both hands, surveyed those present who had come to pressure the Qinglong. His gaze ultimately settled on the anxious and helpless face of Lu Hongfei. My dear sir, has your esteemed son reached the 4th rank? Silence. The atmosphere became so tense that it was almost suffocating. What are we waiting for? Arrest them. Tonight. I will keep General Lu company and ensure he feels right at home. Chapter 86. A pair of scoundrels, under orders to arrest. Witnessing Su Shan leading his men to apprehend his own son, Lu Hongfei was thrown into a complete panic. Once in the dungeons of the inspection department, he would not only face dire consequences but also suffer greatly. Xing, deputy inspector, this matter hasn't escalated to the point of revealing daggers, has it? Haha. Qilong, upon hearing Lu Hongfei's words, let out a hearty laugh. To suggest revealing daggers? You dare to speak such words to the town suppression department? When you summoned me here, your attitude was sincere, hoping to downplay the situation. Yet upon seeing General Hua and the other esteemed officials, how did you suddenly feel so emboldened? Who gave you such confidence? Before Qinglong could finish, General Hua, already seething with anger, interjected sharply. Bao. Smack. Su Shan struck him on the left cheek, and Qinglong followed up with a slap to the right. The two scoundrels together left General Hua with a face resembling that of a pig. Xing, deputy inspector, Yuzila. Before Lu Hongfei could voice his terror, Qinglong seized Hua Ming's hair, examining it closely. Appearing satisfied, he nodded and sneered. If you hadn't been injured, you could have gone to the Beho's residence to lodge a complaint, but your case would have been baseless. Now, how splendid this is, Deputy Inspector. I have provided him with a reason to challenge the Beho at the North Town Suppression Department. I am eager to see how, with compelling evidence and witnesses, The Beihou intends to extricate himself from the inspection department. I am equally keen to witness if the 13 guards nurtured by the Beihou possess the strength to contend with the North Town Suppression Department. Thud. As he spoke, Qinglong effortlessly hurled the nearly 200-pound Huoming out of the main hall. The moment he hit the ground, this once boisterous commander of the City Defense Battalion was left dazed and disoriented. The deputy commander of the City Defense Battalion was firmly within the grasp of our Northern Pacification Office. From this moment onward, no one would be granted any favor. Begone! Qinglong's words rendered Lu Hongfei utterly at a loss. At this moment, he recalled the Donglin party in the eastern and western factories. However, the night had grown late. And even if they were to act collectively, it would at least be until the following morning. On this night, could my eldest son withstand the pressure? Commander Huang, gather the brothers. Tonight we shall work overtime, keeping a vigilant watch over the city defense camp. Should they dare to abandon their posts, capture them on the spot. Those who resist shall face no mercy. Indeed, Qinglong's command struck Lu Hongfei like a thunderclap. He now deeply regretted following Huoming into such a head-on confrontation. Just as Qinglong was about to teach them a lesson, Shan hastily exited the inspection office, only to be called to a halt by Shangguan Yin'er. Shan. What is it you wish to discuss? Ugh, I am busy with work. Wasn't it agreed that we would not interfere with each other? It has only been a few days since we last met, and you already long for my company? There is a small grove ahead. Hurry. I shall assist you as quickly as possible. As she spoke, Shan maintained a demeanor of businesslike efficiency. Do not feign ignorance with me. Were it not for the darkness, Shangguan Yin'er's flushed cheeks would have been glaringly evident. You seek me out at such a late hour, and Brother Shan is pleased. However, your tone and choice of words do not sit well with him. With a serious expression, Shan waved his finger. Smack. He abruptly opened the finger that had once been pointed at him, provoking an exasperated response from Shangguan Yin'er. The Emperor's decree. You should have mentioned that sooner. Your subordinate. Shan is at your service. Noticing the swift change in her demeanor, Shangguan Yin'er bit her lip, stifling a laugh. The master of Shinkong Temple is on his way to the capital. Are you prepared to conclude your affairs? Withdraw? Withdraw? Under the guidance of the Criminal Justice Commissioner. We are secretly investigating a case related to Shinkong Temple. To boldly parade through the streets might alert the quarry. Withdrawing serves as a splendid excuse. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Yin'er paused momentarily before adding, Lu Hongfei is affiliated with the Donglin faction, and the city defense camp is backed by the Northern Marquis. Ensure the evidence is solid. Understood. Once Shan finished speaking, Shangguan Yin'er turned to leave without a backward glance. Are you truly not staying the night? Swish. As Shan opened his mouth, Shangguan Yin'er turned back to glare at him. Do not misunderstand. I merely wish to examine the few luminous pearls we recently confiscated, to see if they genuinely glow. Pat, pat, pat. With her face ablaze, Shangguan Yin'er dared not utter another word, fearing he might embarrass her further with his brazen remarks. Watching her retreating figure, Shan mounted his horse, revealing a relaxed and confident smile. Let us depart. Yes. The events of the evening left Lu Ning feeling utterly humiliated, rendering him unable to remain at the city defense camp any longer. Moreover, he wished for his father to intervene and quell the turmoil on his behalf. Thus, he retreated to the Lu residence. By the time midnight struck, the hall of the Lu family was ablaze with light. Several elders of the Lu family gathered here. Even Lu Feng, bound like a rice dumpling, was pushed forward by the servants. How outrageous! This Shan truly disregards the Lu family. Brother, it is indeed absurd. They have bullied us to this extent, and you still seek out Qinglong, naively hoping to downplay the matter? We, the Lu family, cannot afford such humiliation. Indeed, Lu Ning is correct. We must summon General Hua, the commander of the city defense camp. Additionally, we should join forces with the elders of the Jinyiwei who have fallen victim to Shan as treachery. With such a display of strength, do they dare refuse to release us? Upon hearing this, Lu Ning and Lu Feng's mother, Mrs. Zhang, fiercely exclaimed, Is it so simple as merely releasing them? My son Feng has been wronged by this Shan. He is now incapacitated. The Juxian building has been vandalized due to him, incurring immeasurable losses. Nung's reputation in the military has plummeted. His honor is in tatters. At this point, Mrs. Zhang slammed her hand down with a resounding thud, declaring, Summon all the uncles to discuss how we shall make this country bumpkin from Yuhang suffer irreparably. Just as Mrs. Zhang finished speaking, the sound of hurried footsteps approached from afar. Madam, it's bad. What is it? Why the panic? Mrs. Zhang scolded angrily in public. There are many Jinyiwei outside. Before the servant could finish, a harsh clamor erupted throughout the Lu residence. The inspection division has been ordered to apprehend the suspect Lu Nong. All bystanders, step aside immediately. Those who dare to obstruct will face ruthless punishment. Upon hearing this, everyone in the main hall of the Lu family stood in shock. Even Lu Feng nearly resurrected from his stupor, with the sound of footsteps growing closer. The first figure to enter their view was a young man clad in a green flying fish robe, swaggering forward with a hand resting on his sword hilt. Upon seeing his face, Lu Neng and Lu Feng exclaimed in unison, "Shan?" Chapter 87. The oppression becomes excessive, and there is no fear. Many within the hall gasped in shock upon hearing that name. Is it true that Cao Cao has arrived just as he was summoned? What do they intend to do? They haven't released the captives, yet they dare to come and arrest someone? The first to regain composure, Mrs. Zhang, upon seeing the menacing Jinyiwei, erupted in a frenzy. Bellowing, "Who permitted you, Jinyiwei, to intrude upon the residence of the vice supervisor of the Ministry of Rights? Get out immediately!" After her outburst, Shan revealed a sinister smirk. "Wang Qinian, was your earlier shout not loud enough? So much so that some failed to catch the words clearly. Once more, please." Indeed, the inspectorate, under orders to apprehend the suspect Lu Nong. All bystanders, step aside immediately. Those who dare obstruct shall face merciless consequences. Upon hearing Wang Qinian's authoritative voice from a close distance, Lu Nong instinctively retreated several steps, seeking refuge behind his elder relatives. "Whose command is this?" Zhang, who had rushed before Shan, questioned loudly. "This must be Mrs. Lu, correct? Are you not only deaf, but also blind? Can you not see this living soul before you?" He pointed at himself, sneering, and concluded, "Seize him." Understood. At Shan's command, Li Yuanfang and his men charged forward. The self-satisfied Zhang shouted, "Let us see who dares. Lai Fu, Lai De, block these imperial hounds." "Yes, my lady. I advise you not to seek your own demise." With a swift motion, the sharp embroidered spring blade was unsheathed. In an instant, the two guards from the Lu residence who had dared to stand before Li Yuanfang fell. Their throats severed. A hush enveloped the scene, soon shattered by piercing screams. Even Zhang was startled, stumbling back several paces. Li Yuanfang's actions grew increasingly resolute. This is as it should be. When one speaks of mercilessly dealing with those who obstruct, no leniency shall be shown. At this point, Shan, overseeing the proceedings, addressed the Jinyiwei, who had wholly submitted to him that day, with deliberate conviction. "You are to kill without hesitation. Any responsibilities and repercussions that follow, I shall address. Yes, we pledge our lives to follow Su Qianhu." Hearing the thunderous resonance of agreement, members of the Lu family in the main hall turned pale, some trembling in fear. Shan, gesturing for Li Yuanfang to continue, turned to the serene courtyard. Meanwhile, Lu Nang's uncles, once standing in his defense, scattered like startled birds. Thus, Li Yuanfang, blade still dripping, faced no further obstruction as he advanced towards Lu Nong. "I am a deputy general of the city defense battalion. My father is." Before the panicking Lu Nong could finish, Shan, without even glancing at him, coldly interjected, "This command to apprehend was issued in the presence of Lu Shaojin. Prior to this, I had just reprimanded your superior, Hua Ming." With this revelation, the Lu family members grasped the harsh reality. They were utterly disregarded by Shan, who had no respect for the minor officialdom of the Ministry of Rights or the City Defense Battalion. "Shan, do not go too far." "Huh, Lu Shibai, refrain from making such threats. Even during my tenure as a school captain, I held you in little regard, let alone now. Tend to your injuries. Once you have healed, I shall personally ensure your defeat." With a disdainful glance at Lu Feng, Shan led his troops away with a commanding presence. On his return journey, he encountered the disgraced Lu Hongfei and Hua Ming. Despite Lu Nang's desperate cries for help, both men could only hurl empty threats at Shan from a distance. However, when the accompanying Imperial guards unsheathed their blades, the entire street fell silent. "First, arrange for Lu Kanjian to have a full recovery. Make him feel at home," Shan commanded. "Understood." With that, Wang Qinian took action. At that moment, the elders of Ma Rulong and others cautiously peeked out to witness the unfolding scene. They had initially intended to join Hua Ming and Lu Hongfei in their malicious endeavors, but now found themselves compelled to remain and plead for a remedy for their children. "Several esteemed gentlemen, you haven't departed yet?" Shan inquired. "I understand you wish for this captain to take decisive action against the true culprits? Fear not. I shall repay every ounce of suffering inflicted upon Ma and the others tenfold. Upon encountering these individuals, Shan spoke with gritted teeth. Hearing this, their scalps tingled, and they awkwardly forced smiles. Eventually, Ma Rulong's father, in a moment of urgency, addressed Shan directly. Lord Su, my son was thoughtless and has offended you. I hope you can overlook this transgression. Is that so? You believe I should dismiss them as inconsequential? Shan replied. I have already agreed to what Ma has proposed. Otherwise, would I have willingly accepted this meeting? No, it's that the poison within them has yet to be cured. They are all in excruciating pain. Ah? The physicians of the capital cannot remedy this? Cannot. Upon their unified response, the once steadfast Qinglong stood up, declaring, They have heard that you know a remarkable physician capable of curing all poisons. They are willing to pay handsomely for the antidote. Is that correct, Lord Ma? Indeed, indeed. A substantial sum. Before their arrival, they had prepared for two contingencies. While they might stoke the flames, their children's lives were paramount. Therefore, after Lu Hongfei and Hua Ming were dismissed, they promptly bowed to Qinglong. As he spoke, Ma Shifeng quickly produced a brocade box. Upon opening it, stacks of silver notes were revealed. After a brief assessment, it was clear that the amount exceeded 10,000 taels. Is that a bit short? Ah, that's about sufficient. We are all colleagues. Qinglong's words provided them with some relief. Very well, I shall contact that miraculous physician. Oh no. I shall convey the message over a great distance, requesting that he deliver the antidote tomorrow. Tomorrow? What do you mean? If I hand it over now, wouldn't that be tantamount to confessing? Ha! Shan's words truly elicited a hearty laugh from Qinglong. There is no more straightforward threat than one delivered with unwavering confidence. Lord Su, your shameless demeanor is quite audacious. As the deputy magistrate, you exhibit commendable guidance. The commercial interdependence, however, brings hidden harm. According to the household rules of the pacification office, aiding outsiders and harming colleagues warrants capital punishment. Understood, understood. With a forehead laden with cold disdain, the messenger nodded and bowed. Deputy magistrate, we believe that given our son's capabilities, it is no longer suitable for him to serve under Lord Su. Thus, we request his resignation. As he spoke, he smoothly slipped Qinglong's share into his hands. Approved. Watching their retreating figures, Qinglong remarked meaningfully, the wool has been sufficiently sheared. Shan, instantly comprehending, replied with a smile, Old Xing, I find myself craving mutton. Let us investigate all the cases handled by Ma Rulong and his associates. Upon hearing this, Shan gave him a thumbs up and declared, This is what we call professionalism. Chapter 88, Blades Glimmering, Reputation Soaring. Tonight's commotion will lead to tomorrow's early court session, where we will impeach the Northern Pacification Office with petitions as relentless as winter snowflakes. Unending, absolutely unending. As Qinglong finished this poignant statement, Shan clutched the brocade box in his arms more tightly. You little rascal, the moment you fidget, I know precisely what you desire. Observing the boy's lack of understanding, Qinglong hastily added, and the master of Jinyiwei Temple. Ah, this matter is rather troublesome. Yuan Fang. Yes. Retrieve our case handling expenses. Certainly. Until Li Yuanfang's figure disappeared from view, Qinglong's anticipation was palpable. A skilled artisan cannot work without materials. Your inspection office is short on funds. But does the Northern Pacification Office lack them? After seizing Ma Rulong and his plump lambs, my inspection office will remit half. 80%, 70%, 60%. A deal. Proceed with the investigation. I, Qinglong, shall bear any monumental burden. This declaration is truly magnificent. Having said this, the two cunning foxes, one old and one young, settled themselves by the tea table. That old bald donkey from Jinyiwei will be brought into the city first thing in the morning. How do you plan to respond? Qinglong, sipping his tea, reminded him. I refuse to believe that Qingyao has not reported to you why I intend to involve the people of Jinyiwei Temple. She is the link between you and me. I am responsible for creating the openings, and you must facilitate our connection. Only then can we truly complement one another. You covet my wealth, while I am enticed by your daughter. A father-in-law is akin to a father. Surely you would spare no effort? What are the odds? Not even 1%. Then I shall take a day off tomorrow. Ah, would it not be inappropriate to let Qingyao take the blame? As Shan finished his words, he immediately distanced himself from the other party. I, the Azure Dragon, rose to my feet, glaring at the swiftly retreating Shan, pointing at him, but unable to articulate a coherent response. Ultimately, I found myself laughing in frustration. Do not botch this. or else you shall return to Yuhang while I return to till the fields. Furthermore, although Jinwu has only comprehended the power of celestial phenomena, his indomitable body cannot be breached without profound and pure primordial qi. The Luohan fist has already reached unparalleled heights. Upon hearing this, Su Shan responded with a smile. If I cannot even deal with this bald monk, how can I speak of ascending the hanging monastery? Ha! With a cold laugh, the azure dragon strode away. Farewell, Xingtongzi. At the second watch of the day, the sound of the bell tower's deafening drum echoed, and the city gates, which had been shut all night, slowly creaked open. Make way, clear the path. At the sound of this command, the thronging merchants and common folk instinctively turned to look. A formidable-looking monk, wielding a crescent spade, galloped into view. The sentinels stationed on the walls, upon witnessing his arrival, hastily descended. May I inquire if you are the Master Jinwu of the Hanging Monastery? Indeed, I am. How do I reach the Northern Town Guard's inspection office? Allow me. I shall personally escort you there. After speaking, the officer who had been stationed there promptly mounted his horse to lead Master Jinwu towards the inspection office. The bewildered merchants, citizens, and wandering heroes entering the city began to murmur among themselves after their departure. The Master Jinwu of the Hanging Monastery? A master at the Grandmaster level. What business does he have with the inspection office, radiating such murderous intent? An outsider, perhaps? Were you not aware of the significant events that transpired yesterday? Do enlighten me. The secular disciple of Master Jinwu, Shan. Oh, he was the former deputy chief of the inspection office, who was brutally beaten to death by the newly appointed Su Qianhu. This news has already spread throughout the capital since yesterday. Did you notice those wandering heroes? They have flocked into the city today to catch a glimpse of Master Jinwu's indomitable body and his already perfected Luohan fist. Hiss. Upon hearing this, many ordinary citizens shrank their necks, their eyes filled with terror. Who is this Su Qianhu, daring to lay hands on the secular disciple of the Hanging Monastery? The inexperienced are often fearless. This gentleman, recently transferred from Yuhang, is eager to establish his authority. He shall soon find himself overwhelmed. There remains less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense before the palace gates open at the hour of the rabbit. Numerous civil and military ministers gathered in clusters outside the palace, engaged in animated discussions. The focal point of their discourse was undoubtedly the inspectorate, which had flouted regulations the previous night, and the newly appointed captain of the garrison, Su Shan, whose arrival had unsettled the capital. An edict proclaiming that officials below the third rank could be subjected to immediate investigation had thrust Su Shan into the eye of the storm. Within the gathering of a mortal's pavilion, a brazen act of murder had occurred. In the streets, the city defense camp was forcefully repelled. That very night, the Deputy General Lu Nung was apprehended, and the commanding officer Hua Ming was struck. Though this matter does not directly involve numerous officials, who can guarantee that the sharp blade of the supervisory department will not fall upon their own necks? Thus, under the instigation of Lu Hongfei, coupled with the encouragement of several allied ministers, the name Su Shan has become the target of fierce criticism among the dignitaries before the court assembly, especially after the revelation that Master Jinwu had entered the city a mere quarter-hour ago in search of retribution against Su Shan. The northern Marquis Su Ji publicly expressed his stance, questioning how a mere peasant from Yuhang, emboldened by a modicum of strength, could presume to act with impunity. The capital is certainly not a place for his reckless abandon. What could have incited such wrath in the northern Marquis? Minister Lin, I greet you, esteemed Minister Lin. The usually tardy Lin Ruopu, arriving late to the morning court, underscores his identity and status, indirectly proclaiming his dominion over the court. After he completed his remarks, Lu Hongfei, the individual at the center of the matter, stepped forward to downplay the situation and recounted his experiences. During this time, other officials, eager to fan the flames, provided their own embellishments. How lamentable and absurd. Although Lin Ruopa did not explicitly state his position, his words effectively condemned Su Shan to a death sentence. It was evident to all that the Empress intended to utilize Su Shan to reassert control over the officials. This time, it is through the hands of the supervisory office that the officials below the third rank are scrutinized. If this situation is allowed to continue unchecked, what shall come next? What shall follow thereafter? The Donlin party must nip this budding thread in the bud, whether it is the undercurrents in the court or the clashes of swords in the rivers and lakes. Today's capital is bustling with excitement due to the arrival of Su Shan and Su Mingde. Indeed, black and red are but shades of crimson. I am utterly incensed. Within the supervisory office, upon hearing the reports from his subordinates, Su Shan smirked slightly and remarked nonchalantly, "Buzz, No sooner had he finished speaking than a surge of potent energy swept through the air, accompanied by the arc of the crescent shovel, wreaking havoc throughout the supervisory office. Following this, a resounding voice echoed both inside and outside the office. Su Shan, Jinwu of the Sky Temple, I invite you to your demise. Upon hearing this, Su Shan beckoned with his finger towards the airborne Jinwu, exclaiming loudly, Come forth. Chapter 89, The Diamond Crossing Body, unable to withstand a blow. Bang. Rumble. The entrance of Jinwu was nothing short of explosive. It perfectly aligned with the fantasies held by all martial artists regarding a master-level warrior. First, the crescent shovel plunged into the ground with a resounding impact. Centered around this weapon, the long-neglected stone slabs of the supervisory office cracked like a spider's web. In the next moment, as Jinwu descended from the air, these stone slabs shattered instantaneously. The clouds of dust that were stirred up enveloped the entire supervisory office, yet were swiftly dispersed by Jinwu's formidable energy. Gulp. The martial artists perched on high ground, witnessing this spectacle, could not help but swallow hard. Is this what is known as the realm of the Grandmaster? Is this the celestial force that resonates with the heavens and communes with the brilliance of the sun and moon? How formidable! The realm of the Master Jinwu has transcended the ordinary. It is a presence that we can scarcely aspire to reach. At this moment, the newly appointed Su Qianhu of the inspection department must be filled with regret, for if it were I would be so terrified that a few drops would escape me. Let alone facing the challenge, I would be trembling so uncontrollably that I could hardly move. The wandering heroes, drawn by reputation, are extolling the virtues of Jinwu with fervent praises, to the extent that even before Su Shan has made his appearance, they have already rendered their verdict. However, just as their discussions linger in the air, an even more potent surge of true energy suddenly emanates from the main hall of the inspection department. Wherever it travels, cracked stone slabs are overturned, and an overwhelming force is unleashed towards the recently arrived Jinwu. What of the tadpole-patterned frog and the muddy horse? The stone slabs of the inspection department shall exact a toll from you, you bald monk. With a thunderous crash, following the surge of energy, there materializes a dragon's head formed from true energy. Bathed in the dawn's light, this dragon's head opens its massive maw, lunging alongside the stone slabs towards Jinwu. In the face of this unforeseen phenomenon, Jinwu, fists clenched and imbued with true strength, shatters several heavy stone slabs weighing 100 pounds each with the might of an arhut. Astonished by Su Shan's formidable energy, he dares not underestimate the approaching crimson dragon head and boldly summons the indestructible body of the Vajra. As the two forces collide with a resounding roar, the scene erupts in a cacophony of sound. The surrounding stone slabs are shattered into fragments, scattering in all directions. As the morning breeze sweeps through, the dust settles. Jinwu, enveloped in a radiant golden glow, crosses his arms before his face. However, compared to his previous stance, he has been forced back several meters. The marks of his retreat are distinctly visible, and even his feet have crushed the stone slabs beneath him, sinking into the ground as he struggles to maintain his footing. In the swift passage of events, the onlookers from the martial world were left utterly astounded, gasping in disbelief. The once revered Jinwu, who still stood tall, was now besmirched by dust, his shining head obscured by grime. While he may not have appeared overtly disheveled, the marks of his forced retreat spoke volumes about the recent confrontation. The elusive Su Qianhu, whose presence was felt rather than seen, had evidently outclassed him. The very heavens seemed to reverse as Jinwu's earlier explosive entrance now paled in comparison to Su Shan's ferocity. Where was he? Where was the formidable Su Qianhu? The sudden sound of footsteps, though not jarring, echoed throughout the supervisory office, drawing the attention of all present. At that moment, a fervent desire ignited within them to behold the true visage of Su Shan. Yet, when Su Shan appeared, one hand clutching a bowl and the other wielding chopsticks, heedless of his esteemed reputation, the assembled martial artists nearly had their eyes bulging in astonishment. This old duck fan soup truly requires improvement. It is excessively unpalatable. Yuan Fong, please hold this for me and subdue this old bald donkey before I indulge. Yes, replied Li Yuan Fong, hastily stepping forward to take the bowl and chopsticks. My lord, should I warm it for you first, lest it cool? What? Are you scolding me? Subdue him, or else this soup will grow cold, and I, Su Shan, shall no longer be able to make my way in the capital. I cannot afford such disgrace. As Su Shan concluded his remarks, dismissing Jinwu with utter disdain, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, erupting into chaos. Jinwu, the esteemed Grand Master of the martial hall at the Hanging Monastery, was a figure whose mere stamp could shake the very ground beneath him. Yet now, he was subjected to such derision? Was it a case of extraordinary skill breeding audacity? Or merely self-aggrandizement? Startled by Su Shan's previous display of power, Master Jinwu clenched his fists in indignation upon hearing Su Shan's words. Particularly, as he witnessed Su Shan saunter toward him with a contemptuous smirk, a profound sense of humiliation washed over him. You, an old bald donkey, have only just dealt with a couple of matters after a night of scrutiny. You dare to lift the stone slabs and cause a ruckus? Do you truly believe you possess such prowess? The slabs of the supervisory office that you have lifted, lay them back in place. If not, I shall reduce you to a state akin to Shakyamuni. Upon finishing his taunt, Su Shan incited the wrath of the aggrieved Jinwu, who, in a fit of fury, prepared to strike. Let me see what strength you possess to dare utter such audacious words. With a thunderous roar, the light of the Buddha manifested, and the might of the Vajra surged forth. Jinwu sprang into action, veins bulging with fury, as he charged towards Su Shan with fists that cut through the air like the wind. At this moment, the celestial forces summoned a resonance between heaven and earth, enveloping the entire inspection office with his formidable energy. With a swift motion of his fist, all of this energy surged towards Su Shan, who stood steadfast and unmoving. The innate masters observing this spectacle exclaimed, Master Jinwu has locked onto Lord Su with the celestial power. This left the opponent with no choice but to confront him head-on. The pinnacle of the Luoan fist, known for its unparalleled ferocity among external martial arts, was about to be unleashed. Their words were left unfinished as the inspection office echoed with Jinwu's desperate roar. White Crane spreads its wings, Iron Gate. With a thunderous clash, the moment they made contact, a blinding cloud of dust erupted around them, centered on the two combatants. Debris rained down moments later. As the gray smoke dissipated, the onlookers beheld Master Jinwu's fists firmly restrained by Su Shan's palms. In stark contrast to Jinwu's contorted, menacing visage, Su Shan appeared remarkably composed and at ease. With just a single palm technique, he had already exhausted all of Jinwu's strength. There was no sound more grating to Jinwu than the laughter that followed. At such close range, the smirk on Su Shan's lips was deeply humiliating. Is this all you have? Chapter 90. Those who offend the Imperial guards shall be punished, regardless of distance. The seemingly innocuous phrase, is this all? Struck Jinwu like an invisible slap, distorting his face further. You scoundrel! With renewed vigor, Master Jinwu's monk robe began to tear under the strain of his swelling muscles. In that instant, beams of Buddhist light, akin to the enlightenment of nectar, streamed down upon him from the morning sun. This scene, reminiscent of a divine manifestation, truly astounded the onlookers from the martial world. Was the Buddha's light guiding the body? Had the indomitable body of Master Jinwu been refined to its utmost pinnacle? Before anyone could finish their thoughts, the master, whose lips bled from the forceful infusion of the Buddha's light, let out a desperate roar. The Bodhisattva lowers his gaze. The Vajra glares in fury. With a resounding crash and a thunderous boom, the ensuing dust cloud obscured the spectator's view of the unfolding events. Yet, the imposing figure of the martial monk Jinwu was sent hurtling away like a kite severed from its string. When he landed with a heavy thud, the stone slab beneath him shattered under the impact. Although he rose swiftly, 2 deep wounds had been inflicted on his shoulders, completely pierced through. Was this the treachery of Su Qianhu, disregarding the chivalry of martial arts? But wait, his hands were firmly shackled by Master Jinwu. How could he have launched a hidden attack? Just as the crowd pondered this mystery, the towering figure of Master Jinwu, struggling to extend his arms, provided them with an answer. 6 Meridians Divine Sword? What was your counter to my Vajra's furious glare? Dragon Battle in the Wild. Su Shan, who had remained stationary throughout, replied with a cold smile. With one hand, he executed the Dragon Battle in the Wild, neutralizing his opponent's furious glare. The fingers that were free from restraint unleashed the lesser and greater sword Qi, piercing through Jinwu's shoulders. From beginning to end, Su Shan had maintained absolute control over the situation. In this round, to him, it hardly resembled a confrontation. Rather, it was akin to a lion toying with a ball. The lion, yet to unveil its gaping maw, bore an expression brimming with mockery. How ostentatious! This was the essence of the hanging monastery. As he uttered these words, Su Shan lifted his gaze to gauge the sun's position, attempting to discern the time. It was already the 3rd hour of the day. At this moment, the officials of the 3rd rank and above in the capital were likely gathered in the Golden Throne Hall, were they not? Su Shan's musings left the onlookers astonished. Only those behind him, including Li Yuanfang, comprehended the gravity of the situation. Just the previous night, the emperor had decreed that during the investigation, officials below the third rank were forbidden from intervening. In other words, at this hour, there was no authority capable of halting their gallant charge from the city to retaliate against the hanging monastery. Time was of the essence, and the task was pressing. It was time to conclude. The bald monk, as a captain, should fulfill the promise made to you just moments ago. Swish. With those words, Shan activated his ethereal steps and vanished from the sight of Jinyiwei and the crowd in an instant. Where did he go? Where is Captain Su? What kind of technique is this? Observing the scene, the wandering swordsman keenly discerned Shan's presence behind Master Jinyiwei as the others searched for him. He vowed to reduce you to the status of Shakyamuni today, and he would surely accomplish it. 6 dragons revolving. Bang. Pft. Upon hearing the sound, Master Jinyiwei, startled, turned just in time to receive a heavy palm strike from Shan. In an instant, his figure was propelled like a cannonball. During this interval, he coughed up blood, and the golden light enveloping his body was shattered in an instant. Whoosh! Before Master Jinyiwei could crash to the ground, Shan, like a specter, appeared at the very spot where he would land. His protruding knuckles viciously struck the top of the opponent's bald head. Clap. Ack. Completely defenseless, Master Jinyiwei let out a wailing scream. Yet Shan, undeterred, increased the frequency of his strikes, leaving onlookers bewildered. A disciple of a martial school dared to provoke the inspectorate directly under the emperor. Puffed. A chivalrous act disrupting the order of the realm? Crack. With such meager strength, do you even dare to challenge? Boom. As Shan delivered his final punch, the esteemed Master Jinyiwei, renowned in the land, was forcefully driven into the ground like a dead dog. His swollen head resembled the ludicrous hairstyle of Shakyamuni, appearing utterly ridiculous. As Li Yuanfang and the others approached, they exchanged glances of disbelief, then erupted in ecstatic shouts. Master Su, you are remarkable. Lord Su, you have not deceived me. Did you truly transform that bald monk into the Buddha himself? Amidst the tranquility of the inspection department, the onlooking wanderers from the martial world stood in utter silence, as if struck by a sudden chill. At this moment, no one dared to bare their teeth or even exhale a breath. This was due to the piercing gaze of Shan, who had turned to fix his attention upon them. With that single glance, the assembly of wanderers felt themselves firmly ensnared by Lord Su's scrutiny. I care not from whence you hail, nor do I wish to know your masters. Spare me your boasts of prowess within your limited domains. You must remember one crucial point. In the Great Ming, the notion of heroes disrupting the law with violence is utterly intolerable. Moreover, no one shall dare to challenge the emperor's authority. Do you understand? Faced with Shan's inquiry, the wanderers, who had been subjected to his gaze, nodded vigorously, as if pounding garlic, terrified that a moment's hesitation might result in their being pinned to the ground. Li Yuanfang, attend. Gather all the brothers. The emperor's authority is not to be desecrated. We shall ascend to the hanging monastery. Indeed, after bellowing these orders with all his might, Li Yuanfang turned and shouted, Assemble. With Shan's command, hundreds of Imperial guards, each mounted upon their steeds, stood ready at the entrance of the inspection department. Meanwhile, the subdued Jinyiwei was bound and dragged behind Li Yuanfang's horse. Boom. As Shan stepped out of the gates of the inspection department, a resonant sound of collective tension filled the air. Mount up. At the sound of Shan's command, the hundreds of Imperial guards mounted their horses in flawless unison. Flag bearer, present. Display the flying fish banner for this captain. Yes. Now, chant the inspection department's motto for me. Indeed, with the flag bearer leading the way, the vibrant flying fish banner fluttered triumphantly. A stark contrast against the backdrop of the moment. Even more resounding was the rallying cry that echoed throughout the northern city, instilling pride in every member of the inspection department. Today, the demon monk Jinyiwei has disrupted the peace with violence, daring to provoke the emperor's personal guards. His crimes are unforgivable, and he shall be executed without delay. His masters shall bear the consequences, and the inspection department shall hold them accountable. Those who offend the Imperial guards shall face retribution, no matter the distance. Boom. Chapter 91. The struggle of forces, advantage, is ours. Yesterday, the machinations of various factions had spread like wildfire, leading to Master Jinyiwei's arrival at the inspection department to seek retribution, the news having permeated every corner of the streets. Especially after the city gates swung open, Jinyiwei, clad in fine garments and riding fiercely, charged towards the inspection department, propelling the entire incident to its boiling point. The formidable wanderers of the martial world naturally gathered to observe the clash up close. Yet, many others, wary of the inspectors, dread the potential fallout of such a confrontation. thereby abstaining from joining the fray. Nevertheless, whether in the tea houses frequented by merchants, beside small stalls, or in clusters along the streets, the discourse is rife with enthusiasm for the unfolding events. Behind the scenes, however, there are other forces surreptitiously stoking the flames of conflict, intent on tarnishing the reputations of both the inspectors and the Imperial guards. Did you hear the resounding bangs of battle from the inspectors? Huh. It is not merely the sound of combat. The pitiful cries of anguish have echoed for over 10 breaths. One wonders whether the master of true martial arts might have brutally slain the esteemed Su Qianhu. Such a possibility remains uncertain. For the master is indeed a master of the highest order, capable of wielding his power with indifference. He might feel he is yet to exert himself, while the unfortunate Su, a mere commoner, could have already perished. What a pity it would be for one so young, newly elevated to a high position, to meet an untimely demise due to overestimating his own abilities. With a slurp, a local enjoying his morning drink shook his head and downed the last of his cup. It is not just them. The majority who doubt Su Shan's capabilities are many. After all, the master of true martial arts is a long-established figure of renown. Just then, a cacophony of echoing hooves resounded from the bustling thoroughfare leading to the North City Gate. The onlookers instinctively turned towards the sound, and there they beheld the Imperial guards, brandishing their flying fish flags, making their presence known. Step aside, civilians. The Imperial guards are on a mission. Upon hearing this, the pedestrians quickly dispersed. What is the meaning of this? Are they preparing for a group assault against the master of true martial arts, unable to challenge him individually? Before a seasoned member of the Water Brigade could steer the conversation, the leading Imperial Guard proclaimed a shocking decree that left the crowd in disbelief. Today, the demon monk of true martial has disrupted the peace with his martial prowess, provoking the Emperor's personal guards. His crimes are unforgivable, and he shall be executed on the spot. His sect shall bear the consequences, and the inspectors shall demand accountability. Those who offend the Imperial Guards shall face retribution, regardless of distance. At the utterance of these words, the entire bustling avenue erupted in uproar. What? The master of true martial arts has been slain by Su Shan? Furthermore, they intend to seek justice from his sect, the Empty Sky Monastery? How could this be possible? As doubts arose, a throng of Imperial guards, led by Su Shan himself, charged forth with great speed. Look, is that the master of true martial arts being dragged behind a horse? Indeed, it was. Is it true? The master has truly been defeated? The striking young man at the forefront is none other than Lord Su. He appears completely unscathed. The harsh reality has rendered those who once belittled Su Shan utterly mute. Meanwhile, the myriad spies concealed among them promptly reported the news to their respective masters. Quick! Hurry to the palace and inform them of this matter. Yes, the soldiers of the City Defense Battalion, anxiously awaiting news of Su Shan's demise, were paralyzed with fear upon witnessing the Jinyiwei drag Jinwu out of the city like a lifeless dog. Particularly, the soldiers who had accompanied Lu Neng the previous night were gripped by an overwhelming sense of dread. It was fortunate they had refrained from taking action yesterday. Otherwise, even their lives would not suffice for rebirth. Su Shan is truly audacious, daring to hold the Shinkong Temple accountable. Quickly send word to the North Marquis. Yes. In no time, spies from various factions congregated outside the palace, urging the female officials, guards, or eunuchs to notify their masters of the latest developments in the war. However, today's South Morning Court session was unusually prolonged, and it was not until noon that the sovereign and his ministers parted ways in discontent. As the Dongwen faction, led by Lin Ruopu and the North Marquis, stormed out of the Golden One Hall, the waiting eunuchs hurried to report the situation outside. What did you say? Su Shan publicly executed Jinwu and charged towards Shinkong Temple? What is he attempting to accomplish? Upon hearing the full details, Lin Ruopu coldly remarked, "Those who disdain imperial authority shall face retribution, even from afar." This justification was quite compelling. The young man named Su possesses an understanding of manipulation. Yet, if he incites public wrath and national upheaval, it would be a capital offense, utterly unforgivable. Just as Lin Ruopu finished speaking, the head of the Shichong, Yu Huatian, approached them briskly. "Minister Lin, North Marquis, what brings you here?" "The Empress Dowager has been restless of late and wishes to visit Shinkong Temple to pray for blessings. I was commanded to inform the North Marquis that the City Defense Battalion will escort her." Hearing this, the North Marquis's eyes sparkled with opportunity. If he could catch Su Shan in the act and pin a sufficiently large crime upon him, even if Su possessed 3 heads and 6 arms, it would not be enough to save him. I shall gather the city defense battalion to escort the Empress Dowager to Shinkong Temple. Back in the Imperial study, Ziyue seethed with indignation, with both eyewitnesses and physical evidence at hand. How dare the Donglin faction attempt to confuse the truth and invert right and wrong? It is utterly despicable. Just as she finished speaking, a female official rushed in to report everything that had transpired at the supervisory office, including the Empress Dowager's intention to leave the palace. The Empress Dowager, accompanied by the Shichong and the City Defense Battalion, is going to Shinkong Temple to pray? Even the long-absent Minister Chao is accompanying her? Indeed. At this, Zhu Yue instinctively turned to her celestial master. Your Majesty, please remain calm. The southern floods weigh heavily on your heart, and the reason for your visit to Shinkong Temple is to pray for the victims. Yenner, at your service, Your Majesty. Summon the Imperial Guards, and accompany me to the Hanging Temple to offer sacrifices to heaven. I shall heed the Imperial decree. Even Su Shan could not have anticipated that his council at the Hanging Temple would become the focal point of the Emperor's political maneuvering against the Donglin faction. It is no exaggeration to say that a single misstep could lead to irretrievable consequences. Yet, for him, the greatest advantage lay in having departed the city half a day earlier, traveling light, to facilitate Su Shan's endeavor. The Qilong ordered elite members from the Northern Pacification Department to accompany them along the way. The advantage is ours. At home. After relaying the movements in the city through a falcon, Su Shan confidently murmured while tightly gripping the note. Yuan Fang, present. I suddenly wish to embark on a grand venture. To delay our actions, both the Northern Marquis and Chao Zhenchun will undoubtedly dispatch their finest troops to pursue us. Does my lord suggest that our escorting Jinyiwei fell victim to an ambush en route? Why would they not succeed? In these troubled times, banditry is rampant. Chapter 92, Dual Line Operations, Easily Managed. My lord, will we delay the actions at the Hanging Temple because of this? Li Yuanfang, voicing his concerns, inquired softly. Upon hearing this, Su Shan smiled and shook his head. We must grasp both sides firmly. Surely you do not believe that I would risk the lives of my brothers by leading you into the Hanging Temple? Have you seen Brother Qinian since the latter part of the night? No, I have not. Lord Wang left the city early to attend to the monks. Even if we arrive now, their actions may still be ongoing, as they are also waiting. Is it not better to find some amusement in the meantime? After Su Shan finished speaking, the Yuan Fang's eyes lit up, and he gave a thumbs up. My lord, impressive. Let us get to work. Indeed, the Hanging Temple, built against the mountainside, derives its name from the main hall suspended above a precipice. As one of the royal temples for worship and blessings, it is periodically graced with imperial offerings. Thus, when someone arrives claiming to represent the Ministry of Rites, the temple staff have long grown accustomed to such visits. Abbot Jinyuan. This time, the items bestowed by the emperor not only pertain to daily necessities but also include funeral and blessing supplies. Though not explicitly stated, it is likely connected to the execution of the secular disciples of Jinwu. Upon hearing this, Jinyuan, who had been feigning piety while striking the wooden fish, coldly snorted and stood up. Jinwu's junior brother, causing a ruckus in the capital is quite beneficial. At the very least, it will let others know that we at the Hanging Temple are not to be trifled with by mere rabble. Indeed, the middle-aged monk, Master Jindiao, replied with a smile. After all, they are sent by the emperor. We must make proper arrangements. Certainly. Indeed. The esteemed Minister Wang of the Ministry of Rites wishes to enter the palace to offer his prayers and to admire the grandeur of the Hanging Monastery. As long as he does not venture to the rear mountains, you may assign anyone to guide him on a leisurely tour. There is no need for extravagant arrangements, as that would appear overly sycophantic. Understood. By the way, have we clarified the presence of several unfamiliar faces in the rear mountains a few days ago? Yes. It has been investigated. They were merely villagers from the foot of the mountain who strayed into the royal monastery and have already faced severe punishment. Good. The individuals from the rear mountains will take a few more days to emerge. During this period, no one is permitted to enter without authorization. Yes. Disguised as Minister Wang. The individual named Wang Qinian has, under the guidance of a young monk, conducted a preliminary reconnaissance of the entire Hanging Monastery, marking key locations to ensure that upon the arrival of our master, he can swiftly gain control of the entire temple. Furthermore, several water sources within the monastery have been meticulously noted. My lord, the kitchen water barrel has already been tainted, but we still have a considerable amount left. 6 water sources, let none be overlooked. Shall we pour it all in? What do you think? No. While the ingredients for the 10 fragrant softening powder and Rehmannia root are understandable, The quantity of the dozens of pounds of harmony powder could very well provoke those impetuous bald monks to breach the walls. Why do you have so much to say? Whether they breach the walls or poke at the tree hollows, or even engage in a fray using a ladder against the fierce beasts, that is their concern. Master Su has issued us a strict directive. When he leads his troops here, if a monk stands firm without trembling, his eyes clear, and his ears unperturbed, it indicates that we have not executed our task properly. Thus, the dosage must be increased. In summary, the dogs of the hanging monastery must exhibit the ferocity of wolves and tigers after dinner. By the hour of the rat, they should be completely drained. Understood. After the subordinate left upon hearing the orders, Wang Qinian stood alone by the railing of the hanging monastery, gazing into the distance while reflecting on Master Su's grand scheme. TSK, he murmured, the brocade-clad guards truly fetter Master Su's talents. Were he unburdened by these shackles, a ruthless demon lord would undoubtedly emerge in the realm. Such brutality. His gaze shifted towards the hollow of the old locust tree, and he couldn't help but offer a silent prayer. As he departed, he cast one last glance at the Buddha statue in the main hall and remarked meaningfully, "Thank goodness the statue of the Buddha did not speak. Amitabha, infinite respect. Amen." At a fork more than 10 miles away from the hanging monastery, Shan, unable to suppress a sneeze, pondered to himself which old woman was thinking of him again. Truly? Indeed? Huan? Pat, pat, pat. As he was lost in a myriad of thoughts, the sharp sound of hooves echoed from afar, drawing ever closer to his ears. My lord, 5 miles ahead, a large contingent of soldiers is galloping this way. Preliminary estimates suggest around 50 individuals. The dismounted scout promptly reported the specifics. Upon hearing this, Shan waved his hand decisively, commanding, "Proceed according to the original plan. Remember, not a single one must be left alive." Yes, with Shan's order. Hundreds of figures vanished into the night. Jinyiwei, under the pretense of praying for blessings against the southern floods and offering sacrifices to the heavens, led the Imperial guards to the hanging monastery, which aroused a hint of suspicion in Chun, the northern marquis. Fearing that Shan intended to conduct some nefarious deeds at the monastery, the two sent their best men, hastening their pursuit. Among them, the Eastern Bureau dispatched Zhang Yong and Gao Feng, 2 of the 8 tigers. The northern marquis, on the other hand, sent forth the trio of Long, Hu, and Bao, the elite from his 13 protectors, accompanied by 5 masters of the realm and dozens of innate experts. This formidable strength is sufficient to obliterate an entire sect. Even if Shan possesses exceptional prowess, when confronted with the likes of the Hanging Temple and their cohorts, he must weigh his options carefully. Master Gao, Master Zhang. Just ahead lies Fengwu Slope. Beyond that, it is a smooth expanse, merely a dozen miles to the Hanging Temple, quietly reminded Zhou Long, who led the Northern Duke's contingent. Then let us hasten. We can no longer contain our urge to avenge Master Gu and Master Lu. The 8 tigers of the Eastern Bureau, harboring deep-seated grievances against Shan, spoke through clenched teeth. It was evident that their initial maneuver was driven by a desire for retribution. In the words of the Bureau Chief Wei Zhongxian, should they strike with sufficient ferocity and leave no trace, the likelihood of Shan unexpectedly plummeting to his demise was exceedingly high. The Northern Duke had also instructed that when dealing with the inspectors, they should spare no effort and leave no survivors. Ha! Upon hearing Zhou Long's words, the 2 groups of riders exchanged glances, erupting into a cacophony of sinister laughter. Bang! Rumble! Nay! Just as the leading figures were still chuckling, their horses suddenly stumbled. Lurching forward, the piercing sound of horse whinnies echoed throughout Fengwu Slope. A pitfall? An ambush? The sudden turn of events sent seasoned individuals like Gao Feng into a frenzy of desperate shouts. Whoosh! Clang! Clang! As their forces scattered in an attempt to evade the mechanism, thousands of concealed weapons rained down upon them. Moreover, there is another chapter being penned. More will come at dawn. Chapter 93. Spare no effort and leave no survivors. Thud! Ah! The sharp projectiles indiscriminately pierced the bodies of the guards and attendants. The chilling cries of agony instantly reverberated throughout Fengwu Slope. Those of higher cultivation, relying on their strength, managed to evade and maneuver. Yet their bodies sustained varying degrees of injury. Conversely, those of lower cultivation succumbed entirely, reduced to lifeless corpses in the wake of the ensuing chaos. Evade the onslaught of hidden weapons. The inherently skilled assassin, Zhou Bao, screamed in a fit of hysteria. Just as he shielded a few guards and managed to escape the range of hidden weapons, a shadow brushed past him in an instant. With a sharp swish, the blade sliced through his neck. In that fleeting moment, Zhou Bao's pupils dilated, his body stiffened in shock. His right hand instinctively pressed against the wound on his neck, while his eyes desperately sought the fleeting shadow. In his dying breath, he mustered all his strength to utter 2 words, so fast. The shadow, without pausing, faintly heard his words while searching for the next target, murmuring with interest. If a woman spoke to me like that, my pride would be greatly wounded. With a swift motion, the shadow's intricately engraved blade pierced through the chest of Zhou, who after swiftly dispatching 2 innate guards. In that brief moment of eye contact, the master who had just comprehended the power of celestial phenomena caught a glimpse of the shadow's face. It was both familiar and strange. Familiar, because he recognized it from the portrait issued by the 13 protectors. It had been a long time since the Northern Marquis had issued a death order for someone to be executed on the spot. Yet, the one who was supposed to be his prey now appeared in this manner. Strange, as it was the first time Zhou who beheld the true countenance of his opponent, stern, resolute, and decisive. However, the smirk that curled at the corner of his lips subtly confirmed that the other party relished the hunt. Yes, indeed, it was a hunt. The reversal of fate. He had become the quarry. Gulyalu. Thud. After uttering the name of his adversary, Zhou Hu reluctantly collapsed to the ground. Coincidentally, on the other side of the battlefield, a ghostly assassin emerged, relentlessly slaughtering the guards and attendants. Haifeng, firmly locked onto by 2 celestial experts, was pierced from both the front and back as he made one last desperate swing of his right arm. Flying fish garb, brocade-clad guards. In close proximity, Haifeng recognized their attire and could hardly believe his eyes. Even in his last moments, he could not fathom that the brocade-clad guards dared to intercept them so openly. Ironically, they showed no effort to conceal their distinct uniforms. They were either brazenly confident or exceptionally skilled and daring. Regardless of either point, Haifeng saw no future for himself. Swish. Thud. As the twin blades were drawn simultaneously, the unblinking Haifeng fell to the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, the brocade-clad guards swung their blades towards the next wave of opponents. Uftawu, come closer to us. The rapid decrease in personnel at the scene compelled the leaders, Zhou Long and Zhang Yang, to swiftly regroup. However, as the remaining few guards, battered and bruised, gathered around them, their adversaries completed the encirclement. Zhang, the one in charge. They are clad in flying fish attire. Zhou, they are the Jinyiwei. The few survivors, after struggling to steady themselves, cried out in terror. Zhang Yang, realizing the gravity of the situation, bellowed, "You Jinyiwei, have you defied the heavens? Do you dare to slay even those from the Eastern Factory and the North Marquis' residence?" No sooner had he uttered those words than a lazy voice suddenly resonated in their ears. "This matter, heaven knows, earth knows, you know, and I know. And when you are all dead, would we dare fabricate such a grave sin? Certainly not." Following the voice toward the flickering light of the torches, upon seeing the face of the speaker, Zhang Yang and Zhou Long exclaimed in unison, "Shan, the captain possesses a certain notoriety. Indeed, the audacity of the recent events has borne fruit." After Shan finished speaking with a smile, Zhou Long shouted, "Su, do you truly believe your actions are seamless? Today's malevolence shall not remain concealed for long." Just as Zhou Long completed his statement, an ear-piercing sound of galloping hooves echoed from behind them. Almost immediately, Li Yuanfang, holding several severed heads, rushed to Shan's side, exclaiming, "My lord, you truly possess remarkable foresight. These eunuchs and hounds, however, have left a few men behind in the rear." Upon hearing this, Zhou Long and Zhang Yang's pupils dilated, and they involuntarily inhaled sharply. It has nothing to do with foresight. This is merely the experience of the Jianghu. When pursuing a formidable group, it is customary to leave a few individuals on the outskirts. If victorious, to prevent any escaping foes. If defeated, at least there will be survivors to report back. As Shan finished speaking, the Jinyiwei expert assigned to him by the Qinglong couldn't help but cast an admiring glance his way. Young yet decisive in his actions. Moreover, he demonstrated meticulous attention to detail and rich experience. Is he truly just coming of age? His strategic planning and execution surpassed that of many seasoned veterans. Speaking of which, during your journey, did you mention that the North Marquis had given instructions to leave no survivors, correct? With a cold smile, Shan raised his right hand, mimicking a slashing motion as he declared, "Then let us adhere to this standard." As his words fell, shadows surged forth. The sounds of desperate resistance echoed for but a moment, and as Shan turned around, he heard the despairing cries of Zhang Yang and Zhou Long. Shan, may you meet a wretched end. The North Marquis will avenge us. Upon hearing these threats, Su Shan wore a look of disdain, muttering under his breath. There are many who wish for my demise. Who do you think you are? My lord, let us leave no traces of our presence here. What about the bodies? In response, Su Shan glared at Li Yuanfang, exclaiming, Is this your first day with me? The Jinyiwei have always excelled in killing, not burying. Leave them for the North Marquis. Consider it a gift for our first meeting. Understood. Upon receiving this command, Li Yuanfang promptly set about executing it. As they prepared to set off towards the hanging monastery, a scout sent by Su Shan rushed back in haste. My lord, it appears something has gone awry at the hanging monastery. What has transpired? Why do you look as if you've never seen the world? No. It's just too bizarre. Brother Shan, I dislike your interruptions. Speak in one breath. The walls are trembling, the trees are shaking, and the bald monk is howling. Chapter 94, A Dance of Demons, A Murder at the Hanging Monastery. As the ice and snow melted, and life began to stir once more, the season of union had arrived. The air was thick with a pungent aroma. Within the hanging monastery, located over 100 miles outside the capital of the Ming dynasty, resided a group of large, gregarious primates, all male. They exhibited their most vigorous selves through howls, roars, tree shaking, and wall leaning. Moonlight flowed like water, casting a serene glow upon their fierce, rugged, and contorted faces, composing a cacophony of life-s song. Wherever there are those who passionately perform, there are also those who covet in secret. In the trees, in the mountain ravines, in the hidden shadows, pairs of curious eyes stared wide like bronze bells. Ears perked up like antennas. For them, the scenes unfolding before their eyes were nothing short of exhilarating. My lord, in all my years, I have never witnessed such a fierce spectacle. Is this what they call a dance of demons? Upon hearing Li Yuanfang's words, Su Shan gazed deeply at him and replied, You possess quite the education. Pray tell, what do you think this gathering of over 100 souls amounts to? After pondering for a moment, Li Yuanfang timidly replied, A thirst quenched by the sight of plums? Curse it all. Why not use a feast for the eyes instead? It's utterly unappetizing and simply cannot be digested. Li Yuanfang responded with utmost seriousness, nearly causing the elite Jinyiwei who were accompanying them on their inaugural mission to stifle their laughter. Goodness, my lord. Look at that bald monk, he has collapsed onto the ground. Is this truly the legendary grassland? Upon hearing this, not only did those around him struggle to contain their amusement, but even Su Shan himself found it impossible to hold back a laugh. The cultural heritage of the Ming dynasty has certainly been tarnished by such raucous individuals. The hidden talents within the Jinyiwei have all been summoned to the supervisory office. Where is Wang Qinian? Summon him here to elucidate this situation. I am prepared to charge in, not fearing their blades drawn against us, but rather dreading that this pack of ravenous monks will pounce upon us indiscriminately. After Su Shan finished his remarks, Li Yuanfang said with significant implication, That is not the most terrifying aspect. What truly terrifies me is that when they do pounce, I may not refuse, and might even find myself involuntarily rising to the occasion. I implore you, do not squat behind me, keep a distance of 8 zhang away. Haha. No matter how serious you may typically appear, within this team, there is always the potential for uproarious laughter. Is this not another manifestation of unity and cooperation? Shortly thereafter, Wang Qinian, returning from the forefront, approached Su Shan with an ingratiating expression. You haven't exhausted all that I provided you, have you? My lord. You mentioned that in times of necessity, one may go all in. I even inquired about the meaning of going all in. You said that if your subordinates consume more medicine, the brothers will bleed less. I must be responsible for the number of people I brought out. Wang Qinian's words indeed moved many within the Jinyiwei, stirring their emotions. They had spoken of it, yet none anticipated the situation would spiral out of control to such an extent. As soon as Su Shan finished speaking, Wang Qinian hastily replied, The situation may be somewhat chaotic, but the results are remarkable. My lord, the True Essence and the True Snapper have begun utilizing their vital energy to assist several elders of the Xiankong Temple, suppressing the toxicity. In my judgment, after this commotion, the True Essence, nearing the 6th rank, will be unable to exert even 70% of its strength. The True Snapper, nearing the 5th rank, will also struggle to maintain prolonged combat after depleting its vital energy, especially post-midnight. At that time, we can strike decisively, achieving twice the result with half the effort. Hearing this, Su Shan nodded thoughtfully and inquired, What about the rear mountain? The rear mountain has been under strict guard by the Martial Hall of Xiankong Temple these past 2 days. The defenses are formidable. Even Lord Li's subordinates disguised as woodcutters have been expelled. After Wang Qinian finished speaking, Su Shan furrowed his brow and remarked, Strange occurrences often signal malevolent intentions. Inside the Shinkong temple, the true snapper, feeling utterly drained, trembled as he knelt before the presiding true essence. Hundreds of disciples within the temple, afflicted to varying degrees, kept the acting CO extremely busy. Merely supplying vital energy to suppress the toxicity was one thing. He also had to contend with disciples who pounced on him like starving wolves. I exert my energy to heal you, yet you covet my body? In a fit of rage, he killed several in quick succession. The chaotic temple and the elusive perpetrator made it impossible for him to evade responsibility. Master, presiding. It now appears that it was likely that Lord Wang, who impersonated the Ministry of Rites, who employed poison. What could their purpose be? Are they targeting the nobility of the rear mountain? Or is it something else? Pat, pat, pat. Before the pallid true essence could finish speaking, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the door. Thud. A trembling martial monk stumbled into the room, his sunken eyes revealing a deep fear as he struggled to maintain his composure. Master, presiding. What is the cause of such urgency? The Jinyiwei are dragging the corpse of true martial uncle to the door. Boom. Upon hearing these words, Jinyuan and Jindiao felt a sudden buzz in their minds. The startled Jindiao hesitated and sidestepped a few paces. Jinyuan, descending into the pit, leaned against a red pillar. Trembling with anger and frustration, questioned vehemently. What did you say? The Jinyiwei has come knocking with Shenwu's corpse? Indeed. The leading inspector, Shan Shan, forcefully kicked open the doors of the Shinkong temple. He declared, it is only proper that we reciprocate. A mere sect from the rivers and lakes dares to provoke the inspectorate. This time, he intends to deliver a bloody lesson. The disciples, feeling utterly powerless, retreated to the main hall. Upon hearing this, Jinyuan, filled with rage, growled, Su Shan from the inspectorate. It seems tonight's events stem from their hands. Do they truly believe Shinkong Temple is unguarded? Jindiao. Yes. Let the warriors of the martial hall form a formation. Follow me to confront the enemy. After Jinyuan uttered these commands, Jindiao found himself at a loss. Form a formation? What formation? At present, their legs felt as if they were walking on cotton. The once mighty strength had been squandered time and again, leaving them nearly depleted. The scant true energy within them struggled to suppress the poison. Even if they ventured out to face the enemy, it would be tantamount to seeking death. Master, perhaps we should first summon the brothers from the rear mountain to fend off the enemy? We are utterly powerless. Despite his fury, Jinyuan recognized this as an undeniable fact. It pertained to the century-old honor of Shinkong Temple. He had no choice but to summon the strongest lineup. Go and call upon the 4 great Vajras stationed at the rear mountain. This time, I shall ensure the inspectorate pays a painful price for their ignorance and treachery. Yes. Chapter 95, Great Might of the Celestial Dragon, 9 suns shining in the sky. In the front courtyard of Shinkong Temple, there was no longer any force to resist. Or rather, when Su Shan brazenly kicked open the courtyard gates, those monks, severely lacking in strength, fled at the first sign of danger. Yet the scene bore witness to their indelible crimes. The weathered tree hollows, blood-stained fissures in the ground, and crumbling walls all bore silent testimony to their wickedness. Is this a distortion of human nature or a decline in morality? Be cautious of the bamboo tube beneath your feet. Bamboo tube? What purpose does it serve? Hearing this, Su Shan instinctively lowered his head to inquire. Wang Qinian, baring his teeth, found it difficult to articulate. In an instant, Su de Gorin comprehended. His expression exaggerated as he proclaimed, resorting to every possible means. Is it barbed? That is exceedingly brutal. As Su Shan uttered these words, a skilled Jinyiwei sent by the Qinglong sect cautiously remarked, Lord Su, might your actions tarnish the reputation of the supervisory office? Reputation? What use is that? Will it spare bloodshed for the supervisory office or alleviate the tears of the widows and orphans of the martyrs? Furthermore, remember this, whether in history books or in reputation. They are pinned and lauded by the victors. In the future, no one will care about how the hanging monastery fell. They will only remember the swift and ruthless embroidered spring knives of the Jinyiwei. With a swift motion, Su Shan, sensing something, unsheathed the Zhangyong knife hanging at his waist. As he half turned to strike, he shouted, True essence, you old bald donkey, come out. The blade, infused with the energy of Jiuyang, was crimson and ferocious, cleaving towards the shadowy inner courtyard like a shooting star. With a thunderous roar, the towering arch connecting the front hall and the inner chamber collapsed in an instant. The crowd instinctively gazed in that direction. At the end of the meteor's descent stood the main hall of the hanging monastery. In the next moment, The unmistakably weak and desperate roar of true essence reached everyone's ears. A mere trivial skill dares to show off here? Great mighty heavenly dragon. A flash of golden light clashed violently with the crimson blade energy. With a resonating hum, powerful air currents surged from the point of impact, crashing against all directions like a tidal wave. The stone slabs laid outside the main hall were overturned one after another. The altars and incense burners on either side swayed precariously. The monks, including Zhen Diao, who had emerged alongside their host to confront the challenge, stumbled back uncontrollably by several steps. This confrontation alone granted them a clear understanding of Su Shan's formidable prowess. Pure Yuan Qi? Su Shan not only comprehended the power of celestial phenomena but had also refined Pure Yuan Qi, at least a fourth-grade master realm. As the elders of the hanging monastery cried out in terror, it was likewise the first time Wang Qinian witnessed Su Shan unleash his full strength. Standing there in stunned silence, he knew his superior was no ordinary individual, yet he had not anticipated such overwhelming power. Even the Jinyiwei experts who accompanied the supervisory office were left speechless. It was said that Lord Su had only recently performed the coming-of-age ceremony before entering the capital. A pure Yuan master at the tender age of 20? In the entirety of the Ming dynasty, who else could rival him? Yet, what astounded the monks of Xiankong Temple even more was that just a moment ago, Su Shan had been in the front hall, and in the blink of an eye, he had boldly charged to the front of the main hall with his blade drawn. What manner of technique is this? It is simply extraordinary. I have long heard of the unparalleled prowess of the grand law mantra practiced by the abbot of the hanging monastery, who has achieved an extraordinary pinnacle of mastery. I, Su Shan, the inspector of the command, have come to seek enlightenment. With a swift slash, the blade cleaved the realms of yin and yang. Swish, zing, boom, without affording any opportunity for the true essence and the monks of the hanging monastery to utter a single word. The figure moved with the blade, immediately striking at the leader of the monks, Jin Yuan. Just as he had been advised by Ji Gang when traveling from Yuhang to the capital, he acted without hesitation, for there was no time for idle chatter. Confronted with Su Shan's unyielding approach, Zhen Yuan, despite being filled with a torrent of reproaches, could only brace himself for the confrontation. Possessing skills that were equally formidable, he instinctively sought to evade the formidable force behind Su Shan's strike. However, while he managed to sidestep the attack, his disciples behind him lacked such agility. Protecting their true form, even in a state of exhaustion, they still summoned their golden bodies, resolutely withstanding the blow. Puff. In his prime, he might not have been able to endure such a strike, let alone in his currently diminished state, reduced to a mere shadow of his former self. The hidden force of this strike ravaged his internal organs and shattered his lower dantian. Truly remarkable. With a resounding crash, the recovering true essence swiftly caught his own junior brother. Su Shan, you disregard martial ethics? Martial ethics? Did the true marshal provoke the supervisory office? His entrance was far more explosive than mine. When he struck, he never inquired about my battles from the previous night or the restoration of my true energy. What was he doing beforehand? Su Shan's words ignited a furious blush on his opponent's face. True essence, do not hold back any longer. Otherwise, I shall sever your head without hesitation. As he spoke, the energy radiating from Su Shan intensified. In that moment, True Yuan not only sensed his burgeoning murderous intent, but also realized that his opponent would grant him no opportunity to delay. Very well. It has been many years since any institution or individual has brought such disgrace upon the hanging monastery. With a rip, True Yuan tore away his robe, revealing his upper body. This time, the monk would demonstrate the true Great Luo incantation. With a flourish, True Yuan clasped his hands together. Under the fierce gaze of the Vajra, the light of Buddha enveloped him. On his previously rough back, a golden dragon pattern instantly emerged. Great Might Heavenly Dragon, Earthly Bodhisattva. Great Luo Incantation, Prajna Buddhas, Prajna all-encompassing. The dragon soars in the heavens. In that fleeting moment, the golden dragon manifested like a totem before the crowd. Completely enveloped in the Buddha's light, True Yuan exuded an aura of sanctity that felt untouchable. The soaring power and heightened realm led the monks to believe that purely based on surface strength, their host could easily crush Su Shan. Even the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth was dried up by the true essence, who fervently cried, "Master, avenge our junior brother." Haha. Upon hearing this, Su Shan erupted into uncontrollable laughter. How absurd. As he laughed, the true energy surrounding him transitioned from a pale red to a deep crimson. 1, 2, 3. When the ninth strand of true energy enveloped his entire being, Su Shan's laughter abruptly ceased, and he coldly declared, 9 suns shine upon heaven. A golden dragon? Today, I, Shan, shall wield my blade to slay the dragon. Let all hear the dragon's roar. Chapter 96. Cowardice before battle. 6 meridians pulse. Before the already suspended main hall, 2 radiant beams of light shone brilliantly at the midnight hour. One, a Buddha cloaked in light, with a golden dragon adorning his presence, evoking reverence from the gathered monks. The other, surrounded by 9 suns, exuding a blood-red pressure that dominated the scene. This can be regarded as a formidable clash between the elite of this realm. The surrounding space is compressed by the 2 formidable forces resembling a tightly coiled spring, ready to explode, causing the very heavens to collapse. Gulch. All those who gaze upwards cannot help but swallow hard at this moment. Breathless, they dare not even exhale. The brilliance of the 2 participants radiates like dazzling stars against the pitch-black night sky, visible to the 4 great guardians of the suspended monastery, even from a great distance. Is this the grand spell of the master? Has even the great demon of the heavens been summoned? It appears that the Jinyiwei have sent forth their experts. Quickly, to the main hall for reinforcement. Whoosh, whoosh, as the leading monk utters these words. The unaffected 4 guardians and the monks stationed at the rear mountain surge forth towards the site of the incident. Swish. Shortly after their figures vanish, a group of over 10 Jinyiwei, led by Li Yuanfang, rises from the thicket of the rear mountain. Concealed by the technique of turtle breathing, they have awaited this very moment. Swift action is imperative. My lord, such ostentation is designed to draw fire away from us. We must avoid direct confrontation with the masters of the martial hall. We cannot betray the noble intentions of our lord. Indeed, let us act, before disappearing. Li Yuanfang and his companions cast their profound gazes towards the dazzling crimson light on the mountainside. For other commanders, sending their subordinates into the fray while reaping the glory for themselves has seemingly become an unbreakable rule. Yet, under the command of Shan in the inspection office, he embodies the principle that as long as Shan lives, the world collapsing is his concern. What you must do is charge alongside me. Remember, even if the path ahead is fraught with peril and formidable foes abound, the first to fall must be me, Shan. My lord. After a sincere bow, Li Yuanfang leads his men deep into the rear mountain. Buzz, buzz. The overflowing vital energy courses through the intricately patterned blade, causing the already rigid and sunlit Zhengyang sword to emit a piercing shriek. This marks Shan's inaugural encounter with a 6th grade master, albeit an illusory one. Nevertheless, the latent depth of the opponent invigorates his fighting spirit. In stark contrast to his exuberance, his true essence is far from the calm demeanor he projects. Especially as the 2 forces continuously tug and clash, he perceives the opponent's pure primordial energy, which is evidently not hastily summoned. It is rich and inexhaustible, fierce and exceedingly aggressive. Even during his prime, facing such a formidable adversary would leave him without a guarantee of victory. How much less so now, when he can only exert 70% of his strength. Shan intoned, the Hanging Temple is a royal sanctuary. Do you not fear incurring the wrath of His Majesty and the Empress Mother through such reckless actions? The voice, imbued with Zen-like resonance, begins to sway the hearts of those lacking in resolve, as they become influenced by the will of the true essence. This can indeed be regarded as a form of sonic power. At this moment, the delay in action merely reveals his true essence. As he seeks to await the return of the 4 great guardians, the Jinfu division is still directly subordinate to His Majesty. Yet I have not witnessed any significant caution from you bald monks. Delaying time? Are you feeling apprehensive? Even the little Zen incantation has been employed. Speaking of which, Shan's vital energy became increasingly resplendent and tempestuous. With a sudden motion of his arm, the murderous intent in the air surged forth like a torrent, crashing violently towards his opponent. To falter before battle? With such timidity, what do you intend to contest with our Imperial guards? The sun and moon are devoid of light. With that, Shan, standing several meters away, swung down his blade-wielding arm. In the eyes of the spectators, the mere meter-long Zhengyang blade in Shan's grasp appeared as if it had been reforged in that instant. The vivid crimson blade energy extended from the tip, ultimately transforming into a red blade several meters long. Though the strike seemed to descend slowly towards the true essence, with each inch it sank, the onlookers could hear the sound of the indestructible body shattering. As the true essence descended, it formed hand seals, raising his hands towards the heavens, summoning pure vital energy. He sought to intercept Shan's blade force. However, his efforts not only failed to halt the descent of the blade energy, but instead intensified its downward momentum, causing his own feet to shatter the stone beneath him. In tandem, the layers of his indestructible body were cleaved apart. Blood erupted from his nostrils, the corners of his mouth, his ears, and even his eye sockets, all simultaneously. The monks of the hanging monastery, who witnessed this scene unfold, were etched with disbelief. The all-powerful abbot, too, could find himself in such a wretched predicament. Suddenly, the true essence spat forth a mouthful of blood onto that golden light. In the next moment, a golden dragon encircled him, opening its gaping maw to charge at the crimson blade energy. You shall pay a painful price for your arrogance. The Bodhi has transcended. The dragon soars in the heavens. The true shark, observing all this with the assistance of the monks, instinctively widened his eyes, trembling at the corners of his mouth. His body shuddered uncontrollably as he murmured, Bodhi, Bodhi has transcended. This is a desperate gamble. The Brotherhood of the Hanging Monastery knew well that the reason for the true essence's formidable achievement stemmed from the previous abbot leaving behind a relic upon his enlightenment. The exceptionally gifted true essence utilized this relic to cultivate his lower dantian. This is a tradition upheld through generations by the hosts of the Hanging Monastery. However, at present, Jinyiwei has summoned this relic, commanding the ethereal golden dragon to retaliate against Su Shan's eclipse of light. As he senses the sudden surge of his opponent's power, Su Shan is not intimidated. Rather, a manic smile spreads across his face. Indeed, now this is beginning to hold some intrigue. While murmuring these words, Su Shan perceives four formidable waves of Vajra energy approaching from his flanks and behind. The others, including Wang Qinian, who also sense this impending threat, are taken aback. Their expressions shifting dramatically, they hastily rise to shield their master from these four adversaries. Yet, in that very instant, they witness Su Shan forming an enigmatic hand seal with his left hand, directing it towards the acupoints of Xiaochong, Guanchong, and others. In the next moment, a torrent of immense energy radiates outward from Su Shan's core, sweeping in all directions. 6 meridians, 8 channels, with a resounding force. The vigorous and tempestuous true energy not only obstructs the advance of the four formidable Vajras, but also causes Wang Qinian and his companions to hesitate. At this juncture, Su Shan, wielding his blades, fixes his piercing gaze upon the conjured golden dragon. He then proclaims, word by word, Heaven did not give birth to me, Su Mingda. The path of the sword endures through the eons like a long night. Slaughter. Chapter 97, Desperately Concealing Inexcusable Crimes. The originally resplendent golden dragon, having been rendered radiant by the true essence of Bodhi, emits a piercing roar in response to the searing pain it now endures. Not only does it cry out, but the true essence that manifested this dragon from the relic also howls in agony. The blade's momentum, which had nearly been dissipated, is now infused with even more ferocious energy. This surge of energy is even more rampant than pure primordial true energy. Primordial true energy? No, it cannot be. He could never possibly be a 6th grade master. Why is he able to summon primordial true energy? As he sensed this true essence, his pupils widened in disbelief. In this realm, there exist certain arcane methods capable of forcefully augmenting one's strength in a brief span. However, it is utterly impossible to transcend the threshold and wield an energy not inherently one's own without profound comprehension. Even the illustrious Shangguan Yener of the Tianfeng physique, when invoking the phoenix dance of the 9 heavens, employs only the superficial pure primordial energy. Yet, what of Su Shan now? He has not even surmounted the 6th grade. Yet he manifests the primordial energy that can only be harnessed by those above the 6th grade. Could this not plunge Jinyiwei into despair? I concede. I surrender. Immediately. I withdraw. Zila. Kacha. As Jinyiwei's desperate cries echoed, the crimson blade obliterated the resplendent golden dragon radiating with Buddhist light. In that fleeting moment, it shattered Jinyiwei's sacred dantian. Pooh. With the force of his leap, Jinyiwei instantaneously expelled a mouthful of blood. Subsequently, his body hurtled through the air like a bullet, crashing heavily into the distance. Clang. Jinyiwei smashed into the gilded plaque above the main hall, and then fell to the ground with a resounding thud. The gilded plaque, which had hung in the main hall for a century, shattered in a moment, symbolizing the demise of the centennial glory of the Hanging Temple. As it fell to the ground, the air was filled with the desperate cries of the monks. You scoundrel! The head monk, having already conceded defeat, was met with the fierce resolve of his brethren, vowing vengeance for the destruction of their sacred relic. We shall not rest until this debt is repaid. Kill. The 4 heavenly kings, witnessing this scene, summoned their inner strength and charged towards Su Shan. Below, Wang Qinian and the others rose to their feet, only to be halted by Su Shan's outstretched hand. I have gleaned insight from that strike, Let me hone my blade against them. In an instant, Su Shan's figure vanished. When he reappeared, he wielded the blazing, red-hot Zhengong blade, striking fiercely at the nearest guardian of the hanging temple. I possess a strike that can move mountains. With a resounding crack, the guardian was obliterated, and his opponent was cleaved in two before the astonished eyes of the onlookers. Wang Qinian and the others gasped in astonishment, their pupils widening as they began to fathom the essence of Su Shan's enlightenment. Lord Wang, due to the sudden upheaval of the heavens and earth, could it be that this is the legendary? Before Wang Qinian could finish his thought, Su Shan's form reappeared before another guardian. I possess a strike that can sever rivers. Once again, the blood-soaked spectacle unfolded before the witnesses. Trembling, Wang Qinian finally regained his composure and exclaimed, This is the essence of one's life-blade. But isn't this comprehension reserved for those above the 6th rank? When has our Lord ever been constrained by the bounds of realms? Just as Wang Qinian spoke these words with reverence and awe, Su Shan swung his Zhengong blade once more. This time, a single strike cleaved through 2 donkeys. I still possess one more blow that could overturn the sea. Zila, 3 strikes. For precise cuts, all embodying the profound understanding of the indomitable Vajrabadi, the esteemed head of the martial hall, as their bodies plummeted to the ground like comets. And their blood splattered across the grand hall's crimson gate like spilled ink. The vast hanging monastery, with hundreds of monks and imperial guards, stared in astonishment at the towering figure wielding the blade. The still crimson blade illuminated his handsome, resolute visage with remarkable clarity. To the eyes of the monks, he appeared fearsome, yet to the gaze of the imperial guards, he exuded grandeur and majesty. Upon landing, Su Shan sheathed his blade with a flourish. As he turned, his disdainful gaze swept over all the monks present at the hanging monastery. Su Shan, this night, the nefarious deeds of you all within these temple walls shall be duly reported to the court. As Jinyiwei supported the abbot while uttering these words, a cold, fierce smile graced Su Shan's face. How to report is your concern. How to resolve is my affair. With Su Shan here, the Supervision Bureau shall exert its pressure over the hanging monastery for a century. These words struck a chord, rendering the monk Jinyiwei speechless with a mixture of anger and fear. At that moment, a constable clad in a flying fish uniform leaped over the wall and rushed to Su Shan's side. My lord, Vice Captain Li has located the missing children in the back mountain and has apprehended several high-ranking officials on site. Upon hearing this, Jinyiwei, who had been in a semi-conscious state, suddenly snapped to attention, his eyes widening in disbelief. What was happening? Faced with Su Shan's inquiry, the constable, at a loss for words, faltered and uttered, It is a scene of unimaginable horror. These mere 4 words transformed the nature of the entire incident dramatically. Yet, instead of feeling elated, Su Shan's expression darkened further. According to Li Yuanfang's investigation, over the years, more than 100 children had been sent from the orphanage to the Shinkong Temple. What about the others who had been lured away? What about those obtained through other means? Previously, there had been a glimmer of hope, as they were concealed within the temple. How depraved could the situation become? But it seemed he had underestimated the ugliness of human nature. Until the entire incident was thoroughly investigated, all monks at Shinkong Temple would be detained by the Jinyiwei. Those who dared to resist would be met with merciless execution. As Su Shan's stern declaration echoed in the air, Jinyiwei, struggling to rise, shouted, Su, if you dare to expose the back mountain's entrance, the town protector's office may not be able to shield you. I advise you not to wade into these murky waters. In that instant, just as Jinyiwei finished his warning, Su Shan, in a fit of rage, drew his blade once more. With a swift motion, he severed Jinyiwei's head from his body. In that fleeting moment, the monks who had been supporting Jinyiwei screamed in terror as blood splattered upon them. Su Shan, with a fierce countenance, declared, If you remain ignorant of this matter, your crime may not warrant death. However, if you attempt to conceal the truth or threaten the Jinyiwei, your sins are unforgivable. I shall uncover just how deep this case truly runs. Chapter 98, Royal Kin and Marquis Relatives. With Su Shan's command, hundreds of monks were silenced by the Jinyiwei and uniformly detained for interrogation. He then proceeded with the constable who had delivered the news towards the back mountain. On the way, Su Shan inquired about the specifics of the situation that prompted such grave words as unimaginable horror. Clearly still shaken by the scenes he had witnessed, the constable responded, This case involves the cult of witchcraft. The cult of witchcraft? Su Shan echoed, recognizing it as one of the 3 notorious sects of the Ming dynasty, alongside the 5 Poisons sect. Upon hearing this name, Wang Qinian's expression grew exaggerated as he exclaimed, Witchcraft? Indeed. Moreover, it is the most malevolent of infantile afflictions. Upon arriving in this realm, Shan found himself only partially comprehending such matters. Upon overhearing the conversation between the two, Shan expressed his astonishment, inquiring, "What riddle are you two attempting to unravel? My lord, this case is indeed quite intricate." After Wang Qinian spoke these words with profound significance, Shan gestured for the officer to secure the scene. He then led the hesitant Wang Qinian aside. "My lord, have you ever heard of the witchcraft rebellion during the reign of the late emperor?" Please, wait a moment." As he uttered these words, Shan pressed his thumb against his chest, exerting force, and immediately expelled a mouthful of congealed blood. "My lord, you are unscathed, having utilized the primordial true qi that does not belong to one of my realm." Nevertheless, for Shan, all of this was worthwhile. After all, he had gleaned the essence of Destiny Blade intent through the clash of formidable forces. This is he who, upon arriving at the esteemed High Martial Ming, comprehended his first martial art without reliance on the system. With the Xingyang three blades in his arsenal, he need not forcibly activate the 6 meridians when encountering the profound Deluo incantation of true essence. This is indeed the greatest gain for Shan in this endeavor. After receiving the true origin pill handed to him by Wang Qinian and swallowing it, Shan gestured for him to continue. "There are many secrets in the capital of which I am woefully unaware." "Ah, Lord Ji has not mentioned this to you?" "Who? Old Ji? Does this witchcraft rebellion pertain to him?" "Indeed." Meeting the astonished gaze of his superior, Wang Qinian began to recount the tale. Before the late emperor, there was 1 son and 2 daughters. The legitimate eldest son, Zhu Yuding, was designated as the crown prince at birth. However, upon reaching adulthood, he has yet to awaken the imperial bloodline. Due to his frail constitution, his prowess pales in comparison to his peers. The Ming dynasty was established on martial strength. Such a crown prince naturally faced criticism. Until the 27th year of Qitian, the reign of the late emperor, the crown prince, who quelled the southwestern rebellion, not only awakened the imperial bloodline but also reached the formidable realm of a 7th grade master. From that moment forth, his prestige soared. Especially after the late emperor became enraptured by the path of immortality, leading him to effectively govern the entire court. It was during those years that the cult of witchcraft thrived, wreaking havoc upon the world. There were even instances of entire cities mysteriously vanishing over the span of mere months. And this was not an isolated occurrence. Hearing this, Shan furrowed his brows and remarked, "Is this related to the crown prince's cultivated techniques? My lord, please discern." The former crown prince's method of enhancing his power was through the blood sacrifices of the witchcraft cult. The cursed insects invaded the body, and living sacrifices were made, inciting heavenly wrath and public outrage, resulting in uprisings across the lands. The late emperor was furious and ordered Vice Commander Ji to thoroughly investigate the matter. As the truth emerged, in the 32nd year of Qitian, the former crown prince attempted regicide with the cursed insects, leading to a coup d'etat, which history records as the witchcraft incident. The specific details and processes are beyond my knowledge. All I know is that from that time onwards, the crown prince vanished from sight, and Lord Ji was demoted to Yuhang. The Empress Dowager entered the palace, and Minister Lin rose to prominence, while the Donglin faction gradually seized control of the court. Until the late emperor ascended to immortality. Ascended to immortality? Is that true? Shan inquired, his eyes widening. Upon hearing this, Wang Qinian forced a smile and replied, "That is what they say. The imperial tomb only contains the late emperor's burial garments." "Then what of this infant curse?" Shan pressed. The infant curse was one of the means by which the crown prince controlled the ministers during his rule. This curse possessed the miraculous effects of prolonging life, enhancing realms, and preserving eternal youth. However, it required continuous consumption at regular intervals. Should one cease, not only would they age rapidly, but they would become bloodthirsty, meeting a gruesome demise. Logically speaking, this curse should have been eradicated after the witchcraft incident. How is it that, as he spoke, Shan coldly interjected, "The 9-in white bone claw is still a forbidden technique in the martial world. Did Gu Daong not practice it for so long, bringing harm to so many?" At this juncture, Shan cast a sidelong glance at the cunning Wang Qinian and added, "I know you feign ignorance with ulterior motives. This case likely involves the former crown prince's old faction, and perhaps the Donglin faction and those noble individuals in the palace are also complicit. Otherwise, how could the royal temple of Shinkong dare to assist in such tyranny?" "My lord, truly," Wang Qinian, who was about to pay a compliment, abruptly closed his mouth in awkward silence. After a few minutes, The two arrived at a place that appeared to be a monk's meditation hall from the outside. However, as they ventured further into the dim chamber, the displays and decorations grew increasingly opulent. Accompanying them was a pungent aroma of blood and the piercing cries of nobles caught in the act. You court's hounds, have you truly rebelled against heaven? Do you know who we are? Is it merely about the demise of a few children? Do you dare to shout at me, even invoking the phrase acting on imperial orders? How preposterous! And you expect our cooperation? Come, spare me your empty rhetoric. Is it not the notorious reputation of your Jinyiwei to extract confessions through torture? Dare to lay a finger on me and witness the consequences. As I stepped into the dimly lit outer chamber, several ostentatious nobles, with their necks craned, were vociferously berating Li Yuanfang. If not for the fear of embroiling my superior in trouble, the embroidered spring knife at my waist would have been drawn long ago. Yuanfang, you have failed to manage these esteemed guests properly. Upon hearing Su Shan's words, the Jinyiwei stationed here immediately bowed in deference. With his arrival, the ire of the dignitaries once again focused on Su Shan. So you are their leader? I advise you to release us at once and return whence you came. Certain matters are beyond the capacity of a mere Jinyiwei to bear. Who is this? How dare he be more arrogant than I? Pointing at the leading man, Su Shan inquired. In response to the noble's question, he is Suja, the elder brother of the northern Marquis Suji. The gentleman beside him is Wu Changming, the brother of the Empress Dowager. After Wang Qinian introduced their identities, the bound dignitaries wore expressions of disdain. As Su Shan approached them, he remarked, Indeed, whether royal kin or a marquis, how resilient can such precious beings be? I ask you, can their delicate constitutions endure a beating? With a resounding crack, Su Shan forcefully shattered Suja's knee. As he fell to the ground with a thud, a wail erupted from him, echoing with despair. The sudden scene caused Wu Changming and other dignitaries to retreat several steps in fright. Their expressions were tense as they cast anxious glances at the young man before them. Yuanfang, how could you allow these wretches to bark at you? Su Shan, turning his head, questioned with a cold glare. And master, I feared causing you trouble. Trouble? You all claim to abide by the law and avoid trouble, yet how can that highlight the invaluable nature of Su Shan? Your usual deference and flattery are merely reserved for moments like this, aren't they? As he spoke, Su Shan's sharp gaze swept over all the Imperial guards present. Are we to be playful or irritated? With that, he pulled Li Yuanfang before him and pointed at Su Zhu and others, saying, Let them lick back the spittle they just spat. I will give you half an hour. I want their confessions, everything they know. Can you accomplish this? Yes. And you? He urged, louder. Ensure the task is completed. The deafening collective roar echoed through the hall, drowning out Suja's cries and causing Wu Changming and the others to turn ashen. And Master Su? One dared to address Su Shan directly. But fearing the wrath of this formidable figure, he hesitated and stammered out Master. When their eyes met, Wu Changming summoned his courage and said, Do you comprehend the consequences of torturing us? I do not know, nor do I wish to. Su Shan replied succinctly. But I want you all to understand the repercussions of daring to show teeth to the inspection division. Moreover, rest assured, as long as my head remains intact, it will be exceedingly difficult for any of you to leave the Imperial prison alive. Proceed. Yes. As several enraged Imperial guards lunged at the group like wolves, Su Shan led Wang Qinian toward the actual scene of the crime. Just as they departed, anguished cries echoed behind them, although Su Shan had mentally prepared for the horrors. Upon reaching the site, he was still chilled to the bone by the sight before him. Several children, no more than 7 or 8 years old, lay with dilated pupils, their eyes bloodshot and unblinking. Their skulls were all shattered. In stark contrast to the gruesome scene, a table laden with delicacies, wine, and stimulants for entertainment remained. Several accompanying maidens were completely naked. Some had already perished, while others were driven to madness by fear. What on earth has transpired here? Fuming with rage, Su Shan questioned Wang Qinian beside him, word by word. They should have been eagerly anticipating the emergence of the parasitic insects, ready to partake in their spoils. Emergence? Are you implying that the parasites are implanted into the bodies of susceptible children, incubating through the absorption of their blood? After 49 days, the parasites first emerge from their cocoons, devouring the children's innards, ultimately breaking free from their shells, bursting forth from the crown of their heads. The phrase infant parasites in wine. Even the gods cannot save is a saying that circulates within the circle. Bang! In a fit of fury, Su Shan smashed the stone table before him. At the sound, several elite guards rushed over. Wang Qinian, accompanying him, gestured for them to retreat. Savages. Just moments ago, They shamelessly declared that it was merely a matter of killing a few children. Since entering this realm, Shan had never felt such unbridled rage. Even though he was no stranger to bloodshed, the sight of these innocent children meeting such a tragic fate filled him with profound sorrow and indignation. My lord. In another dark chamber, several children are imprisoned. After a thorough check, it was confirmed that they had all been implanted with parasitic eggs. Upon hearing this report from Dang Ziyue, Shan hurriedly made his way over. He gazed at the group of children, merely 7 or 8 years old, meeting their innocent, timid, and even terrified eyes. Unconsciously, his own eyes grew misty. Wang Qinian, is there hope for them? Upon hearing this, Wang Qinian fell silent. My lord, even for a martial artist, forcibly extracting the parasites is a perilous endeavor. What hope is there for a group of children whose bodies are already frail? With a deep breath to steady his emotions, Shan returned to the scene of the crime, transforming his grief into strength. He experienced an overwhelming sense of despair as he connected with the spirits of the deceased. The hopelessness, terror, and cries of anguish before their demise resonated within him. Meanwhile, the callous laughter and greedy expressions of the culprits, Su Zhe and his accomplices, were vividly etched in his memory. My lord, numerous children's corpses have been unearthed in the back mountains. Some are already decayed, while others have turned to bones. According to the coroner accompanying us, the earliest cases date back 3 years. After hearing this, Shan rose silently, making his way to the remains. Never before had he approached such a solemn task with such gravity. He sought to connect with the spirits of each child, determined to remember every last perpetrator through their final perspectives. 227 corpses, 27 grotesque faces. They were etched into Shan's mind like a chisel on stone. Ding dong. Feeling the host's profound anger, the system issued a collective mission reflecting the children's will. 1. Mission content. Dismantle the entire chain of evil, sparing more children from this sin. Mission progress. 13. Mission reward. 50 years of cultivation, divine ability, the art of ailment exorcism. Ding. Sensing the host's indignation, the system announced another collective mission reflecting the children's will. 2. Mission content. Expose all the high-ranking officials involved, revealing their disgraceful faces to the public, seeking atonement through death. Mission progress. 027. Mission reward. 50 years of cultivation, the dragon elephant prajna skill. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Shan could not help but furrow his brow in concern. Based on his experience, the progress indicated by the system was never without purpose. The first mission, to dismantle the entire chain of evil, included the orphanage and the suspended temple under the guise of accepting disciples. Yet the system hinted at 3. This implied that there was another sinister link providing children for them. With this realization, Shan, his visage twisted with rage, returned to the dark chamber. At this moment, Su Zhe, who had previously exhibited arrogance, was now a bloodied figure slumped against the wall. When he saw Shan storming towards him, his eyes, which had previously been merely swollen, widened in terror. Grandfather. I was wrong, grandfather. ZZZ. Chapter 100. In silken garb, vowing to pursue to the death. As Shan yanked Su Zhe by his collar, terror filled Su Zhe's eyes. Besides the orphanage and the suspended temple, who else lured and abducted children for you? Huh? No one else. Not truthful. ZZZ. As Shan forcefully tore off Su Zhe's ear, the agonizing shriek that escaped him sent chills down the spines of Wu Changming and the others. Last chance. Speak, or I shall flay you alive, allowing you to witness your own flesh flailing before your eyes. Upon hearing Shan's words, Su Zhe's mental defenses crumbled entirely. And with a sobbing tone, he confessed, the Yongxing Dental Clinic under the name of Jin, who you call Master Wei, who is he? Hearing this name, everyone present was left in shock. They had just not disclosed this information. How could he possibly know? I'm asking you a question. As he spoke, Shan's grip tightened around the remaining ear of his captive. The younger brother of Wei Shanming, the right assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice, Wei Shampeng. Upon hearing this, Shan turned to inquire, is this name on the list you just provided? Replying to your honor, no? ZZZ. This time. Su Zhe fainted from the excruciating pain. In response, Shan swiftly drew a dagger and plunged it into the pressure point of his opponent. In the next moment, Su Zhe, his veins bulging and eyes bloodshot, was jolted awake by the sheer agony, his mouth agape. Whether dead or alive, there are no secrets that can be concealed from me. Now, I shall pose my questions, and you will provide the answers. Otherwise, this torment shall persist indefinitely. Yes. My lord, I shall reveal everything you wish to know, Su Zhe replied hoarsely. Who is the one you refer to as Mr. Duan or Dr. Duan? It is Duan Yu, the doctor of the National University, and he is also the vice president of the Donglin Academy. Upon hearing this name, even Wang Qinian and others could not help but draw a sharp breath. This case could very well shake the foundations of the capital. For Shan, his acquaintance with the nobility of the capital was limited. Thus, he could only conduct targeted interrogations based on their conversations and physical traits as revealed through spiritual communication. With each name he uncovered, Wang Qinian diligently recorded the information. The lengthy list of 27 names left the attending members of the Jinyiwei utterly astounded. It is worth noting that many of these individuals held considerable prestige in the capital, and who among them could boast a simple background? On this particular evening, Shan not only interrogated the instigators of the chaos but also dealt ruthlessly with several elders of the Hanging Temple. After meticulously verifying the list, he wearily exited the side hall of the temple. Lord Wang Qinian, is there a direct method to ascertain whether they have employed the infant worm? Yes. Wang Qinian stepped forward to elaborate. The golden light spell of the celestial master can discern truth from falsehood with but a single utterance. Furthermore, when the worm breaks free from its cocoon, the remnants of the shell, when crushed and mixed with dog blood, ferment for half an hour. By sprinkling this foul substance upon these individuals, their true forms will be revealed. After a moment of contemplation, Shan spoke, "You shall handle this. Prepare the requisite amount for these 27 individuals." "Yes, my lord. However, I am aware that this is a path of no return. It may even offend the esteemed officials and scholars of the entire capital." At this, Shan gazed toward the dawn's horizon, a resolute smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Before every glimmer of dawn, there must be an agonizingly long night of suffocation. Is not stealth in the night our greatest strength?" In response to Shan's smile, Wang Qinian solemnly bowed, declaring, "I vow to follow you to the death, my lord." In that moment, not only Wang Qinian but the accompanying Imperial guards and the elite sent by the Qinlong sect all knelt on one knee, clasping their fists and shouting in unison, "We pledge to follow you to the death, my lord, under the guise of night." The journey from the capital to the Hanging Temple spanned little more than 100 miles. With light packing and swift steeds, it would take merely half a day to reach. However, whether it was the emperor leaving the city or the procession of the Empress Dowager, both ensured that the convoy would not move swiftly. Each side had dispatched individuals to hasten ahead to the Hanging Temple, thus delaying their departure for an entire night, each harboring their own ulterior motives. On the following morning, the grand procession set forth once more. Suji, the North Duke, who hailed from a military background, resided beside the Empress Dowager's palanquin along